Chapter 1 Destiny's Design. My name is Su Guizhou, an utterly ordinary college applicant. The only difference is that I have 6 years of experience as a contractor's employee. Having suffered workplace torment at such a young age, all my passion and ambition have been worn away, leaving me twice as lifeless as the average student. My sole hobby is money. Classmates call me a miser, clients laugh at how money-hungry I am, and I accept all these labels without complaint. Because I knew all those words were empty, only the money in my card and the gold in my hand were real. At noon that day, I pretended to be sick and left school, planning to pick up my employer's second daughter from the international elementary school and enjoy a delicious lunch together. But fate is unpredictable. Just as the second young miss came running over joyfully, I saw an out-of-control car speeding toward us. Remembering the clause that injuries would incur fines, I quickly pushed the second young miss aside only to be sent flying over a dozen meters myself. I thought to myself, remember to tell your dad to transfer the final payment to my card. As my consciousness faded, my blurry vision seemed to catch someone running toward me, but my lips merely trembled. I never managed to utter those words before breathing my last. Yet, I came back to life. It was pouring rain, the cemetery filled with tombstones. I sat beneath a withered tree, drenched from head to toe, my face paler than a corpse dead for 3 days, like some drowned ghost that had crawled ashore in the wilderness, draped in human skin, waiting for prey to approach. Arms crossed, I stared idly at the phone before me, typing on its own without anyone touching it. As I read the lines of text explaining my current situation, along with the eerie fact that I'd returned from the dead, one thing became clear: I was now flat broke. The August sun blazed fiercely, the golden crow hanging high in the sky. I sat in the political education office of the second affiliated high school, waiting for the director who had gone to summon students to collect textbooks. The curtains were drawn tightly, blocking out the sunlight. The office's newly installed air conditioner worked with formidable cooling power, not only subduing the summer heat but also making me dizzy. I coughed heavily several times, then angrily pulled out my phone and typed, "Can't you be of any use? 995993, don't worry, host. Now that you're enrolled, just make your presence known to the male and female leads every day, and you'll bounce back to your lively self in no time." La my foot, more like trash if you ask me. I owe my second life to this 995,993 system. According to it, this world is a sweet romance novel titled Unspeakable, but the author abandoned it, leaving readers resentful and the mini-world on the brink of collapse. Someone urgently needed to complete the plot, so the system dug me out of my grave overnight to play matchmaker for the male and female leads. I smirked and pulled up 2 red and blue data bars. The red one is the plot bar, tracking the romantic progress between the leads, reach 100 and the mission's complete. The blue one is presence, measuring my role's importance in the story. Too low, and the world's consciousness will erase me. But since I don't belong here, the world can only torment me by lowering my luck or health stats. The red bar remained unchanged, still at 2, while the blue bar had risen from 0.01 to 0.013, a qualitative leap, one might say. Bound by the system's own laws, it couldn't forcibly possess another's body. Thus, 995993 expended all its energy to reshape a body for me, coding me as the child of the female lead's mother's close friend. But its energy wasn't enough to create a complete family, so my bargain bin parents perished in a car crash, leaving me an orphan taken in by the female lead's mother. That 0.003 was the result of me desperately peacocking after being found enough to make women weep and men fall silent. I sighed, coughing a few more times, then leaned against the wall and typed, "Do you have any good ideas about the mission? 995993, huh? This system doesn't understand human emotions, but aren't you quite experienced, host? Quite skilled at using emoticons, aren't you?" I replied, "I have 6 years of experience being a simp, not a matchmaker. Plus, I had no friends in school, no one ever came to me for relationship advice. My only hobby was reading web novels, but they were all about fighting and leveling up. Romance types were rare, and even when they existed, they were written by lifelong singles who'd never spoken to a girl." I asked further, "So am I supposed to teach the male lead to be a simp or give him advice from a lifelong single's perspective?" 995993, wow. 995993, let's take it one step at a time, Comrade Sue. Also, someone's coming, I'm outta here. Before I could finish reading, I felt a tap on my shoulder, followed by a youthful voice, "Since it's your first day, I'll let you keep your phone this time. Starting tomorrow, don't bring any electronics in. If you get caught, you'll have to write a self-criticism and face public censure." The chat with 995993 was still open on my screen. Unhurriedly, I put away my phone and replied, "Got it. Understood." To outsiders, chatting with the system just looks like me typing on a blank page at worst. I'd be mistaken for having a mental disorder, no big deal. I turned around and froze momentarily when I saw the person's face. Oblivious, the young man smiled and said, "Director Wang got busy with something, so he asked me to take you to the class. Let me introduce myself, I teach your class's math. My surname is Liu, so just call me Teacher Liu." "What's your name, student?" Teacher Lu had a bit of a Buddha-like face, his smile warm and gentle, reminding me of those round-faced, soft-spoken classmates back in the day. Everyone in class would tease him with, "Hail the Buddha." That classmate also shared the surname Lu, named Lu Xingye. "Hello, Professor Lu, my name is Su Guizhou," I said with a slight bow, my demeanor humble. A thick nasal tone penetrated through the mask into his ears. Professor Lu looked momentarily stunned, carefully examining me, the transfer student. Tall with long legs, even with most of my face covered, it was still evident that I had the makings of a heartbreaker for young girls. With neatly trimmed black hair, Professor Lu caught sight of my downturned eyes and, in a daze, seemed to see the emotionless gaze of someone from many years ago, leaving him momentarily unable to distinguish reality from illusion. "Professor?" I called out as he stood frozen in place. "Sorry about that, I got lost in thought for a moment." Teacher Lu snapped back to attention and pointed to a stack of books nearby. "These are the textbooks we'll be using recently. The old editions are still in stock, and Director Wang has already submitted the request. They should be distributed in the next couple of days." I nodded. Teacher Lu carried half of them, and I stuffed the rest into my backpack before following her out. "I heard your previous school was Xianglin No. 3 High School in Zhonghua," Teacher Lu asked. I recalled the backstory the system had given me. "Yes, that's right. What made you decide to transfer to Ningjiang, of all places?" Teacher Lu sounded puzzled. "Kids here in Ningjiang are desperate to transfer out, yet here you are, transferring in from outside." I forced a dry laugh, such as fate. Teacher Lu looked puzzled, ? Teacher Lu continued, "But since things have come to this, you'd better work hard. Senior year is packed with tight schedules and heavy workloads, and you're transferring from another province, so you'll need time to adjust. Don't hesitate to ask teachers or classmates if you don't understand anything." The kids in class 2 are all very helpful. The cicadas' chirps rose in waves from the shade, as the oppressive summer air brushed through the leaves and against my face, blowing away the beads of sweat on my forehead. Gazing at the lush greenery in the courtyard, a faint melancholy welled up in my heart. Urban web novels often draw from the author's real-life experiences. It seems this sweet romance novel was modeled after Second Affiliated High School. But Second Affiliated's academic intensity is so high, would readers really enjoy love stories under such pressure? Feels like fantasies born from being tormented by that school. I've endured 3 years here. Just when I was about to see the light at the end of the tunnel, disaster struck and accelerated everything. Dying would have been fine, but who would have thought I'd be dug up from death just to go back to school? Humanity hasn't even scratched the surface of suffering. "Oh, by the way," Teacher Lu said, "Class 2 you're assigned to is a science-focused honors class. The students are all diligent and studious, but as you know, nothing in this world is perfect. There's one, particularly difficult classmate in Class 2. If you can't prevent yourself from being affected by others, then I wouldn't recommend becoming friends with that classmate." "I understand, teacher. Thank you for the reminder," I replied with a smile on my face, though inwardly I knew I had no choice but to make contact. Just minutes after I spoke, Teacher Lu stood at the doorway and noticed the only empty seat in the classroom was right next to the notorious troublemaker, who was currently fast asleep. The desk was askew and the chair toppled over, clearly having suffered some rough treatment. The corner of Teacher Lu's mouth twitched slightly at the sight. I watched as Teacher Lu slammed his book onto the desk with a thud, righting the fallen chair in the process. "It seems every teacher has their own ideas," he said. "Sue, your seat is here." I quickly followed up with, "Thank you, teacher," then set my heavy backpack on the floor. With my measly 0.013 health stat, carrying this backpack felt like the foolish old man trying to move mountains. I was lucky it didn't break my back. Teacher Lu briefly introduced me to the students before hurrying off, leaving me under the gaze of 40-some pairs of big eyes. Fortunately, I'm thick-skinned and sat down without batting an eyelid. I pulled out a few books and poked the student in front of me. "Hey, do you know the name of the teacher who just brought me here?" "Ha, you mean Teacher Lu?" The boy turned his head and whispered, "Teacher Lu's name is Lu Xingye. Why do you ask?" "Nothing much. Just thought he looked familiar, kind of like an old classmate. Wondered if they might be from the same family." I smiled and, noticing he hadn't turned away, asked curiously, "Is there something on my face?" "No, it's just unusual. Most people transferring schools in senior year go somewhere with lower academic standards. What made you think of transferring to Ningjiang?" The guy continued, "This place is insanely competitive. What were your parents thinking?" With an air of profound mystery, I replied, "Such as destiny." The boy looked utterly confused, ? Then he said, "Since you're already here, buddy, feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. I'll tell you everything I know. Oh, by the way, I'm Rinsheng." Just as Rinsheng flashed me his 8 pearly whites, the preparatory bell rang, and he instantly snapped his head around, his smile vanishing. Students scattered around the classroom began returning to their seats, and even those who had been sleeping stretched lazily before pulling out a stack of test papers from their desks. I glanced around and chuckled silently to myself. In this class, everyone had their own single desk. Only the male lead and I were paired together, like two isolated islands cut off from the world. I could easily see the female lead Wantong's straight back and jet black long hair. Twirling my pen, I glanced at the male lead snoring beside me. The romantic progress was stagnant, readers were anxious, the system was anxious, the world's consciousness was anxious. Yet the two protagonists remained unhurried, steadily keeping the progress bar at 2. Truly, the task was arduous and the road long. I spread open the math book, thinking of Lu Xingye again. The pen tip left black dots on the page. On the other side, Lu Xingye, having obtained permission from Class 2's homeroom teacher, trembled as he opened the student file. Staring at my photo for a long time, he finally closed it and murmured, "How could this be? If it were just the same name, that would be one thing, but how could they look so alike?" So alike that he began to wonder if I had risen from the dead. But the person was truly gone. He had seen the footage and photos from the car crash and attended the funeral himself. His hands and feet turned cold as he pondered. Was it a coincidence? Or was it deliberate? The class bell had rung long ago, yet no teacher entered. The entire classroom buzzed with the rustling of flipping test papers and the scratching of pen tips, making me, already tormented by illness to the point of wishing for death, want to die even more. Number 2 high school had always been like this. Starting from the second semester of sophomore year, we were subjected to a year and a half of relentless exam prep, with weekly tests, monthly exams, and surprise quizzes crammed in between. Every day I opened my eyes to test papers and closed them to test papers, emptying one pen refill after another, enough to bundle into firewood and refine in the 8-trigram furnace for 49 days to forge fiery golden eyes. I instinctively reached under the desk, but instead of test papers, my fingers brushed against several smooth book covers. I almost forgot, I just transferred schools today. All my study materials consist of a stack of brand new textbooks. I couldn't remember what day of the week it was, so I poked the classmate in front of me and asked, "Hey, when's our next exam?" Ren Qing replied, "Next class." My face was a question mark. Ren Qing explained, "That's just how our school is, nothing but exams all day long. You'll get used to it after taking a few more. Today's August 4th, right? We started summer vacation on July 12th, but after just 10 days off, we were back in class. But since it's makeup class season now, there's a bit more free time than during regular semesters. Use this period to adjust quickly. Next class is an English pop quiz, don't stress too much about it. Thank you." I opened the book, watching the 26 letters dance before my eyes, yet none of them seemed to register in my brain. Back at the Xia household, I had always prioritized my health and rarely fell ill. But now, burdened by this debuff, what should have been a mild cold morphed into a chronic affliction, slowly draining what little vitality I had left. Closing my eyes, I could almost glimpse my long-departed great-grandmother waving at me from the other side of the bridge. The side effects of the medication hit me all at once. My eyelids grew unbearably heavy, and just as I was about to drift off, the sudden voice of the person beside me jolted me awake. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" I turned my head sluggishly, only to see the previously sleeping spiky-haired guy propping himself up, glaring at me with impatience. "Transfer student, the teacher assigned me to sit here," I replied. "Damn it," the spiky-haired guy frowned. "Sit wherever the hell you want, just not here." He didn't lower his voice, making the confrontation especially clear in the quiet classroom. Several people secretly turned to look at our argument. Wantong hadn't planned to waste time, but when she caught sight of my pale face, her index finger tapped lightly against her pen as if considering something. "Hey Jiang Wang, did you forget? Didn't old Yang say this morning he was assigning the new student to be your deskmate?" Sensing the tense atmosphere, Ren Qing quickly stepped in to mediate. "You know he just made this decision and won't change his mind right away. Bring it up with him again in a couple days." "Not my problem. Right now, you are not allowed to sit here," Jiang Wang enunciated each word slowly. I stood there listlessly with a frail willow-in-the-wind demeanor, looking like a pitiful victim being bullied by a tyrant. As the atmosphere grew increasingly heated, a female student suddenly stood up. "Just when I thought she'd speak up for me," she exclaimed, "Jiang Wang, you're really handsome. Wanna be friends?" I suddenly blurted out. Jiang Wang looked utterly confused, ? Ren Qing looked equally baffled, ? The girl who spoke looked bewildered, ? Wantong, who had just stood up, looked perplexed, ? Jiang Wang stared at me with an inscrutable expression. I pulled down my mask and flashed him a radiant smile. My deathly pale face gained a hint of vitality with that grin, though it looked more like a body-snatching ghost awkwardly trying to show goodwill to humans. Jiang Wang struggled for a long time before spitting out a few words. "Are you fucking insane?" "That's right. I caught a chill these past 2 days and have a bit of a cold." I turned away and coughed for a while before looking at him sincerely again. "You're so handsome. Could we be friends? I really want to be friends with you." This morning I urgently looked up tutorials on making friends. The OP said the first step is to show your sincerity, then genuinely compliment the other person's strengths, and then steer the conversation to pique their curiosity and desire to explore. Once the conversation heats up, exchanging contact information will come naturally. I haven't found any other merits in Jiang Wang besides his good looks yet, but this clearly piqued his curiosity. Now all that's left is to heat up the conversation. Go for it, Su Xiaozhou, you're going to be the greatest matchmaker in the world. After a long silence, Jiang Wang said, did you fry your brain? No, I'm perfectly lucid. Want me to solve a math problem to prove it? I flashed a friendly grin, my pearly whites on full display. You're seriously messed up. So, wanna be friends? Ding 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 your mother's asterisk. Jiang Wang racked his brains before recalling, don't we have a test next period? Can you just go study and stop bothering me? I readily complied, sure. My name is Su Guizhou. What's yours? Jiang Wang. After saying this, he pulled his school uniform over his head, his entire body radiating the words refused to communicate. The class 2 students who witnessed the whole scene were speechless. It was truly a case of the sun rising from the west. Who'd have thought they'd see the troublemaker getting put in his place by someone? Sherwan Tong had barely sat down when her deskmate nudged her and said, that transfer student has some serious guts. I really thought they were about to throw hands just now. It's rare to see Jiang Wang get put in his place. By the way, why did you just stand up? Nothing, just stretching after sitting too long. Sherwanong flipped over the test paper, skimmed through the question, pondered for a few seconds, then effortlessly wrote down the answer. I noticed Chen Xinyao stopped gossiping and started reviewing English, while other classmates gradually returned to their studies as well. Class 2's monitor Helan kept glancing back, observing Jiang Wang and me napping leisurely. He probably figured as long as we weren't causing trouble, it was fine. Ren Sheng hadn't yet recovered from his shock. As he stared at the test questions, his mind was completely occupied by Jiang Wang's unexpectedly shy expression just moments ago. He had witnessed Jiang Wang's ferocity in fights and seen his rude rejections of love letters from girls. Never did he imagine the guy would blush simply from being called handsome. Ran Qing felt the days ahead wouldn't be peaceful, yet the corner of his mouth curled up imperceptibly, as if anticipating something. As for me, completely unaware of my classmates' thoughts, I was secretly playing with my phone. Excitedly, I told 995993 that I'd successfully built rapport with the male lead and wanted to check my health points. I thought there would be a significant improvement, but when I saw the value had only reached 0.23, my jaw dropped. I questioned whether this was correct. I felt my efforts should have pushed the value straight to 32. 995993, however, poured cold water on my excitement, saying I might be written in the novel as the transfer student today doesn't seem very bright. Still, going from 0.013 to 0.23 was a qualitative leap, and it encouraged me to strive to be the universe's greatest matchmaker. I said I'd rather be a carefree little ghost, but it replied that failing the mission would mean endless reincarnation. Furious, I threatened to report it for ghost trafficking, and it seriously said it would handle the matter, truly infuriating me. Putting away my phone, I was just stretching my neck when the teacher walked in with a stack of test papers, announcing an exam. I was completely baffled. How did chatting with 995,993 suddenly lead to an exam? Ren Qing handed me the test paper and told me to do my best. My inner monologue, dude, I really don't want to. I passed the other exam sheet to Jiang Wang, nudging him awake to say the test had started. He irritably swatted my hand away, scowling as he wrote his name. During the exam, everyone except Jiang Wang was scribbling furiously. He finished the multiple choice section in 3 minutes and then stopped writing, sizing me up instead, probably wondering how I'd gotten into class 2. He watched me solving problems at that speed, probably couldn't tell whether I actually knew the answers or was just scribbling randomly. Later when he stared blankly out the window and saw my clean test paper in stark contrast to his disastrous one, he was probably cursing old Young for being blind. When the class bell rang, Ren Qing invited me to lunch, praising the school cafeteria. Feeling dizzy and without appetite, I declined while showing him my medicine to ease his concern. He left with frequent backward glances. When I asked Jiang Wang if he wanted to eat, he bolted like he'd been stepped on, calling me a sickly weakling who might infect others. I swallowed the pills with cough syrup, feeling absolutely miserable, wondering when humans would develop immunity to the common cold. There weren't many people left in the classroom. I pulled open the curtains to bask in the sunlight, trying to drive away the chill. In my drowsy state, I accidentally met Shi Wantong's eyes. Remembering my mission, I smiled at her, put on my mask, and slumped back down. A while later, I felt my desk being nudged. Looking up, I saw Shi Wantong had placed mineral water and bread in front of me. She told me to drink water first and eat the bread later, adding that if my fever didn't break before dinner, she'd take me to the hospital. I quickly thanked her, saying I didn't want to trouble her, but she replied that me staying at her place was already trouble enough. She didn't want my cold to delay our study progress. I quietly moved further away, complimenting her on getting into a good university. She tossed back a thanks for the good omen before dragging Shen Xinyao away. My name is Su Guizhou, and I'm currently staying at Shi Wantong's place. That day, Shen Xinyao pulled Shi Wantong out of the classroom, turning back to point at us and ask, "What's your relationship?" Shi Wantong replied, "Housemates." Shen Xinyao looked shocked and pressed on about how her mother could have agreed to this. Shirwantong reminded her that they'd discussed my upcoming stay a few days prior. Shin Xinyao complained that she'd thought I was just some kid coming to visit during summer break, not a handsome guy our own age, and proceeded to pry about why I transferred schools. Shirwantong vaguely mentioned it might be due to family reasons. Shin Xinyao then asked what kind of person I was, and Shirwantong recalled the scene when we first met, me chatting with my phone in the rain, and said my neuroplasticity seemed impaired and was in recovery. At that moment, I was sprawled on the desk, sneezing twice while flipping through the novel's synopsis. The synopsis stated that the whole school knew Jiang Wang was hard to control until a pretty little mute transferred to his class, and Jiang Wang doted on her excessively. A shiver ran down my spine. I asked System Sansan who this pretty mute was, and Sansan replied that the female lead was Shirwantong. I feel the content doesn't match reality, so Sansan explained that the opening was about their first year of high school, and now in their third year the characters have grown. I questioned whether there was any point in matchmaking since they hadn't sparked any chemistry in 2 years, but Sansan told me to strive for the dream. I wanted to read the novel, but Sansan said I just wanted bedtime reading material and claimed I had insufficient access rights. I called it useless, and Sansan said it was just an intern system, adding that the novel being discontinued made it irrelevant as reference material. I suggested replacing love with money. Sansan asked if I had any, and I got so angry I hung up the chat. In my past life, I was an 18-year-old millionaire. Now I'm an orphan living under someone else's roof, with no money, car, or house. The frustration made me fall asleep in an instant. The breeze was light, the sky clear, as Lu Xingye stood silently watching me by the back door. In my memory, my hair was long and messy, exuding a melancholic gentleness, friendly yet hard to approach. Lu Xingye looked at me, replied to a few work messages on his phone, then inexplicably clicked into my account. The last time he texted me was on a weekend 10 years ago, when I had helped him solve some problems. He tiptoed into the classroom, and I noticed. Staring at the scar between my left eyebrows, his mind was in turmoil. After softly calling my name, he sighed and left. I opened my eyes, took out the bread Shirwantong had given me, checked the expiration date, and tore it open, but there was no milky aroma, just a waxy taste as I forced it down. I began to wonder if this was a fictional world created from reality. Lu Xingye's behavior suggested he recognized my face, but all I felt was the cold creeping through my body. After finishing the bread, I dialed a string of numbers, and an impassioned song played, but it took 5 attempts before someone answered. I asked if it was Ms. Zhu Xiaomei, but the young woman on the other end cursed me out before hanging up. I found it amusing how she managed to spread rumors while hurling insults, but my laughter soon turned into a coughing fit so violent it felt like an avalanche. At that moment, Jiang Wang stormed over furiously, slammed a large bag of snacks onto my desk, and demanded to know if I had pink eye. I explained that I was coughing too hard, but he was worried about getting infected. He sat down angrily, even placing his bag against the wall as if afraid it might be stolen. I thought it was just the two of us in the classroom, so his defensive attitude seemed ridiculous. I smiled indifferently, about to speak to him. Shut up, don't infect me. I obediently closed my mouth. Jiang Wang turned his back and rummaged through his things, busy for a while before tossing a plastic bag onto my desk. I don't like these, you finish them. I glanced inside the bag, fruit, milk, throat lozenges, and a steaming bowl of plain kanji, then wrote a few words on a scrap of paper and slid it over. Jiang Wang glanced at it, the note read, "Did you buy this especially for me? Thank you." With a sour expression, he snapped, "I just added it to meet the minimum order." I wrote again, "Okay, thank you for your thoughtful minimum order gesture." He impatiently retorted, "Screw off, will you? Stop annoying me. I'm trying to sleep." With that, he pulled his school uniform over his head. I felt wronged. I hadn't even spoken. How could I have disturbed him? I stopped bothering him and carefully lifted the lid. Steam rose as I tried to sip the porridge as quietly as possible to avoid disturbing him. After a while, the lump of school uniform beside me suddenly emitted the laughter and chatter of celebrities from a variety show. I froze for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 4. A people's teacher doesn't do things that harm others without benefiting themselves. I woke up just in time for dinner. Ren Xing invited me to eat together, but I politely declined again. In my current state, going to crowded places with strong smells would probably make me vomit everything up in the cafeteria. Better to stay by myself and not cause trouble for others. Su Gue Zhou. When most of the class had left, I dragged my unsteady steps toward the office. Just as I reached the threshold of the classroom's front door, I heard someone call out to me from behind. I turned around and saw Shirwantong walking toward me with her backpack. She said, "I'll go with you." "Go where?" Shirwantong replied expressionlessly, "Aren't you going to the office to ask for leave? I'll go with you to the hospital." She was right. I had slept all afternoon, but not only had my fever not subsided, it had gotten worse. My head was burning hot, and my awareness of my surroundings had grown dull. Now that we're in our final year of high school, won't Shirwantong's studies be affected by accompanying me? I instinctively asked, "Are you sure your studies won't suffer?" Shirwanong explained, it's supplementary class period now, we either have exams or self-study sessions all day long. It's just changing locations. I can study anywhere. After some thought, I didn't refuse her kindness and nodded, saying, alright, thank you for your trouble. Shirwanong followed behind me, keeping several meters distance, gazing at my slender back from afar. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, Yang Kong, has been on leave recently, and Shoyu, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, is temporarily taking over his duties. Shoyu wore glasses, had her hair tied in a low ponytail, and had the kind of face that seemed perfect for a teacher. While showing concern for me, she took out a pen to fill out a leave request form. When she got to the names section, she paused. Before she could ask, I proactively gave my name. Shoyu's hand stopped for a moment as she asked, what did you say? Teacher, my name is Su Guizhou, I replied. Guizhou as in where is the returning boat? The pen tip paused on the paper, leaving a drop of thick ink. As Shoyu slowly drew a downward stroke, the ink drop fell like a teardrop hitting the surface, its edges spreading outward into extending lines. Shoyu stamped the seal and lifted her head as she handed it to me. I wore a mask, my face slightly flushed with fatigue, and instinctively crinkled my eyes when our gazes met, amber light flickering in my pupils. Thank you, teacher. We'll take our leave now. I bowed slightly and followed Shirwanong out, nodding once more at Shoyu before closing the door. Shoyu stood frozen, her thoughts suddenly transported back many years. Back then, Shoyu had just graduated from university when she started teaching at the second affiliated high school. Young and spirited, she consulted veteran teachers everywhere about teaching methods, writing lesson plans until her head ached daily, terrified of failing her students. That noon, Shoyu was grading papers and got so frustrated by the nonsensical answers from some students that she decided to take a walk to cool off. After winding through several paths, she ended up at an on-campus convenience store. There were 2 convenience stores and 1 supermarket on campus. The supermarket was inside the cafeteria, another convenience store was right next to the cafeteria, and the one before her was Little Lu convenience store. A rich aroma of meat wafted from inside. Shoyu hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch yet, and the smell made her stomach growl. She decided to go in and buy some snacks to fill her stomach. She pushed the door open, first greeted by a blast of cold air, followed by 6 eyes turning to stare at her in unison. Shoyu, the 3 people currently eating hot pot. What would you like to buy, young student? The convenience store owner asked. Feel free to look around. Buy whatever you'd like to eat. Shoyu was dressed casually and looked young, often being mistaken for a student. She couldn't be bothered to explain anymore, so she just nodded and walked around the store. Although the 3 shops were about the same distance from the cafeteria, students preferred visiting the supermarket or the convenience store near the dorms after eating at the cafeteria. So at noon, Shaolu convenience store was usually empty. Shoyu had her mind set on hot pot and barely glanced at the snacks in the store. She randomly grabbed a few bags to pay, but as the shop owner scanned them, her gaze drifted back to the bubbling hot pot. A boy in a school uniform dumped a plate of lamb rolls into the pot. Shoyu swallowed hard, and her stomach growled in response, gurgle, gurgle. 3 pairs of eyes turned to stare at her in unison. Shoyu. She forced an awkward smile and said, the weather's really nice today. The man sitting to the boy's left chuckled and said, little classmate, why don't you join us for some hot pot? Shoyu was a bit tempted, but still hesitated as she said, this doesn't seem appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? The boss handed her the QR code to scan. Hot pot tastes best when shared with more people. Xiaozhou, go fetch an extra set of bowls and chopsticks from the back. The boy stuffed a shrimp ball into his mouth and deftly walked through the door behind the cashier counter. When he reappeared, he was already holding clean bowls and chopsticks. Shoyu was warmly persuaded to stay and join them for hot pot. The moment she sat down, she heard the boy beside her explode in anger. Ding dapeng, you threw cilantro and green peppers into my bowl again. His bangs were pinned back with strawberry-shaped hair clips, revealing a youthful face flushed red from the heat. He looked like a freshman, still carrying traces of a middle schooler's appearance. The man who invited her chuckled sheepishly. Who told you to always eat meat? You need a balanced diet of meat and vegetables to grow taller, otherwise your nutrition will be uneven. Clearly it's you who doesn't like eating them, always making up these high-sounding excuses. The boy grumbled as he finished the green vegetables in his bowl. The boss gave him a kick. Grown man like you, still bullying Xiaozhou every day. The man cried out in grievance, when did I? The 2 began accusing each other. Shoyu felt as if she had returned to the noisy mealtime banter with her college roommates, watching with great interest. Teacher Chiao, don't eat the shrimp paste on this side yet, I just put it in, the young man suddenly said. Oh, okay, Shoyu replied instinctively before turning her head a few seconds later. You know me? He smiled and said, yes, you're teacher Shoyu who teaches physics for class 7, right? Shoyu asked, then what's your name? You're not planning to report me to my homeroom teacher for eating hot pot here, are you? He said. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. Reporting you would get me in trouble too, Shoyu replied. We're in the same boat now. A teacher wouldn't do something that harms others without benefiting themselves. You make a fair point. The boy nodded solemnly, then smiled at her with crinkled eyes. Teacher, I'm Su Guizhou from Class 1, the Guizhou from 10 sails beneath half a city's moon. The hardest scene to paint is a returning boat. I was wearing the red and yellow summer school uniform, resembling a maple leaf tinged with withering yellow in the scorching late summer, standing tall and vibrant, yet faintly concealing an air of decay. Back then, I was full of vigor and radiance. Shoyu noticed her glasses had grown blurry, so she took them off to wipe them clean, only to realize it wasn't the lenses that were blurred, it was her eyes. Shoyu froze for a long time, covering her damp eyes. Over the past 10 years, she had thought more than once that she should have stopped me back then. She had actually noticed I was faking illness, but considering it was my birthday and the overwhelming workload of senior year, she hoped I could relax and face the college entrance exams in good spirits. So she said nothing, merely teasing me a little as she watched me leave cheerfully with the leave slip in hand. Who knew this farewell would be eternal? That maple leaf ultimately couldn't endure until late autumn. Chapter 5, The Cousin Who Grew Up With Me. It was mealtime, and the infusion room was filled with mouth-watering aromas. Su Guizhou forcibly shifted his gaze from the chicken soup in the hands of the man opposite him to the plain kanji on his own lap, then slowly looked at Shirwanong sitting on the companion chair eating honey-glazed chicken drumstick rice, and asked, "Are you doing this on purpose? Why do you think so?" Shirwanong lifted her face, her expression looking somewhat innocent from the downward angle. Su Guizhou widened his eyes, pointing at her meal and then at his plain kanji. "Yours has color, aroma, and flavor, mine has none of those, not even a salted duck egg. The doctor said to avoid rich, greasy, and sour foods, and eat more bland dishes. But not this bland." Su Guizhou grumbled, lightly thumping the armrest with his unbandaged fist. "You can't eat what I bought, but Jiangwan's is fine," Shirwanong said while pulling a pear from the bag. "This one has flavor." Su Guizhou didn't take it, staring at her solemnly as he said, "Shirwanong, has anyone ever told you you're not suited for joking? What's wrong? Your deadpan delivery makes you look like a serial killer." "Oh, thanks for the compliment. Su Guizhou, ? Su Guizhou said, "You're welcome. Which part of beautiful mute did this person actually fit?" He said no more. After finishing the kanji, he found a comfortable position to sleep, unaware that Shirwanong, who'd been writing test papers on the armrest, had looked up at him again. The infusion room was crowded and noisy, filled with mothers holding children, adults in business suits working while receiving 4 drips, and elderly men scrolling through videos. In this space brimming with vitality, the person before him seemed like a short-lived ghost on death's doorstep, wrapped in thick miasma of decay. Just like when he'd first seen him 2 days ago. A cold wind howled past, stirring waves through the forest as tens of thousands of leaves clapped noisily, the entire mountain seeming to echo with the laughter of countless spirits. Branches creaked underfoot, the muddy path bearing uneven footprints, and at the edge of vision stood a garden full of tombstones. Shirwanong, wearing a full-body raincoat, tilted her head to look at the person sitting beneath the withered tree. The man was drenched, having stood in the rain for who knows how long. His hair was pitch black like ink, his skin pale as cold jade, the two clashing hues refusing to blend. His maple-red clothes had darkened to a deeper shade when soaked, making him resemble a wandering ghost who died far from home, clad in dried blood-stained robes awaiting the living's arrival. Or perhaps he was waiting for a deliverance ceremony that might never come. He was painfully thin, with sharply defined jawlines and shoulder blades protruding through his back. A survivor's guilt often crashes like tidal waves, especially when one's parents met with an accident while sending them to take the college entrance exams. No wonder he'd lain unconscious for a full year, and now, barely awake, had dragged his feeble body here to mourn his family. Sitting alone by the graveside, talking to himself. How pitiful. Just as Shirwanong was thinking this, the person suddenly looked up and turned toward her. His entire face was wet, whether from rain or tears was unclear, as his drooping eyes gazed at her damply, his expression startled and flustered, looking utterly shaken. So she walked over and asked, "Are you okay?" The person who existed only in his mother's words looked up at her without speaking, the tips of his ears tinged with a faint red, whether from cold or shyness was unclear. He had an obedient appearance, the very picture of a model child from someone else's family, likely receiving constant praise from neighbors throughout his childhood. Shirwanong thought idly, he somewhat resembles the stray dog at grandma's house. When first brought home, that dog had also looked this lonely and feeble, both isolated and helpless, regarding everything around it with extreme wariness, its dark eyes shimmering with moisture as if perpetually on the verge of tears or sighs. She handed him the umbrella, water droplets cascading down the handle in a continuous stream. Her gaze drifted past him to the shadowy woods behind, where the howling wind struck eerie echoes. The rain seemed lighter, or perhaps not, her entire body trembled with cold. The boy took it without touching her hand, gripping the lower half of the handle with a few fingers while pushing himself up from the ground with his other hand. In an instant, their positions reversed, now he was looking down at her. "Thanks," he said, his voice slightly hoarse, "and sorry for causing you trouble." He stood up, his figure appearing even more gaunt, his clothes hanging heavily on his frame, the sleeves and lapels billowing emptily like skin stretched over bones, like branches she had trampled and shattered, teetering precariously in the storm, giving the impression that he would vanish the moment he left one's sight. His gaze was as calm as deep water. The umbrella's surface played a grand, thunderous symphony. When he woke again, the infusion room had already cycled through a new wave of people. Probably due to sleeping too much, his head ached and felt foggy. Without moving his body, Su Guizhou tilted his head slightly and immediately spotted the person sitting by his legs, diligently working on a test paper. The stark white light made the black hair gleam brightly, softening the contours of the side profile. Behind black-framed glasses, long lashes cast downward shadows, while thin lips pressed into a straight line, an icy, detached appearance that seemed ready to shoot a bone-chilling glare at any moment, followed by a frosty "awake now?" His heart skipped a beat. Su Guizhou desperately tried to banish another face from his mind. He felt utterly insane. How could he possibly merge two completely different people into one? It seems he's still been tainted by that damned black-hearted cotton from the Xie family. Awake? Su Guizhou snapped back to reality, meeting those pitch-black eyes that resembled a spring river, calm and crystal clear. He paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "I'm awake." Shi Huatong tapped a few times on her phone, her gaze lingering on his face for a second before shifting to the 4-bag. "It's finished. I'll call the nurse." A girl wrapped in a dark green spring-autumn school uniform blended into the passing crowd, her small figure standing remarkably straight. Su Guizhou thought, even if it were a hallucination, shouldn't it be of Zhou Shuiyun? Their expressionless faces were practically identical. The nurse casually remarked while removing the 4-needle, "Judging by the uniforms, you two are from number 2 high school, right?" Su Guizhou replied, "Yes, that's correct. You two seem really close. This young lady kept checking your 4 bottle while doing her homework, even set alarms." Her phone lit up several times, the nurse said with a sly smile. "Ah, youth. We didn't have such luxuries in my day." Su Guizhou glanced at Shi Huatong, who had already packed her things and was standing by with her backpack. Her face showed no particular emotion, and she didn't seem inclined to speak. Su Guizhou laughed. "We're cousins who grew up together, how could our relationship not be good? If she doesn't treat me well, I'll just tattle when we get home and stir up some family drama." "Must be good genes," the nurse clicked her tongue. "Study hard, you future blossoms of the motherland. Remember to apply to Beijing Medical University, limitless prospects await." Sis, persuading people to study medicine is a sin punishable by thunderbolts. Since ancient times, how many famous figures in our country have abandoned medicine for any of the other 359 professions? It just goes to show every road leads to success except medicine, which is a dead end. That may be true, but I don't want to hear it. "Next time you come in, I'll give you a shot that'll make you wish you were dead," the nurse retorted without turning back. After a few playful quips, Su Guizhou's muddled mind gradually cleared, and he felt much better. Just as he steadied himself, the person beside him spoke. "Finished chatting? Let's head back then, dear cousin who grew up with me." Su Guizhou plopped back down with a thud, goosebumps rising on his arms. The words had been delivered matter-of-factly, so why did they sound so chilling? Must be the hospital's air conditioning set too low. He stood up again and laughed heartily. All right, sister sure, let's go back." The second affiliated high school finished early during makeup classes, with evening self-study ending at 8 p.m. They arrived at the hospital after 6, finished the 4-drip right as classes ended, and could head straight home. Shi Huatong gave an in response and walked toward the exit. Su Guizhou followed behind carrying the bag. Just as they stepped out of the infusion room, someone's English listening comprehension exercise began playing over the speakers. The next second, Shi Huatong answered her phone, the listening exercise cut off abruptly. Su Guizhou, ? Are all female protagonists in novels like this nowadays? He took a few steps back. From ahead came Shi Huatong's brief responses of and okay. Soon the girl turned her head, her bangs casting deep shadows. Shi Huatong handed over the phone. "She wants to talk to you." Her pupils were pitch black, like flawless obsidian, carrying an innate coldness. Su Guizhou took the phone, its casing felt icy cold too. "Xiao Zhou, how are you feeling now?" Before he could speak, a cheerful voice came through from the other end. "Much better, auntie. I really owe it to Shi Huatong for bringing me to the hospital, otherwise, I'd have burned up like charcoal at school. How about you? Sounds like you're still at work, must be a busy day today." "Ah, yes indeed. We found some loopholes during the handover, so now everyone's working overtime to fix them." "You stubborn child, I told you to rest at home this morning. Getting drenched for so long was bound to make you catch a cold. Anyway, enough said. I've still got loads to do here. You two hurry home now, it's late, and the roads aren't safe. Send me a message when you get back." Su Guizhou obediently agreed and handed the phone back. As the two stepped out the main door, Su Guizhou felt exhausted just looking at the long flight of stairs. With each step downward, he sighed inwardly until his sighs were interrupted by the sight of someone climbing up from below. Few people visited the hospital at night, especially someone dressed so thoroughly, hat, sunglasses, mask, and a heavy coat, all of which seemed unbearably stifling in the sweltering summer heat, making the figure even more conspicuous. As they passed each other, he caught a glimpse of a dark stain on the person's sleeve. Su Guizhou didn't pay it any mind, nor did he notice the footsteps that abruptly stopped behind him, but he sensed a gaze sticking to him like glue. When he turned around, it was indeed that person with the injured hand. The man was staring at him motionlessly. The August evening breeze carried wisps of sweltering heat. The hospital lobby's light spilled onto the steps where the stranger stood tall and slender, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The taut trouser legs revealed delicate ankles beneath, his entire frame appearing sickly thin. Had they met on the street, it might have been different. But encountering such a gaze in a hospital at night made Su Guizhou break out in goosebumps again. Adhering to the principle of stay away when encountering mentally unstable people, he forced a smile and hurried after Shi Wantong. Only when Su Guizhou had disappeared from sight for quite some time did that person stagger their way up to the hospital. Ha! A wisp of breath, half sigh, half mockery, dissipated into the wind. Chapter 6, The Supporting Character's Survival Manual, Matchmaker arrives. The streets outside the car window were bustling with activity. Vendors filled every alley and thoroughfare, while weary daytime crowds strolled in small groups along the sidewalks. Wisps of white smoke carried laughter skyward, and countless neon signs illuminated the night streets. Su Guizhou watched for a long time. He rarely went out at night. With heavy academic workload and the fact that Party A disliked going out, how could Party B, as the service provider, go against the client's wishes? Therefore, unless Party A had special requests, he would basically return to the Xia household right after school, and even during holidays, he would never stay out past 5 o'clock. He could see the brightly lit Lan River from the high-rise, but he would never witness the vibrant, lively atmosphere of the riverside. No, he had seen it before. That petite woman had once dragged him and his younger sister through the night market, hiding among the bustling crowd, giggling and pointing at the sauce smeared on each other's faces. Memories of the past always surge back in idle moments, people call it a life flashing before one's eyes. But Su Guizhou had died and returned, long surpassing such ordinary bounds. Matters of a former life should be buried with the ashes, not chewed over like cud in this reborn world. He admonished himself to stop dwelling on it, to focus on completing his task and live freely as a carefree ghost. The car was quiet, filled only with the easy flow of music. The faint scent of jasmine incense soothed his restless mood. Su Guizhou checked the progress bar, the plot meter remained unchanged, while his presence had risen to 1.12. Sansan sent joyful news, congratulations, host, on reaching the milestone of 1. Su Guizhou, wow, seems like I just need to get sick a few more times to retire successfully. Sansan, how did you know the terminally ill beauty trope is super popular right now? But honey, this persona only works for the white moonlight archetype. Might I suggest trying the Tanjak, icy top student, sunshine puppy, or creepy Yandere instead? Su Guizhou, ? Su Guizhou, am I a matchmaker or just a tool after all? Su Guizhou, sweetie, it's best not to confuse fiction with reality, just enjoy your fluffy campus romance novels in peace. As for me, I've decided to ditch the system and grow on my own. He ignored the barrage of novel excerpts and awe screams from Sansan, gazing at the familiar streets now dotted with unfamiliar skyscrapers. Some shops had been renovated, while others remained as shabby as ever. The whole world had been renewed, and he was just an outdated cog mistakenly lodged in this place. Shi Wantong caught a glimpse of him staring blankly out the window again in her peripheral vision. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he excitedly tapped away on his phone. A few minutes later, those bright eyes turned dull and lifeless, as though the pillar of his soul had been severed. Shi Wantong wasn't trying to pry into others' privacy, but the bold, enlarged news headline on his screen made it impossible to miss. Phenomenally popular, The Demon's Umbrella, suspected of having a rushed ending. Netizens sharply comment, if the author had died during the Chaos arc, this would have been a regrettable masterpiece for the ages. Oh, she vaguely remembered it. This comic has taken the world by storm, spawning countless spin-offs. At school, students often pass copies around, so many have been confiscated in class alone that they could probably form a complete set. Shi Wantong had little interest in supernatural themes, but she still remembered the online uproar during middle school when fans discovered the rushed ending. Nearly 1 in 5 videos was criticizing the author, and Su Guizhou's current expression of utter despair was eerily identical to her classmates back then. Is his family really that strict? The female voice in her headphones narrated flipped as Shi Wantong lounged lazily, while the boy beside her sat rigidly upright. The car's interior remained unlit, his face bathed in cold hues as neon lights flickering through the windows cast his profile in shifting illumination and uncanny, almost divine aura. Shi Wantong withdrew her gaze, immersing herself in study. Meanwhile, Su Guizhou, freshly assaulted by devastating news, was facing the greatest catastrophe of his life. He scrolled through news articles and netizens' comments in disbelief. Why had every novel and comic he'd followed before death ended either abruptly or unfinished? Even the sequels to games turned out to be trash? May this damned world perish. There's absolutely no need for salvation. A message from Sansan popped up above. Sweetie, remember to tell me when you're following updates later so I can dodge the landmines. Hugs. Su Guizhou, smile. This system is utterly useless and keeps spouting nonsense that makes me want to punch it. Sansan, sticks out tongue. Su Guizhou, you're eavesdropping on my thoughts? Sansan, wronged. I don't even have that function. Pure guesswork. So, am I reading you like an open book? Su Guizhou, thumbs up. Feeling that continuing the conversation might affect his IQ, he decided to exit the app. His communication with Sansan relied entirely on an app called Supporting Character Survival Guide. Matchmaker arrives, whose icon was an open book. Speaking of which, why give such an ordinary-looking icon a name that sounds like a poorly written but popular web novel from a fiction site? What's the point of showing it only to him when others can't see it? To compete with other apps on whose name is longer? Such mixed feelings. Still some distance from the neighborhood, Su Guizhou didn't want to keep reading those depressing reports anymore. Instead, he decided to look up college entrance exam papers from the past 10 years to see what the questions were like now. Not only were there more multiple-choice questions with varied formats, but the overall difficulty had increased as well. Su Guizhou let out a long sigh. To avoid being kicked out of the honors class, he had to grind through practice problems again. Su Guizhou, I'll hate you forever. Sansan, oh come on, studying is good, studying is wonderful, there's still a long road ahead, what's wrong with learning a bit more? Su Guizhou, you've ruined my future. Sansan, your future is just beginning. Su Guizhou, you mean reliving the pitch-black hell of senior year after being resurrected? What a hilarious future. Sansan, everyone says they want to return to high school, you know? Su Guizhou, you must want to go back to freshman year of high school. Su Guizhou was arguing vehemently with the system, halfway through typing his response in the dialog box, when he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his face, a gentle breeze carrying the faint scent of laundry detergent. He turned his head. Shirwantong stood with one hand holding her suspender strap and the other gripping the handlebars. Her long hair billowed in soft waves, her porcelain white skin peeking through like elusive strokes in an ink painting. Her brows and eyes, perfectly balanced between light and dark, resembled the elegant verdant bamboo groves of a traditional Chinese landscape. We're here, she said calmly. Okay. Su Guizhou got out of the car, and as soon as he closed the door, the driver sped off, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust fumes. Su Guizhou lagged a few steps behind, walking beside her. The streetlights cast their shadows on the ground, like a dull shadow dance. I'm a bit hungry. Do we have any noodles at home? Shirwantong said, yes, in the cabinet above the right side of the range hood. Got it. Do you want some tonight? Thanks, but no. Su Guizhou fell silent again, his eyes fixed on the gray streaks scuffed onto the white toes of his shoes as he followed closely behind Shirwantong's heels. In the neighborhood, some strolled, some chatted, and others played cards, leisurely fanning themselves with palm leaf fans, spreading fragments of joy to strangers sharing the same sky. Cicadas in the bushes chirped endlessly about summer's grievances, while nearby in the pond pavilion, frogs engaged in lazy conversations. Leaves rustled in a musical symphony, wild grass danced with a swishing rhythm, and flying insects buzzed noisily beneath the light bulbs. The bright moon hung high in the sky, with scattered stars separated by thousands of miles. The life he had longed for in his dreams became just an ordinary journey after death. The elevator numbers leaped swiftly, soon arriving at the designated floor. After Shirwantong opened the door and quickly changed her shoes, Su Guizhou followed a step behind, closing it softly. Stepping onto the carpet, he pressed close to the door and gazed at the brand new slippers meant for him, silently saying in his heart, I'm home. Chapter 7. Two half-dead ghosts staring at each other. Having slept too much during the day, Su Guizhou studied late into the night, took a few cold pills, and rode the drowsiness straight through till dawn. After tidying up, he walked into the living room just in time to see Shirwantong carrying a bowl out from the kitchen. Su Guizhou paused mid-step and placed his backpack on the sofa. Morning. Did you make all this breakfast? Morning, she replied, breaking off half a piece of fried dough stick. Yeah, she starts work at 8, no need to get up too early. Oh, Su Guizhou went to the kitchen to scoop himself a bowl of porridge, letting out an involuntary hiss at the sight of its steaming heat. Fortunately, after a full day of detoxing, his symptoms had eased considerably. He casually peeled a salted duck egg, grabbed a meat bun, and began sipping his porridge. Across from him, Shirwantong ate with refined grace, much like her usual monotone speech, so composed it seemed even failing the college entrance exam wouldn't make her wallow in self-pity, as she'd immediately retake it. In fictional works, such characters are usually accompanied by noisy friends or lovers. Drawing from his recent crash course in novels, Su Guizhou pondered the compatibility between Shirwantong and Jiang Wang. If Jiang Mang were a boisterous beagle, then Shirwantong would be the emotionally stable victim. Is this analogy perhaps a bit inappropriate? He had once seen a beagle dragging its leash all over the park track at night while its owner stood by with a wooden expression, letting out bitter laughter that twisted and turned melodiously, looking as if they might jump into the river with the dog at any second. Imagining Shi Huanhong clutching a dog with Jiang Mang's face in utter despair before leaping into the river, Su Guizhou couldn't help but chuckle. His face happened to be buried in his bowl at that moment, causing the porridge to gurgle glug glug. His movements froze as he cautiously raised his face, meeting a pair of slightly upturned eyes. Su Guizhou forced a dry laugh. I'm brewing potions. Shi Huanhong replied, has the great sorcerer managed to brew any legendary potions yet? Ahem, this time my temperature control was slightly off. Tomorrow I'll show you a legendary potion made with perfect ingredients, he said hurriedly before finishing his drink and taking the bowl to the kitchen to wash. Probably out of consideration for the white-collar workers sound asleep at home, his movements were exceptionally quiet. Shi Huanhong slowly sipped her porridge. After downing the last mouthful, she stacked the empty bowls neatly by the sink. The boy washing off the soap suds under running water had arms with smooth, flowing lines, so pale they seemed to glow, perhaps even fairer than her own. As she turned to leave, she caught sight of two slender burn scars on the inner side of Su Guizhou's forearm, slightly raised flesh wrapped in light brown skin texture. Burns were common, she'd gotten a blister from one as a child, but Su Guizhou's looked as if a red-hot metal ruler had been pressed straight down, leaving two shallow intersecting marks that formed a perfect X. Shi Huanhong remained silent, picking up a cloth to wipe the table. The person in the kitchen was putting away dishes. She grabbed the trash from the living room and moved to the entryway to change shoes. As she closed the door behind her, the crisp clinking of bowls still echoed from inside. Shi Huanhong pressed the elevator's up button, watching the floor numbers ascend from B1. When it reached 12, the door still showed no sign of opening. She stood with one foot on the threshold, gazing down at the mirror inside. Before long, the door opened, and hurried footsteps leaped into her ears. Only then did she step into the elevator, moving to the corner. Su Guizhou entered carrying kitchen waste, pressed a button, and stood in the opposite corner. The elevator doors slowly closed, reflecting two blurred figures, like two trees on parallel lines. They might share the scenery along the way, admire the same performance, yet could never draw closer. A slight sinking sensation followed. Su Guizhou didn't much care for that feeling. Unable to firmly plant my feet on the ground felt like having my neck suspended by a thin thread, deprived of oxygen while flailing midair, my entire body weightless, reduced to a speck of dust that could never settle. To escape peril, one could only beg for others' mercy or pray for an utterly impossible miracle. In his vision, that person dressed like a white swan reappeared, emerging from the warped, frigid doorway. Her pupils, darker and thicker than ink, stared lifelessly at him, her lips crimson as blood. Yet the hand resting beside her was pale as snow, her wrist bones delicate and fragile, like a skeleton on the verge of vanishing. Two half-dead ghosts locked eyes. She suddenly covered her lips with a cough, her cheeks flushing a faint pink, as if she had used some sinister method to forcibly delay death by draining her own vitality, her entire body radiating an unnatural flush. The ghost curved its lips into a beautiful arc and spoke softly. What's wrong? Su Guizhou snapped back to reality. Standing in the hallway, Shi Huanhong gazed over with dark, gleaming pupils, her forest green school uniform unbuttoned to reveal a turquoise short-sleeved shirt underneath, her posture as straight and graceful as a pine tree. My head feels a bit dizzy, probably slept too much yesterday. Su Guizhou quickened his pace to catch up, only realizing something was amiss once they stepped out of the hallway. Why didn't you take your bike? The Shi residence was quite a distance from the school, and Shi was never one to wake up early. Coupled with the school's parking lot, even if Su Guizhou hadn't seen Shi Huanhong ride a bike, he could easily guess she had one. Taking a cab these days was way too expensive. Yesterday's taxi ride cost nearly $20. He saw it crystal clear. Shi Huanhong asked after a while, how did we get out yesterday? Su Guizhou answered without hesitation, by taxi. Su Guizhou said, did I just say something? Shi Huanhong asked, why don't I ride a bike? By the way, how am I supposed to get to school later? I can't keep taking taxis forever. Do you guys have an old bike? Su Guizhou kicked at pebbles as he walked. My mom said she wants to buy you a car. Shi Huanhong didn't mind the changed subject. There's a bicycle in the garage, bought several years ago. It hasn't been ridden in a long time, not sure if it still works. Su Guizhou's eyes lit up. A bicycle is great. A bicycle is wonderful. I'll message your mom and tell her not to buy anything yet. When I get back tonight, I'll clean it up and see if it's rideable. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and started typing rapidly. Meanwhile, Shi Huanhong glanced at the glaring sun, the sweltering air faintly clinging to them. Wouldn't riding a bicycle in this heat just kill you? Seeing the enthusiasm of those around her, she swallowed those words. When the two arrived at the neighborhood gate, the taxi Shi Huanhong had called on the way also pulled up. She smoothly slipped inside and gave the last digits of the booking number. Su Guizhou, who was behind her, initially moved to enter as well but suddenly withdrew his foot and instead took the front passenger seat. From her seat, Shi Huanhong happened to have a clear view of his profile. The young man wore a mask, his tired eyes drooping slightly, still looking as though he had little energy to spare. The driver cheerfully asked, "Young man, judging by your school uniform, you're from number 2 high school, right?" He replied with equal cheer, "Yes, yes. I'm a senior this year, taking the college entrance exam next year." "Oh, you must study hard then, but anyone who gets into number 2 high school must have decent grades. My kid missed the cutoff for number 2 high by 15 points in the high school entrance exam 2 years ago. I kept telling him to study harder, but he argued with me, wouldn't listen, kept saying number 3 high was just fine." Su Guizhou listened with a smile, occasionally responding with words that both comforted the driver and considered the child's perspective, while also offering some study advice and parenting tips. Their conversation grew increasingly lively. Shirwantong put on her headphones and flipped through the English weekly magazine. 2 trees on a parallel line turned into 2 trees on separate parallel lines as he withdrew his foot. The moment they met depended on illogical, law-defying events like 1 + 2 = 6, the sun rising from the west, heavy snow falling in late summer, or time flowing backward. A faint scent of bitter orange drifted over. Shirwantong looked up to see the person who had been sitting in the passenger seat moments ago now opening the car door beside her, his figure blocking most of the sunlight as he smiled and said, "I called you several times just now with no response, so I came to invite you out." "Classmate, sure, stop studying, we've arrived at school. Time to get out." She ignored the driver's admiring glance that seemed to say so diligent, truly worthy of being a second affiliated high school student, and responded with a brief mm. After she stepped out, Su Guizhou had barely closed the car door when the driver sped away, leaving a cloud of exhaust fumes in his wake. "Haven't I seen this plot somewhere before?" Su Guizhou coughed a few times, lagging a few meters behind Shirwantong as they crossed Osmanthus Avenue to Mingda Building. Drenched in the fragrance of an entire grove, he stepped into the classroom only to find rows of bowed heads desperately catching up on homework. Even honors classes couldn't escape the daily pre-morning reading homework scramble. Su Guizhou felt a pang of nostalgia for his days in Class 1. Those morning homework catch-up sessions were among the rare moments he truly blended in with his classmates. Normally, nobody bothered talking to him except when they needed to copy his assignments, though it was just for plagiarism purposes. He sighed as he walked to his seat. Zhang Wang from the next seat hadn't arrived yet. Ren Qing at the front desk stole a moment from his busy schedule to say, "Morning. Did you finish the homework? Need to copy mine?" "Thanks, but I've already done it all." "Damn. You finished it even with that high fever?" Ren Qing started writing faster. Yeah. Su Guizhou thought to himself that this was nothing. Back in his senior year of high school, the workload had been several times heavier. If you didn't think fast and write faster, you'd be pulling all-nighters. "Oh, right, Ren Qing, is there a bookstore nearby that stays open until 9? Cherie had already prepared all the daily necessities for him, but study guides had slipped through the cracks. Yeah, there's one near the school, and their stock arrives faster than other places, but it's pretty hidden. You have to wind through some alleys to find it. I'll take you there after school, and we can restock while we're at it." Ren Qing's words tumbled out as fast as his hands moved, a rapid-fire barrage directed straight at him. "Alright, thanks for that." Su Guizhou kept flipping through his textbook when Zhang Wang entered shortly after. He looked up with a cheerful morning, but the moment his peripheral vision caught a familiar face, his steadily beating heart skipped several painful beats. He suddenly turned his head. The figure that appeared in the hallucination wore the same deep green school uniform, but unlike the vitality around her, she carried an innate aura of quiet gloom, like a tree with a splendid exterior, yet rotted and hollowed within by insects. She curled her lips into an innocent smile, her upturned fox-like eyes both alluring and indifferent, as she remarked carelessly, "Don't you think it's disgusting? Chapter 8. Oh my, seems like it's real dash." Shin Qinyao abruptly stopped speaking, let out a dumbfounded G sound, and couldn't help falling into reminiscence. "This morning, Mom made delicious crispy pancakes and egg noodles, and stuffed a big handful of snacks along with super tasty homegrown nectarines for me to take to school. When I left the house, the neighbor's cat Ada seduced me with its tail. I couldn't resist and ended up playing with it for a while. Then while parking, I ran into Chi. We compared homework answers and found several discrepancies, which scared us into sprinting all the way, only to realize he'd remembered the questions wrong. I scolded him a couple of times. That idiot. And then the young lady who'd been absent for several days returned. I noticed her staring at the transfer student, so when she asked me who he was, I enthusiastically introduced him and casually mentioned he was handsome. What was it? She replied with again. The person sitting diagonally behind her smiled like a spring breeze, his tone light and gentle, as if casually remarking, "Why is it so hot today?" Shin Qinyao almost reflexively responded with, Yeah, it's been scorching since morning." But when she saw Shirwantong beside her put down her pen, she realized she hadn't misheard. This young lady's situation in class could be summed up in one sentence, single-handedly isolating the entire class. Of course, it wasn't that severe. She would politely explain questions when asked, and she'd sign up for class activities. She maintained perfectly ordinary classmate relationships with everyone, neither particularly friendly nor hostile. Doesn't it disgust you? So when these vicious words spilled from her lips, Shen Xinyao's first reaction was that she'd finally gone mad from studying. Shen Xinyiao didn't know what to say for a moment, so she laughed it off awkwardly to change the subject. The young lady withdrew her gaze and gracefully returned to reading. Her soft voice was drowned out by the classroom's noisy chatter that flowed like a banquet hall. No one in their immediate circle noticed this interlude, and she carried herself as if this conversation had never occurred. Shen Xinyiao blinked in confusion, asking, "Am I really hallucinating?" "No," Shi Wanhong twirled her pen cap, "I heard it too." "Ha, then how did they get involved? Or is it just that they don't click?" Shi Wanhong said, "No idea." "Finished your homework?" "Almost forgot." Shen Xinyiao pushed aside her worries and threw herself into the test paper. Shi Wanhong stared at the questions, her pen hovering without writing. The person trapped in the elevator resembled a drowning victim ensnared by nightmares, enveloped and submerged by negative emotions, restlessness, oppression, terror. Though clearly on the verge of suffocation, their eyes flickered with an ambiguous glimmer of light. Just like before, when Shi Wanhong turned her head, she happened to catch the moment their gazes met. His eyes held neither the dazzled admiration of a first encounter with beauty nor simple appreciation, only stunned bewilderment, as if he'd unexpectedly crossed paths with someone he was never meant to see again. But there seemed to be a hint of understanding hidden within. Shi Wanhong halted her train of thought. Who Su Guizhou had known before, or what connections and entanglements he'd had, none of that concerned her. They were merely destined to briefly maintain a landlord and tenant relationship during this year. Once the college entrance exams concluded, everyone would go their separate ways, never to meet again. As long as it doesn't bring trouble to her family, there's no need to investigate further. Sitting in the corner, Su Guizhou had no idea what his roommate was thinking. With a silly grin, he greeted the male lead with a good morning, and after receiving a muffled response in return, he poked the classmate in front of him. Ren Xing didn't even turn his head. "If you've got something to say, spit it out." "Who was that classmate just now?" "Which classmate just now?" "The one sitting behind Shi Wanhong." "When did you get to know her? Haven't you been sleeping the whole time? Did you dream about her?" Ren Xing turned his noble head. "I'll tell you later. First tell me who she is." "Oh, that's our class's young Miss Xia Wanting." "Why do we call her that?" "Because her family is filthy rich. Her monthly allowance is higher than my family's yearly income." Ren Xing worked himself into a rage as he spoke, throwing down his pen and continuing, "And let me tell you, her family's company went bankrupt a few years ago. Her dad broke a whole basketful of laws and still gets dragged out for public criticism regularly. We all thought she'd become penniless, but turns out some people are just born lucky. Her sister started from scratch and made it big again, so she's back to being young miss. Life's so unfair. What's the harm in having one more rich person in this world? Why can't it be me?" After finishing his rant, Ren Xing glanced back and paled in horror. "Damn, why didn't you tell me the young miss came to class today? No wonder you were asking about her. Oh shit, tell me I wasn't too loud just now? She didn't hear me, right?" Su Guizhou felt his head buzzing. After Ren Xing revealed the names, he couldn't make out anything else that was said. Taking a few deep breaths, he wrote 2 names on a piece of paper and pushed it toward Ren Xing. "Take a look. Are these the characters for her and her sister's names?" Ren Xing snapped out of his muttering. "Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. What's up?" "Nothing. If the teacher comes, help me ask for leave. I need to go to the restroom." With that, he hurriedly left through the back door. Ren Xing let out an ah, then asked the spiky-haired guy, "Did he bring any tissues?" Jiang Wang answered with a foul expression. "How the hell should I know?" Oh, Ren Xing figured if the guy didn't come back, he'd go rescue him after class. Su Guizhou hid in the stall, typing furiously. "Come clean, is this 10 years in the future or what?" After a while, San popped up and said, "Let me check, okay?" He had waited nearly 10 minutes before the screen slowly displayed words one by one. "Oh my, seems like it's real after all dash." And with that real after all dash, Su Guizhou was nearly laughing in frustration. "Didn't you say this was a novel world before, and that the familiarity came from the author borrowing from reality? How did it suddenly become the real world now?" "Probably an operational error caused the worlds to merge. No wonder those incompetent bastards dumped this mess on me." San fumed indignantly. "I'm just a fresh graduate intern who barely started working." Su Guizhou, "So what do we do now?" San, "No worries, Comrade Xiao Su. Just keep matchmaking the main couple as usual. World fusion doesn't conflict with your mission. .. Su Guizhou, "That's not the point." San, question mark. Su Guizhou, "The point is, I died in this world." San, "No worries, there are people who look exactly the same in this world. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, asterisk. San, "The identity we arranged for you is absolutely flawless. Go forth with confidence to become the world's greatest matchmaker." Su Guizhou, "So I'm just planning to quit after this last job." San, "Watching dramas, do not disturb." Su Guizhou, "Hey, are you even listening to me? This useless system. No wonder he'd been recalling memories so frequently these past 2 days. Turns out his body was sounding danger alarms. Su Guizhou put away his phone and shuffled slowly toward his classroom. As he passed the front door, he glanced inside. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, but the classroom had already returned to its usual tranquility. All students sat properly at their desks studying, with even occasional discussions kept hushed. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, Xia Wanting looked over at him with an incongruous stare. The brilliant sunlight behind her transformed into an aura of spiritual elegance, framing the radiant beauty who seemed to live within a painting. Yet her pitch-black eyes, darker than he remembered, cast a chilling emotion. The stiff curve of her lips resembled a beautiful demon from supernatural tales, with inhuman malice festering beneath the surface. Should he say it runs in the family? The child who once sweetly called him brother had grown into a woman more dazzling than her elder sister. But upon closer inspection, the bitterness within her bones ran deeper than Xia Busai's ever had. This is perfectly understandable. After all, Xia Wanting had witnessed him being smashed into a bloody pulp. Su Guizhou sighed as he returned to his seat. Ren Cheng, what's up? Do you think I should get plastic surgery? Ren Cheng turned his head in astonishment. Dude, are you crazy? With a face like yours, you'd need surgery? If you don't want to work hard anymore, just post your photo in the Sugar Mama Happy group, guaranteed your phone will blow up. He said with exasperation. Are you trying to leave us ordinary folks with no chance at all? Su Guizhou said, I mean changing it into a completely different face. Ren Cheng, ? Ren Cheng said, what exactly is wrong with your face? If you don't want it, can I have it? The 2 old players in my family aren't great at character customization. Hurry up and send me your face code. Tomorrow I'll start streaming to charm money out of big brothers and sisters. Su Guizhou smirked. You really want it? Fine, I'll give it to you. Ren Cheng shuddered. You're not some gambling addict with billions in debt, are you? If so, I'll pass. I only read brainless romance novels about guys drowning in peach blossom calamities. You really do have a comeback for everything, Su Guizhou said, raising a thumb in approval. Ren Cheng replied modestly, just average, really. I've just read a lot. Are you 2 done yet? Zhang Wang couldn't take it anymore. They exchanged a glance and mimicked zipping their lips shut. Chapter 9, Forced Transaction. Xia Wanting remained completely still the entire time. Su Guizhou observed him all morning and realized that apart from fetching a cup of water during the long break, the guy might as well have been welded to his seat, remaining utterly motionless, his posture so rigid it looked exhausting just to watch. This woman's will is too strong, she absolutely cannot stay. Stop sitting there, you've been sitting all morning, aren't you afraid your ass will die? Ren Cheng rapped on his desk. Got an appetite today? Let me show you the cafeteria's charms. Su Guizhou rolled his eyes, it was never alive to begin with. You go ahead, I've got my own plans. Ren Cheng, ? The next second, this guy smiled and extended an invitation to the spiky-haired dude. Zhang Wang, want to grab a meal together? Ren Cheng? What the hell? Since when do handsome guys only hang out with other handsome guys? Can't ordinary people be friends with good-looking guys anymore? When did the world become so harsh? Shaking with rage, Zhang Wang sneered, don't piss me off. Oh, Su Guizhou turned his head back. Ren Cheng, let's go eat. Zhang Wang, ? Ren Cheng, ? Ren Cheng said expressionlessly, am I your backup option? Su Guizhou replied with a grin, you're my know-it-all. Ren Cheng shouted, I'm not gay, damn it. Neither am I. Su Guizhou widened his eyes. I'm a man who loves money, okay? Don't slander me. What if a wealthy tycoon offered you 5 million? Ren Cheng asked. Su Guizhou scoffed, do I look that cheap? You didn't refuse immediately, and you just called yourself money-loving. Ren Cheng pushed up imaginary glasses and pointed accusingly, there's only one truth here, you're a certified gay. Su Guizhou replied leisurely, then let me ask you this, if you could only choose one, would you pick a beautiful woman or a clean 5 million? 5 million. Ren Cheng didn't hesitate. Why? Because money in hand is truly money in hand. A beauty might love me for a while and then stop, maybe even take my money. Ren Cheng widened his eyes. Master, I've seen the light. Then am I gay? No, you're the truth. Have you had enough? If you're not eating, then don't disturb others who are studying, okay? Zhang Wang shouted, slamming the table. Ren Cheng glanced around the empty classroom. Young master, do you have the ability to see ghosts or something? Zhang Wang was furious. Are you mocking me? Wronged. I was asking sincerely, absolutely no intention of mocking at all. Ren Cheng quickly explained. Su Guizhou smoothed things over. Alright, Ren Cheng, let's go eat. Zhang Wan, are you really not joining us? Get lost already. Zhang Wan's face darkened even further. As you wish, young master, we'll take our leave first. Ren Cheng slung an arm around Su Guizhou's neck as they walked out. You said you had your own place to go, where is it? The food stalls outside school? But the walls are covered in real barbed wire with no footholds. Su Guizhou replied mysteriously, just follow me and you'll see. The figures of the two grew smaller in the distance. Jiang Wang sat alone in the classroom, rummaged through his bag for his lunchbox, stared at it for a long moment, then shoved it back in with frustration. Gee, isn't that your aunt's friend's kid and your roommate? Shen Xinyao, who liked to look around while walking, happened to spot two small figures detaching from the crowd under the tree shade and excitedly pointed them out to the person beside her. Shi Wantong said, "What a lengthy prefix. Can't you just call him by his name?" Shen Xinyao turned a deaf ear. What are they doing in the grove instead of eating? Let's go check it out, shall we? Aren't you going to eat your soy sauce duck? The duck can wait, she said excitedly. Uncovering humanity's hidden history is a rare opportunity. Shi Wantong remarked, "You definitely said stalking just now. It's just the cicadas being too loud. You must have misheard. Alright, stop overthinking it. Let's go." Shi Wantong was dragged along as they ran, unable to help sighing. Why can't you channel this investigative spirit into math? There are no secrets in this world that won't eventually come out, but there are math problems that can't be solved, Shen Xinyao declared righteously. I'll start studying seriously once the Hodge conjecture gets proven. Just one more game and then I'll eat, that kind of logic, huh? Shen Xinyao responded with a radiant smile. Before she could turn her face away, her feet suddenly slipped, sending her skidding down the stairs. Shi Wantong hastily reached out, but only managed to grab her sleeve. The fabric slipped from his grasp as its owner continued to fall, leaving him helplessly watching as she slid to the bottom where she was abruptly halted just before hitting the ground by a long leg extending from the corner. A leg? Shen Xinyao was knocked back hard, clutching her stomach as she hissed through gritted teeth. Where did this flying kick come from to assassinate this princess? Jiang Wang? Jiang Wang held a cloth bag in one hand, the other tucked in his pocket, sneering coldly, a high school senior still treating the stairs like a slide, how shameless. You arrogant telegraph boy. Shen Xinyao immediately straightened up. Jiang Wang flared up in anger. Who are you calling a telegraph? If it weren't for me, you'd be a gap-toothed kid with your front teeth knocked out on the floor. Did I ask for your help? And who blocks someone with their legs? I haven't even made you pay for my displaced organs yet. My stomach's churning right now. Want me to vomit all over you so you can see what I had for breakfast? Shen Xinyao covered her mouth, feigning the urge to throw up. You're disgusting. Jiang Wang immediately backed away several meters, his face twisted in revulsion. Disgusting is exactly what you are. Shen Xinyao bared her teeth and pulled away the speechless Shi Wantong. Let's go. No point arguing with this macho idiot. Shen Xinyao. Jiang Wang gnashed his teeth behind them. Shen Xinyao ignored her and vented angrily. If it weren't for his family's money, with that foul mouth of his, he'd have been beaten up countless times by now. Does your stomach still hurt? A little. Jiang Wang's leg was like a damn steel beam. I almost thought I was going to be split in two. Shen Xinyao rubbed her belly, the lingering pain easing under her palm. I nearly threw up just now, it was right at the back of my throat. The two being followed had long disappeared from sight. As they walked along the winding path hidden in the grass, they kept chattering away. The midday sun was scorching, and walking under the trees didn't offer much relief. Shen Xinyao used her sleeve as a makeshift fan, frantically waving it in front of her face. Regretting it? Shi Wantong glanced at her. Shen Xinyao hummed in agreement. A little, but we've come this far. Giving up now would be letting myself down. Shi Wantong suddenly stopped. Ha, what's up? Shen Xinyao asked blankly. She didn't respond, her gaze shifting to a certain tree behind them. Shen Xinyao's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of dark blue fabric faintly visible behind the tree. She said sharply, stop hiding. We can see you, come out right now. Cicadas chirped. Hey, I'll count to 3, get out here now. A bird chirps. Jiang Wang, is that you? The rustling of fabric intensifies, and soon a scowling figure emerges from behind the tree, muttering, damn you, how did you know? Shi Wantong also looked at her in confusion. Just a guess, Shen Xinyao whispered, then raised her voice. Why are you sneaking around following us? Who's following? I came here to eat. Shen Xinyao didn't believe it. What, are you the jungle prince or something, coming to this scenic spot to eat? Or do you take us for fools? Jiang Wang strode past them with long steps, sneering, believe it or not, you're the stalkers here, yet you dare accuse others? Pathetic. Shen Xinyao was absolutely furious. Don't stoop to his level, Shi Wantong offered a dry consolation. Exactly. Just wait till I infiltrate his company someday, climb to the top, and make him work for me. Shi Wantong's tone suddenly brightened. Ambition is good, but if you want to climb higher, mathematics is an indispensable part. Let me teach you. Shen Xinyao? Shen Xinyao said, you two wouldn't be putting on an act just to make me study math properly, would you? Don't let your imagination run wild, Shi Wantong said calmly. Let's go. Jiang Wang strode with large steps and soon disappeared from sight. By the time they encountered him again, 5 minutes had already passed. Beyond the woods appeared a somewhat old but cheerfully decorated convenience store. The signboard of Xiaolu convenience store flashed with colorful lights, and Shen Xinyao also noticed various stickers pasted on the walls. Jiang Wang stood at the doorway, hesitating to enter. I've hardly ever been here before, So there really is a shop. I thought it was just a campus legend, Shin Xinyao remarked with wonder. Shi Wantong said, we only came here once during our second year of high school. Really? That happened? Shi Wantong gave her a faint glance. Shin Xinyao chuckled, consider it revisiting old haunts. With that, she strode forward and cast a haughty glance at Jiang Wang. If you're not entering the shop, don't block customers' way, alright? Jiang Wang instinctively sneered. Shin Xinyao responded with a heh, pushed open the door, and a crisp female voice rang out overhead, welcome, Demon King, to our humble establishment. A rich aroma of meat instantly enveloped her. Shin Xinyao froze mid-motion. Then came the icy blast of frigid air. Shin Xinyao swallowed hard. Finally, 3 pairs of eyes turned toward her in unison. Shin Xinyao began. Welcome, esteemed Demon Kings, to our humble establishment. Ren Chang proclaimed with sauce smeared around his mouth, his face flushed with excitement. Care to join us for hot pot? Only $10 per person. 10 yuan each, the woman in her 50s said with a smile. I'll go get the bowls and chopsticks for you. Su Guizhou, who was busy stuffing a bite of meat into his mouth, managed to stop her in between. Let me go, auntie. Where are they? In the cabinet behind that door. It's transparent, you'll spot it right away, the woman pointed out to him. Got it, Su Guizhou replied, wiping his mouth as he stood up. As he headed inside, he called out to the 3 at the door, hurry in, don't let all the cold air out, and remember to scan the code over there. Shin Xinyao, ? Did I say I wanted to eat? Chapter 10, Living Very Well. The shop was filled with mouth-watering aromas. The 2 newcomers silently stared at their fellow recruit who had already blended in, her mouth smeared with chili oil as she ate heartily. Noticing their gaze, the recruit picked up a chopstickful of meat and plopped it into her friend's bowl, cheeks bulging as she urged, what are you staring at? Eat up before it gets cold. Shi Wantong looked at the steaming meat rolls and fish slices in her bowl. The recruit glared fiercely at the other person. What are you looking at? Never seen a drop-dead gorgeous scholar eat before? Jiang Wang. He sneered as he set down the bowl, then pulled out an extravagant insulated lunchbox. Just as he was about to open it, the chatty newcomer spoke up again. Damn, that sauce smells amazing. How'd you mix it? Su Guizhou chuckled. Oh, it's really not that special, just added a bit of this and that. But what exactly was this and that? Jiang Wang lifted the lid and drizzled the sauce over the tuna sashimi. Ren Xin shouted excitedly beside them, the fish slices are done. Hurry up and scoop them if you want any, or I'll eat them all. Shin Xinyao yelled, coming through, bitches. Jiang Wang expressionlessly picked up a piece of beef. Su Guizhou chuckled, this piece just went in, it's not cooked yet. Oh, Shi Wantong released the beef slice. Su Guizhou scooped up a portion with a strainer and poured it into her bowl. This one's cooked. Thank you. Jiang Wang ladled a spoonful of winter melon meatball soup. Ren Sheng slammed his glass on the table, the ice cubes making a crisp cracking sound. Refreshing. Eating hot pot has to be paired with ice-cold cola. Jiang Wang slammed his chopsticks down heavily. Su Guizhou beside him promptly scooped a spoonful of meat into the bowl that only had seasonings. Classmate Jiang Wang, the money's already been paid. Waste not, want not, don't let yourself lose out. Jiang Wang froze for a long moment before reluctantly pulling the bowl toward himself. That's the first sensible thing you've said. Shin Xinyao sneered, fake as hell. You. Jiang Wang raised his fist, but just as he was about to strike, he suddenly hooked the slotted spoon and scooped the perfectly cooked meat from in front of Shin Xinyao into his own bowl. Shin Xinyao was furious. Jiang Wang, you sneaky little thief. Why are you stealing my meat? Does it have your name on it? It's all from the same pot, why can't I have some? Jiang Wang sneered. Selfish. Shin Xinyao gritted her teeth in anger, snatched the spoon from Ren Cheng, and scooped away all the meat slices in front of Jiang Wang. Ren Cheng said weakly, it's not done yet. Raw beef is edible, and this beef has been boiling for so long it's definitely ready to eat. Ren Cheng. It's not like I stole your meat, why are you snapping at me? Besides, that wasn't even beef. He silently shut his mouth. The two seemed to engage in an invisible battle. Whenever one started cooking meat, the other would watch like a tiger eyeing its prey, ready to snatch it the moment it was done. For a moment, the dining table became a battlefield with drawn swords and loaded crossbows. The boss clapped his hands and said, ah, the vigor of youth. Su Guizhou had no interest in this game of wits. After taking a few bites, he slipped out to the back door for some fresh air. The golden sunlight bathed the leaves and grass, making them appear even more lush and vibrant. A gentle breeze carried the forest's cheerful whispers, while flower-laden branches smiled toward the sun. He listened to the wind's whisper, breathed in the floral fragrance, and felt utterly serene within. Su Guizhou hadn't eaten hot pot here for over half a year. The academic workload for next semester was overwhelmingly heavy, compounded by clients' increasingly unreasonable demands. Finding time to visit had become nearly impossible. He kept postponing it with promises of next time. Next time. He had only come to try his luck, prepared with a whole set of excuses to fob off Renqing in case the place had been demolished or changed owners. But against all odds, the least probable outcome had come true. Aunt Kai was still running her shop here. The hot pot was still there too. Su Guizhou sniffled and laughed. The iron gate creaked softly, and the sound of heavy, slow footsteps reached his ears. He didn't turn around, knowing it was Aunt Kai. The person wearing reading glasses gazed at the wildflowers beneath the wooden board and said, "They've bloomed." "Yes, very beautiful. How's senior year studying going? Must be quite intense and stressful, right?" "Yeah, having to write test papers every day feels like I'm drowning." "Remember to eat well and rest properly. Studying is important, but your health comes first." Of course, after all, health is the foundation of everything. The monotonous summer was at its peak as they stood under the eaves, letting the salty, humid wind evaporate the moisture from their bodies while chatting idly. Aunt Kai suddenly pointed at a wall covered by curtains. "See that curtain? Behind it are drawings made by the little friends and old pals who used to eat here. Want to take a look?" Su Guizhou said yes and walked over to pull open the curtain. On the yellowed wall were all kinds of stickers, most of them curled at the edges and peeling off, with many uneven patches of color where stickers had fallen off, leaving behind distinct shapes of various sizes. Mixed in were crayon marks, a giant bird and an army of colorful little figures locked in battle, with numerous animals perched on the bird's wings. Below, a city was composed of forests, four-panel comics, skyscrapers of bizarre shapes, and all sorts of strange elements piled together into a chaotic, aged mural. He sincerely commented, "What terrible drawing skills." Aunt Kai laughed heartily. Back then they truly believed they'd become legendary great artists. "Utter lack of self-awareness," he sighed, blinking his dry eyes. "Exactly," Aunt Kai agreed. "When I first met him, I thought he was just an introverted kid. Who'd have guessed his true colors would show within days? Climbing roofs to remove tiles or fishing in the river when bored, always lounging on beams with my old friend sunbathing. Tell me, isn't he a handful?" Su Guizhou didn't hesitate. "That's way too mischievous, deserves a spanking." "Damn right." I immediately grabbed the rattan cane and waited for that father-son pair to come down, whipping them until they howled, Aunt Kai said triumphantly. "Good job," Su Guizhou praised while subtly protecting his own buttocks. Aunt Kai smiled while gazing at the faded wall, gesturing. "When he first arrived, he was this small, skinny as a beansprout, but dressed quite grandly. I thought he was some little beggar who'd stolen clothes from a nouveau riche. He never ate much, always took the smallest portions yet did the most work. Stubborn too, wouldn't listen to any advice. So I discussed with my old friend, we decided to deliberately leave extra food afterwards, telling him we'd throw it away if he didn't finish it. He left us a note after finishing his meal, saying we were wasting food." Aunt Kai chuckled. "Later I apologized to him and explained why we did this. After hearing it, he started crying and said he'd never deliberately skip meals again. He felt burdened because I wouldn't take his money or gifts, letting him eat here freely, so he always dared not eat too much. So I told him to pay 10 yuan for each meal from then on and help me with chores. He happily agreed." Her voice was hoarse and raspy, clearly from years of shouting without proper care when she was younger. Every word was spoken flatly, as if telling a story that had nothing to do with herself. Su Guizhou nodded. "Kids grow up fast." "Yes, children grow up fast," Aunt Kai murmured, her dark face faintly glistening with moisture. "They grow up too fast, before you know it, they've sprouted wings and flown far, far away, never to return." Su Guizhou fell silent. "I keep wondering, where did he go? Is he happy there? Has anyone bullied him? Has he made friends? Is he eating well, sleeping well, taking care of himself?" Aunt Kai caught her breath. "Later, I started thinking, was it because I always criticized him? Did he grow to hate me? Is that why he refuses to visit my dreams and tell me how he's doing?" She looked older than her peers, her graying hair hastily tied back, deep furrows beneath her eyelids like wrinkles carved by countless tears. After a long while, the wind carried a voice. "He's doing very well. Waking up every day in a grand bed, eating meals fit for state banquets, with countless people vying to be his friends, so many adore and love him, living each day in utter happiness. He said he doesn't dislike you, he just blames himself for making a promise he couldn't keep. He was too ashamed to come see you." "All of the above was told to me personally by little Zhou," Su Guizhou said mysteriously. "To be honest, I know a thing or two about communicating with spirits." "I see, as long as you're doing well." Aunt Kai's tears glistened even brighter, yet she managed to pull a gentle smile, gazing softly at the shimmer in his eyes as she choked out, "If you ever have time in the future, come visit me here. It gets lonely being all by myself. Of course, I'll come often. Even if you get tired of me, I won't leave." "How could I ever get tired of you?" Aunt Kai patted his back, her eyes reddening. "Why are you so bony? Have you been eating properly?" Su Guizhou quickly replied, I have. It's just my metabolism, I can't gain weight no matter what." "But you shouldn't be this thin, how could you be this thin?" Aunt Kai took off her glasses, wiping her tears sorrowfully, only to find the moisture on her hands increasing. As she dabbed at her face with her sleeve, she fumbled in her pocket for a tissue, and her wallet tumbled to the ground during the search. Su Guizhou picked it up, blowing away the blades of grass and dirt clinging to it. The wooden gray leather wallet's surface was worn into clusters of fragments, revealing its darker lining. He brushed his fingers over it gently, inch by inch, afraid of causing further damage. While dusting the inside, he caught sight of a yellowed slip of paper. Su Guizhou froze for a long moment before carefully taking it out and slowly unfolding it. The first thing he noticed were the deep creases, followed by crumpled marks scattered throughout, and finally the slightly blurred handwriting where the ink had bled. To the esteemed Mr. Ding Dapeng and Ms. Kai Fian. Since ancient times, every grain of rice must undergo numerous processes before appearing before us white and plump. Every vegetable leaf must endure wind and sun while receiving meticulous care before. Seeing this letter again, Su Guizhou felt somewhat embarrassed. Just as he was about to put away this embarrassing relic of his past, he noticed a drop of water landing right in the center of the letter. He hurriedly put it away and looked up. The sky was clear and cloudless, with no sign of rain whatsoever. It turned out the boat was drifting across the vast sea. Chapter 11. If life were a game, this one would be utterly terrible. The moment Ren Qingyi opened the door, he saw the boss wiping away tears. He was utterly shocked and hurried forward to console, only to be gently pushed away by the boss who ended up comforting him instead. Frustrated, he turned his gaze to the transfer student with his back turned, walked over, patted his shoulder, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Holy shit!" The transfer student's face was a mess of snot and tears, crying more pitifully than someone whose company collapsed, lover left, and child died. Ren Qing didn't have any tissues on him, so he pinched a corner of his school uniform. Want to wipe with this?" Su Guizhou didn't hold back, grabbed the uniform, pressed it against his face, and blew his nose for a good while. "Ren Qing?" ? Regaining his senses, Ren Qing frantically pushed away the head that was ruining his clothes. "You actually used it?" "I was just being polite, damn it." Su Guizhou took the opportunity to pull away, his red-rimmed eyes gleaming as he smiled refreshingly. "Thanks, I was just worrying about not having any tissues." Expressionless, Ren Qing glanced at his damp and sticky school uniform, then imitated Jiang Wang's tone through gritted teeth. "You'd better have a damn good explanation for this." "I miss home. So that's why you." "I shouldn't have had to repeat senior year," Su Guizhou said melancholically, gazing into the distance. "On the way to last year's college entrance exam, my mom and I got into a car accident." Ren Qing stopped mid-sentence. "They abandoned me just like that, and I miraculously survived only to remain unconscious for a year, waking up just recently." "Ren Qing, isn't it laughable? To wake up to a world where I have no family left, my home destroyed, and nothing but this frail body that lay dormant for an entire year." Su Guizhou gave a bitter laugh. If life were a game, it'd be the worst one ever made. Ren Qing fell silent for a long moment before replying awkwardly, Sorry, I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. But hey, if you're up for it, why not come over to my place during the break? My mom's cooking is pretty good." None of that was real. "Ren Qing? ? Actually, I just got too absorbed in gaming and accidentally missed the college entrance exam, which is why I chose to repeat the year. It's so embarrassing that I transferred here," Su Guizhou said with a cheeky grin. "As for why I know Shi Wandong? Because she's my distant cousin, I came here to rely on her. This explanation actually makes perfect sense to me. It totally sounds like something you'd do. Now that the mystery that's been bothering you is solved, don't you feel refreshed?" Su Guizhou said while patting Aunt Kai's back and slipping the wallet into her pocket. "How should I put it? It's like eating Grey Wolf's fried rice. Not only does it look disgusting, but the taste is so bad it makes nausea itself open the door for it. Absolutely revolting. You're going to be on the Wolf Clan's most wanted list tonight." Su Guizhou supported Aunt Kai as they walked, only to look up and see Shi Wandong standing ahead of them at some point. The willow-slender girl leaned against the doorframe, her oversized blue-green school uniform perfectly concealing the curves of her adolescent body, with her prominent collarbones faintly visible at the neckline. She extended her jade-like hand, lightly tapped the corner of her left eye, then turned and went inside. Su Guizhou instinctively complied, touching a drop of water. "Friend?" Aunt Kai asked furtively, her reddened eyes glimmering with curiosity. "Classmate," he replied with a helpless smile. "Oh, and Aunt Kai, please don't tell anyone about my ability to communicate with spirits." "Not a soul? No one can be told." "Alright, I promise you," Aunt Kai sighed. "Take good care of yourself, and speak up if you encounter any difficulties." "Of course, I'd suffer anyone before suffering myself." Aunt Kai smiled without saying a word. Stepping into the shop, the two who had been arguing not long ago were now stiff-faced as they cleaned up the mess, with Shen Qinyao's sarcastic remarks ringing out from time to time. "If the young master can't handle it, why not take a break? If your family finds out these pristine hands that have never touched a drop of grease have come into contact with dirty oil, who knows how they'll deal with us common folk." With a loud clang, the bowl in Jiang Wang's hands plummeted straight to the ground, shattering into a scattered floral pattern. Noticing Aunt Kai, he froze on the spot, utterly at a loss for what to do. "Ugh, I told you not to touch anything, but you just had to meddle." Shen Qinyao hurried out from the kitchen behind the counter to pick up the broken pieces. Jiang Wang hesitated to speak, his ears turning crimson yet failing to utter a single word. With a cold expression, he picked up the tiny fragments. Surprisingly, the scene looked oddly harmonious. Just as Su Guizhou was marveling at this, furious footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Su Guizhou, you owe me new clothes, Ren Qing shouted, then paused upon seeing the scene inside the room. Peering in, he asked, Shen Xinyao, are you picking up pieces of your crown? How Ren Cheng, I'm going to kill you. Shen Xinyao raised a large shard in her hand and charged toward Ren Cheng. Su Guizhou nimbly dodged aside and asked Shi Wanong, what does that phrase mean? Her personal motto is, don't lower your head, or the crown will fall. Su Guizhou suppressed a laugh. Ahem, that's certainly distinctive. He took the broom from the kitchen and walked over to Jiang Wang. Toss it here. Go wash your hands, I'll sweep. Jiang Wang stood up, watched his movements for a few seconds, then walked over to Aunt Kai and said, how much for the bowl? I'll pay for it. It's just a bowl, how much could it cost? Aunt Kai patted him. You didn't get hurt, did you? Go on, wash your hands, good boy. Thanks for helping clean up. Jiang Wang didn't move. Aunt Kai smiled and said, if you feel bad about it, how about coming to patronize my shop more often in the future? All right. Jiang Wang took 2 steps, then turned back. I will. Aunt Kai beamed. I heard that. Only then did Jiang Wang leave. Aunt Kai said, he's a good kid too, right? Shi Wanton looked around. Jiang Wang had gone to wash his hands, Su Guizhou was still sweeping the floor, Shen Xinyao was chasing Ren Cheng in circles around the shop. Everyone was busy, only she stood idly by the boss's side. She gave a non-committal Aunt Kai asked, young lady, what's your relationship with Xiao Zhou? Distant cousins. I heard he's a repeater student, transferred from somewhere else. Sigh, transferring at this time, who knows if he can keep up with the studies. Shi Wantong said, his studies are alright, I can help out too. Then you're truly the best, most wonderful child. Shi Wantong said, it's alright. Aunt Kai chuckled a few times, transferring here so suddenly must have been quite difficult for you, right? Shi Wantong didn't respond immediately. Noticing the tremor in the woman's voice, she turned to see Aunt Kai's reddened eyes and lowered her gaze as she replied, yes. What are you talking about? Su Guizhou asked as he walked over after sweeping the floor. Aunt Kai said, we were just saying everyone here is a good kid. He nodded. Then Aunt Kai is a good aunt too. I'm already at the age to be a grandmother. Aunt Kai will always be Aunt Kai, he said with a smile, no matter how many years pass. You silly child. Shi Wanton watched the atmosphere flowing between the two, an intimacy born of familiarity that neither could easily perceive in themselves. How strange. It felt like my first time in Ningjiang, yet I was somehow connected to the people here, as if I had lived here before. Ren Qing suddenly shouted, holy shit, it's 28. Ren Qing, are you trying to get yourself killed? Couldn't you warn me before stopping? Shen Xinyao slammed on the brakes, nearly crashing into him and toppling the shelves, potentially causing a disaster. What 28? Whoa, it's 29 now. Brothers and sisters, stop chatting, we're about to be late. Ren Qing cried, his face flushed with urgency. Su Guizhou suddenly remembered, number 2 high school's lunch break lasted an hour and a half an hour for eating, half an hour for napping, and the middle half hour belonged to the teachers. Every day, they'd hand out a practice test to be collected precisely on time, with no extensions. He'd spent the entire previous day sleeping. At some point, someone had probably tried to wake him, but he'd ignored them. How to put it? He felt kind of bad about that. Ren Cheng walked to the door and noticed little movement behind him. When he turned around, apart from Shen Xinyao hurriedly following, everyone else appeared utterly unfazed. Ren Shi Wanong is a top student, Jiang Wang is wealthy, so why are you, Su Guizhou, so carefree? Noticing his subtle glance, Su Guizhou paused while opening the freezer. Want an ice pop? Ren Qing glanced at the clock, the minute hand had already swayed precisely to the 6. He thought for a second, yes. The rest of the group scrambled over to pick ice creams, while Jiang Wang alone sat on his chair like a lord, sneering, childish. No one replied. With a stiff face, he gently swung the cloth bag, watching its trajectory. As it swayed back and forth for the second time, someone across from him laughed and said, Jiang Wang, do you want to try this? I think it's pretty good. It's Su Guizhou. He emerged from the crowd and handed over an ice pop. Jiang Wang shifted his gaze to his face and asked in a low voice, what do you want? What? Yet Jiang Wang remained silent, staring at him darkly for a few seconds before snatching the ice pop away. With a cold laugh, he stood up. Su Guizhou, ? Is this what a male lead in romance novels is like? Terrifying indeed. The people behind him had already made their selections. Su Guizhou instinctively went to the checkout counter to scan the code, but after entering his password, a payment failed interface popped up. Oh, I remember now. He had no money. Since his meal card was either constantly lost or damaged by him, he usually paid in cash at the cafeteria. Combined with frequently mooching meals off Aunt Kai, he never developed the habit of carrying his meal card with him. He looked pitifully at Shi Wanton. Shi Wanton was about to walk over with her meal card after receiving the instruction when Aunt Kai stopped her. The student with the backpack just now already gave me the money, she said, holding up a red bill. There's even extra. He said if you come to buy anything here, just deduct it from this. Shin Xinyao gasped in surprise. He evolved? Enough about evolution. Su Guizhou glanced at the clock. If we don't leave soon, I think even our teacher will evolve. Holy shit, I forgot. Ran Xing yelled through the ice pop stick in his mouth as he dashed into the kitchen to scrub his clothes twice, then came running out while shouting incoherently, "Bye boss, I'll come back for hot pot next time, it's so damn good, maybe charge me more next time, I'm scared you'll go bankrupt, then who's gonna compensate me for school hot pot ah?" Su Guizhou remarked admiringly, impressive lung capacity. Shen Xinyao ran to the doorway crying, we're late, with both feet already outside while leaning her upper body back, gripping the doorknob as she called, Tong Tong come on. Sure, Wantong replied, you go ahead first. Shen Xinyao hesitated for a moment, then recalling the gap between their scores, her eyes immediately turned resolute. Alright, I'll go first. Su Guizhou praised, not bad explosive power. Sure, Wantong remarked, you don't seem in a hurry. When death's already at your doorstep, what's there to hurry about? Su Guizhou took it all in stride. He wasn't here to get into university, just needed to keep his grades from dropping out of the honors class. Rankings, prospects, the future. What did any of that matter to someone who was already dead? The two bid farewell and went their separate ways. Dappled sunlight filtered through the trees as the upright young man seemed to merge with the forest itself. Green leaves brushed against his arms while the summer breeze danced joyfully. The entire grove was holding a quiet, welcoming banquet. Aunt Kai stood at the doorway, sweat trickling down her temples. Perhaps some dripped into her eyes, for she felt a stinging pain. When she opened them again, her vision was blurred as if veiled by mist. She prayed devoutly, Heaven have mercy. Heaven had mercy and returned you to this world. Chapter 12, Did you miss me a little? The two strolled at a leisurely pace, arriving at the classroom 13 minutes before the papers were to be collected. Lu Xingye, sitting on the lectern, chuckled and said, have our royal prince and princess returned from inspecting the commoners' snacks? Just in time for the academic test, do you plan to surrender without a fight or rise in rebellion? Su Guizhou clasped his hands solemnly and replied, Minister Lu, spare your words. This emperor has already decided, better a live coward than a dead hero. Even if a salted fish flipping over is still a salted fish, it ought to bask in the sun. Lu Xingye paused for a moment before responding, then go be a salted fish, little emperor. A classmate with inexplicable comedic timing let out a goose-like honk, and like wildfire spreading, the whole class erupted into all sorts of bizarre laughter. Su Guizhou widened his eyes. Did our class sign up for a National Geographic dubbing session? Quiet down, focus on your work, Lu Xingye called out, and the class quickly settled. He added, I don't know about dubbing, but I do know you're running out of time. Su Guizhou glanced at the clock. The minute hand had stealthily crept toward 10. Looking around, he noticed Sher Wanong had somehow returned to her seat and was now scribbling furiously. Girl, you're not playing fair, doing problems without calling your matchmaker. Before he could withdraw his gaze, it met Xia Waning's eyes behind her. The girl curved her lips slightly, the arc soft, yet the clarity and chill in her eyes betrayed overwhelming malice, not a trace of laughter to be seen. Su Guizhou returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. He understood. After all, the Su Guizhou-kun from back then must have haunted her thoughts and lingered in her memory. Suddenly encountering the progenitor of her nightmares in reality, her resentment was only natural. His status had instantly been elevated from the boy next door to the progenitor of nightmares, quite thrilling when you thought about it. Su Guizhou smoothed out the exam paper. He had originally planned to keep his scores hovering near the bottom of the advanced class, but once he started solving problems, it was like flipping a switch. He powered through to the end without stopping. When Lu Xingye called time and instructed them to hand in their papers, he still felt unsatisfied, thinking that with just a few more minutes, he could have finished everything. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Su Guizhou was utterly shocked. He hurriedly changed a few answers before finally handing in his paper with satisfaction. 12 years of compulsory education is truly terrifying. The last student in every other group had already collected the papers, but Su Guizhou's group had 2 people left, and the young master certainly wasn't going to collect anything, as he was already fast asleep. Su Guizhou pulled the test paper out from under his arm and glanced at it. It was so clean you could wash your face with it. Walking over to Rinxing's desk, he waited until the boy had desperately scribbled down the last number before mercilessly snatching the paper away. My test. Renxing reached out helplessly, on the verge of tears. Su Guizhou said coldly, no, it's your failure. Lu Xingye finished crushing the competition and left contentedly with his test papers in hand. The students cleared a space on their desks and promptly lay down to sleep. Some even brought pillows and draped blankets over themselves. The curtains blocked out all sunlight, while the air conditioner tirelessly pumped out cool air. Soft snores rose and fell throughout the classroom. Su Guizhou leaned back in his chair and thought wistfully, we never had such good conditions back in my day. Back then, second affiliated high school was boiling in summer and freezing in winter. During heat waves, classrooms echoed with the clatter of hand-cranked electric fans, while in winter it looked like a bunch of round pufferfish attending lectures. The class monitor had drawn 4 fans on the blackboard to relieve the classroom's sweltering heat, naming this artwork "Cooling by Imaginary Fans." Remembering this, he couldn't help but laugh. Though all were unintentional gestures, Class 1's classmates had genuinely helped him numerous times during those 3 years. That bitter, dull, and numbing high school era, upon careful reflection, still carried a faint metallic sweetness. The inexplicable image of that perpetually tear-streaked face surfaced in his mind, the platinum-haired girl with her high-nose bridge and deep-set eyes, her pale blue deer-like pupils shimmering with fluctuating hues of watercolor. The faint blush diffusing from the corners of her eyes rested upon her porcelain-white cheeks like an inadvertently fallen, dewy rose petal, barely cradling droplets of morning dew. He lowered his gaze, the pen spinning rapidly between his fingertips. Come to think of it, what had Lu Tsinyue wanted to tell him that day? Before leaving school, she had asked him to meet under the campus's largest locust tree after dinner. But he didn't care much about the answer to this question. What he should be most concerned about right now was probably the phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket. Su Guizhou resignedly opened it. Sure enough, he was greeted with an onslaught of emoticons from Sansan. Su Guizhou, what do you want? Sansan, I kinda miss you a little. Su Guizhou, sweating emoji, you're nuts. Sansan, QAQ. Su Guizhou, if someone finds out I'm alive again, will it affect you? Sansan, don't worry about this one, it won't affect you since it was caused by an operational mistake. Sansan, but you mustn't reveal the existence of the system. Although it will automatically modify your words, doing it too often could still cause trouble, so please be extra careful about this. Su Guizhou, how should I put it, suddenly this world feels so virtual. Sansan, you've just read too many of those novels. Don't project fiction onto reality. He stared for a long moment before typing with trembling hands. Then, are my mom and Qingqing doing alright? After a pause, the reply came, if you're so concerned, why not go see for yourself? No, why not? Even if I told you, you wouldn't feel reassured, would you? Why not go check on them yourself? Who knows, you might get a pleasant surprise. No, he typed slowly, no, but I can sneak a peek. Do you know their address? Sansan, that's not within my functionality. Would you mind looking it up yourself? Su Guizhou, are you angry? Sansan, how could I be? I have things to do, gotta go now. No matter how many messages Su Guizhou sent afterward, Sansan never replied again. He roughly understood why the system was angry, but he couldn't comprehend why they absolutely had to meet and recognize each other. 10 years was enough to change many things. It could make details fade, memories blur, and allow those in sorrow to gather themselves and stride toward a brand new future. So what was the point? The dead should not disturb the living. Su Guizhou stared at the call log, gently covering his eyes. The study period passed swiftly, and Ren Qing happily took the transfer student to experience the cafeteria's charm. Long queues stretched before every food window. Ren Qing chattered away, introducing each stall's signature dishes while Su Guizhou listened attentively, realizing No. 2 High School had refined its menu, replacing all unpalatable dishes with regional favorites that were widely acclaimed. Not only does it allow students from other provinces who have come from afar to taste the flavors of their hometown, but it also lets local students who have never left the province savor dishes from various regions. It can be said to perfectly embody the concept of a win-win situation. This new principle is the real deal, clearly not corrupt. One was speaking with great enthusiasm, the other listening with rapt attention. Combined with the bustling, lively atmosphere of the crowded cafeteria, neither noticed a group of people who had finished getting their meals now swaggering back. One in the middle, roughhousing with a companion, lost grip of his tray, it clattered loudly to the floor. The guy immediately shouted, "You blind or what?" "You." Su Guizhou, who had just been drenched in vegetable soup down his pants, ? Seriously, which one of you is blind? Ren Qing stepped forward. What's it got to do with him? Clearly you were the ones who crashed into us. Are your eyes blind and your brains rotten too? If you ask me, you should go get a disability certificate ASAP and live off welfare until you die, you little blood-sucking mosquitoes. Oh wait, forgot your big mosquitoes now. Heard your parents had a new kid? Pretty smart of them, knowing the original model degenerated into a mosquito. Better fix that quick, or you'll still be sucking their blood when they're old. Su Guizhou's gaze held a hint of approval. The kid's got quite a sharp tongue. Your mosquito brother was seething with anger, his fist just raised when he suddenly heard a voice from ahead. Fan Xuan, what are you shouting about? Mosquito brother immediately straightened up and pointed at the two of them, saying, Brother Yuan, they're provoking me. Su Guizhou leaned close to Ren Qing's ear. What the hell, gangsters? Pretty much, Ren Qing explained. At worst, Jiang Wang from our class is just lazy and unambitious. But these guys are rotten to the core, constantly called up to the podium to read their self-criticism speeches. See, that's their ringleader over there. So this is what the novel's integrated world looks like? Terrifying. Su Guizhou followed the direction of Rencheng's lifted chin, wondering if this overlapped with Jiang Wang's character setting. But when he got a clear look at the approaching figure, he froze in place. Their commotion was too loud, drawing frequent glances from many onlookers. When they noticed the person at the center of the crowd, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly, silently mourning for that unknown classmate. Even Jiang Wang was drawn in. Tapping his lunchbox thoughtfully for a while, he tightened the lid and stood up. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Xia Wanting leaning against the wall nearby with a faintly amused expression, also watching the noisy crowd. Was the second daughter of the Xia family really the type to enjoy spectacles? The question flashed through his mind as Jiang Wang walked over. In another queue at a different window, Shen Xinyao nudged her friend, "Gee, your roommate's being pestered by Ding Yuan." Shi Wantong frowned, "I see. With that frail body of his that coughs 3 times with every step, can he even fight?" Shen Xinyao said excitedly, "Let's go over too." Shi Wantong glanced at her, "You stay here. Oh Tong Tong, you." The unfinished words were drowned in waves of astonished exclamations. Her curiosity peaked to the max. She dashed even faster than Shi Wantong, bouncing incessantly behind the wall of people until she finally caught a glimpse of the scene through a gap. Then she froze in place just like the classmates in front of her. Shi Wantong arrived in a hurry, frowning as she asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Xinyao wore a complicated expression, as if she'd swallowed a fly while watching a drama. "Tonton, do you know what I just saw?" "What did you see?" Shi Wantong asked urgently. Shen Xinyao replied woodenly, "I saw that Ding Yuan, you know, that legal troublemaker Ding Yuan, crying while clinging to your roommate's leg." Shi Wantong, ? Chapter 13, Maybe I Look Like His Deceased Godfather? The cafeteria was quieter than usual today. Director Wang from the Political Education Office paced around the second floor with his hands behind his back. The kids here were as noisy as ever, like starving ghosts or chatterboxes reborn, but downstairs was unusually silent, as if they'd actually heeded the cafeteria discipline rules emphasized during weekly class meetings. Thinking this, Director Wang couldn't help but quicken his pace, eager to see those lovely students who understood etiquette and came from well-bred families. Halfway down the stairs, he impatiently craned his neck for a better look. A large group of students had formed a circle, their hands flashing continuously while their hushed conversations were drowned out by the shouts of the cafeteria aunties and uncles. Director Wang noticed a few figures scattered at the center of the crowd. 2 of them stood half a head shorter than the others, with one clinging tightly to someone standing upright. He initially thought it was a heartwarming scene of classmates helping someone who'd fallen, and was about to nod approvingly when suddenly he realized something was wrong. Why does the standing person look so helpless? And why is the kneeling one refusing to get up? Upon closer inspection, aren't those 2 kneeling rascals Ding Yuan and Fan Xuan? And isn't that transfer student he took in the one helplessly comforting Ding Yuan? On his way to fetch books, he'd even chatted with Teacher Lu, saying this new transfer student had a face that could charm young girls, but he seemed well behaved, hardly the type to pull such a stunt. Well damn, he didn't mess with any girls, but how did he end up messing with guys instead? Director Wang saw stars before his eyes as he stumbled forward in a daze, pushing through the crowd. The sight of Ding Yuan weeping uncontrollably made his head spin even more. He hastily pulled the boy up. "What happened? Whatever it is, let's talk properly, get up first. Hey, what are you doing just lying there? You want me to beg you to stand up? And you too, Fan Xuan, get up right now." Fan Xuan seemed mentally stunned by something, appearing dazed and sluggish. Students who noticed Director Wang's arrival had already warned each other, hurriedly hiding their phones before scattering in all directions. But Director Wang was no ordinary man. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Yuan immediately pointed at a group of people. You, and you lot, hand over your phones right now. The rest of you, turn in your phones to your homeroom teacher. I'll be checking the surveillance footage tonight, and if I find anyone who didn't comply, you all know the consequences. The singled-out group reluctantly handed over their phones with slumped shoulders. Finally, Director Wang, his bag now bulging, beamed and said, "Ding Yuan, stand up quickly." Su Guizhou glanced at the faded leather bag hanging from his waist and thought to himself, "You haven't changed that bag in 10 years, have you? Ding Yuan, stand up already. Don't make things difficult for the director." So Ding Yuan, who had been shamelessly lying on the ground, scrambled to his feet with a rustle. Fan Xuan acted as if granted amnesty, swiftly steadying himself and hiding in the crowd. "Director Wang, ? Are you messing with me?" He looked at the person who spoke and swallowed the words that had reached his lips. Yesterday, he had only glanced briefly at the transfer student before being called away to handle other matters. Now, as he scrutinized him carefully, a faint sense of familiarity emerged. Perhaps it was the lighting, the shadows of his hair heavily draped over his eyelids, like untrimmed bangs that hadn't been tended to in ages. The eyes hidden in the darkness gazed calmly, reminding Director Wang of the protagonist from that regrettable incident 10 years ago. That student had once looked at the entire campus with the same expression. "Director, don't you think he looks familiar?" "Yes." A ghostly whisper echoed in his ear, and Director Wang instinctively nodded before suddenly snapping out of it. He rapped Ding Yuan on the head and said, "What are you up to, kid? I haven't even settled the score with you for what just happened. Speak up, why did you suddenly kneel in front of your classmate?" Ding Yuan rubbed his head and grinned. "It's like this, Director. I accidentally stepped in some spilled soup, slipped, and fell. I even dragged Fan Chuan down with me. This kind classmate here tried to help me up, but I was in so much pain that I ended up hugging him and crying for a bit." Director Wang, ? I seem to recall you getting beaten up so badly you ended up in the hospital, and you didn't even cry that hard back then. Director Wang asked suspiciously, "Is that so?" Yes, Director," Ren Xing chimed in. "I can prove what he said is true." Ding Yuan pointed randomly at someone. He also witnessed the whole thing. He can prove it too. Jiang Wang, who was pointed at, ? Jiang Wang met the gazes of several people, his cold voice sweeping past the pale-faced individual as he stated, "What he said is true. Neither of you troublemakers have any credibility." Director Wang still didn't believe it and was about to speak when another voice chimed in. Ding Yuan is telling the truth. Shi Wanong moved closer, glanced at Ding Yuan standing beside Su Guizhou, and added, "I saw it too." Me too. Shen Xinyao raised her hand. "Teacher, I saw it too." Xia Wating walked over with a smile. It was indeed Ding Yuan who fell, and the new classmate wanted to help him up. Su Guizhou's ears twitched slightly. He was quite certain Xia Wating had changed her tone when saying the words new classmate. Dinner break wasn't long either. Director Wang didn't say much, simply lectured Ding Yuan briefly before leaving with the confiscated phone, leaving behind a written self-criticism and warning. Jiang Wang and Xia Wanting went their separate ways, while the others exchanged puzzled glances for a few seconds before Ren Sheng took Su Guizhou to get food, ignoring Ding Yuan and his group. "What's going on between you and Ding Yuan?" Ren Sheng asked quietly. "Nothing at all. This is actually the first time I've met him." "First time meeting him and he's bawling like that?" Ren Sheng wasn't convinced, but couldn't explain it either. Ding Yuan had been wailing like at a funeral, crying out things like, "I finally found you," and "I missed you so much." Su Guizhou laughed. "Maybe I look just like his godfather who passed away early? Isn't that a bit too specific?" As they chatted casually and just found seats to sit down, a tray was immediately placed beside them. Looking up, it was Ding Yuan. "No seats left. Mind if I sit here?" The hostility between his brows was somewhat subdued by his swollen eyes. Ren Xing found it curious and took a few more glances, only to notice the group of underlings at the table behind him, craning their necks to eavesdrop. Ren Xing thought to himself, "If you're so curious, just come sit over here. You're practically leaning over already, asterisk." "Whatever," Su Guizhou said. Ding Yuan asked, "Classmate, what's your name?" Su Guizhou. Ding Yuan's chopsticks clattered onto the dining table. Ding Yuan said calmly, "You remind me of a friend." "People often say that." Su Guizhou picked up a piece of sweet and sour cabbage. Ding Yuan fell silent, studying him intently for a long moment like an old village gossip probing for information. He randomly asked where he lived, whether he was married, if his parents were healthy, the name of his previous school, which hospital he was born in, and where he grew up. "Classmate," Su Guizhou interrupted. "Are you asking all these details so some dark wizard can possess me?" Yuan, don't go telling strangers everything about our family just because they give you candy. What if they're those awful dark wizards? Dark wizards are the best at tricking children. They'll coax out whatever they want to know, then steal your body at night to eat your chips, cookies, and jelly. And they'll secretly break your toys. Wait, was it me who broke your robot? How could that be? Hey, why are you crying? Okay, it was me, I'm sorry. Look, I bought you a new one, plus the latest model airplane. Forgive me. Ding Yuan's eyes grew even redder. He knew his thoughts were too far-fetched, but anyone in his shoes would find this impossibility hard to believe. If it were merely a resemblance in appearance or physique, that would be one thing, but even the name, expression, and even the scar on the eyebrow matched perfectly with the photos and footage. How could anyone believe this was just a mere coincidence? "I'm sorry, I just don't know what to say," Ding Yuan choked out. "You look so much like him. I miss him so much." Su Guizhou pulled a tissue from his pocket and handed it over, sighing, "The dead cannot return to life. Please accept my condolences." The headache from waking up seemed to return. Lanjiang, of all places, his mission location had to be Lanjiang, the very Lanjiang that had consumed most of his life, and the mission target just had to be its second affiliated high school, the same second affiliated high that bore witness to his 3 years of laughter and anguish. And of all things, worlds had to merge. Once might be coincidence, but what about twice, thrice? Is his task really just to match Jiang Wang and Shi Wanong together? His chest felt heavy, his throat itchy. Su Guizhou coughed violently, as if trying to expel his very organs, startling several people who rushed forward to comfort him. Voices grew frantic, figures flickered. He saw Xie Busai standing outside the crowd, his dark eyes coldly fixed on him. Within seconds, the figure transformed into Xia Wanting. A look of bewilderment surfaced on that beautiful face as she stared blankly at him. Her hand, braced against a pillar, tensed as she pushed herself up. Her entire complexion was deathly pale, like a fish drowning on the shore. Su Guizhou struggled to suppress the unbearable tightness in his chest. Fighting back the coughs, he waved away the gathering crowd. Xia Wanting remained standing in place, watching him for a long while before his expression gradually calmed, then walked away without a word. The solitary figure retreating from the crowd looked frail and desolate. Su Guizhou took a sip of the seaweed egg drop soup, salty and savory, yet with an inexplicable hint of bitterness. He thought to himself, the system and its missions truly have a twisted sense of humor. It tormented him, and the past as well. Chapter 14, Do you like Tong Tong? As the bell rang, the math teacher leisurely walked out with a stack of test papers under his arm, leaving the remaining students chattering like pen poultry, gossiping about meaningless things with their friends. Su Guizhou packed up his things and casually asked, Zhang Wan, we're going to buy some study materials later. Do you want to come along? The young master wore an expression that clearly said, am I sick enough to torture myself after school? He was just about to speak when shouts from outside the door swallowed his words. Zhou Ji. Ding Yuan barged into class 2 with his school uniform slung over his shoulder and his backpack dangling from one hand, bursting with energy. Let's go home together. The remaining classmates in the room instantly slowed their movements, pricking up their ears to listen. Ding Yuan's video had already spread like wildfire across various group chats, with both eyewitnesses and those who weren't there giving vivid accounts of what happened. Some said Ding Yuan had an epileptic seizure, others claimed Ding Yuan was outmatched and the top dog of second affiliated high school was about to change hands. There were even rumors that Ding Yuan begged his ex-girlfriend to take him back out of love, or that he was catfished in an online romance, swindled out of money and emotions, only to break down in tears upon discovering the sweetheart was actually a man in disguise. In short, the stories grew wilder by the minute. But the video was real. Still unaware of the increasingly absurd rumors, Su Guizhou replied, sorry, I need to go by some practice problems later. I'm coming too. My grades aren't great right now, and I'll be a senior next year. I need to make the most of my time studying. Bro, could you recommend some good resources? Ding Yuan immediately replied. Ren Qing, who was listening nearby, ? He glanced at the pitch-black sky outside and almost thought he'd time-traveled. Great, let's go together then. Su Guizhou was delighted someone shared his enthusiasm for studying and readily agreed. Let's go, Ren Qing. He turned back and waved, we're heading out first. See you tomorrow, Zhang Wang. Zhang Wang remained seated, his expression unreadable. The classmates ready to watch the drama, ? That's it? That's it? That's it? Who's going to make up for this missing drama of love-crazed confrontations? Just as the group was cheerfully approaching the entrance, a coquettish voice called out from behind, you three, would you mind two more joining you? Ren Cheng replied with a grin, if Princess Xin commands, how could this humble subject refuse? Xin Xinyao forced a smile, you sound disgusting. Ren Cheng clutched his chest and leaned back, heartbroken. Su Guizhou glanced at Shi Wanong walking ahead and slightly raised an eyebrow. Before he could speak, the latter stepped forward and whispered, you don't have any money on you. After a stunned second, he laughed and said, then I'll have to trouble Sister Shi to accompany me for this trip. What a clumsy lie. But why did Shi Wanong add that extra sentence? Su Guizhou couldn't figure out the reason, so he simply gave up. The group arrived at the bookstore in a grand procession. Time Collector Bookstore had cozy decor. Through the glass windows, one could clearly see neatly arranged books and various ornaments and toys inside. A row of cartoon animals hung above the doorframe, swaying gently in the breeze as if waving to welcome the guests who had come from afar. Su Guizhou remembered this place used to be a video rental store, where he occasionally came to buy a few discs. The bookstore had 3 floors, and Ren Cheng led the group up to the second. At the turn of the stairs, Su Guizhou spotted someone with a grim expression and angry strides entering through the door. It was Zhang Wang. This kid was really too damn stubborn. The thought that the male and female leads still hadn't spoken to each other filled Su Guizhou with endless melancholy and sorrow. He absent-mindedly pulled out his phone to check if San had sent any messages. A message leaped into view, the male supporting character is here. It had been sent right after dinner. With trembling fingers, Su Guizhou typed, by male supporting character, do you mean the classmates watching from the sidelines? The next sentence mercilessly shattered his illusions. Nope, it's Ding Yuan. Ding Yuan .. After all, it's a romance novel. Just writing about daily life would be too bland. There always needs to be some conflict, and everyone loves seeing multiple men fighting over one woman in those dramatic love triangle scenes. It's perfectly normal, plus it makes the male lead jealous and deepens their relationship. First tell me how many supporting characters like this there are? Just 3 or 4, probably. Su Guizhou's vision darkened instantly as he hurriedly asked, who are they specifically? You'll have to wait until you encounter them to trigger the information. Asking me is useless right now. What the hell is this guy trying to pull with his cutesy act? Su Guizhou angrily put away his phone, glancing at Ding Yuan beside him and then at Shi Wanong ahead, feeling utterly exhausted both physically and mentally.
He actually invited the male lead's love rival into the group? Matchmaker disqualification. To prevent Ding Yuan from developing feelings for Shi Huanong that went beyond mere classmates, he kept his eyes wide open, ready to arrest Ding Yuan the moment he made any move toward her. Currently, the female lead is selecting study guides, while the male supporting character is grinning foolishly at a comic book. Poke poke. The female lead is picking out study guides, while the male supporting character is silently laughing, spinning, and jumping. Poke poke. The female lead is selecting study guides while the male supporting character is browsing and wandering around. They're about to meet any moment now. Poke poke. What do you want? Su Guizhou finally snapped, turning his head to confront the person who kept bothering him. Shen Xinyao lowered her hand and smiled. Don't be angry. I just wanted to see what you were staring at so intently. Nothing else? He glanced sideways to see the male supporting character turning away. They hadn't run into each other and had just breathed a sigh of relief when Shen Xinyao's remark nearly ruined his career. Do you like Tong? The girl grinned mischievously, her eyes brimming with sly amusement. Why do you ask? Because you're always looking at her. Shen Xinyao counted on her fingers. You've been watching her all day this morning, and you didn't even get up during the long break. Su Guizhou thought to himself, I was just observing Xia Wanting. At lunch, you kept serving her dishes, whatever she wanted, you'd scoop it for her, and you kept smiling at her for no reason. He was clearly fantasizing about the wonderful ghostly life after completing the mission. Just now too, you kept staring over there. Were you worried she was chatting with Ding Yuan? True, but that was to prevent a romantic rival from gaining points. To sum up, is it because she took you to the hospital yesterday that you're experiencing the suspension bridge effect? Shen Xinyao struck at the culprit as you pose, her eyes gleaming and her demeanor fierce. Su Guizhou? Su Guizhou said, great deduction, keep it up. Shen Xinyao was shocked. What? All wrong. Seeing her deflate instantly, Su Guizhou comforted her. It's alright. Based on today's behavior, your reasoning was perfectly sound. The mistake just means you didn't have access to the key evidence. Oh, is that so? I knew it. Shen Xinyao perked up again. Then can you tell me why you kept looking at her? My family had some trouble, and it was Shi Huantong's family who took me in, Su Guizhou said with a smile. I want to repay their kindness, so I try to do what I can for their family within my means. I'm sorry for causing any misunderstanding. Shen Xinyao fell silent for a long moment before covering her face and saying, I'm sorry, I was being so vulgar. She repeatedly bowed in apology, then covered her face and ran away. Su Guizhou stood rooted to the spot, chuckling to himself as he realized he'd wandered into the magazine section. The pages were filled with handsome men and beautiful women, and he lingered over them for a visual feast until his gaze caught on a familiar face. He froze for a moment before reaching out to pull that particular magazine from the shelf. Though each person on the cover had their own charm, his eyes remained fixed on the figure in the corner. There she sat on a tall stool, her pale gray evening gown cascading down in soft, floating layers. The semi-transparent chiffon revealed glimpses of her elegantly sculpted calves beneath the skirt. Her head was slightly bowed toward the camera, with hair like a waterfall of silk spilling over her shoulders, accentuating her luminous complexion. A small heart-shaped birthmark on the side of her neck didn't detract from her beauty. Instead, it added an alluring, intimate quality. Su Guizhou stood paralyzed. Someone suddenly draped an arm over his shoulder and laughed. Isn't this Zhou Zhuoyun? Su Guizhou took a long moment to regain control of his body before replying calmly, What? I said this is Zhou Zhuoyun. Ding Yuan stared directly at him, patting his own neck. She didn't have this here before. Do you know how it got there? Su Guizhou instinctively pressed a hand to the side of his neck, feeling dizzy. Chapter 15. What to do when your child rebels. It was a rainy day. Su Guizhou, dispatched by the young mistress to buy cake, strolled through the streets as storm clouds pressed down dark and heavy. Countless musicians played hundreds of famous melodies along Lan River in unplanned unison, drowning the entire city in majestic music. Jade-like notes shattered at people's feet, while muddy splashes from car wheels became discordant notes staining pedestrians and lanes alike. He passed by the hurried crowd, catching glimpses of dissonance in this concert amidst the stifling rainy season. Water stains spiraled upward along the stairwell, while peeling walls bore footprints, scratches, haphazard graffiti, and advertisements scrawled in blue, red, and black. A musty scent lingered subtly as someone paused in the narrow, damp space. A slender girl sat drenched on the steps. Droplets trailed from her hair ends, forming watery rings at her feet. Her sallow, withered face remained hidden in shadow, her blue and white school uniform filthy as if dragged through mud. The wall's plaster turned watery where she pressed against it, her palms upturned on her knees as she watched droplets roll down with downcast eyes, like a silent poem without words. Su Guizhou gazed at the gravel and bloodstains in her palm, his steps veering off course. The rainy season in Lanjian was hasty and rusted, eroding the depth of souls with its sudden partings and unexpected encounters amidst the ceaseless rhythm of rainfall. The oxygen in his lungs was being squeezed out by the relentless humidity, the slight asphyxiation clouding his mind.
Zhou Shuoyun pressed his fingertips to his forehead, a small motion that nonetheless tugged at the stinging pain in his palm, gnawing incessantly at his nerves.
The rhythmic tapping of footsteps approached from ahead.
She shrank her frame to let others pass, yet after a long wait, all that came was the pattering sound of rain. Zhou Shuoyun opened her eyes. A boy with youthful features wore an identical school uniform to hers.
Water droplets slid down the surface of the plastic bag filled with medicine boxes in his hand.
Su Guizhou gazed at the shimmering tears in the other's hollow eyes and smiled gently, saying, "Hello." The gale-force winds swept through the city with torrential rain, while the quiet serenity in the stairwell was like a mask of false peace, so much so that neither of them realized what this unexpected encounter would bring. Only now did Su Guizhou begin to grasp fragments of the truth from others' passing remarks. "I don't want to know," he said through gritted teeth, half sighing, as he turned to flee toward the study materials section.
Ding Yuan didn't stop him, watching the retreating figure with an expression caught between laughter and tears.
He suddenly realized that this person who had once sheltered him from storms, taller and more majestic than his own father, was now merely a freshly adult youth, his frame as gaunt as a long-term invalid confined to bed. Yet he had once stood atop such frail shoulders to behold the world's splendors. Whether Su Guizhou was human or ghost mattered not to him. He only knew that the wish he'd nurtured for years had finally borne fruit in this 16th summer.
"What's with you?"
Ren Qing turned to see a face darkened like a native of the Nile.
"You emigrating or something? What to do with a rebellious child?" Su Guizhou asked.
Ren Qing perked up instantly. "Sweetie, if your kid's being rebellious, we recommend the Dragon Aspiration Whip, the Reform Rack, or the Prodigal's Return Shoes. If their bones are still too stiff, we also offer solo express beating services." Su Guizhou gave a slight tug at the corner of his mouth. Given Zhou Shuoyun's princess-like constitution without actually being royalty, his ears would probably swell from just a few harsh words. "Forget it, I'm the rebellious one, might as well give myself a couple of hits." He patted his own arm twice without even making a sound.
"Ren Qing? ?
She really wanted to call him crazy, but he was indeed sick right now. After holding it in for a long time, Ren Qing finally managed to say, "Do you need my help?" Su Guizhou glanced at him, as if conveying 1,000 words with that single look. Ren Qing closed his mouth.
The time spent selecting study materials passed quickly.
Even Jiang Wang and Ding Yuan walked out of the bookstore carrying stacks of books, let alone Lin Cheng and Shen Qiniao, who had purchased numerous extracurricular books.
The two returned fully loaded, unable to suppress their smiles. Ren Qing pedaled his legs while sitting on the electric bike and asked, "Need me to give you a ride?"
Su Guizhou had come in his car.
"No need, you go ahead first."
"All right." Ren Qing nodded and called out to the people behind him, "Then I'll head off first, take care on your way back."
"Okay, you take care too, don't fall into a ditch," Shen Qiniao replied.
"You just can't stand to see others doing well." Ren Qing deliberately rode past her to roll his eyes before leaving.
"How childish,"
Shen Qiniao shouted at his retreating figure before turning back.
"Shall we go then?" Sure Wantong didn't respond immediately.
Glancing toward the other side where someone was approaching, she heard them say, "You two go ahead first.
I still have some matters to attend to."
Sure Wantong glanced at Ding Yuan, who was sprawled on the car playing with his phone, and replied indifferently, "Understood."
"You two aren't planning to have a secret brawl, are you?" Shen Qiniao asked eagerly, practically bouncing with excitement.
Su Guizhou said helplessly, "We live in a society governed by law, Shen Qiniao.
Resorting to violence isn't commendable. Besides, do you really think someone with my physique stands a chance in a fight?"
Shen Qiniao sized him up thoughtfully, rubbing her chin as she replied, "Fair point, Su Guizhou. But plain boiled chicken never makes it to the dining table, lean muscle is what sells. And for the sake of your health, I'd suggest you hit the gym more often."
"Thanks for the concern.
I'll keep that in mind," he chuckled. After all, he was meticulously following Xia Busai's aesthetic preferences.
Xia Bufan preferred the slender, seemingly frail bamboo-like physique that actually concealed lean muscles beneath.
The hair should be fluffy, carrying a fresh, clean scent. Clothing must be in cool tones, preferably blue, white, or black, with occasional eye-catching red to stimulate the senses. Even the timing and degree of smiles had specific requirements, and so on. It's hard to find a dedicated gaming companion like him, so Xia Bufan should count himself lucky. After returning, he must whisper in her ear to get her a raise.
Oh, he's already resigned in the physiological sense. Wait, the contract was supposed to end after the college entrance exams. What happens if he died before them? Does that count as a breach? Xia Bufan wouldn't demand compensation, right? Noticing the suddenly indescribable expression on the person before her, Shen Qiniao asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you swallow a fly?" "I'm not lacking in protein." Su Guizhou took 2 steps back. "Hurry back, it's getting late."
"Then you should head back early too."
Sure Wantong glanced at him. "I'm off."
Watching the two leave, Su Guizhou walked over to the person slumped on the car and said, "Ding Yuan, take me to your family's shop."
Ding Yuan sat up abruptly. Great, great. The old man just got back to the shop to grab a bite at this hour, perfect timing to give him a scare. Whoa. Su Guizhou plopped onto the backseat and asked casually, Ding Yuan, heard you're quite the tyrant at school? No way. I swear I'm a law-abiding citizen. Let me explain, it was like this and that and this and that. Chapter 16, Did you dig him out of his grave? The summer evening breeze over Lan River always carried a stifling warmth. It felt like a basin of scalding water left to cool, cupped in one's hands. It soothed the skin before dripping between fingers onto clothes, spreading moisture upward while faint traces of coolness lingered within the tepid flow. Ding Dapeng stumbled unevenly along the sidewalk, his vision doubling as buildings flickered between dilapidation and pristine newness. He navigated around potholes left by road repairs, turning his head like a fool as his gaze swept over every crevice along the streets and alleys. He had been present at that accident too. The child they'd painstakingly raised tall and strong was sent flying by the impact, tumbling across the ground like a rubber ball, covered in grime and dust. The blood was too red, too much, unreal like movie set fake blood or cheap ketchup, splashed recklessly over the body as crimson-dyed water spread in torrents. Thick, foul, nauseating. The child lying in the coffin appeared serene, as if in a fleeting dream. Ding Dapeng knew full well that person would never appear again. He had seen with his own eyes how that man was pushed into the crematorium, reduced to a handful of weightless ashes. Yet every time he passed this street, he still felt compelled to stop by, convinced that little bastard wouldn't die so easily. After all, the wicked live 1,000 years. Such scoundrels ought to live for millennia, outlasting generations and cities, only to die alone and miserable in the end. At the very least, they shouldn't depart in such an absurdly grotesque manner. He kept expecting that little rascal to suddenly pop out from some corner one day to give him a scare, then laugh and say, "Fooled you, didn't I?" That way, he could slap him hard and extort compensation for emotional damages. Yet year after year, day after day, Ding Dapeng wore through several pairs of shoes until the soles became polished smooth, but still, the little rascal never appeared. Sometimes he found himself ridiculous, always advising others to let go and move forward, yet he remained stuck in the past, constantly looking back, unable to step ahead. Even though he had accepted that kid's departure, whenever he passed by this place, he couldn't help but glance around as he walked. Just like years ago, when he would return to the shop after a stroll and see Su Guizhou playing all kinds of board games with his son on the counter. The air conditioner, which had been running for over a decade, hummed noisily, its vents adorned with several colorful streamers that fluttered in the cold breeze. Ding Yuan knelt on the chair, gleefully capturing blue pieces with his green ones. The little Xie kid casually rolled the dice and, under Ding Yuan's wide-eyed gaze, captured 2 stacked green pieces. Su Guizhou threw a 3 with a grave expression, grimacing as he stared at the 4 neatly arranged blue pieces in the square. Spotting someone at the door, he suddenly grinned and waved, calling out, "Dapeng, Dapeng, come quick, I saved you a spot." Back then, every corner of the shop was steeped in heavy, aged hues. Though cramped enough to take in at a glance, it somehow held the laughter of many children and the playful antics of a few. Later, the stores grew bigger and newer, pushing open the doors revealed more people sitting in the lounge area, chatting, playing, or escaping life. Yet no one ever called him Dapeng again. Golden streetlights cast a soft glow on emerald leaves, turning the trees into bonfires of the night. Ding Dapeng strode forward with his elongated shadow, swaying his head as he stopped before the convenience store. The automatic doors slid open, and a crisp female voice chimed, "Welcome, oh brave one, to our humble establishment." Uncle Pang, the clerk greeted him. "Xiao Yuan's here, in the break room." "What the hell is that little bastard doing here at this hour?" Ding Dapeng frowned and hurried upstairs. The second floor was half warehouse and half staff lounge. Sometimes Ding Dapeng would stay here for a few nights when he fought with his son and was in a huff, so the facilities were fairly decent. He was only halfway up the stairs when the intense combat sounds from the game, accompanied by hearty laughter, clearly reached his ears. Ding Dapeng's temples throbbed as he stomped onto the second floor and roared, "Ding Yuan, you." As if someone had hit pause, he froze in place, his brows furrowed, mouth agape. His face was clearly contorted with anger, yet his wide eyes betrayed bewilderment and disbelief, staring straight ahead with a twisted expression. The huge TV screen displayed the word KO. Ding Yuan sighed and slumped back on the sofa, while the person beside him lounged in a posture that was casual yet not crude, straightening his back to look over with a laugh. "Dapeng, oh Dapeng, you're back." Ding Dapeng felt as if something was clogging his throat, blocking it so tightly he could barely breathe. His eyes were dry from staying open for so long, yet he didn't dare blink, staring blankly at the person who had been a blur in his memory but now stood vividly clear before him. His mouth hung open, having forgotten how to make a sound, though he still remembered how to shed tears. "I'll have some chips." "Old man, why the hell are you crying?" Ding Yuan said with disdain. Ding Dapeng rushed up to the two of them, scrutinizing them for a long while before finally speaking. "You little bastard, slap your old man." Ding Yuan rubbed his hands together. "You serious?" "Hurry up," Ding Dapeng said impatiently. Crack.
The sound of wind being sliced through reached his ears as a calloused palm pressed firmly against half his face. Intense pain and numbness spread through every nerve in his face. Ding Dapeng's head spun, stars dancing before his eyes, yet his gaze never left the sofa, his vision still fixed on the two figures he'd seen moments before. It was your request, remember? I've got it recorded, no settling scores later. Ding Yuan rubbed his numb palms nervously. Ding Dapeng covered his face to steady himself, wiped it dry and grimaced. Did you dig him out of his grave? Old man, are you brain dead? Even if I were omnipotent, I couldn't turn ashes back into a human. If it's not me being drunk or you grave robbing, Ding Dapeng pondered, then what's going on? Are you playing with substitutes now? When did you immigrate to Sichuan? I'm straight. Ding Yuan couldn't help but swear, stop fooling around. Only then did Ding Dapeng turn to look at the person lounging on the sofa watching the show. You're alive? See this? The shadow. Want to touch and see if it's cold? Su Guizhou grinned and extended his hand. Ding Dapeng stared at the arm that shone pale under the light, whiter than a corpse's, with two faint burn marks visible on the inner side. He paused slightly before carefully placing his fingers on the other's wrist. The pulse beneath the warm skin was beating slowly. Chapter 17, This is the Miracle of Love. Gasping, he stammered incoherently, Why you, I knew you damn troublemaker wouldn't die. Yes, the little troublemaker has come to find the big troublemaker. Oh wait, should I say the old troublemaker now? Su Guizhou pointed at his hair and laughed. Why haven't you dyed it? Look at these white hairs, they're already sticking out. With so few hairs left, why waste time on that? More importantly, what's really going on with you? Who knows? Maybe the Jade Emperor or King Yama couldn't bear to see such a brilliant scholar meet his demise, so they sent me back for another round, Su Guizhou replied casually. Do you have a place to stay? If not, you can come to my place. And your identity, your household registration was cancelled. I'll look into whether we can get you. Ding Dapeng started pacing back and forth, his telltale sign of anxiety. Alright, just sit down. Su Guizhou grabbed his arm. Don't worry, I'm a proper citizen with full identification. Ding Dapeng was dumbfounded. Huh? Don't you get it, old man? Ding Yuan, who had been silent for a while, chimed in. This is a miracle. Su Guizhou raised an eyebrow, watching him perform. Isn't there a saying that goes, if science can't explain it, leave it to love? Ding Yuan said earnestly. Old man, look, does this business of the dead coming back to life follow biological logic? Is it something science can handle? No, right? And look at him, isn't he exactly the same as he was 10 years ago? Does that make any sense? No, right? So, this is a miracle of love. Su Guizhou shuddered. Why are you saying such disgusting things? Brother Zhou, you. Old man, what are you doing? Didn't you promise not to retaliate? Before Ding Yuan could finish speaking, he got smacked on the head. What brother? This is your godfather. Ding Dapeng glared at him, then softened his expression as he turned to Su Guizhou. No matter how this happened, I'm just glad you're back. But will you leave again? Or do you know how long you can stay here? Ding Yuan immediately stopped complaining. He fully understood how bizarre this situation was, and the fear that this suddenly reappeared person might vanish again made him stare intently at Su Guizhou, waiting for an answer. At least I'm alive now, and as long as there are no natural disasters or man-made calamities, I won't die, Su Guizhou said lightly. Relax, don't be so on edge. Ding Yuan let out a sigh of relief. My Zhou. Dad is blessed with great fortune and a long life. He could even come back to life again. How could he possibly kick the bucket now? Old man, you're just overthinking it. Don't be so pessimistic, think more about good things. Haven't you heard the saying, misfortune comes from overthinking? It's like when you convince yourself you're sick, boom, you wake up the next day and actually... Ding Dapeng impatiently cut him off. Alright, hurry up and go play downstairs. Your godfather and I still have things to discuss. It's already late, and all I've been hearing is your endless yapping. TCH. Ding Yuan stomped downstairs indignantly, flipping the bird with his middle finger on the way out. The second floor fell silent in an instant. Su Guizhou turned off the TV and asked, What is it? You're planning to leave eventually, aren't you? At least not anytime soon, he answered honestly. Can't you stay? He smiled. What's the point? So whether you leave or not depends entirely on your will? Maybe, who knows? Su Guizhou gave a non-committal answer. Ding Dapeng had his answer and relaxed slightly. Have you talked to your mom and the others about this yet? Not yet. I'll find the right moment. Su Guizhou sprawled on the sofa with a long sigh. Your mom's healthier than me these days. She even started her own company these past few years. Became a boss, Ding Dapeng said cheerfully to lighten the mood. You should be happy. Not only did you come back from the dead, you've become a rich second generation too. I always knew she had it in her. Su Guizhou suddenly sat bolt upright. But she's been away on business recently and won't be back for a while. However, and then will return in a couple of days. Why don't you visit her this weekend? Did she go to college out of province? No, she studies locally. She's just traveling for fun.
Living the good life while I'm stuck here, Su Guizhou said gloomily. Do you have any idea how painful it is for someone who died 10 years ago as a high school senior to wake up only to relive senior year again a decade later? I don't know. I only have a middle school diploma, never experienced that.
Ding Dapeng said proudly.
How impressive. Su Guizhou clapped mechanically without inflection.
After exchanging a few brief words, he checked the time and saw it was already past 10 o'clock, so he took his leave. Before departing, Ding Dapeng reminded him to open a bank account when convenient so the shop's dividends could be transferred to him, explaining that previous year's payments had all gone directly to Zhu Xiaomei.
Su Guizhou didn't pretend to be flush with cash by suggesting the money should keep going to his mother instead.
Currently unable to scrape together even 10 yuan himself, and too embarrassed to ask Shi for funds, he readily agreed.
He exchanged contact information and asked Ding Dapeng to transfer last month's portion of the dividends first. Ding Dapeng walked him all the way to the door, still uneasy. Why not take a taxi? This little brat rides his bike recklessly, what if you fall? Old man, can't you have a little faith in me? Even if I crash and lose all my front teeth, I won't let him get hurt, okay? Ding Yuan rolled his eyes and twisted the handlebars. Let's go. Damn kid.
Ding Dapeng shook his head, catching a glimpse of a fleeting bright light in the distance. Chatting all the way to the building entrance, Ding Yuan grinned and handed over 2 large bags of snacks. Bro, come hang out more often when you're free.
Fine, don't come crying to me when you go bankrupt. Wouldn't dream of it. Still gotta make money for you. Su Guizhou chuckled, casually responding before speaking up again as Ding Yuan turned to leave. Do you have my mom's number? You don't remember?
Your mom's number hasn't changed, Ding Yuan asked.
Su Guizhou froze for a moment. Really?
I thought she changed it long ago. No wonder you didn't tell Auntie. Ding Yuan suddenly understood, tapping a few times on his phone.
Sent it to you. Alright, I'm off then. See you tomorrow. Su Guizhou waved, watching him leave.
But before long, Ding Yuan turned back and said solemnly, I know I might be overstepping, but I still want to say Auntie Zhu and Sister and really miss you, Joji.
If you're ready, you should go see them.
I know, Su Guizhou replied, gripping his phone tightly.
Ding Yuan was really gone this time.
Su Guizhou stood still, staring at the all-too-familiar number on the screen, feeling that this small rectangular box was even more painful than the 4 taut straps that nearly cut into his fingers. With a long sigh, he put away his phone and walked toward the camphor tree not far away. The area was shrouded in darkness, but he could still make out a figure standing under the tree, next to a parked electric scooter.
May I ask what this is about? He put on a proper smile.
This car had been following them since they left the convenience store, even tailing them into the residential area. Su Guizhou intended to see if it was an old acquaintance. If not, it wouldn't matter even if it was some dangerous individual seeking revenge against society. After all, as long as the task remained uncompleted for a day, he couldn't leave this world for a day.
Dying would just mean returning to the starting point to begin anew.
He almost eagerly hoped it was the latter. But facts proved that the saying plans never keep up with changes truly ran through his entire life. Chapter 18. She was never really invested. Due to the male lead's mistake causing the crew to reshoot this scene for the 21st time, the director, roasted by the scorching heat until his patience ran out, finally exploded, either F************************************** act properly or get the hell out. Nowadays any worthless piece of trash can become an actor. I could F*************** act better than you just scrolling through short videos. Go back and practice your basics. Don't F*********** embarrass yourself in public. Yet his fury was directed at a woman dressed as a maidservant. Zhou Shuiyan, dressed in a cotton robe, his face flushed red from the sun, was stealing a moment to wipe the sweat from his temples and calmly apologized upon hearing the remark. The director, having vented his anger, took a sip of goji berry and chrysanthemum tea before slamming the cup heavily onto the table. The set returned to its bustling state after a brief moment of silence. The lead actors were surrounded by a crowd, some handing them water, others fanning them, and a few touching up their makeup. The extras, not daring to move without instruction, huddled together whispering, some wiping sweat with their sleeves, others fanning themselves with their hands, all as red as ripe apples from the heat. The crew members were drenched in sweat, their t-shirts soaked through in various shades. Zhou Shuiyun stood alone in the shade, touching up his makeup. The male lead brought investment into the production, so the director couldn't openly scold him and instead picked an easy target. Coincidentally, she had neither connections nor fame, making her the perfect scapegoat. Zhou Shuiyun remained unfazed. She'd encountered plenty of eccentric personalities before, and had seen far more vicious words online. Besides, those comments weren't even directed at her. Anyone could see that. She simply studied the shadows cast on the wall while contemplating her minor role with barely any lines, only returning to her position when called for filming. Giving one last glance at the blinding sunlight, she thought to herself, this heat is absolutely unbearable. The use of a stunt double for the male lead's fight scenes significantly sped up the filming progress, allowing Zhou Shuiyun to wrap up before 7. After bidding farewell to a few acquaintances,
she rode off into the sunset on her electric scooter. The road was under recent repairs, with endless barriers stretching like the Great Wall. She navigated the narrow pedestrian path, scattered gravel crunching beneath her wheels as the vehicle jolted like the rocking horses she'd seen children ride in her youth. Her thoughts drifted aimlessly into the distance until a sudden wobble of the scooter jolted her back to reality, making one thing painfully clear. She had a flat tire, but there was no place nearby to fix the bike. Jo Shuiyun had no choice but to call a repair shop located thousands of miles away. The shop she called was a small family-run business that had been operating for years. The couple who ran it were kind and offered quality service at reasonable prices, earning them a good reputation in the area. Most people would go there for repairs or wait for them to come if they weren't in a hurry. Fortunately, the road ahead had no forks, so she pushed her bike forward at a leisurely pace. By now, the sun had already set, and the fiery clouds stretched across the sky like golden veins, while shades of pink and purple spread across the horizon like a vast, rippling sea of wheat. At the edges, ripe fruit trees swayed gently in the breeze. Gravel and sand scattered everywhere, a gentle breeze lifting swirls of yellow dust. The evening heat hadn't subsided yet. Jo Shuiyun, dizzy from the scorching temperature, momentarily lost her balance and crashed to her knees with a thud. Her kneecap split open, crimson blood rolling down the fabric of her pants, the splattered stains resembling teardrops. After parking her bike, she sat on the curbstone, using the remaining water from her half-empty bottle to rinse the wound. She gulped down a mouthful that trickled into her throat, then tossed the empty bottle into the bike's basket. Sitting there blankly, she gazed at the sky and snapped a photo. After what felt like an eternity, she heard the distant roar of an engine. Through the billowing dust clouds came the landlady, driving toward her in a sandstorm of her own making. "Oh dear, how did you fall so badly?" The shop owner's wife took out a bottle of iodine from her bag and handed it over. "Put some on to disinfect first." "Thank you." Jo Shuiyun dabbed some on with a tissue. The sting surged through her nerves, but her expression remained calm, devoid of joy or sorrow. The tire only had a small puncture, and the shop owner's wife quickly patched it up before bustling off into the distance, merging with the horizon. By the time she got home, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Jo Shuiyun tidied herself up briefly before calling her grandmother, spinning some comforting words and asking after her before hanging up. The room was unlit, with only moonlight streaming in. She sat on the sofa, gazing at the quiet, cramped rental apartment, when she suddenly felt an urge to stroll down the pedestrian street. No sooner said than done. Disregarding the pain in her legs, she immediately drove there. It was summer vacation, and the place was packed with people. The pedestrian street had two paths, separated only by residential buildings and shops. Vendors completely occupied the roads, with both children and adults gathering here joyfully, strolling from one end to the other. Wispy white steam rose amidst the laughter and chatter, illuminating the layers of dark clouds above. Jo Shuiyun sat in a corner of the alley, quietly gazing at the convenience store not far away. The Fortune supermarket had long since been rebranded as the Brave Convenience Store, its outdated facade renovated into a fantasy world style. The door bore a sign reading Brave's Welcome, while the interior was decorated with ubiquitous jungle mountains, flying dragons, and slimy slimes. Even the staff uniforms resembled those of quest-giving or advice-dispensing receptionists from adventure stories. Only beside the 24-hour open sign still hung the large characters Fortune, as if struggling to cling to its former shadow. But changed stores are like vanished people, what remains of the irretrievable past are only hazy memories in the mind. Su Guizhou in his school uniform, Su Guizhou in casual clothes, Su Guizhou in a down jacket. Su Guizhou wearing all manner of outfits curled up inside, sometimes joking with the shopkeeper, sometimes playing with the shopkeeper's son, sometimes followed by a small child. A teenage boy sheds his silent school persona, his smile radiant. If Su Guizhou spotted her, he'd cover his face and run over to hand her snacks or toys, like slightly spicy puffed snacks, not too sweet candies, dripping ice pops, and all sorts of peculiar playthings. Bit by bit, these moments composed the seasons of her middle school years. Perhaps because the shopkeeper was growing older and entering that lecturing phase of life, he'd occasionally say to her with grave sincerity things like, "It's time to move forward or you should let go now." Jo Shuiyun was puzzled by this. She had never fallen into it in the first place, so how could she let go? Her life remained as routine as it had always been. During school, it was a three-point cycle of school, home, and the hospital. After graduation, it simply replaced school with work. She would go shopping and dine out with friends, and sometimes lose herself in entertainment, neglecting her responsibilities. Su Guizhou's departure hadn't significantly impacted her life, and she rarely even thought of him. Besides, her relationship with Su Guizhou wasn't as close as others perceived. Calling them friends felt too intimate, while acquaintances seemed too distant. After much deliberation, alumni seemed the only fitting term. Because of this, some have said she's too cold-blooded, an ungrateful wretch who can never be warmed. The summer brought swarms of buzzing mosquitoes, and the stubborn heat refused to relent. Before long, some people began to leave the streets. To avoid being bitten into lumps, Zhou Shuoyan bundled up in long sleeves and pants, sitting blankly in the car. Until a shout pierced through the long night. She recognized the owner of that voice. It was the convenience store owner's son, who wasn't quite right in the head. Sure enough, she saw Ding Yuan speeding down the street like a madman who'd been wandering for 3 days and nights, even pulling a reckless drift when parking while muttering nonsense to himself. Then someone jumped off the back seat, clutching their head and saying exasperatedly, "Was that fun?" Zhou Shuoyun's heart skipped a beat. A clear, youthful voice leapt into his ears, carrying the same boyish energy as that person years ago who had leaned down amidst the clamoring crowd. His laughter-laced words cutting through the noise with startling clarity. "Zhou Shuoyan, are you happy now?" She stared at the figure in the shop doorway. The white light fell upon him like a school stage spotlight, sharply outlining his silhouette against the emerald green uniform that shimmered like fresh willow shoots in early spring. Zhou Shuoyun most often saw his back, lurking in crowds, hidden in others' photos, every glance exchanged in passing, whether on rainy days, under blazing sun, or amidst swirling snowflakes. That not broad but rather quite slender figure. It was the ending of a dream. That silhouette walked into the shop. Zhou Shuoyun didn't chase after them. She remained seated in the car, her back ramrod straight, her expression completely obscured and unreadable beneath the covering. Gradually, she lost all sense of time. Her drooping eyelids and sluggish thoughts were gentle reminders that it was late and she should sleep. She had to be up at 6 the next morning for filming and needed to face the drama on set with a clear head. Her mind urged her on, but her body stayed put. Zhou Shuoyan was like a demon immobilized by the great sage's spell, with a golden cudgel weighing 13,500 pounds dangling precariously above her head, threatening to come crashing down on her neck, until someone emerged from the shop. Then the suffocation surged, the sultry air chillingly passing through her throat, as the golden cudgel descended with a force that threatened to grind her bones to dust. The figure stood sideways, half in light, half in shadow. The clear, cold light shone through, illuminating his benevolent smile, so much like the Buddha from the underworld. A golden statue, a skeletal Buddha, spouting Zen sayings of saving others but not oneself, yet nothing more than a puddle of resentful mire. The midsummer of Lanjiang always carried a scorching ferocity that threatened to reduce people to ashes. Zhou Shuoyun's sweat dripped from her forehead in beads, yet her entire body trembled with cold. Her heart pounded heavily, sinking low only to soar high again, tormenting her until her ears buzzed with a deafening hum. She remembered taking her medicine before heading out. Logically speaking, in the distance, Ding Yuan was already speeding toward her with his companions. The boy's hair was tousled by the wind. Staring blankly at the weariness and joy mingling between his brows, she instinctively twisted the handlebars and followed. Just one glance, just for a moment, she warned herself, letting the illusion flow. People who exist only in photos and videos seem inherently veiled by an old, yellowish filter, a hazy overlay that blurs details, yet tearing it away would reveal the cracks beneath, forcing one to cradle increasingly fading memories day after day. So when that person stepped closer, her body stiffened, her heart pounded wildly. She wanted to tell him to stop, but her throat was tightly clogged by something nameless, rendering her utterly voiceless, left with no choice but to silently await the golden cudgel shattering him to pieces. "Is there something you need?" Piercing through fading memories and static-filled recordings, the clear voice carried a faint hoarseness. The person before him gripped his backpack straps, momentarily dazed before quickly softening into a gentle smile as he spoke softly. "Long time no see, Zhou Shuoyan." Her mind buzzed, her body screamed. Zhou Shuoyun's world fractured and reformed in the darkness, over and over without rest. Like a rotting mummy, numb to the rhythm of all things, yet the burning heat on her face seemed to proclaim the evidence of her continued existence. She stood silently like a statue from 1,000 years ago, dry, damaged, yet still standing. Chapter 19, Livestream Sales Host. The night in the neighborhood carried a peaceful clamor. Pale moonlight flowed over the bluestone paths, rustling sounds emerged from the grass and bushes, while cicadas and frogs sang in turns, as if chanting poetry to the distant horizon. Su Guizhou found a secluded bench, wiped it clean, and said, "Sit." The hooded figure sat obediently, hands placed on knees, back straight, gaze lingering on him, looking like a nervous yet earnest elementary student quietly receiving their teacher's instruction. Su Guizhou was amused by his own thoughts. "In short, that's how it is," he continued after briefly explaining his fabricated reason. "Does Zhou have any insights to share?" The person in the chair showed no intention of speaking. Su Guizhou simply walked over and crouched in front of her, waving his hand. "Zhou Shuoyan, hello, can you hear me? Power on, power on." Based on his decade-old, unupdated memories of Zhou Shuoyan, she would usually stare at him expressionlessly and say, "You're so noisy." But the Zhou Shuoyan before him didn't do that. She simply gazed at him for a long time. Behind her flat glasses, her light-colored pupils held no myriad phenomena or bustling crowds, only the reflection of a single person, as if he alone existed between heaven and earth. She enunciated each syllable deliberately, "Su Guizhou." Perhaps from prolonged silence, her voice carried a husky texture, the crystalline clarity of youth now faded, saturated with profound sorrow and grief. I'm here. Su Guizhou. I'm here. Su Guizhou, her hand lifted then fell, like a sigh or a murmur. Is it you? It's me, he said with a smile, extending his hand generously. Want a touch? Still warm, not cold. Zhou Shuoyan whispered softly, you said the same thing last time, but the moment I touched you, you vanished. Liar. I'm innocent, my lord. Those were all fake, Su Gizhis. How can you blame the real one for being deceived by fakes? This time if you touch me I definitely won't disappear. Trust me once more. He blinked innocently. The evening breeze carried the familiar, faint, lightly bitter scent of orange blossoms. Zhou Shuoyan half lowered his eyes and called out, Su Guizhou. I'm here. Decided to trust me? He waved his hand. Zhou Shuoyan gazed at the hand extended before him, pale even in the pitch darkness, like a corpse that had never seen sunlight its entire life. Long time no see. Long time no see. Su Guizhou stood up and sat down beside her. Actually, it wasn't quite appropriate for him to say long time no see according to his memory. His last meeting with Zhou Shuoyan had been 4 days ago at the school gate. Dressed in his school uniform, Zhou Shuoyan's expression remained impassive, yet his youthful face carried even more boyish charm. His long lashes resembled spring flowers that seemed to breathe, fluttering slightly as he raised a faint smile upon seeing him. On the crisp morning breeze, her eyes shone brightly like sunflowers facing the sun. A complete contrast to the Zhou Shuoyan of today. He hadn't recognized him at first glance. On a sweltering summer night, she stood tall and slender in a dark trench coat, the evening breeze billowing through its emptiness. She stood in the shadows, as if clutching the lightless night, morning beneath the clear moon and crisp wind. Her long hair swayed, revealing glimpses of pale skin beneath, while a mask tightly covered most of her face. The misty night shrouded everything in a hazy fog, obscuring emotions. Only the color in her eyes remained visible, a light brown veiled in mist. Her striking brows and eyes resembled the wrong spirits of the unjustly dead, their thick resentment taking flesh, like vengeful ghosts even a 1,000-year monk could not exorcise. Su Guizhou withdrew his thoughts and said calmly, how have you been lately? Not too bad. Su Guizhou smiled. Zhou Shuoyan, do you remember how I once told you your eyes drift to the left when you lie? Zhou Shuoyan said, just a bit tired. Is there something bothering you at work? Would you like to talk about it? Su Guizhou said casually. Unnecessary, Zhou Shuoyan thought. She was accustomed to facing hardships and setbacks. Every experience since childhood had worn down her edges. She learned early how to tune out those voices, even managing to examine, critique, and change herself from an objective perspective amid subjective criticism. They were merely stumbling blocks on the path to success. It wasn't worth wasting energy or emotion on such trivial, meaningless things. But it's so strange, why does this person's casual remark make her feel so sad? Me. What? Su Guizhou leaned in slightly, maintaining the perfect distance at the very edge of propriety. I didn't catch that. Could you say it again? An actor kept messing up his takes and made the director angry. But since he's a producer's pet, the director didn't dare scold him, so I got yelled at instead. Zhou Shuoyan's voice was muffled, tinged with grievance. Oh my, how could they be so awful? Send me those photos of the director and actors. I'll hire trolls to smear them immediately. Then I'll pay people to stalk them tonight and climb onto their windowsills to scare them at midnight. Let's teach them to respect our future superstar. How dare these washed-up nobodies bully our star? Blind old fools. Su Guizhou rolled up his sleeves while cursing, looking ready to pick a fight with someone right that instant. It didn't bother me, Zhou Shuoyan said softly, tugging at his sleeve with fingers that felt cool yet burned against his palm. But nobody enjoys being insulted for no reason, Su Guizhou conceded as he sat back down. Still, I know you'll turn this into motivation. I'm sure it won't be long before I see your performance on the Spring Festival Gala. Zhou Shuoyan? Zhou Shuoyan said, isn't that thinking a bit too far ahead? Really? Only with grand ambitions can one have direction and motivation to move forward. Or do you just plan to remain an unknown minor actor? Su Guizhou said with a grin. Actually, I've always dreamed of having a big celebrity as a friend. Zhou Shuoyan could tell from his smile that he was talking nonsense, but still played along. Why? That way I can scalp your autographed photos and blackmail material later, or start my own gossip account with you as my insider source. Once the account blows up, we can start live streaming sales. Those live stream shopping hosts are super hot right now. Tens of thousands tune in per broadcast. So Guizhou counted on his fingers, growing more delighted as he spoke. The path to riches is right here. Zhou Shuoyan said, I'll try my best. Thanks for helping me strike it rich, superstar. Su Guizhou's eyes gleamed with dollar signs. Zhou Shuoyan's stiff posture relaxed considerably, her waist just beginning to bend when she heard him say, did you go to the hospital yesterday? He pointed at Zhou Shuoyan's hand and said, the person I saw was you, right? What happened to your hand? Did you get hurt acting? No. She instinctively covered her right hand, averting her gaze. I did it at home, accidentally broke a plate. I see. Be more careful. Su Guizhou nodded without pressing further. Neither of them spoke again. They watched the lights flicker off and on in the high-rise buildings,
the sounds of summer humming in their ears. Zhou Shuoyun rarely felt as relaxed as she did now. She kept wishing time would slow down, just a little more, enough for her to carve his image into her memory once again. Better yet, to keep him here, never letting him disappear again. The silence was broken by a faint, restrained yawn from the person beside her. Zhou Shuoyun came to her senses. It's getting late, you should go back and sleep. I am a bit sleepy. He patted his face and pulled out his phone. Add me on Q. WeChat? Sure. Zhou Shuoyun scanned the friend code and sent the request, which was immediately accepted. She casually asked, have you logged into your QQ account? No. I remember the password, but forgot the account number. Gee, do you still have my account info? Zhou Shuoyun lowered his head. I forgot too. Haven't used it in ages. Why does everyone prefer WeChat now? Su Guizhou didn't dwell on it, but found it puzzling. QQ is mostly used by students, while WeChat is mainly for working adults and older people. Su Guizhou was astonished. I haven't met a single student who still uses QQ. Don't most class and school groups use QQ? Zhou Shuoyun asked. Su Guizhou fell silent. No one had even added him to any group. Was he being excluded? As they chatted about trivial matters on their way back to the building, Su Guizhou yawned and said, I won't walk you any further then. Take care on your way back. Yeah. Zhou Shuoyun steadied the bike. You mentioned earlier that you're currently attending the second affiliated high school? He admitted frankly, yes, and I'm in the same class as Xia Wanting. Then, she hasn't discovered my true identity yet. Zhou Shuoyun fell silent for a moment. Try to stay away from them. I'll do my best. He looked somewhat troubled, his dark hair soft, making Zhou Shuoyun want to reach out and touch it, but she restrained the impulse and coughed lightly. By the way, about your families. De Peng already mentioned it to me. I'll go once I'm ready. Zhou Shuoyun gave a soft and hesitated before saying, if you have time later, you could go see Lu Sanyue. Su Guizhou froze. Lu Sanyue? What's wrong with her? Nothing serious, but, she said slowly, she's been getting pressured by her elders to marry recently, so she's been in a bad mood. Pressured to marry? Who? Lu Sanyue? He was surprised, but then it occurred to him that Lu Sanyue was already 28 an age when marriage was expected. Recalling the platinum-haired girl, he gloated, what do you mean by not very good? Complaining every day on social media. Su Guizhou became slightly interested. What kind of complaints? When Lu Sanyue got angry, didn't she always draw circles in her notebook cursing others? Has she now kept up with the times by venting her grievances online? Zhou Shuoyun began searching for Lu Sanyue's WeChat contact. You actually have her as a friend? Is this the privilege of being a future top-tier celebrity? Only then did he realize the significance. How could these two completely unrelated people already have connections? Zhou Shuoyun casually brushed it off and showed him the phone. The screen displayed Lu Sanyue's social media feed, with the most recent post from 3 days ago at the top, a freshly vented status brimming with resentment. Lu Sanyue, a bunch of corpses who only know how to nag all day long. Halfway into their coffins already yet still acting like they run the show. I oughta nail their lids shut to seal their shit-spewing mouth/grinning emoji. Su Guizhou, ? Where had the Lu Sanyue who used to blush from a single sentence gone? Had she been devoured by this deranged version? He hadn't scrolled down yet when he spotted another message. Lu Sanyue, I haven't even given you the cold shoulder yet and you're already pulling faces? Truly amazing. Mom opening the door for amazing to the max. If I don't make you kneel and call me ancestor, I'll have wasted my family name. Grinning emoji. Su Guizhou pushed the phone away and covered his face. I need some time to process this. Also, do you really think I should go see her? She won't end up cursing me out too, will she? Probably not. You hesitated. Zhou Shuoyun, you hesitated. Do you dare look me in the eye and say that? You're so noisy, Su Guizhou. Zhou Shuoyun put on his helmet. I'm leaving. Got to get up early tomorrow. Oh, well, bye then. Goodbye. Oh, goodbye then. Zhou Shuoyun, why aren't you leaving? Why aren't you going back? I'll leave after you do. I'll leave after you. Zhou Shuoyun, are you in elementary school? Su Guizhou couldn't help laughing. I'm not arguing about this with you, I'm exhausted. I'm heading back first then. Message me when you get home. Okay, Zhou Shuoyun replied. He picked up the bag left by the roadside and waved as he stepped into the dim stairwell. The motion-activated light immediately illuminated him, bathing his entire figure in golden radiance as if he were walking under a blazing sun. Zhou Shuoyun watched quietly, just like in the past, in dreams, and during every sleepless night jolted awake, persistent, profound, unwavering. Only when his figure disappeared did the phone in her pocket vibrate. Zhou Shuoyun took it out and saw his message. Su Guizhou, hurry home. She smiled, okay. Su Guizhou, good my ass, stop looking at your phone. She looked up and vaguely saw a dark figure waving from the second-floor window. How to describe the feeling at this moment? Like soaking in a hot spring, the whole body lazily warmed to the core, even the heart softened beyond measure. Yet an indescribable ache still surged over her like a tide. Zhou Shuoyun blinked her eyes,
casting a few lingering glances before sending the message, "I'm off." Su Guizhou, take it easy on the road, little man laughing. Zhou Shuiyun, okay. She put away her phone, twisted the handlebars, and sped off into the distance. Though Su Guizhou remained vague about the reason for his return, the ability to heal the dead and regenerate flesh is surely beyond mortal means. It must involve some supernatural force. Presumably, he didn't enter number 2 high school voluntarily, it was likely the price of his resurrection. But what exactly is this price? And why must it be fulfilled within number 2 high school? Is it academic achievement, or a person? Chapter 20, Loafing Around, Waiting for Death. 1148. Shi Huanong shifted her gaze forward, closed the problem-solving workbook filled with detailed steps, and methodically tidied up the desk that was messy yet orderly. The moment she zipped up her pencil case, the mechanical clock clicked to 11:50. She picked up her water bottle and walked toward the door. 34 minutes had passed since Su Guizhou sent the message, "I'm downstairs." The sky over Lanjian was always pitch black, with dim streetlights illuminating the starlit figure downstairs, where patches of emerald green emerged from withered yellow. As the cyclist hurriedly rode away, that green resembled a floating duckweed, drifting aimlessly into the mundane world, shrouded in grayish mist, its original hue indistinct. Until he walked toward the grove, the tender leaves seemed to experience sprouting and withering in an instant. His once straight back suddenly slackened, like that of an elderly man in twilight, his whole body carrying the stiffness of someone nearing death, yet also concealing a comforting sense of release. The bluestone path reflected the silhouettes of the two, stretching and shrinking endlessly along the way, intertwining and merging like two solitary travelers meeting on the road, walking forward shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand. Shi Huanong withdrew her thoughts and leaned against the doorframe. The soundproofing at Wanghu Huayuan wasn't very good. She could hear the elevator arriving outside, the rustling footsteps, and the friction of plastic bags. Midway, the sound suddenly changed direction and came to a halt. It seemed like he had stepped into the hallway. The icy moonlight spilled into the darkened room, its cold white glow trapped within the tiles. She toyed with her water glass, the hazy light climbing up her cheeks, lending her indifferent expression a touch of frost. The numbers on the clock ticked away one by one, and when everything returned to its starting point, the sound of a key turning in the lock finally came from the doorway. Then the door was cautiously pushed open, and the white light of the motion sensor flooded in, claiming the corner of the entryway. A pitch-black shadow stretched all the way to her feet, the swaying strands of hair dispersing much of the coldness. Shi Huanong raised her eyes. The person who pushed the door open sneakily closed it behind them, placed two large bulging bags of snacks by their feet, and was just pulling out shoe covers when their body suddenly stiffened, their face frozen in shock. "Back," Shi Huanong said coolly. "Back." Su Guizhou's raised hackles slowly settled as he put on the shoe covers and placed the bags on the dining table. "Why are you standing there? Pour water." She lifted her cup and walked to the table, hooking the water pitcher in front of him. The girl in pajamas, bathed in white light, shed her usual aloofness, appearing somewhat softer. The faint scent of shampoo and the sound of trickling water simultaneously assailed Su Guizhou's senses. He couldn't help but think, somewhat inappropriately, it smells a bit like unripe oranges. Having grown accustomed to Shi Huanong's expressionless face in school uniforms, this was the first time he'd seen her in loungewear and such. Noticing the densely printed formulas on her clothes, Su Guizhou's eye twitched. These were all sent by Ding Yuan. "I can't finish them alone, could you help me out?" "Got it. Lend me your keys, mine don't have the garage one," he said while heading to the bathroom, where the faint sound of running water soon emerged. When he came out again, he was carrying 2 buckets filled with water. He paused, tilting his head as he looked at Shi Huanong standing by the door. "You want to come with me?" Is that not allowed?" Shi Huanong leaned her head against the wall, slowly twisting the doorknob behind her. "Allowed, of course it's allowed. Couldn't be more allowed." He chuckled as he followed, passing by Shi Huanong holding the door to press the elevator button first. A faint click sounded behind him. Without turning around, he heard soft footsteps amid the elevator's mechanical hum, along with the gradually intensifying scent of floral water. 2 streams of breath drifted through the stairwell. The elevator doors soon opened. Su Guizhou moved to the corner, with Shi Huanong following closely behind. She pressed the button, the bag hanging from her wrist swaying in the air. Fanning herself with a palm leaf fan in one hand and wearing slippers, she leaned her right shoulder against the inner wall. Freed from the high-pressure study environment, her posture exuded a carefree ease, her entire body radiating languid relaxation. No one spoke. As the elevator came to a stop, Su Guizhou had just bent down when a pale hand suddenly darted into his field of vision, swiftly snatching the bucket by his right side with lightning speed. Dazed, he looked up to see the person already walking down the hallway. Noticing his stillness, they turned back with a glance. "What's wrong?" Shi Huanong's expression was as bland as a cup of lukewarm water, colorless and tasteless. "Nothing much, thank you." Su Guizhou quickly stepped out of the elevator, glancing at the bucket under her slender arm. "Can you carry it, or should I take it?" Shi Wantong replied expressionlessly, I can carry it. Are you doubting the strength of a high school student who carries over 10 pounds of books every day? Su Guizhou fell silent for a moment. Was she telling a cold joke? And, she added leisurely, I can carry it steadier than you. Su Guizhou, ? He looked at the violently surging bucket in his hand and the gently rippling bucket ahead. Su Guizhou. Once his presence improved, he'd definitely make the female lead admire his years-honed, healthy physique. Oh, how wonderful could the mighty Shi classmate help me twist open bottle caps in the future? I'm rather delicate, he recited flatly. Shi Wantong stopped and turned back, her gaze carrying a hint of disdain. The way you're straining your voice sounds somewhat. She searched for the right word, like a eunuch. Su Guizhou, ? When had he ever strained his voice? He forced a smile and said shrilly, as your ladyship commands, this lowly servant obeys. Shi Wantong shrank her head down, trying to cover her ears with her collar, but the collar was clearly too short to reach. She lifted her head regretfully. After placing the items by the roadside, the two headed toward the garage. The electric vehicle garage was a separate area that couldn't be accessed directly by elevator. The slope below led to a bottomless abyss, with a damp, musty odor continuously rising, as if corpses rotting for years were buried beneath. A sudden beam of light illuminated the view. Shi Wantong, holding her phone, met his gaze. What's wrong? I was simulating the atmosphere of a horror movie. Su Guizhou averted his eyes. We have a membership at home. You can wait until evening to watch. No, he replied immediately. Are you afraid of ghosts? Shi Wantong's voice echoed through the pitch-black space. No, I'm not. But don't you think those ghost makeup looks extremely gory and violent? It's even darker than dark fairy tales, he said with righteous indignation. If horror movies don't make the makeup scary enough, how are they supposed to scare people? Make the plot terrifying. Su Guizhou followed closely behind her, like being trapped in an endless cycle of senior year, or working hard to save money for 40 years only for it to vanish overnight. Isn't that scarier than ghosts? Ever considered venturing into directing? Shi Wantong remarked. He perked up with enthusiasm. You think I have talent in that field too? What a shame, my ambitions lie elsewhere. Ah, pity the film industry has lost a rising star. He did have talent for knowing exactly how to make people despair. Shi Wantong mused, casually asking, then where do your ambitions lie? He just wants to loaf around and wait for death, wishing the money in his bank account could multiply, hoping to win the lottery jackpot every time, he said with a grin. A very happy aspiration, she replied with a faint smile, as if truly picturing Su Guizhou splashing in a sea of banknotes while shouting excitedly, then you'll need to work harder. Su Guizhou shifted his gaze from the stairs to the person in front of him. The freshly showered figure carried a crisp, clean scent, with loose long hair cascading down. A few strands at the crown swayed with each movement, like fishing lines tugged by a biting fish, radiating the unique vitality of youth. How could two completely different people always make him hallucinate Xiebu's? The Xia residence was perpetually shrouded by blackout curtains, with icy breaths seeping through the gaps at the edges. In the lightless living room, the wheelchair-bound man lived in utter silence, his cold eyes glinting in the darkness like a vampire afraid of sunlight, or some blood-drinking specter. That person just kept staring eerily at the staircase, quietly waiting for someone to appear. Su Guizhou said, you're right, I should try harder. The bicycle didn't have any major issues. After cleaning and applying some oil, it looked like a perfectly good bike on the surface. The only drawback was not finding a pump, leaving the tires deflated. Su Guizhou lovingly stroked the handlebars inside, so close to perfection, yet not quite there. The bike repair shop across the street has an air pump, Shi Wantong said. Su Guizhou looked at her puzzled. Of course a bike repair shop would have air pumps. Shi Wantong? Shi Wantong said, what I mean is, that shop always leaves the air pump outside for people who need it. Do you think you're someone who needs it? You actually spoke such a long sentence, he exclaimed in surprise. Shi Wantong? Shi Wantong stared at him expressionlessly, as if trying to bore a hole through him with her gaze. Alright, sorry. He laughed and raised both hands, letting the car press down on him. You go back first, I'll go pump the tires. You know where to go? Isn't it right over there in that row? Worst case scenario, I've got navigation. Su Guizhou's voice suddenly grew louder as he spoke. It's about 700 meters from here. You, Shi Wantong paused, are you sure you want to walk? You were actually about to say can you really push it all the way, weren't you? Su Guizhou pretended to stiffen his face, then may I ask teacher Shi for a better solution? Shi Wantong casually tossed out a wait here before turning to enter the garage. Soon, a dazzling light burst from the entrance accompanied by the roar of an engine. A helmeted figure charged out directly, executing a stylish drift before stopping right in front of Su Guizhou. He glanced at the bamboo dragonfly spinning noisily atop the helmet. So cool. Why'd you change helmets? Felt like changing. Coming or not? How? He pointed at the rear seat, then at himself, and finally at the bicycle, laughing helplessly. Don't tell me you expect me to carry it? Shi Wantong stared at him. He suppressed a smile. You really want me to carry it? Sure, Wantong pondered for a moment. Carrying it on your shoulder would work too. Su Gue Zhou. Chapter 21, Good night, sleep early. After much difficulty, the two finally managed to inflate the tire and returned home covered in dust. Su Guizhou wiped the water droplets from his face. You go first. Equally drenched, Shi Wanong gave a soft handed him a dark blue towel from the bathroom, and only then closed the door with her change of clothes in her arms. He stood there rubbing his head, and as he dried himself, he suddenly laughed. These days young couples really hurt each other while hurting themselves. He and Shi Wanong were on their way back home when they suddenly heard fierce curses and crashing sounds in the distance. Curiosity piqued. He went over to eavesdrop. Turns out it was a young couple accusing each other of cheating. The man said, I pamper you with good food and drink, yet you order 5 male escorts in one night, hugging and sleeping with them all. The woman retorted, don't think I don't know you're selling yourself as a bottom out there. Every time I see your puckered up mouth trying to kiss me, I get so nauseous I could vomit out a child. The sound of things being smashed clattered everywhere, making him listen with relish, wishing he could make sunflowers spit out seeds on the spot. However, as the saying goes, you can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. Su Guizhou heard the gossip, so naturally, he had to pay a price. Just then, a window was yanked open with a whoosh, and the muffled male voice suddenly became clear. Accompanied by an ear-splitting roar, a basin of warm water poured down from above, drenching the eavesdropper below and extinguishing his burning curiosity. He gave an awkward smile to Shi Wanong, who had come to find him and got innocently caught up in the mess. The latter wiped his face expressionlessly. Time to go back. Okay, haha, sorry about that. The former flashed a toothy grin. Fortunately, his phone was fine. Su, the justice-driven passerby, immediately reported the noise disturbance to the police. This wasn't revenge. Even through the window, he could hear the noise from afar, clearly. Every floor in every direction in this building was suffering. This was an act of righteousness, a deed of kindness. They returned dripping wet all the way. Su Guizhou made sure he wouldn't drip any more water before entering the room. Glancing at his soaked school uniform, he couldn't help but feel he had some unresolved issue with water, whether it was encountering joyous occasions or facing hardships. The meetings and partings in his life always seemed to happen in or around water. Wait, no, the day he died had been bright and sunny. Like a triumphant general returning from battle, he flung open the wardrobe with aggressive momentum to grab his pajamas. When his peripheral vision caught the maple red school uniform hanging on the nearby standing coat rack, his movements froze instantly. It had been hanging on the balcony for 2 days unretrieved, probably Shuri noticed and brought it in for him. Su Guizhou expressionlessly pulled out the neatly folded sleepwear, a habit cultivated over years. Anything leaving the bed must be tidied immediately, one must appear clean and orderly, possessions arranged just so, without a single misplacement. The wardrobe door closed gently without a sound. He placed the pajamas on the bed. The deep blue sheets resembled the midnight sea, while the duvet cover transitioned from dark hues to the rising morning sun, its pale golden light scattering across the ocean's surface, making the waves glimmer. The sky blue pajamas seemed like the perfect scenery chosen by the bright moonlight, with faintly visible fish embroidered along the sleeves and chest, drifting through the tranquil sea. He had arrived with nothing, yet Shuri had prepared everything for him. From daily necessities to the bedroom's decor style, every detail matched what he had once desired and dreamed of. Was it because of the system? Was that why Aunt Shur understood his preferences so well? Su Guizhou walked over to the clothes rack again, where a few garments hung sparsely. Cold light seeped through the gauze window, allowing him to clearly see the label on the collar, X is private. The luxurious fabric paired with exquisite craftsmanship, not just the texture, but the cut alone was enough to put his school uniform to shame. He ran his fingers over the familiar cuffs and chuckled softly. Before long, 2 soft knocks sounded from outside. He opened the door to find the girl's fair face tinged with a faint blush, wisps of white steam rising from her head as she looked up at him. Your turn, she said. Su Guizhou glanced at the English complex sentences printed on her clothes. How many outfits like this do you have? 9. Su Guizhou, ? Su Guizhou said, 1 for each subject? After speaking, Shi Wanong paused for a moment, then unexpectedly explained, originally, I only bought the language, math, and English sets, but their store later released several more, which I happened to come across. It would feel a bit uncomfortable not to complete the collection. He understood, the female lead had a bit of a collecting compulsion. That's good. It can also reinforce your studies. I remember that math set of yours has many useful formulas on it. Just glance over and memorize them before bed to deepen your impression, he said with a laugh. Sure, Wantong's eyes lit up. Do you want them? I can send you the links. Alright, thanks for your trouble. Su Guizhou finally understood what it meant to lift a rock only to drop it on one's own foot. The thing he hated most in this life was studying. The only reason he'd persevered was by treating his salary as motivation. No problem. Shi Wanong walked to the opposite door, pausing with her hand on the knob as she turned back. Su Guizhou. His hand had just touched the doorknob when he turned his head at her call. Good night. Sherwanton's tone was flat. He froze for a moment, then smiled and said, Good night, Sherwanton. Sleep early. Mum. Sherwanton pushed the door open and entered her room. Su Guizhou closed the door behind him, tossed his dirty clothes into his basin, planning to wash them tomorrow morning. All 3 shelves of the storage rack were packed full. He squeezed out some shower gel, and the faint scent of bitter orange drifted into the fragrance-filled bathroom. At the Xia household, they used a similar scent, though it was from a niche foreign brand. Back then, Auntie Sun had asked if he liked it. What had he replied? Something like I do, wasn't it? Did he like it? He wasn't quite sure himself. Even after years of use, when it had long become a habit, he still didn't know. Why had he agreed back then? Probably, perhaps, because it resembled someone's scent? That person's orange fragrance was sweet yet bitter, so bitter it made the back of his tongue ache. So bitter it always made him want to cry. But often, it was soft, like sun-dried orange peel, thick with warmth yet faintly sweet. Just like this scent. Scalding water poured from the shower head, turning his skin bright red. He seemed numb to it, letting the hot water flow over his entire body. Su Guizhou washed quickly but thoroughly. By the time he dried his hair and stepped out, it was nearly 1 o'clock. He locked himself in his room, staring at the dialing interface as he slowly pressed a series of numbers. Once again, the stirring music resounded in his ears. Such strange psychology, hoping she would answer, yet fearing she might, wishing she wouldn't pick up, yet dreading if she truly didn't. Emotions seesawed wildly, his hands trembling more than his heart. After a prolonged ringing, his breath caught the moment the call connected. He listened to the faint breathing through the receiver, staring blankly at the fluttering curtains. Cold air roared from the vents, yet he felt his body temperature steadily rising. The voice on the other end asked cautiously, Is that Jojo? The world flooded with dawn's light as tears burst from his eyes. Chapter 22, The First Step to Wealth. The rainy days in the urban village reeked of ammonia from the sewers, where broken pipes spewed foul water for days. Sticky piles of garbage clogged the corners, with rats and cockroaches scurrying through them. Su Guizhou stood at the doorway as the rain pattered noisily against the eaves. The woman caught in an intimate moment blushed and pulled an umbrella from her bag. Nervously crouching in front of him, she whispered, Hello, my name is Zhu Xiaomei. I bought some snacks and fruits for you. I heard you like sour flavors, so I got a lot. I also picked up some other varieties, not sure if you'll like them. Oh, I heard your nickname is Jojo, may I call you that? The young man with a hint of baby fat flashed a radiant smile, extending a hand holding a bulging plastic bag toward him, his dark, gleaming eyes gazing earnestly and tenderly at the child before him. Su Guizhou's glance swept over the raised lint balls on her sleeves, her thickly calloused fingers, and her somewhat sun-darkened yet clear and delicate face. He looked past her at the person behind. The man in a crisp shirt was tall, his posture straight as a ramrod, his face weathered by time exuding a worn-out melancholy. He looked like a disillusioned artist. The faint trace of lipstick at the corner of his mouth was barely visible as he smiled under the umbrella, his gaze radiating unmistakable paternal affection. To any observer, it was a heartwarming scene of a devoted father introducing his girlfriend to his son. Su Guizhou offered the woman a faint smile. Zhu Xiaomei, her face alight with surprise, extended the bag toward him, only to be pushed away by a pair of hands, snacks tumbling to the ground like an avalanche. She froze for a moment, lifting her head in bewilderment as the child's deafening shouts rang in her ears. I don't like you. I hate you. Stay away from me. Don't come near my house. Su Guizhou screamed at her, his small body trembling uncontrollably. Seemingly overwhelmed by rage, tears streamed down his face in torrents. The man's expression darkened instantly. Zhu Xiaomei frantically pulled out a tissue, but remembering his words, her hand froze midair, unable to advance or retreat. She stood rigid as a statue, watching his tears crash against the ground. Finally, Zhu Xiaomei carefully patted his hunched back from violent coughing, gently brushing away his tears. Jojo? The person on the other end, receiving no response, called out nervously and uneasily. Su Guizhou raised his face. Sorry, seems like you've got the wrong number. Let me clarify up front that I neither sell cars nor houses, absolutely no sales business here. But since we've connected by mistake, it must be fate. How about becoming friends? My surname is Huang and given name Sean, so you can affectionately address me as your majesty. Try cracking one more joke and see what happens, you little shit. He feigned surprise and said, Oh, it's you, Mom. Don't blame me. When I called you on the 4th, you tore into me so badly I got traumatized. That's only natural, don't you think? Anen was in a bad mood that day and mistook you for a scammer. She's returning to Lanjiang the day after tomorrow. When you're free, I'll have her come apologize to you properly. Wow, is Xu Qingyan's mouth always that foul? Birds of a feather really do flock together, he wailed. Mom, you've got to stand up for me. I was so upset I ate one less bowl of rice. That shows how severe the psychological damage was. You little brat. Are you taking digs at me now? Zhu Xiaomei said. Su Guizhou quickly cried out in protest. Your Majesty, this is unjust. I was only worried she might meet some unsavory characters outside. You have no idea how viciously she scolded me that day.
Learned it from me, I do love cursing people.
Heh, no wonder it sounded so familiar. What did you say? I was asking whether by tomorrow you meant the 6th or the 7th? He chuckled. It's currently 1:02 a.m. on August 6th, China Standard Time. Please be precise. The 6th, Zhu Xiaomei sighed lightly, a hint of amusement in her voice. You're still so particular about these things. Mom, it's called being precise. By the way, how did you know it was me? Did Ding Dapeng tell you? Yes. Why, have you told someone else?
He ignored the latter sentence and snorted, knew that old loudmouth couldn't be trusted.
Su Guizhou immediately opened Ding Dapeng's chat window and rapidly typed, "Oh Dapeng, you big-mouthed blabbermouth who can't keep anything to yourself." Dapeng was clearly still awake, replying with 2 crying emojis the next second. Su Guizhou, old men shouldn't try to act cute. Dapeng? QAQ, I'm a vibrant middle-aged man. Su Guizhou, ==.
Too lazy to read Ding Dapeng's reply any further, he exited the chat interface.
A woman's slightly weary voice came through the receiver. He can't hide anything.
Whenever he's keeping secrets, he starts hovering around people, hemming and hawing about everything under the sun, more tedious than Tang Monk's tight fillet spell. The moment he started reminiscing about the past with me, I knew he was either sick or in trouble. After all these years, he still hasn't changed a bit.
Hard to believe he managed to open chain stores. That's just how he is.
Zhu Xiaomei chuckled a few times before pausing briefly to speak again. Jojo?
I'm here. Where are you living now? Staying at a classmate's place. The family is really nice and treats me well.
The food at second affiliated high school has improved a lot too, though the homework is still as heavy as before, a bit exhausting. But overall, I'm eating well, sleeping soundly, and living happily, he said cheerfully.
If you don't believe me, I can have Qingqing take a photo and send it to you when she comes over. Saves me the trouble of sending one and being accused of using filters. That's good. I still have some things to handle here and won't be back for a while.
Over the years, I've started a small business outside and saved up some money, so don't be too frugal, just buy whatever you need. I've already replenished all the money you spent, and it's been sitting in the bank earning quite a bit of interest. But Anan left in such a hurry that she didn't take the card with her.
I'll transfer it to you later. So I'm about to become a millionaire again? Su Guizhou's eyes lit up. Just enjoy it quietly. Zhu Xiaomei took a sip of tea and rambled on for a bit before glancing at the clock and murmuring, lastly, thank you, Jojo, for saving up to help Mom. I'm healthy now, but I'm so sorry for all the hardship you had to endure. Su Guizhou didn't speak immediately, the faint sound of breathing coming through the receiver.
The bedroom was quiet, the atmosphere freezing momentarily. He sat on the bed gazing out the window at the endless night, where skyscrapers twinkled like stationary meteors.
He laughed, Mom, how have you been? Thanks to Jojo, Mom and Anan are doing well.
He wanted to say that as long as they were doing well, his hardships didn't matter, but he knew Xiaomei would argue, so he swallowed those words and instead said, Mom, I'll wait for you to come back. I miss you too. Xiaomei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, gazing softly at the shyly smiling boy in the photo.
Jojo still has classes tomorrow, right? It's getting late, you should go to bed now.
The voice on the phone trembled slightly, and Su Guizhou was struggling to hold back his emotions too. Not wanting to break down in front of Xiaomei, he quickly said goodbye.
After hanging up the phone, a friend request notification popped up shortly after.
Staring at the group photo and the profile picture with bloodshot eyes, he finally couldn't hold back his tears. It had been a long time since he last heard Zhu Xiaomei's voice. The woman who once seemed strong enough to shoulder the weight of the entire world now lay weakly on the sickbed. Su Guizhou gazed at her pallid face and the numerous tubes inserted into her body, suddenly realizing how the towering figure from his childhood had transformed into this frail, shrunken, and vulnerable state. The rose in the desert was ultimately obliterated by the wind and sand. He couldn't recall how he walked out of the ward, only remembering how young Zhu Qing'an sat hugging her knees against the wall under the hospital's pallid lights, teardrops trembling on her lashes, her lips as pale as Zhu Xiaomei's face. She lifted her face and asked, Brother, what should we do? What should we do? He wanted to know too. No, he did know. Su Guizhou gently hugged her. Don't worry, Big Brother has a way. Big Brother will make Mom healthy again. So Qingqing mustn't be afraid. You need to rest well, eat and sleep properly, so when Mom opens her eyes she'll see a healthy and strong Qingqing, okay? Okay, Qingqing will be obedient. Zhu Qing'an clung to him, sobbing, I'll be very obedient. Big Brother, don't go, don't leave me behind. Big Brother won't leave. Big Brother will always stay with Qingqing. Memories of the past flooded over Su Guizhou like a tidal wave. Covering his face to steady his emotions, when he looked back at his phone, Zhu Xiaomei had transferred him 10,000 yuan and also forwarded Zhu Qing'an's contact card. Su Guizhou sent a little salute emoji, happily pocketed the money, and as he watched his balance skyrocket from 0 to 5 digits, he felt his spine straighten with newfound dignity. Now he didn't have to worry about forgetting his meal card. After sending the application to Zhu Qing'an and setting an alarm, he lay down cheerfully, but tossed and turned for a long time without falling asleep. He decided to fiddle with his phone for a while,
and as soon as he turned on the screen, a message from Sansan popped up. Congratulations, host, on your petty triumph scoring some pocket money, huh? Dash. Su Guizhou, long time no see. I thought you were on vacation. Sansan, it hasn't been that long. We just talked a few hours ago. Su Guizhou, oh. Su Guizhou, too many events happened, it's normal to feel a bit confused. Su Guizhou, check the progress bar. Sansan, equals dash equals. 2 data bars quickly appeared on the screen. The red bar remained firmly fixed at 2 at the top, while the blue bar had risen to 2.03, cause for celebration. Su Guizhou, what's there to celebrate? How did I only gain 0.91 after running around so much? Sansan, how many of those steps you ran around for were actually related to the main couple? Su Guizhou, sad face. Su Guizhou, do we have any mission reward system? Sansan, yes. When the plot progress reaches 100, you can make a wish. Su Guizhou, that's it? Nothing else? Sansan, smiley face. The sight of that emoticon made his blood boil. In this lifetime, I've never seen a system as useless as you. Sansan gasped in shock. You've seen other systems before? Su Guizhou, Sansan, go get him, Susu. I believe in you carrot. Su Guizhou, going to sleep. Sansan, hey, can't communicate with this useless system at all. Chapter 23 Making Do. Shirwantong smelled a faint aroma the moment she stepped out of her room. On the dining table sat a bowl of minced pork noodles piled like a mountain, 2 glasses of milk, and a plate of steamed buns. The sound of burning flames came from the kitchen. She tilted her head to look and saw the apron-clad figure turning around just in time to smile and say, awake? Go wash up quickly, the noodles will be ready any minute. Okay, Shirwantong responded belatedly, walking with slightly unsteady steps toward the wash basin. The mirror reflected a slightly weary face, with faint dark circles under her eyes that were barely noticeable. Clenching her toothbrush between her teeth, she thought to herself, so he really can cook. Shuri was always chattering about her big sister at home but rarely mentioned this good sister's child. As a result, her impression of Su Guizhou was even less distinct than that of the mutt his mother kept at home. Yet just by looking at those slender, pale hands, she could glean most of the information. Clearly, he was a much doted-on only child, one who had seldom done household chores, otherwise, he would never have had such beautiful hands. Gazing at the calluses on her own palms, she suddenly recalled how the boy had washed dishes yesterday, his movements practiced and meticulous, as if he had repeated them hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Cold water splashed on her face left her mind blank for a few seconds before thoughts gradually revived. After drying the water droplets, Shirwantong returned to the living room to find an extra bowl of shrimp and poached egg noodles on the table, topped with a mountain of minced meat. Scattered green onions adorned it like shrubs sprouting on a desolate peak. The person who had finished all the work was hanging up his apron. In a few quick steps, he pulled out a chair and sat down in front of the bowl of noodles. Seeing her standing motionless, he waved his hand. What are you spacing out for? Come eat. She moved closer, pressing her hands against the cup's surface, feeling the warmth transfer to her palms. Gazing at the steaming noodles before her, she paused and said, so you really can cook. So you didn't believe me. Su Guizhou widened his eyes, looking thoroughly wounded. I wondered why you got up so early, thought it was just habit. Turns out you got up to cook. Now I believe it. She took a sip of milk, the faint sweetness spreading in her mouth. Does your belief score at least 3 points? He raised an eyebrow with a smile, picking up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. 8 points. Shirwantong glanced at the plate of steamed buns and hesitated. Did you make these? He replied frankly, yes. This side is meat-filled, that side is vegetable-filled. Try them and see if they suit your taste. I originally planned to make some noodles too, but forgot to buy them when I went out. It was too rushed to go back, so I just made do with what we had at home. Make do. She silently thought to herself and asked, aren't you sleepy? Young people need less sleep, just a short nap keeps us refreshed, Su Guizhou replied with a smile, picking up a strand of noodles to eat unhurriedly, unilaterally ending the conversation. Both had the habit of not speaking during meals or sleep, so Shirwantong closed her mouth, thinking to herself, isn't it usually the elderly who need less sleep? She picked up a meat bun, first sipped some soup, then ate the noodles along with the bun. After finishing the bun, she held her chopsticks and hesitated before speaking. It's delicious, thank you. Shirwantong probably inherited Shiyi's indifference to culinary pleasures, having little demand for food. From childhood till now, she could make do when possible and force herself to make do when not. Now, she was unusually stirred by a hint of craving. The person across from her lifted their face with a smile upon hearing this. That's good then, eat more if you like it. The rising steam blurred his features. Shirwantong quietly picked up the noodles with her chopsticks. At 6:30, the two of them finished breakfast, one washing dishes, the other clearing the table. Su Guizhou stuck a note on the table to inform Shuri that breakfast was in the fridge. After drying her hands, Shirwantong walked out, and they rode their bikes to school together. The electric bike was naturally faster than a bicycle. Though Shirwantong rode ahead, her figure never left his sight.
The morning sunlight draped the girl in a pale golden veil, dazzlingly radiant to the point of blurring her silhouette.
For no particular reason, he wondered if he had survived. Would he have been able to watch Ching walk ahead under the morning sun?
At this thought, he shook his head with a wry smile. As they neared the school, pedestrians and vehicles grew more numerous. Electric scooters weaved between stalled cars, while waves of emerald green uniforms surged toward the school gates. Su Guizhou had just gotten off his bike and was pushing it forward when he heard someone calling his name from behind. He turned around to see Ren Cheng jogging toward him, pushing his own bike with a cheerful bounce in his step.
"Morning, morning."
Ren Cheng grinned.
"You bought a bike?" "Morning."
"Nah, this one's just been sitting and used at home. Gave it a wash and it's good as new, saves me the trouble of buying one," Su Guizhou replied as they walked side by side. By the gate, Shi Wanhong, who had been waiting for him, had already disappeared into the crowd, her retreating figure blending seamlessly with the passers-by.
"I remember Shi Wanhong lives by Lakeview, right? That's quite a distance from here. Can you handle the bike ride?" Su Guizhou, ? Su Guizhou said, "I'm not that fragile, you know."
Ren Cheng beamed with sunshine-bright enthusiasm, flashing his pearly whites. "I might have believed you if you hadn't shown up looking half-dead on your first day."
Su Guizhou pushed his bike indignantly. Boosting his presence was now a pressing matter.
The two exchanged idle chatter as they walked to the bike shed, drawing curious glances from passers-by along the way.
Su Guizhou took them all in stride without a care.
As he locked his bike, a thought occurred to him. Does our class have a group chat?
"Yeah, didn't you know?"
Ren Cheng answered casually before suddenly realizing something, his face showing surprise.
"Wait, did I not add you?" Su Guizhou asked. "QQ or WeChat?"
Ren Cheng replied, "QQ."
Neither spoke further. Su Guizhou broke the silence. "I'll add you at noon."
"All right." Ren Cheng paused before continuing. "You don't need to pay attention to those people. Ding Yuan kneeling before you yesterday was really, shocking.
It'll blow over in a few days. He's that influential?
Yes, though I think some rumors are exaggerated. It's true that he frequently gets into fights, skips classes, and talks back to teachers.
He's even hospitalized someone before.
The photos went viral in group chats back then, so I wouldn't recommend getting too close to him."
Su Guizhou neither agreed nor disagreed. "I see."
Ding Yuan had glossed over the matter with just a few words last night, offering no details.
He didn't know the beginning or the process, only the outcome.
A decade can truly change so much. It can topple skyscrapers and rebuild them anew, give failures a fresh start and strip the privileged of everything they once had, blur the past into oblivion while sharpening the future into clarity.
Yet Ding Yuan's gaze remained as bright and intense as ever.
Years had passed, but some things stayed unchanged. Su Guizhou sighed, his thoughts drifting back to Zhou Shuiyun and Xia Wanting. The memory of Zhou Shuiyun's exhausted, bloodshot eyes and Xia Wanting's cold, brooding aura made his temples throb with pain. He couldn't help but sigh again. Ren Cheng said sympathetically, "Dude, don't stress too much. The cart will find its way round the hill when it gets there and there's always light at the end of the tunnel. Just focus on your studies. If it's really affecting you, talk to your teachers or parents. Right now, we're the seniors in this whole school. By the way, what's your relationship with Ding Yuan? Why did he start crying and hugging you right away?"
Su Guizhou casually replied, "I'm his godfather."
Ren Cheng nodded.
"I see. Ren Cheng. Ren Cheng?"
Ren Cheng widened his eyes. "What did you say?"
Ren Cheng's mind was in chaos.
"Wait, what did I just hear? What kind of relationship did you say you two have?"
Su Guizhou turned a deaf ear, shouldering his bag as he dashed toward Mingda Building.
Passing by Jixing Building, the sound of clear recitations rose and fell in waves. Gazing at the lush green leaves, he suddenly felt a profound clarity in his heart. Until an uninvited guest came peeking at the door. Chapter 24, You called everyone here just for this? Ha! Su Guizhou yawned, wiping away the involuntary tears at the corners of his eyes. The midnight excitement had completely faded after 2 classes of academic immersion, and with the medication kicking in, he felt a bit dizzy and desperately sleepy. But the classroom during the long break was bustling, some huddled together solving problems, others arm in arm heading to the snack shop to stock up. He was sprawled over his exam paper, about to take a quick nap, when suddenly he heard someone clear their throat and call out, "Excuse me, is Su Guizhou here?" Su Guizhou jolted awake. The classmates were also startled by the loud, rooster-like voice, all turning their heads in unison to see who had the audacity to disturb their rare moment of respite. Standing at the back door was a boy neatly dressed in a drab school uniform. Nervously adjusting his glasses and straightening his collar, his dark face flushed crimson as he opened his mouth and bellowed again in that grating voice, "Excuse me, Su Guizhou is here, here." Su Guizhou rushed over to pull the person away. But unexpectedly, the guy was like a nail embedded in the wall. Not only did he fail to budge him, but he nearly toppled himself over instead. As he was about to fall backward, he quickly steadied himself by grabbing the doorframe. Once stable, he remarked with a straight face, "You've got great core strength, huh?" The boy's face turned even redder, squeezing out a thank you through gritted teeth.
Su Guizhou glanced past the sea of curious faces in the classroom, wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, and forced a dry laugh. How about we talk over there, he suggested. No, the boy replied stiffly. Su Guizhou was now wide awake. Staring at the person half a head shorter than him, he felt nothing but a headache. So, classmate, what exactly do you want? You don't remember me? The boy's eyes widened. Have we met before? Su Guizhou's own eyes widened in response. The two at the back door stared at each other in wide-eyed silence, while whispers filled the classroom like scattered leaves. Holy shit, I thought it was my old neighbor's duck wandering over, scared the hell out of me. Shook my damn hand, ugh. Now my flawless exam paper's got a scratch. Quit fussing over that trash paper. Someone kicked him. Doesn't that guy look kind of familiar? He withdrew his sympathetic gaze and scrutinized carefully. Gee, it really is, isn't that? Fan Chuan. The boy lowered his head, enunciating stiffly, I'm Fan Chuan. I deeply apologize for spilling soup on you yesterday and speaking disrespectfully to you, senior. After returning home, I reflected on my mistakes and became acutely aware of my wrongdoing. That's why I came today to apologize, please forgive me. This heartfelt repentance shocked the onlookers. I thought it was some BL novel coming to life, but it's just a delinquent apologizing? How boring. Let's scatter, everyone. You romance novel girls really. The speaker's friend extended 3 fingers and twirled them near their temple. You called everyone here just for this? Let's go, let's go. Old Jihe, how'd you solve this problem? I checked with 5 or 6 people and got 2 or 3 different answers, no idea who's right or wrong. Let me see. Class 2 students clearly found much less interest in this kind of drama than in solving problems. Before long, the wave of studying had completely swept away this little episode. Fan Chuan's face turned even redder than when someone was watching. He simply hadn't reacted in time yesterday. When the elder brother suddenly knelt down, wasn't it reasonable for him as the younger brother to follow suit? By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. Neither kneeling nor standing felt appropriate, and he even considered pretending to be crazy and crying along with Ding Yuan. Fortunately, Director Wang arrived, and while everyone's attention was focused on those 3, he quickly retreated. The video spreading like wildfire at school was bad enough. He had planned to brazenly pretend it never happened, but as soon as Ding Yuan came online, he ordered Fan Chuan to apologize to that person the next day, saying he wouldn't see him until forgiveness was granted. Fan Chuan was furious, but after gritting his teeth, he agreed. Since Ding Yuan told him to behave properly and dress more presentably, he picked out a relatively clean school uniform, ironed it, dug out a pair of frameless glasses from his locker, and put them on. Looking in the mirror, he thought he at least looked respectable. Fan Chuan had rehearsed his excuses all night, fully prepared to be mocked by a crowd of onlookers, yet to his surprise, no one paid him any attention. These bookworms only know how to study dead texts. Fan Chuan stared at his toes, overwhelmed by a surge of shame. I forgive you, Su Guizhou said, relieved that no one was paying attention. He silently berated himself for forgetting to tell Ding Yuan to drop the matter. With a smile, he added, it was an accident, I understand. Just be more careful next time. To everyone's surprise, Fan Chuan raised his head with a defiant expression. You're forgiving me just like that? Su Guizhou, ? Su Guizhou said, then what do you want me to do? Set up 81 trials for you? No forgiveness until you complete them all? Fan Chuan thought for a moment, that would be a bit too much. So what do you want me to do? Fan Chuan slowly pulled out a wooden carving from his pocket. This is my apology gift. This is really beautiful, thank you. Su Guizhou smiled as he accepted it. You bastard, what exactly do you find beautiful about this? Fan Chuan asked. This boat is exquisitely carved. Look at these sails, they have such a sense of movement, instantly making you imagine how strong the winds must be at sea. And these little figures here, each with distinct builds, expressions, and poses, clearly show the carver's painstaking effort. Now look at... Stop. Fan Chuan interrupted impatiently, his face flushed dark red. You talk too much. Su Guizhou brushed it off. I really forgive you, don't worry, I'll talk to Ding Yuan about it later. Fan Chuan glanced him up and down. Oh. Fan Chuan finished speaking, took off his glasses, and strode away, only to turn back the moment he entered the hallway. Lowering his voice, he asked, what's your relationship with Yuan Gu? Su Guizhou took 2 steps back, thought for a moment, then also lowered his voice and replied, family without blood ties. Fan Chuan, ? Fan Chuan said, are you his adopted son? My seniority isn't that low. Fan Chuan? Su Guizhou laughed at his bewildered expression. Go ask your Yuan Ge if you don't believe me. Unable to get any answers, Fan Chuan left in a daze, turning back to look every few steps. After dealing with this matter, he turned to head back to class when he noticed someone leaning against the wall, speaking calmly. Su Guizhou stiffened, forcing a dry laugh. Is there something you need? Is it a hereditary trait for you Xia family members to walk without making a sound? The director Wang asked me to inform you to collect your textbooks. The scorching sunlight cascaded over her,
boldly showcasing the girl's beautiful features, as if the chilling aura enveloping her body had been momentarily veiled, revealing a glimmer of vibrant vitality. Xia Wanning curved her pale lips slightly, her dark and profound gaze fixed on him. "Come with me, Su Guizhou." Her tone was flat, seemingly devoid of emotion, yet each word was deliberately spaced with a pause, as if biting down on invisible flesh between her teeth, forcing each syllable to be enunciated with measured breath. Chapter 25, You Always Like to Lie. The faint glow spread across the overpass like veins, as a gentle breeze carrying waves of heat brushed past, and birdsong stirred a rustling cascade of leaves. It was a scene that could be called peaceful and serene, yet Su Guizhou had no mind to appreciate it, wholly preoccupied by the composed figure beside him. He inwardly wondered when this school campus had grown so vast. "You seem nervous," Xia Wanning remarked. "You're seeing things," Su Guizhou replied with a dry laugh, wiping sweat from his brow. "Is that so?" she said indifferently. "Last night you went to see Mr. Ding and Miss Zhou." Su Guizhou's footsteps faltered. The person beside him remained oblivious, walking a few steps ahead before finally noticing and turning back with a smile. "What's the matter? What are you trying to say?" Su Guizhou sighed softly. It was bound to happen. He felt a pang of sorrow. What kind of system-based story was this? The system was a useless intern forced to take the blame, the host was an early ghost, and now he'd been rebranded and thrown back into his original world. The task showed zero progress, and his identity kept getting exposed everywhere. He couldn't hide, couldn't conceal himself. What? Su Guizhou snapped back to attention. "I didn't catch that. Say it again." Xia Wanning silently moved closer, gently caressing the cheek of the person before her. The skin, warmed by the scorching sun yet still cool to the touch, pressed against her palm. She noticed how the person's body tensed momentarily before instantly relaxing, their amber eyes gazing at her with a quiet, tender softness as if silently permitting all her presumptuous actions. Slowly, she slid her hand beneath the tightly wrapped collar, tilting her knuckles outward until the concealed birthmark effortlessly came into view. The faint pulse of the carotid artery beneath her fingertips throbbed as deafeningly as a heartbeat. "Why," she murmured, her voice trembling between a sigh and a sob. "I was the first one to meet you. Why did you tell them first?" Her whisper broke. "Big brother, why?" Su Guizhou lowered his gaze to look at her. He should have stepped away the moment she reached out, yet it was as if he were nailed to the spot, instinctively leaning his face closer. "Because I was worried about Tingting," he said, gazing at those familiar brows and eyes, feeling the electrifying warmth against his neck. With a smile, he encircled the girl's wrist and gently peeled it away from himself. "After all, I left a terrible impression on you. It wouldn't have been right to tell you outright. When we first met, Tingting was in a pretty bad state, wasn't she? So that's how it was." Xia Wanning stared at the hand loosely encircling her wrist, cold enough to send shivers down one's spine, almost inhuman. She grasped his hand in return and smiled faintly under his surprised gaze. "Brother, your hands are so cold." Her tone carried a hint of coquettishness, leaving Su Guizhou momentarily stunned, as if glimpsing traces of the child she once was years ago in her expression. He paused slightly, gently withdrawing his hand, and said casually, "Perhaps it's just a chill from my recent cold." "Brother always likes to lie," Xia Wanning laughed. "How can you say always? When have I ever lied to you?" He walked ahead, turning into the side entrance, with the girl following closely at his side. The building, perpetually deprived of sunlight, was cooler inside. A chilly breeze swept through the corridor as their footsteps echoed crisply along its winding path. Xia Wanting's voice seemed to reverberate through a valley, quiet and drawn out, each echo diluting the emotion until the speaker's original intent became indistinguishable. "When you were 3, you tricked me into drinking bitter melon juice by telling me it was green apple." Su Guizhou looked up at the sky. "At 4 years old, you pointed at black garlic and claimed it was a once-in-a-millennium mutated variety that could turn you into a Barbie princess after eating it." Su Guizhou looked down at the ground. "At 4.5, you said the haystack downstairs would eat people, so you wouldn't let me look at it." "Wait a minute," Su Guizhou declared righteously, "that's because you used to love leaning on the windowsill back then, and once you nearly fell. It was me who reacted quickly and pulled you back, otherwise, how could you be standing here safe and sound? They say saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. I saved your life, and now you're blaming me for it?" "It was my mistake to misunderstand you, brother," Xia Wanning said with a smile, her cool eyes under the cold light revealing a peculiar sorrow. "Don't be angry with me, okay?" As she spoke, she reached out and gently held the little finger of the person beside her, her thumb gliding up along the fingertip until it reached the base, rubbing back and forth like a feather lightly brushing, sending waves of tingling warmth. Such public displays of affection are improper. Su Guizhou mercilessly pulled his hand away and stuffed it into his pocket. "Then it's okay in private?" She naturally slipped her hand into her pocket, grasping that slightly cold hand. "There's no one around now, so this counts as private." Su Guizhou was shocked. Seriously? What kind of poison has time fed to the Xie family's little sweetheart? How could such a good girl turn out like this? At least learn some restraint from your sister, damn it.
The corridor was empty, stretching all the way to the end with no one in sight. Su Guizhou stopped in his tracks, expressionlessly pulling his hand away from hers. Not even in private. Brother, Xia Wanting gazed at him. What? He snapped irritably. You're smiling. Su Guizhou immediately pulled a long face, attempting to cover up by touching the corner of his mouth. The light's too dim, you must be seeing things. The lights were dazzling, with pale blue reflections shimmering across the ceiling and floor. She gazed at the slightly blurred face before her, so reminiscent of those bygone years she'd glimpsed through screens. The overly bright lights obscured the figure on stage, the lens seemingly coated with a hazy filter that rendered everything like flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water, an indistinct view through mist, as if this person had never truly existed, merely an indistinguishable dream between reality and illusion. Brother, is it really you? Xia Wanting reached out to touch him but recalled his earlier reaction, withdrawing her hand instead and lifting her face to gaze at him pleadingly. Su Guizhou had always been defenseless against such gazes. Staring at the wall behind her, he said, real or fake? After groping around for so long just now, you still couldn't tell? Brother hasn't changed at all, and I keep dreaming about you. Isn't it only natural that I couldn't recognize you? Su Guizhou's eyelids twitched as he shifted his gaze to her face. The cold white light made her lips appear even paler. Her expressionless face, devoid of any trace of anger, curled into an emotionless smile like shards of broken glass scattered across the ground, or like an exquisitely crafted porcelain doll. He shoved his hands in his pockets and took a step back, only when no one's around in private. Xia Wanting glanced around. There's no one here, doesn't that count as no one's around in private? This is a school, who knows if someone might suddenly pop up nearby. Su Guizhou shook his head. And what's the 57th school regulation? Prohibiting excessive intimacy between opposite sexes. Brother makes a fair point. Xia Wanting stepped forward. Though I wonder who's the one cohabiting with a female classmate. What do you mean cohabitation? That's lodging, boarding. It's pure platonic interaction between opposite sexes. Xia Wanting, don't ruin people's reputations with your words. Su Guizhou quickly caught up, lowering his voice to say. She sighed worriedly. I merely teased a little, and he rushed to defend her. Who was it just now calling her Ting Ting so affectionately? Watch fewer Qiangyao dramas. They're quite interesting. Big brother should watch some when you have time. Want me to recommend a few? Xia Wanting's eyes sparkled. No, I need to focus on my exam prep. Su Guizhou kept his eyes straight ahead as he pressed the elevator button. Fortunately, the elevator was empty and arrived within seconds, opening its doors welcomingly before them. Does Big Brother care that much about grades? Xia Wanting entered the elevator a step behind him while pressing the floor button. Su Guizhou answered casually, what are you talking about? I'm prime college material destined for a top-tier university. She laughed and changed the subject. Why didn't you go find Sister Renan, brother? Instead, you're staying at her place? Well, I have my reasons, he said mysteriously. Kids shouldn't meddle in grown-up matters, understand, Ting Ting? Xia Wanting responded with a radiant smile. Understood, brother. Su Guizhou nodded in satisfaction, wiping the sweat from his temple. By the way, brother, Xia Wanting suddenly called out, tilting her head slightly. What's wrong? Has anyone ever told you that your veins are quite beautiful? Her tone was as casual as if she were commenting on whether roadside flowers looked pretty. Su Guizhou forced a smile. Your top priority right now is to watch fewer violent and bloody films. You're so boring, brother. Isn't it fine to grow up a little boring? Chapter 26, The Early Departed White Moonlight. When Su Guizhou was carrying a stack of books back to the classroom, he happened to bump into Ren Qing, who was running back from the restroom. Hey, Su Guizhou. Ren Qing wiped his damp hands on his clothes and took most of the books from his arms. What were you doing out? His words abruptly cut off. He saw the person behind Su Guizhou suddenly straighten their faint smile, their dark eyes sweeping over him with indifference before walking straight into the classroom. Long hair swayed behind them like ripples spreading across water. Out doing what? The person beside him, oblivious to his shock, asked with a smile. You disappeared after going out to apologize. Turns out you were moving books. Why didn't you call me to help? Ren Qing finished his unfinished sentence, asking with a wooden expression. What's your relationship with her? Classmate relationship. Su Guizhou played dumb. Classmate my ass. I'd been her classmate for nearly 3 years and never saw her smile at me once. You've only been here a couple days and she's grinning like a flower. Ren Qing scrutinized him closely. Can't be a modeling issue, right? Though you are handsome, there are others at school on your level too, and I've never seen the young miss smile at any of them. Su Guizhou walked into the noisy classroom. Maybe I look like her long-dead older brother? Ren Qing was shocked. Huh? Didn't her family only have her and her older sister? The news never mentioned an older brother who died young either? Rich families have their secrets, best not to ask too many questions, he said with an air of profound mystery. Oh, Ren Qing responded blankly before suddenly realizing something was off after a few steps. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Aren't you from out of town? Where'd you get this info? Don't tell me you're some fallen noble? Su Guizhou sometimes genuinely wondered what exactly filled Rin Chang's head. He adopted a measured tone and said, in books, there are houses of gold, in the mind, there are steeds galloping through the skies. Rin Chang paused for a moment before responding, bro, are you messing with me or what? Nah, everything I said to you was sincere. As soon as he placed the book on the table, Rin Chang promptly stacked his own pile on top and took a seat. Well, your face is pretty generic, first resembling Ding Yuan's long-deceased godfather, then the young mistress's late brother. Looks like Yuan molded you straight into the face of a tragic, departed white moonlight. You better watch your back, kid. Master Rin, what makes you say that? Su Guizhou chuckled. Rin Chang leaned in mysteriously and whispered, because Dolly only lived 6.5 years. Su Guizhou's eyes flickered. Did you eat an ice pop? The green tum one? You could smell that? Damn, you've got a nose like a bloodhound. Rin Chang covered his mouth as he stepped back. Don't tell me you can even smell what I ate last night? Your tongue turned green. Oh, Rin Chang turned back around in disappointment. Su Guizhou tidied his books, glanced at Jiang Wang beside him putting on headphones, and after some thought still spoke up. Gee, Jiang Wang. The male lead lifted his eyelids. Speak. Still going for hot pot at noon? No. Jiang Wang sneered. What's so good about it? Putting used chopsticks back in, just a pool of saliva. Disgusting. Yet you've eaten plenty of it before. Su Guizhou nodded. Really not going? Aunt Kai told me she likes you a lot and prepared extra lamb rolls for you. If you're not going, I guess I'll have to take care of them myself. He silently counted to 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait, Jiang Wang removed the left ear pod, leaning back in his chair with effortless cool. If it's meant for me, why should I give it to you? So you're agreeing to go? That's great. I'll tell Aunt Kai right away. Having delivered his scripted line, Su Guizhou immediately began fiddling with his phone. Jiang Wan, ? Was he being scammed? Today's hot pot squad remained the same group from yesterday. Shin Xinyao, who had somehow gotten wind of the gathering, suddenly dragged the deathly pale Shi Wanhong out midway and inexplicably joined the crowd as they all marched toward Xiaolu convenience store. Auntie Kai had already prepared the hot pot and was waiting for them. The split pot bubbled merrily, with perfectly cooked meat slices and meatballs rolling about on the simmering broth's surface. Shin Xinyao and Jiang Wang were at it again, locking horns in verbal sparring. Rin Chang seized the opportunity to stealthily scoop up a large portion of meat while they were distracted, causing the quarreling pair to momentarily cease fire and redirect their hostility toward him. Shi Wanhong looked utterly exhausted, her eyelids fighting a losing battle against sleep. In the brief moments Su Guizhou took his eyes off her, her head nearly dipped into the dipping sauce bowl. Aunt Kai asked what time she'd gone to bed last night. Shi Wanhong stood frozen for nearly 10 seconds before slowly replying, 3:30. Su Guizhou was greatly shocked upon hearing this, thinking to himself, has the academic pressure at second affiliated high school gotten this severe nowadays? No wonder she struggled to wake up early in the morning. Aunt Kai was equally astonished and told her not to neglect her own well-being just for the sake of studying. As they spoke, Shi Wanhong closed her eyes again and slumped crookedly onto Su Guizhou's shoulder, mumbling that it wasn't because of studying. Seeing this scene, Shin Xinyao didn't even have time to speak before rushing over in a fluster to cradle her in her arms, immediately launching into a melodramatic performance the moment she opened her mouth. Jiang Wang sneered sarcastically, while Rin Chang picked up another piece of meat, earnestly playing the role of a food critic. Shi Wanhong placed a tissue over Shin Xinyao's mouth and said expressionlessly that she wasn't dead yet. Su Guizhou couldn't help but laugh. He recalled the nonsense and radiant laughter of his former classmates during class and school events, suddenly realizing what he had missed all those years. With this thought, another question naturally arose. If Xie Busai hadn't been injured, would he have experienced such a rowdy period too? He abruptly laughed, dispelling the thoughts lingering in his mind. As he absent-mindedly scooped a spoonful of shrimp paste into his bowl, a faint call reached his ears. Su Guizhou. What's wrong? He turned his head. The others at the table resumed their earlier chaos, while Shi Wanhong, who had straightened up, leaned closer to him. Her eyes carried a drowsy haze, and her voice drifted into his ears amidst the boiling broth and clamor. You look sad. Su Guizhou paused for a moment, then smiled. The chili oil splashed into my eyes. She asked, really? Yes, he replied. Shi Wanhong gazed into his clear amber eyes and leaned back expressionlessly, remarking coolly, seems your cold hasn't fully recovered yet. You know what they say, people who rarely catch colds take longer to recover when they do, he declared with conviction, nodding as he spoke. Besides, it's been less than 5 days since I got sick, and I'm already mostly better. That just proves how healthy I am. Shi Wanhong said, Machem, healthy. Su Guizhou, ? Su Guizhou said, are you coaxing a child? Shi Wanhong thought for a moment, I use the same tone when teasing dogs. Su Guizhou. Su Guizhou said, from now on, you're banned from telling lame jokes. I wasn't telling a joke. Her calm eyes looked rather pitiful against the dark circles beneath them. Then pretend you were telling a lame joke. Are you teasing a child? Shi Wanhong asked. No, this tone of mine is usually for teasing little birds. Shi Wanhong stared at him. What? Su Guizhou immediately pursed his lips. Am I smiling again? No, you've got sauce all over your mouth. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Su Guizhou hastily grabbed 2 napkins and scrubbed vigorously.
Couldn't see it clearly. Wantong yawned and took a couple bites of the now lukewarm meatballs. Su Guizhou didn't press further, focusing on chewing his shrimp paste instead. Only when Ren Qing demanded his opinion did he leisurely wipe his mouth and offer a few non-committal remarks. Since Aunt Kai had started cooking early today, they had plenty of time to leisurely stroll back to the classroom after finishing their meal. Each of them held an ice pop in their mouth as they walked along the forest path, resembling a group of thriving young saplings. When Su Guizhou returned to his seat, he found a bottle of plain milk and a bag of colorful handmade candies placed inside his desk. Raising his head, he caught sight of Xia Wanting's slender figure walking away. It felt like returning to that cold, gloomy mansion again, back when Xia Wanting was still just a little girl who would sit by his bedside, holding his hand while softly singing the folk songs he'd taught her, whispering, big brother, rest well and get better soon." Su Guizhou took out a green candy and popped it into his mouth.
A faint sweet and sour taste spread across his tongue as he gently bit down, feeling slightly dazed.
"When did you buy candy?"
Ren Cheng asked, returning after peeking at the solution.
"It's quite pretty, how does it taste?" He handed one over.
Ren Xing tried it and his eyes lit up.
"Damn, this is actually really good. Which brand is it? Got a link? That place is pretty expensive, and you still have to queue up. Even with money, it's hard to get anything. Then how did you buy it? Don't tell me the shopkeeper thought you looked like his long-lost son?"
Ren Xing raised an eyebrow. He smiled and said, "Didn't buy it, someone gave it to me."
"Who is it?"
"Little sister," he thought to himself. Just like every moment of every day before, Xia Wanting would come running toward him with a smile, grabbing his hand and pressing a handful of candies into his palm.
Year after year, without a single miss. Chapter 27, Come Back Early. Not long after evening self-study ended, the sparse noises on the top floor of Mingda building were abruptly shattered by a thunderous stampede of footsteps.
Hearing this familiar commotion, Class 2 students instantly understood, and when they saw the disheveled figure bursting through the back door, the same 4 words flashed through everyone's minds.
Just as expected.
Ding Yuan ignored the stares from others and shouted at the top of his lungs, Joji,
wanna grab some fried skewers?
Old whose place he just got back from out of town this afternoon and is open right now.
I already had him fry some up, so we can eat as soon as we get there. Wanna go? Su Guizhou rubbed his temples, annoyed by the noise.
With a single gesture, the loudmouthed donkey, no, Ding Yuan immediately shut up and stood there, blinking at him expectantly.
Their classmates didn't even bat an eye.
After witnessing Ding Yuan kneeling and weeping bitterly, this scene didn't seem unacceptable at all. In fact, it felt somewhat inevitable. Ding Yuan still remembered Brother Zhou's blissful, flower-blooming expression when taking him out to eat before. He thought delightedly that now, freed from the Xia family's restraints, Brother Zhou could finally eat to his heart's content. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. Following the needle-like piercing gaze, he saw the Xia family's second young lady sitting with a faint smile, her head tilted slightly as she looked his way, her eyes as cold as an icy abyss. Ding Yuan glanced at his own hands pressed against Brother Zhou's desk, took 2 steps back, and the stabbing gaze vanished. When he looked again, Xia Wanting's eyes seemed to have shifted, her gaze instantly becoming as warm as a spring breeze.
"Yuan? Ding Yuan?
I'm here," he snapped out of his daze.
"What did you just say, Joji? I didn't catch that."
"I said let's go eat." Su Guizhou was genuinely craving something. The last time he'd eaten was over half a year ago when he snatched a potato tornado from Ding Duping's hands.
"You seem exhausted. Should we postpone for a couple days?" "It's not exhaustion, bro,"
Ding Yuan roared inwardly, thinking, just yesterday you told me not to casually reveal your identity, so how the hell did that damn pervert seem to know who you are today?
Could it be that he's treating you as a substitute?
The thought had barely formed when he immediately dismissed it. Recalling his own behavior over the past 2 days, he began to suspect that it was his own unusual actions that had drawn Xia Wenting's attention. Looking at Zhou Ji's innocent face, his guilt grew even stronger. "No, bro, I slept really well last night," Ding Yuan said. "Maybe it's because I studied all day, having all that unfamiliar knowledge crammed into my head is giving me some kind of mental indigestion.
I did the problems you assigned, but there's a lot I don't understand."
Su Guizhou immediately shifted his focus to studying and said cheerfully, "It's fine if you don't understand, I do.
From now on, I'll explain the problems to you every day after school."
"Thanks, bro." Ding Yuan's vision darkened upon hearing this, but seeing how happy Su looked, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly resolved to endure the hardships of studying. Ren Qing, who had witnessed the entire exchange, also felt his vision darken.
"Dude, didn't I just warn you this morning to stay away from him?
How did a few words not only lock in tonight but also decide your entire future in one go?"
Ren Qing fell silent for a moment. "Mind bringing one more person? You're coming too?"
Ding Yuan spared him half a glance.
"Is that not allowed?"
Ren Qing countered.
Ding Yuan had noticed yesterday that this guy got along well with Zhou Ji, guessing he was a newly made friend, so he smiled and said, sure, why not? Joji's friends are my friends too. And more people means more fun, we'll eat happier together. Come along.
Renqing shuddered at his disgustingly sunny smile.
Su Guizhou casually asked, anyone else? Nope, just the three of us. Su Guizhou, ? Is 3 people considered lively? But this small group is enough.
In this sweltering heat, having a crowd huddled around a tiny table would inevitably mean shoulders bumping and sweat dripping, with the greasy smoke from fried skewers mingling with body odor, truly a bit torturous.
Su Guizhou turned to bid Jiang Wang farewell.
He had never entertained the thought of inviting Jiang Wang. The fact that the pampered young master had even stooped to eating hot pot with them was unexpected enough, let alone the snack street, which couldn't compare to Aunt Kai's cleanliness.
Given the male lead's fastidious nature, he would never have come anyway.
Moreover, the tutorial post mentioned that making friends can't be rushed, it requires patience, gradual progress, and catering to mutual interests. Leaving personal space for each other is essential, as being overly eager and clingy right from the start will only backfire. There's plenty of time, no need to hurry. Just as he picked up his bag and walked away chatting and laughing with the two, a sharp, violent screeching sound suddenly erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw Jiang Wang striding over with a dark expression, his voice icy as he commanded, move.
Ding Yuan said angrily, hey, what's your attitude? Jiang Wang didn't even glance at him.
Su Guizhou rubbed his ears, injured by the screech of chair legs scraping against the floor, then covered Ding Yuan's mouth and pulled him aside. He met the increasingly furious snort and sidelong glare from the person in front of him, watching as they stormed out of the classroom.
Ding Yuan, MMPH, did you piss him off? Su Guizhou asked. Who pissed him off? He pissed me off, okay? Did you forget how I got ganged up on at noon?
Renqing spread his hands innocently. Don't tell me, having meals together for 2 days straight almost made me forget what young master's original temper was like. This feels much more familiar now. Don't worry, men always have those days, he just has about 10 or 20 more of those days than most people.
Su Guizhou, ? Su Guizhou said, isn't a month just 30 days? That's why he's different from ordinary people. Su Guizhou pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You're right. The watching students from class 2. Truly a case of beauty is trouble, beauty is trouble. Oh right, Renqing turned his head, Shinxinyao, are you guys coming? No way, no way. I have to go back and help my little sister with her art project, it's due the day after tomorrow, Shinxinyao called over her shoulder without turning around, briskly dragging Shi Wanong out of the classroom. Tong isn't going either, she needs to go home and catch up on sleep.
Su Guizhou watched Shi Wanong's stumbling footsteps and was just about to say maybe I shouldn't go either when his phone in his pocket started vibrating like crazy with manic energy, shaking so violently it nearly fell out. He had no choice but to pull it out first, thinking to himself, San, if this isn't something critically important, just wait till I hold you accountable. Yet only a lone green bubble hung in the message notification on the locked screen.
Shi Wanong, bring some back tonight, no spice. He froze slightly, then couldn't help but laugh. Okay, ride slowly, grinning emoji. Shi Wanong, MHM. The chat ended, and Su Guizhou was about to put away his phone when the darkened screen suddenly lit up again, displaying another message. Shi Wanong, come back early. Chapter 28, A Talent for Comforting Children. Before he could finish typing okay, a whisper suddenly brushed against his ear. Are you in a relationship? Su Guizhou hurriedly stuffed his phone back into his pocket, clutching his chest with lingering fear. Don't say things that could ruin my career, he muttered. Ding Yuan, ? Ding Yuan said, the school isn't strict enough to expel someone just for dating, is it?
The school certainly wouldn't expel him for that, but the system would let him restart. Restarting meant having to explain everything to a bunch of people again, what a hassle. Su Guizhou said with a grave expression, Shi Wanong and I are distant relatives. Ours is a purely platonic relationship between opposite sexes. Remember that, and don't go spreading nonsense.
Ding Yuan replied, oh. How come he feels like Brother Zhou has developed a stronger moral compass after coming back from the dead?
Their voices were so quiet that even Renqing didn't hear them.
Standing in the corridor looking back, he called out, hey, aren't you guys coming? Coming, Su Guizhou replied loudly.
As he stepped out of the classroom, he pivoted on his toes and glanced through the window at the girl standing in the hallway. Amidst the flowing crowd, she stood like a deeply rooted tree, her underground tendrils entwined. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, softening her features, while the light cast her face in a deathly pallor, like a wandering ghost that had lost its way home.
Su Guizhou gave a small wave, mouthing the words, see you tomorrow.
Xia Waning's dark eyes gleamed faintly, like a lost traveler catching sight of an anchor point. She raised her hand in a slight wave and murmured softly, goodbye. All of this happened in the instant Su Guizhou turned away. When he stopped, Ding Yuan's confused voice came from beside him. Bro, why are you spinning around?
Wanna play basketball? Su Guizhou glanced at him. My foot's asleep. When they reached the parking lot, they happened to run into Shi Wantong and Shin Xinyao, who had left earlier. The latter was holding the car door, anxiously urging the former to take a taxi instead, while the former kept jabbing the key expressionlessly, insisting it wasn't necessary yet failing to insert it after several attempts. "You guys go ahead. I'll be there in half an hour." Su Guizhou tossed this remark over his shoulder as he hurried over. Ding Yuan shouted, "Gee, bro. Stop making noise." Ren Qing quickly lifted Ding Yuan's shirt to cover his mouth. "Ding Yuan?" Ding Yuan struggled so violently that the students continuously pouring down the stairwell were drawn to the commotion. They either covertly or openly scrutinized the abdomen of the second affiliated high school's top tough guy, whispering among themselves, "I thought he had abs. How come he's just a skinny runt?" Ding Yuan. "He did. A whole piece." Ding Yuan's face flushed crimson as he struggled even more violently until Ren Qing loosened his grip in pain. Wiping his mouth coldly, he snapped, "Are you F***king insane? Want to fight? Just say it. Damn it, just because I F***king smiled at you, you really think I'm some pushover?" Ren Qing rubbed his wrist, thinking to himself, here comes another foul-mouthed brat. Can't people nowadays insult others more civilly? Must they always involve ancestors as the center and organs as the radius? Ren Qing said, "No, I'm just worried you'll disturb my reading of epic love, forbidden affection." Ding Yuan, ? What on earth is this guy talking about? Is there something wrong with his brain? Even someone as fearless as Ding Yuan still held a certain reverence for mentally ill people. After all, such individuals fought without reason or logic. Ding Yuan asked politely, "Have you ever had your brain checked at a hospital?" Ren Qing, ? The two stared at each other in silence, both convinced the other was mentally unwell. Su Guizhou walked over to Shi Wantong nearby and unlocked his bicycle, asking, "How about I take you home first?" "No need, I can get back." Shi Wantong rubbed her eyes. "I'm afraid you'll stumble into the bushes. Running into a headless female corpse on the road would be pretty terrifying. I can get back myself." "But you still haven't inserted the key yet," Su Guizhou pointed out. Shi Wantong stubbornly poked a few more times until it finally went in on the last try. Perking up a bit, she announced, "It's in. Meichum, it's in, you're amazing." Su Guizhou gave a thumbs up. To congratulate student Shi Wantong on her successful operation, this level's referee shall be appointed as your chauffeur for one day. Student Shi Wantong may now take the back seat, where the referee will safely deliver you home. "Who's the referee?" Shi Wantong asked. "It's Su Guizhou," he said. Shi Wantong stared at him as her vision grew increasingly dim. She could barely see anymore, so she reached out and tapped twice on the tip of the other person's nose, trying to brighten the interface. "My phone's broken," she murmured hazily. "Need to replace it." Su Guizhou couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, my bad." Shin Xinyao covered her face with one hand while restraining her friend's fidgeting hands with the other. "She's so exhausted she's practically delirious. Stop moving, just wait till you wake up, then we'll see what you have to say for yourself." She turned to Su Guizhou and said, "You guys go ahead and eat. I'll take a taxi later to send her home first." Su Guizhou looked slightly concerned. "Are you okay going allo?" "No." Before she could finish speaking, Shi Wantong interrupted, "I want fried skewers." Shin Xinyao. Su Guizhou. Shin Xinyao said, "We're all so exhausted, can we just go back and sleep first? Once we wake up, your Su Guizhou will have brought the skewers back, and you can eat them then, how about that?" Shi Wantong shook her head, "I want to eat now." "I don't think she's just sleepy, I think she's drunk on ink," Shin Xinyao said irritably. Fine, princess. Big sister will take you for fried skewers. I'll order 50 sticks for you, no sleeping until you finish them all." "What about your sister's craft homework?" Su Guizhou asked. "What can we do? Just take it to school tomorrow and work on it slowly," Shin Xinyao sighed. "Hop in, princess. I'm taking you for fried skewers." "No." Shi Wantong sat in the back seat and patted the front seat cushion. "You take her, and I'll ride your bike." "I'll bring her back tonight," Su Guizhou suggested. Shin Xinyao thought for a moment, that works too. She propped up the kickstand and was about to sit down when her but suddenly got a smack. Staring in shock at the drowsy person who seemed oblivious to the world, she asked, "What are you doing?" "My driver is the referee," Shi Wantong said, "not you." Shin Xinyao. How can you still remember that line when you're so sleepy you can't even recognize people? She really wanted to pry open Shi Wantong's skull to check if some memory-storing brain cells were slacking off. Why remember the unimportant things while forgetting what actually matters? Alright, let the referee be the driver. Shin Xinyao settled back into her own car. "Time for work, referee." "Got it," Su Guizhou replied helplessly. The parking shed's light wasn't as bright as the classroom buildings. A dim yellow glow cast down from above, rendering the girl's features half-lit and half-shadowed as she struggled to keep her half-lidded eyes open to look at him. The smooth curve of her upturned neck resembled a crescent moon. Her speech still carried its usual precise cadence, but upon closer listening, one could detect blurred articulation, the tail end of one syllable blending into the initial consonant of the next, like a squished stress ball toy. Su Guizhou smiled and asked, Can Sherwanton stand up and walk a short distance now? Why? Because the road ahead doesn't allow passengers. If I break the rules, I'll be detained. He slowed his speech, enunciating each word clearly. You wouldn't want your referee arrested and left without a driver, would you? Sherwanton processed this for a moment before slowly getting up. Alright, can you walk by yourself? Su Guizhou inquired. She reached out her hand, wants to grab something. Shin Xinyao, who had already blended into the small crowd of two onlookers nearby, stroked her chin and remarked, young Su here is quite skilled at handling children. Ren Cheng marveled, this is forbidden love. Shin Xinyao? Shin Xinyao asked, what forbidden love are you talking about? Ren Cheng said kindly, aren't they relatives? Shin Xinyao glanced at him. No, they're not related by blood at all. Su Guizhou is the child of Aunt Shi's close friend. Ren Cheng? Ren Cheng's pupils trembled violently. Then who's going to compensate me for this missing forbidden love trope? Just keep watching those live stream clips of marriage lawyers online. You'll eventually find what you're looking for, Shin Xinyao comforted him. Having overheard the entire conversation, Ding Yuan smirked to himself, thinking, it's not that I'm lacking, you've just mistaken the target. His smile didn't last long. Recalling Xia Waning's sinister glare, he glanced at Su Guizhou, who was busy soothing the child, and sighed inwardly. Maybe he should take Brother Zhou to get his fortune told someday. Something about his destiny seemed riddled with nothing but romantic calamities. Chapter 29, Find Another Word. Su Guizhou had always believed that drunkards with poor alcohol etiquette were the most detestable creatures. They'd vent all the grievances and frustrations accumulated in their daily lives onto their families, or even vulnerable strangers, using terrified, panicked, despairing faces to salvage their utterly worthless self-esteem. Yet only now did he realize that sleep-resistant ghosts who refused to sleep could be equally troublesome. Feeling a restless head moving against his back, he lightly tapped the motionless hand stuffed in his pocket. Using my clothes as a face towel, are we? My eyes hurt. The voice from the back seat was muffled, sounding stuffy and carrying a hint of aggrieved resentment. Through the thin fabric of his clothes, the skin where they touched felt scalding hot, as if burned. Su Guizhou rarely rode with passengers and seldom had physical contact with others. Suppressing his instinct to pull away, he stiffened his body but still couldn't help squirming slightly. The heat seemed to spread, burning from his lumbar spine all the way to his flank. He quickly pulled the arms encircling his waist back into place, not daring to move recklessly anymore, and obediently straightened his back. Don't move, he preempted her. I didn't move, you're the one moving. Sherwanton's forehead pressed against the school uniform, the fabric before her face warmed by her breath, hotter than the evening breeze brushing past her ears. The heat made her uncomfortable, and she found the speaker utterly unreasonable, her tone tinged with irritation. Besides, you've hidden my hands away. Su Guizhou truly wanted to cry injustice. Wasn't this all because he feared she might topple onto the road midway? Your hand is perfectly fine right here. He lightly tapped the pocket. You hid it in your fourth-dimensional pocket. Sherwanton murmured drowsily, deduct pay. Su Guizhou nearly slammed on the brakes. No, change your wording, absolutely no talk of pay deductions. As a formerly diligent corporate drone, he couldn't bear to hear even a hint of salary-cutting implications. Sherwanton fell silent again. She leaned against his back as if asleep, her head swaying slightly with the undulations of the road and the driver's changing speed. Her dark hair brushed against the fabric, transmitting the indistinct sensation with startling clarity. A bit ticklish, Su Guizhou thought to himself. Street lamps lit up in long chains, brighter than the scattered stars overhead, like countless sparkling diamond shards strewn across the night. Shoulder to shoulder and hand, bustling crowds streamed from their homes in search of invisible treasures. He had once taken Zhu Qing'an for a stroll along such a road. The young girl clung tightly to her brother's sleeve, her large, beautiful eyes capturing every streetlight and every star without exception. Her laughter, clearer and brighter than silver bells, echoed through the gloomy night over Lan River. She would point at the sky and say the moon was feeling lazy today. She'd claim the wind was tickling her. She'd insist the leaves were high-fiving her and the neon signs were waving hello. In her world, every object possessed life, eagerly revealing all the emotions of the world to her with vibrant enthusiasm. Beep! The sound of a car horn interrupted his train of thought and startled the sleeping traveler awake. Through the green belt, Su Guizhou spotted a pitch-black sedan cruising at the same speed along the roadside. Noticing his gaze, the driver provocatively honked again before speeding off. Su Guizhou. Lanjian really does have its fair share of lunatics. Not there yet? Sherwanton rolled her eyes. I want fried skewers. Almost. Su Guizhou looked at the small stall set up nearby. Close your eyes, and when you open them, we'll be there. The pedestrian street wasn't far from the school, just a 10-minute walk. The intersection was crowded with pedestrians and electric bikes coming and going, stone posts hidden beneath hurried footsteps. Next to the old residential buildings was a parking lot filled with all kinds of vehicles. The group scattered, each finding gaps to park their bikes. Su Guizhou rode into the dark alley but didn't hurry to dismount.
Patting the arm wrapped around his waist, he said, "Sure Wanhong, we're here.
Wake up.
The person behind him rubbed their face sleepily before slowly pulling away.
He patted again. Take your hands back.
The two hands that had been tucked in his school uniform pockets hesitated for a few seconds before slowly withdrawing.
Thumbs brushed against his waistline, sending waves of tingling sensations, even lingering to press twice more with apparent reluctance.
He turned his head to speak, only to see the girl standing properly by his side, her pupils behind the lenses dull and clouded, clearly displaying an expression of someone so drowsy they couldn't tell heaven from earth. Su Guizhou swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and silently locked the car before walking up to her.
"Can you walk?" he asked.
Sure Wanhong nodded and wobbled forward a couple of steps, nearly tripping over a bicycle parked haphazardly beside them.
She turned back accusingly. "Someone ambushed me."
Su Guizhou, if you're so sleepy you can't tell people from inanimate objects, why won't you just go home to sleep?
He chuckled and said, "Machem, I've already chased him away." Sure Wanhong nodded. "You go ahead and lead the way."
"Why?" he said while taking off his jacket.
"You are,"
her voice trembled, "my driver."
Got it.
I'll make sure to deliver the passengers safe and sound to the destination." Su Guizhou tied a knot around her wrist with his sleeve, then wrapped his school uniform around his waist.
"Follow me."
Sure Wanhong looked at the dark green knot on her wrist, lifted her hand slightly, but failed to pull free. Instead, she stumbled forward a few steps.
She casually lowered her hand and said, "All right."
"Okay."
Su Guizhou turned with a smile and walked toward the alley entrance.
"Su's private car service is at your disposal. Please fasten your seatbelt, follow your driver closely, and let's enjoy this wonderful journey together." Following behind, Sure Wanhong felt the gentle pull on her arm and slowly lifted her foot, stepping with him into the flow of the crowd. The young man had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs that made the blue-green shirt look crisp and well-fitted. His arms swung at his sides, pale and gleaming.
The summer vacation brought a surge of pedestrians to the walking street.
People in front were jostled from left to right, their neat clothes instantly crumpled. Those behind remained mostly unscathed, except for the occasional accidental scuff on their shoes when someone pushed forward.
Amid the bustling crowd, Sure Wanhong noticed a lingering gaze on her.
She turned to trace its source but saw only a sea of shoulder-to-shoulder people. Su Guizhou, unaware of her pause, was walking at a much slower pace than usual when he suddenly felt a stronger tug at his waist, followed by the sharp pain of something heavy hitting his bone.
He hissed through his teeth and asked, "You okay?" "I'm fine."
Sure Wanhong rubbed her head. He thought to himself, "I'm in trouble," and gasped again in shock.
Why is this female lead's head so hard?
If others have arms of steel like Astro Boy, she's got a head of steel. Sure Wanhong. Sure Wanhong's head still rested against the boy's shoulder, the faint scent of bitter orange drifting into her nose. She froze for a moment, lingering briefly before sensing two icy gazes piercing through her. She abruptly lifted her head and glanced around.
"I feel like someone's watching me. Is that so?"
Su Guizhou looked around for a while but didn't spot anyone suspicious, so he grabbed her school uniform sleeve and retreated to her side. "Let's walk together then, just around the corner and we'll be there." As he moved closer, the gazes fixed on them grew increasingly scorching.
Sure Wanhong nodded nonchalantly.
"All right." Chapter 30, Grow Up Slowly. The sleepless city was filled with intoxicating aromas. Sure Wanhong was pulled aside by Shen Qinyao to sit down, where the latter immediately shoved a skewer into the former's mouth, muttering, "Good baby, eat up, eat more, it's all what you wanted. Big sister ordered everything for you, you can't leave until you finish it all."
Sure Wanhong, MMPH. Su Guizhou stared at the table piled high with food and asked sincerely, "Excuse me, are we having midnight supper? Isn't this obviously a late-night snack?"
Run Ching held 3 skewers of boneless meat in one hand and shoveled lamb chop fried rice with the other, eating so voraciously his mouth glistened with grease.
Su Guizhou, who the hell eats something this heavy for a midnight snack?
"Ouch bro, sit down, Ding Yuan said with a scalded tongue from the spicy juice of the clams.
"Bro, where you going?"
"I'm gonna grab some spicy hot pot," he said as he walked away from the dining area. The shops stood in neat rows all around, each with long queues stretching out front. Steam rose into the air, and lights pierced through the thick night. The sleepless city had been renovated, decorated exquisitely, yet all traces of its once unique, personalized adornments were gone. Every store looked identical, as if he'd stepped into a mirrored world. Su Guizhou's heart swirled with mixed emotions. There was pride in Lanjiang's flourishing development, but also bewilderment and melancholy at how drastically the world had changed, along with countless other indescribable feelings crowding his chest. He stood there dumbly, momentarily lost.
Su Guizhou was somewhat nostalgic.
He would use things until they broke, and even then couldn't bear to throw them away, always tucking them into corners to occasionally take out and reminisce. Because of this, the Xia family servants often mocked him, saying that despite living in a wealthy household, he clung to piles of junk, truly a dog unfit for polite society. He didn't consider these things junk. They clearly entombed fragments of his soul. Those fleeting, fragile, rotting, insignificant.
His life. Su Guizhou was lost in thought for a moment, and when he came to, he found himself unconsciously walking to another dining area. He patted his face to liven up his thoughts, turned around to retrace his steps, and suddenly spotted a bustling shop diagonally ahead. Little Who's Skewer Hot Pot. The couple inside the shop were bustling with activity, one frying in front of the oil pot, the other scooping vegetables from the broth, their faces flushed from the heat but still beaming with smiles, their lively voices ringing through the crowd. The person who used to set up a street stall back then can now open a shop by Lawn River. He walked over with a smile. As the saying goes, loss is always followed by gain. The ancients truly didn't deceive us. Boss, Su Guizhou picked out some meat and vegetables, mildly spicy, add some vinegar, extra sesame paste, and some more preserved vegetables. Got it. Old Who had just ladled out one bowl and was already dropping another into the pot. He stuck a label on the tray, placed it at the serving window, then turned back to calculate the total. That'll be 23. Paid. The words had barely left Su Guizhou's mouth when the payment notification chime sounded. Alright, received. Young man, why don't you take a stroll around first? There's 5 people ahead of you, so it'll be about 10 minutes. Old Who smiled as he looked up, but his expression froze momentarily when he saw the person standing there. Gee, you. What about me? Su Guizhou asked with unruffled composure. Aunt Kai remembered him because they were close, but Old Who barely came around once or twice a year, no reason he'd recall him. At most, he'd think he looked familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Sure enough, Old Who continued, your face seems awfully familiar to me. My face is pretty common, lots of people think I look like someone else. I'll just browse around, take your time. Su Guizhou turned away with a smile. Old Who stood there lost in thought for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh in realization, startling his wife half to death. What's gotten into you? His wife asked, baffled. Old Who exclaimed excitedly, I just remembered. There was a young student who looked exactly like Xiao Yuan's older brother. Xiao Yuan's brother, his wife inquired. Yes, the one who got hit by a car on the pedestrian street 10 years ago, Old Who said regretfully. That boy had such excellent grades. If not for that accident, he should have had a bright future ahead of him. He could remember it all thanks to Ding Yuan. That kid always ordered 2 portions whenever he came. 2 skewers, 2 servings of spicy hot pot each time with different combinations, but the flavors never changed, mildly spicy with extra vinegar, extra sesame paste, and preserved vegetables. Old Who neither cared much about others' affairs nor deliberately pried, but when he saw Ding Yuan walk in with a face full of injuries, he couldn't help but wonder how had this kid ended up like this. He knew Ding Yuan was always stirring up trouble outside, picking fights for no reason, but he had also seen Ding Yuan as a child, his face blooming with smiles, always trailing behind a tall, lanky student, sometimes calling him brother, other times godfather, like a paper airplane soaring recklessly across the wilderness, unaware of the vastness of the world, fueled only by childish enthusiasm. Until one day, after Ding Yuan packed up his spicy hot pot and left, Old Who felt the urge to use the restroom. He handed the shop over to his wife and hurriedly ran toward the pedestrian street. There was no other choice, the nightlife district had no restrooms, and the nearest public toilet was tucked away in a deep alley of the pedestrian street. Halfway there, he spotted someone sitting by the roadside. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, he squinted and realized it was Ding Yuan. Ding Yuan was clutching a bowl, the unopened package of spicy hot pot at his feet, his shoulders trembling as tears streamed silently into the broth. Old Who hadn't expected to witness this scene and felt somewhat awkward, but there was no turning back. Ding Yuan happened to be seated right on the path to the public restroom. To avoid being noticed, he pressed himself against the storefront and crept forward cautiously. As he drew near Ding Yuan, a flash of white light flickered in Old Who's peripheral vision. A phone was propped up on the bowl of spicy hot pot on the ground. On its screen was displayed a group photo. Old Who recognized the face in the crowd and abruptly halted his steps. Directly ahead of the child lay the scene of that year's car accident. At last, he understood, Ding Yuan's second portion wasn't meant for the living, but for remembrance. After the police tape was removed, people walked by as usual. The crimson stains seeped into the cracks were gradually eroded by wind and rain. Every minute, every second, someone dies in this world. The memories and traces they leave behind are forgotten, erased with each passing moment until true oblivion arrives. Old Who had a vague impression of that student who died unexpectedly. It wasn't because the kid was particularly wealthy or prone to petty theft, simply because every time he passed by, he'd stare at the fried skewers with such longing eyes, standing nearby just to look without buying. Once, Old Who couldn't resist asking if he wanted some, but the boy shook his head and waved his hands frantically, saying no, no, before scurrying away in a panic. That's when Old Who understood, he was a kid from a strictly disciplined household. Controlling the oil temperature, Old Who mused absent-mindedly, then grow up quickly. Hurry up and grow up, then go all out doing what you want to do. Thinking this, Old Who shook his head again. Better take it slow growing up. After all, childhood lasts only a dozen years, while adulthood stretches for decades. Such a long time doesn't necessarily bring much freedom. Worst case scenario, I'll just bring some breath fresheners next time. When I run into that kid, I'll shove a whole string into his mouth. It's not like he'd spit it back out at me, right? Then after he finishes eating, I'll just give him a quick spray. Old Who at that time amused himself with the thought. Now, Old Who gazes at the pitch-black sky and suddenly wishes he had stopped that kid right then and there. Would he have felt regret when he left? Chapter 31, We Adore You. Su Guizhou often felt this world harbored malice toward ghosts. If there were even an ounce of compassion, they wouldn't dig ghosts out of their graves just to put them to work, toiling in life and laboring in death, without pay, no less, and now being forced back into education? Utterly inhumane, absolutely unreasonable. Bro, what are you muttering about? Ding Yuan shifted on the seat. Quit standing there, come sit down. Do you think I don't want to sit? Su Guizhou glanced at Ding Yuan's half-vacant seat, then at the gently smiling person beside him, curling his lips. What a coincidence, classmate, running into you here. It is, Xia Wanling spoke softly, I just wanted some late-night snacks. Didn't expect to bump into you two here. The innate nobility in her bones made her seem like a young mistress who'd strayed into a commoner's district, someone who ought to be savoring delicacies in a luxurious manner rather than letting greasy fumes permeate her entire being here. Su Guizhou thought to himself, yeah, right. Xia Wanting patted the stool beside her with a smile, not sitting? Or perhaps, sit. Su Guizhou hurriedly stepped in, afraid she might say something outrageous, just happened to be tired, ha ha ha. Shen Xinyao, seeing this, started typing furiously on her phone. What's going on between them? Since when? Ran Chang? I don't know. Shen Xinyao, aren't you his front desk mate? You don't know this, you don't know that, are you just a decoration? Smile. Ren Xing, crying cat head. Ren Xing, probably during the big break today. The young miss took him to get the books. I remember yesterday he even asked me who the young miss was. Shen Xinyao, falling in love at first sight like this? Ren Xing, no way? Didn't Xia Wanning say she just came for a midnight snack? What if it's just a coincidence? Shen Xinyao, since when does a young lady need to come by it herself? Use your brain. And when have you ever seen Xia Wanning smile like a blooming flower? Ren Xing, I refuse to accept this. The only pairing I accept is forbidden love, smiling emoji. Shen Xinyao, question mark. Shen Xinyao, I already told you they're not blood related. Ren Xing, don't worry about it, I've got my own rhythm, smile. Shen Xinyao, I can't handle this, please send me the tutorial for returning to normal human channel, wave goodbye. Shi Wanong drowsily chewed on her meat, completely unaware of the verbal sparring happening between the two beside her. Ding Yuan hesitated before leaning close to Su Guizhou's ear and whispering, bro, I think she's figured out your identity. I know. I told her myself, Su Guizhou replied. Ding Yuan, question mark. He looked utterly incredulous, as if saying, after all my self-doubt along the way, how come you're the first to surrender? Su Guizhou was about to speak when he suddenly felt something cold and sinister press against his wrist, lightly coiling around it like a serpent's flickering tongue, faintly brushing against his pulse. He shuddered and casually grabbed a piece of cauliflower to stuff in his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Can I join? Xia Wanting's fingertip traced the boy's soft white flesh, pausing slightly when it touched the faintly raised scar. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he leaned close to his ear and whispered, brother, we share the same cold body temperature. Su Guizhou said indifferently, Xia Wanting. She paused, subtly releasing her grip and stepping back, lowering her head in silence. Ding Yuan was ecstatic, cheering internally. Finally made this little freak eat humble pie. Brother Zhou, we adore you. What are you doing here? Su Guizhou asked. I just told you, I came for a midnight snack. Xia Wanting picked up a skewer of potato slices, blinking innocently. Brother, you don't believe me. Every time she uttered the word brother, it was spoken softly, completely drowned out by the boiling chatter of the crowd, yet perfectly audible to the person beside her. It was indistinct whispering, yet also a secret shared between them amidst the clamor. Is that really all? Su Guizhou chuckled, ting. Is that really the case, Xia Wanting? The Xia family's attitude toward street vendors could be described as outright disdain. Mr. Xia once said that the food made by the lower class was as filthy, despicable, and cheap as they themselves. They were like fresh ingredients that could be replaced at any time, or rotten vegetable leaves endlessly sprouting from the fields. Ha, what hypocritical merchants. If he had recognized his place back then, perhaps he would have lived a little happier? Su Guizhou thought aimlessly, were they planning to take him away for dissection? Isn't that how it always plays out in movies? With a hint of anticipation, he glanced at the person beside him. Su Guizhou's voice had a remarkable quality, carrying an intimate warmth when calling someone's name that could easily be mistaken for whispered endearments. For a fleeting moment, it transported Xia Wanting back to those late nights years ago when he'd sit by her bedside, coaxing her to sleep with that same tender, lingering cadence as he called her Ting. Xia Wanting's ear tingled slightly, but she dared not scratch it, letting that spark of heat blush half her ear crimson as she kept her head lowered and murmured softly, you didn't give me your contact information. What? Su Guizhou exclaimed in surprise. Didn't I join the class group chat? Can't you add me through that? To avoid being caught by the teacher for bringing a phone to school, he'd specifically waited until 20 minutes after dismissal to join the group. It's different, Xia Wanting said softly, sounding a bit aggrieved. What you give me isn't the same as what I find for myself. Su Guizhou gazed at her profile for a moment before slowly pulling out his phone from his pocket. Then could Tingting add me, please? The girl's mood visibly lifted, her eyebrows arching like blossoming flowers. But the moment she scanned the QR code, her expression suddenly retreated, like springtime snowflakes melting away. Someone sent you a message, Xia Wanting said. Su Guizhou thought back to his pitifully short friends list and, after some filtering, settled on one candidate. But he couldn't understand at all why Xia Wanting would have objections when the two were complete strangers. He glanced at his phone. The message was indeed from Zhou Shuoyan, dinner, image. The attached picture showed a bowl of unappetizing boiled vegetables. He glanced again at the skewers of meat piled on the table, heavily coated in pungent and spicy seasonings, feeling a subtle twinge of guilt rising in his heart. It was the kind of apologetic feeling one gets when a friend is suffering while they themselves are indulging in pleasure. But who told Zhou Shuoyun to quit her job and dive into the entertainment industry? What could possibly be so great about that circle to make her so obsessed? Su Guizhou turned off his phone. Aren't you going to reply? Xia Wanting said gloomily. Sister Zhou even shared her daily life with you. Then should we take a photo too? He smiled. Xia Wanting's eyes lit up slightly. Then let's take one, make her jealous. Su Guizhou obediently took a photo of the table full of fried skewers and sent it over, captioning it midnight snack, then promptly forwarded it to Zhu Xiaomei as well. Zhu Xiaomei replied quickly, since when did I raise a pig? Su Guizhou, oink oink, mommy don't slaughter me for New Year's. Before Zhou Shuoyan could reply, he put away his phone and stood up saying, I'm going to get the spicy hot pot. Okay, Ding Yuan responded. Xia Wanting initially intended to follow, but hesitated for a moment and ultimately remained silent, simply staring blankly at the gradually receding figure. The two spectators ended their argument and looked up to see the young lady standing like a statue, gazing at the entrance. Shen Xinyao typed rapidly again. I think Xia Wanting is quite interesting. Ren Xing, ha 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 ha. Ren Xing, the rumor about wealthy families producing devoted lovers is nonsense. These rich folks play around the most behind closed doors. I still support forbidden love. Shen Xinyao, I've said it 180 times, they're not blood related. Ren Xing, tch. Shen Xinyao desperately wanted to crack open Ren Xing's skull to see what was inside, but considering the crowd around them, she suppressed her fury and launched into another round of debate. Su Guizhou sat by the roadside, gazing at the dim, starless night and chuckled, the moon and stars seem particularly lazy tonight. The person behind him paused their steps, remaining silent for a moment before replying, yeah. Chapter 32, I think I hate you. Had dinner yet? Su Guizhou asked with a smile. Want to grab a bite inside? No need. Perhaps realizing how curt and cold his words sounded, the man paused for a few seconds before adding, I ate on the high-speed train. Did you? Su Guizhou responded briefly before falling silent, his gaze fixed on the shadows cast by streetlights as his thoughts quietly wandered. When did you notice? The person behind him couldn't hold back any longer, stepping forward to ask. Instead of answering immediately, he said something completely unrelated. You honked at me on the road. The tone was deliberately sticky, feigning grievance. I wasn't aiming at you, the person reflexively replied, then abruptly cut off mid-sentence as if realizing something, before continuing coldly, how did you notice? Your car has a Doraemon sticker. That's it? He nodded with exaggerated seriousness. Exactly. Who in Lanjiang drives around in a Doraemon car late at night except students? Usually only those with too much time on their hands would do such things, especially certain individuals who just returned from out of town with nothing better to do. The man caught his meaning and laughed angrily. Su Guizhou, you're mocking me. Then he felt someone's fingers lightly combing through his hair, not daring to use too much force, the fingertips gently weaving between strands in a caress that was half rub, half stroke. All right. He obediently surrendered control of his head to that hand. Actually, I spotted you back on the pedestrian street. Really? Yes. Su Guizhou smiled and tilted his face upward. Xing, you came to see me. Her silky black hair cascaded down like a waterfall as she lifted a hand to tuck a strand behind her ear. The stark white light cast her in half shadow, her long lashes trembling slightly as if brushed by the wind. Her deep brown eyes intently reflected the figure on the ground. The boy's pale face appeared almost translucent under the light, his eyelids dusted like thin snow, resembling an exquisitely crafted yet lifeless doll in a display case, or an empty shell devoid of soul. I didn't come to see you. I was just here to eat and happened to spot you. Shu Qingyan averted her gaze and replied calmly. Who was it that just said they'd already had dinner? He laughed, his pale lips gaining a hint of color. I had dinner already, but can't I come for a midnight snack? Shu Qingyan withdrew his hand, fingertips lingering as they stroked a strand of black hair before letting go. You pulled out my hair? You're not planning to make a voodoo doll, are you? Shu Qingyan scoffed coldly. Why would I bother making a voodoo doll of you? You're not worth that much effort. No sooner had the words been spoken than her eyes slightly opened, lips parting as if to say something before swallowing it back. Her gaze settled heavily upon him, more silent and indifferent than the snowflakes drifting over Lan River in March. What a cold-hearted Qingqing. Su Guizhou covered his face, whimpering, even though I made all your dolls when you were little, now that you've grown up, you won't even make a voodoo doll for me. Shu Qingyan took a deep breath. Is making voodoo dolls some kind of beautiful blessing? So you're refusing to curse me, Qingqing. The older you get, the more you beat around the bush. Su Guizhou stood up, dusting off his clothes. But I know we're still the best of. He suddenly faltered, as if unsure what word to use, staring at her for a long moment before finally uttering two words, friends? Shu Qingyan abruptly laughed. Friends, she murmured in repetition, lowering her eyelids. Then what do you think we should call this situation? Siblings? Or brother and sister? Su Guizhou seemed oblivious to her suddenly freezing mood. I'm still a tender 18 years old, while you've already crashed through the 20-year mark. Oh dear, I'm so young. Shu Qingyan gave him a faint glance and curled her lips. Siblings, then. Oh, you're still willing to call me that? Su Guizhou raised an eyebrow. After all, who knows who it was, she drawled casually, the one who had classmates his own age chasing after him, calling Big Brother all day long. Su Guizhou said, and no, I didn't ask for this. Is that so? Shu Qingyan said leisurely. Could it be because you have such preferences? Su Guizhou said, I don't have those kinds of preferences. Alright, you didn't. She nodded perfunctorily, her face clearly saying, I don't believe you. Su Guizhou angrily pulled out his phone. I'm telling Mom you came here just to bully me. Our mom. She stared blankly for a moment at the vivid, animated expression on the person before her. Ah, right. The person before her was her family. The one lying in a pool of blood, sleeping beneath the earth, turned into a handful of yellow soil, was her family. Was her brother. Her brother, the one who had depended on her and she on him. Alright, I wasn't really going to tell on you, just wanted to scare you a bit. The person pretending to make a call showed a flustered expression and spoke cautiously. Qingqing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. What? The words had barely left her mouth when she sensed something amiss. She simply shut her lips, lowering her head as droplets rolled down her cheeks and disappeared into the cracks of the bricks. She saw Su Guizhou extend his hand, freezing midair for a long moment before withdrawing it. Instead, he pulled out a slightly larger than usual pack of tissues from his pocket. On the cover, a chubby white cartoon character with thick eyebrows declared, "Tissues guarantee a raise." Look at this person, how clear-cut his preferences are. He pulled out 2 tissues and tentatively handed them over. The bluish-purple veins in his wrist resembled rooted tendrils, spreading beneath the skin. Shu Qingyan smiled, took the tissues, and gently wiped the water traces from her face. She called out, Su Guizhou. The person before her bent down as usual, gazing at her with gentle eyes. What's wrong, my dear? She reached out and cupped both sides of his face. The youth nurtured in wealth had a face as smooth and soft as dry cotton. No matter how she pinched or kneaded it, he maintained that same smiling expression. His body temperature was very low. Amid such scorching temperatures and in such a crowded environment, he remained cold, almost like the hands that grasped mine in childhood winters. Yet while the latter carried warmth beneath their chill, his was the kind of cold that made one shiver. Su Guizhou, my dear, I'm here. She lowered her head, unwilling to let him see her expression. I hate you. Darling, don't hate me, okay? I hate you, she repeated. Well then, Su Guizhou is the most dashingly handsome jerk in the world, he reluctantly conceded. She laughed soundlessly as a tear that had been clinging to her lashes fell onto the dusty ground. A searing pain shot through her nerves like needles. She held that name between her lips as if wanting to infuse it with her own breath. Su Guizhou. He stood before her just like that, no embrace, no support, a thin sliver of space between them. Though they were so close, it felt as if they were separated by 1,000 miles, as though he might vanish in the next instant. Unreachable, impossible to hold on to. In her blurred vision, what appeared were a pair of somewhat dusty sneakers. The world was gray, staining every person who ran and struggled with its grimy, ashen hue, stripping away their vibrant colors until no one remained clean. Yes, I'm here. Qingqing, I've always been here. But Su Guizhou was white-dusted with grime. Chapter 33, speaking of which, do lizardmen count as beastmen? Su Guizhou was a faded old picture book. The yellowed pages blurred the childish brushstrokes, their outlines dissolving through years of handling, fingertips smudging the riotous, fanciful hues. Drenched by endless rainy seasons, then baked under scorching suns, until at last it became a crumpled picture book whose original form could no longer be discerned. Each page carried a cold, damp scent of bitter oranges. It was a putrid, viscous stench mingled with mildew, as if even the bones had rotted away. The trees surrounding the cemetery were always slender and straight, their branches coated in thick layers of pigment-like sheen. The leaves, nourished by the gloom, grew an unreal emerald green, their lushness blotting out the entire sky. In the mournful chorus of spring cicadas, they traced the contours of chill. The candle flame swayed in the rainy night, its glow failing to intimidate the ink-black sky that instead bared its fangs, attempting to devour it. A figure shielded it from most of the gale with an umbrella, while the faint light of a phone screen illuminated a woman's murmuring reminders, standing guard with the flame against the onslaught of rain. Mount Lao's rains have been relentless this year, now persisting for 3 full days. The chill in the air seeped through her clothes into her bones. Xu Qingyan pointed the camera at the tombstone, ensuring the person on the other end couldn't see her expression, blank, indifferent, and somber. Her heartbeat was silent in the rain as she carefully traced the gold-lettered name with her gaze, following the rolling raindrops until they paused at a line of white characters. Bring no gifts when you visit me, just a smile and wildflowers will do. Her lips twisted into a smile devoid of warmth. Spring passed into autumn, sun rose and moonset, another April 1st arrived. Su Guizhou was now 28 years old. The first half of his life spent wandering without roots, the latter half trapped in a corner. Did the soul of a man who once dreamed of traveling across mountains and rivers find freedom at death's door? Or was it weighed down by shackles? Xu Qingyan gazed quietly at the low earthen grave, momentarily at a loss for words. Should I wish him a happy 28th birthday, or a happy 10th birthday? Should I talk about family matters, or trivial things from school, or perhaps the strange and curious people and things I've seen on the streets? It seems there are many things to say, yet when the words reach my lips, all that remains is a sigh scattered in the wind. The candlelight ignited words, leaving only ashes strewn across the ground. She turned off the microphone. Zhu Xiaomei's voice mingled with the wind, while she hid beneath it, dampened by the rain. I truly hate you, Su Guizhou. The past she tried to forget left its mark in every corner of her life, like a starving wolf lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. The moment it found her weakness, it would trample and devour her without hesitation. The separation between Zhu Xiaomei and Su Ming was inevitable. Children should learn to accept what adults have decided, not cling to false hopes. Yet on the day of departure, when she held Su Guizhou's hand and asked why her brother wasn't coming with them, he simply patted her head and gave her a bag of crushed candy, saying, "Eat a little each week. When it's finished, I'll come see you." She was too young then to understand the meaning of farewell, but Su Guizhou knew. Su Guizhou could have ruthlessly shattered her dreams back then. She was so young that after crying a few times, she would have stopped clinging to him. Yet he insisted on indulging her in this make-believe game, making their flower-strewn path tortuously winding and perpetually damp with tears. Life is so long. The time they spent with Su Guizhou didn't even compare to his stay with the Xia family. Such a trivial bond was hardly worth mentioning, yet he forcibly stretched it out, leaving everyone miserable in the end. Xu Qingyan bit her lower lip until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth before finally releasing it. The withered leaves were washed away, revealing the epitaph in the lower right corner. A line of small characters quietly slipped into her vision. Whoever dares to cry in secret, this ghost general will pay a midnight visit. The night was like a sinister banquet, with leaves rustling and light rain drumming a muffled staccato on the umbrella. Countless emotions dissolved into monotones slipping through clenched teeth, concealing an abyss of darkness. She spoke word by word, as if gnawing on the flesh of memories, murmuring in a low voice, "Why didn't you come to see me? In every bizarre and fantastical dream, your figure was never there. What are you thinking about?" A piercing cold pressed against her cheeks. Xu Qingyan snapped back to reality and took it with annoyance, thinking about how to report you to the research institute. She placed a piece of paper beneath and gently pressed the ice water against her swollen, aching eyelids. "Please no, have mercy, Lord Zhu. I'm terrified of pain," Su Guizhou said with a laugh. "What's wrong with your eyes?" "Dry eye syndrome, just developed it last year," Xu Qingyan replied, feeling the coolness soothe the burning sensation. "Now that my eyes are actually damaged, she never misses a chance to lecture me about it." "Who told you to hand her reasons on a silver platter?" Su Guizhou quickly searched for symptoms and relief methods. "You need to get out more often, stop staying indoors all day staring at phones and computers, and quit staying up late, go to bed earlier at night." Xu Qingyan felt like she was watching a flipbook, where characters moved fluidly through each motion. The illustrations were so detailed she could even see the frequency of their eyelashes fluttering. Like a silent hurricane sweeping through, the pedestrians and vehicles around them gradually dissipated, skyscrapers and streets evaporated one after another, and an endless expanse of white unfolded beneath their feet, covering mountains and fields. "Su Guizhou!" Xu Qingyan cried out in panic. In the empty world, someone turned to her with a smile. "What's wrong?" In that instant, all that had vanished reignited with life, yet everything seemed filtered, indistinct. Only the sound remained, amplified infinitely, pounding against their eardrums. In the blurred expanse of the world, only the person before me remained clear. She instinctively clenched her hand, only to hear a sharp hiss of pain. Xu Qingyan snapped back to reality and realized she had unknowingly gripped Su Guizhou's wrist, the ulna bone pressing into her palm as if conveying its owner's pain. "Are you alright, Qingqing?" His face betrayed nothing, but his voice carried concern. It's nothing. She released her grip and took a few steps back. Just now, you turned into a really disgusting lizard man. Su Guizhou quickly processed this, letting out an exasperated chuckle. Honestly. Xu Qing'an had loved wandering through self-constructed fantasy worlds since childhood. If her gaze ever went distant mid-conversation, it meant she was daydreaming up another grand, magnificent adventure. And depending on how much she liked the speaker's topic, they might be cast as heroes, villains, side characters, minor monsters, or even background elements like plants, trees, chickens, ducks, cows, or sheep. The only limit was your imagination, never hers. Su Guizhou had played the roles of a majestic knight, a tyrannical lord, and a cunning shepherd in her stories, but this was the first time he was cast as an orc. Speaking of which, do lizardmen count as orcs? After all my concern for you, you still think of me this way? How chilling, how utterly chilling. Su Guizhou crossed his arms and sighed dramatically. Xu Qing'an averted his gaze. Isn't that exactly why I'm trying to save you? Should I thank the great creator then? We're family, no need to be so polite. Now you're being modest, Su Guizhou said. Oh, I certainly can't compare to someone who cohabits with female classmates. I wouldn't dare live with male classmates, Xu Qing'an remarked coolly. What do you mean cohabitation? It's temporary lodging. Boarding, a purely platonic relationship between the opposite sexes. Su Guizhou muttered under his breath, and there are parents present. Absolutely nothing improper happened. That line sounded so familiar. Hadn't he just said the same thing this morning? I was only joking, no need to get so worked up, Xu Qing'an said with a light laugh. You're slandering my innocence out of nowhere, of course I'd get defensive. Su Guizhou thought to himself, are you kidding me? That look on your face is practically sending me straight to the police station as a joke. He feigned a cough and said, anyway, you should take care of your eyes. You don't want to go blind at such a young age, do you? But then again, that'd be great. I could openly add mustard to your food without a second thought. Xu Qing'an, ? Xu Qing'an replied, I may be blind, but my nose still works. Even if I can't see, I can still smell. Su Guizhou smirked sinisterly. I'll play it when you catch a cold. Your nose can't possibly be fine then, can it? This bastard would absolutely do something that despicable. You're living with someone else, how could you possibly care about me? Xu Qing'an said. I told you it's not cohabitation, just crashing at their place. Su Guizhou weakly protested. I mean, Xu Qing'an removed the water bottle, pinching the soaked tissue between her fingers. Would you like to move back home and live with us? The person in the dark blue shirt looked over. Water droplets rolling down the bottle's surface had dampened her face and blouse, creating dark speckled blossoms along the collar. A faint spring peach blush of amusement scattered between her brows, while her deep brown eyes seemed to bloom with radiant warmth. Yet her voice carried a slight astringency, like unripe peaches plucked too soon by impatient travelers, leaving bitter tartness between the teeth, or the inherent sharpness of bitter oranges. Su Guizhou stood frozen in place. Chapter 34 The Wise Monarch and the Childish Brat. Forget it. I was just joking. Xu Qing'an stared at the gravel beneath his feet, grinding it with his shoe tip. I don't want another person nagging at me, and Mom would definitely make me tutor you. No way, I need ample personal space and rest time. Su Guizhou froze momentarily before laughing. Why are you so self-centered? Do you really plan to come over? Xu Qing'an glanced at him. Not right now. I have some matters to handle here, Su Guizhou replied. Xu Qing'an let out an "oh." She knew it. If Su Guizhou could freely decide whether to stay or leave, he would have packed his bags and gone home the moment he contacted Uncle Ding, rather than continuing to stay at that unfamiliar classmate's house. Xu Qing'an silently stepped on the pebbles, thinking to herself that Lanjian must have committed some grave offense this year. Why else would it be so unbearably hot? Even she was starting to feel a burning rage. But, he suddenly changed his tone, going back to senior year is exhausting me. It'd be great if someone could invite me to unwind during breaks, maybe cultivate some artistic sensibilities or something. Xu Qing'an lifted her face. You're going to sleep this early? That's so hurtful. This is clearly a wish. Su Guizhou exclaimed loudly. Hey, is there any Doraemon Ching or Doraemon around? Hello? Any 21st century parenting robots here? Can you hear me? Who are you calling a parenting robot? My mistake. I meant the far and wide renowned generation of wise ruler robots, like Emperor Chang or Emperor N or something like that. Su Guizhou smoothly corrected himself. What awful names. Xu Qing'an shook his head. Forgive me. You know I've never had any talent for naming things, Su Guizhou said with a chuckle. I'm busy, Xu Qing'an said. I know. A wise ruler must devote himself to governing the nation and creating a prosperous era. He nodded as he spoke. Xu Qing'an looked at him. The streetlight casting down from above draped him in a hazy glow, with the shadows of his tousled hair covering most of his face. His amber eyes held fragmented laughter, nearly drowning her in their depths. It was just like many years ago when he sat on a chair, his thick black hair heavily obscuring his brows and eyes, giving off a gloomy and indifferent air, yet the smile at the corner of his lips was gentle. She sniffled and said, but the dog at home really needs someone to keep it company. Dog? Su Guizhou repeated. What, have you already forgotten it? Xu Qingyan said coolly. Back then, you were the one who insisted on picking it up, yet you barely visited it even once in a year or two. How irresponsible. And yet, it still remembers you. I just didn't expect it to still. What does it look like now? Are there any photos? Can you show me? Su Guizhou seemed to glow like he'd been basking in sunlight, his eyes shining brighter than when he'd first seen her. How about keeping some sense of anticipation? Xu Qingyan said. Well, alright then. Su Guizhou reluctantly agreed, then added after a brief pause, I'm free this Saturday, can I just come over then? By the way, where did you buy the house? Actually, when I don't have much homework, I could also. Stop. Xu Qingyan made a quiet gesture. It's already 11 years old, far too elderly to withstand rough treatment from someone as young as you. Su Guizhou widened his eyes. Rough treatment? I'd be very gentle with it. Your mouth alone is far from gentle. Su Guizhou silently closed his mouth. Secondly, Xu Qingyan said, is there anything we can do to help with what you need to accomplish? A faint weariness and exhaustion lingered between her brows, dark shadows clinging like delicate threads beneath her eyes, her lips slightly pale. Clearly, she hadn't rested properly for some time. Recalling Zhu Xiaomei's words, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why the rush? He wasn't going anywhere. Then again, if their positions were reversed and Xu Qingyan were standing here, he'd undoubtedly have taken the fastest flight over too. You should get some proper rest, Su Guizhou said. Taking care of yourself and not overworking is the greatest help you can give me. Xu Qingyan remained silent. Xingxing, you're too thin, he paused before joking, though I died once already, I'm now genuinely 2 years younger than you. Xu Qingyan, if you go before me, I'll make a memorial video for you and even carve a QR code on your tombstone. Whenever someone visits, I'll have them scan it. Xu Qingyan, ? Xu Qingyan was speechless. Su Guizhou, are you that childish? What? This is the winner's privilege, okay, he retorted defiantly. Who said anything about competing with you over this? I did. Xu Qingyan, wanna bet? Let's see who can live until their teeth fall out. Su Guizhou flashed her a brilliantly sunny smile, as cheerful as if he were inviting her to tomorrow's eating contest. That's a bit too realistic, it makes me uncomfortable. Su Guizhou fell silent for a moment, then maybe you shouldn't imagine scenes of vomiting fake teeth? Xu Qingyan, ? Xu Qingyan fell silent for a moment, then maybe you shouldn't be monitoring my thoughts? The two locked eyes and couldn't hold back, their shoulders shaking with laughter. Then let's bet on it, Su Guizhou, she said. Whoever doesn't live to 99 will be reincarnated as a turtle in their next life. Let's add one more condition, Su Guizhou said quietly. If one dies early, the other isn't allowed to seek death. Xu Qingyan looked at him. What are you trying to say? I was afraid you'd leave early, leaving me alone to make a scene, he said with a laugh. Whoever breaks the rule shall live a life of poverty in their next lifetime. He spoke with surprising frankness. The person before me seemed like a moment frozen in time by a camera, their entire being radiating a faded vitality. Neither ghost nor demon, neither monster nor human. Xu Qingyan suddenly asked, are you planning to do something illegal that disrupts social stability? Why would you think that? Su Guizhou widened his eyes. It's just some things people do during their student days, completely legal. Things people do during their student days? Then what exactly is it? Xu Qingyan listed out a long string in his mind, as lengthy as reciting a menu, yet still couldn't figure out which one it was. Chapter 35. Why does this feel like ordering male models? Like rice paper splashed with an entire bottle of ink, the endless black reflected the neon lights, with the city's glow forming a horizon at the edges, sharply dividing heaven and earth. Su Guizhou yawned. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. Xu Qingyan responded with an oh, really? I'm not that sleepy, though. Don't you dare flaunt your no morning class privilege in front of a high school senior who's been grinding exam papers all day. Su Guizhou immediately bristled, as if someone had lit a fuse under him. How I envy you getting to go to school every day. Xu Qingyan pretended to glance at his phone. Unlike you, as a college student, I still have to wait 32 more days before I can return to campus. Thinking about it, I feel kinda lonely. Su Guizhou said, hey, if you're going to chat properly. What's the point of saying such heart-stabbing words? Did they think this sickly ghost couldn't show his temper? Forget it, a great man like me won't stoop to pettiness. I'll pretend I didn't hear that this time, but watch your mouth next time. Su Guizhou clasped his hands behind his back, putting on the airs of a high-ranking official. MHM. Xu Qingyan responded perfunctorily, I should be sleepy now, it's time for me to leave. Su Guizhou turned his head away sheepishly. Actually I was thinking of leaving. If anything, why would she think he hadn't noticed? Xu Qingyan, detecting a hint of insult to her intelligence in his frankness, twitched the corner of her mouth but kept the remark to herself. I just remembered I bought a bowl of mala tang earlier, he said awkwardly. If I don't go soon, I'm afraid the noodles will get soggy. No offense to you, I'm just really craving it. Not explaining would have been better, this explanation felt like shoving a dirty rag into Zhu Qingyan's mouth, the sour stench of grease clogging his throat. It was irritating yet amusing, mixed with an absurdity that left him speechless. Now she wasn't just inferior to a dog, even a bowl of spicy hot pot held higher status than her. But glancing at the youthful face across from her, she merely pointed at his head in the end. Eat less of that. Your hair's thinning. What? Su Guizhou's expression twisted in alarm as he hurriedly flipped on his front-facing camera. No way, it didn't fall out much when I showered. Could the classroom fan have blown it all away while I was doing test papers? Sure, people said there was lots of hair on the floor, but it can't all be mine, right? Zhu Qingyan rubbed his ear. Just kidding. Su Guizhou put down his phone expressionlessly and forced a smile. You'd better hurry home. Yes, I won't disturb your lovey-dovey time with the spicy hot pot anymore. Zhu Qingyan started walking toward the parking spot. Remember to bring them home to meet the family when the time comes. After all these years together, you shouldn't take advantage of them for nothing, right? He quickly caught up. How is it taking advantage? Didn't I bring them home to meet Mom years ago? She loved them so much. Yes, she likes it. She'd even like it if you brought back some pig's head meat, Zhu Qingyan said. Look at you, kid. How did the conversation turn into you attacking yourself? Zhu Qingyan couldn't help rolling her eyes. How come she never noticed before how annoyingly smug this person's words could be? Why are you following me? She snapped irritably. Just seeing you off. What if you go complain later, saying I mistreated you or something? Mom might cut my allowance, then what? Su Guizhou replied matter-of-factly. Didn't Uncle Ding promise to give you all the dividends? Dividends are dividends. Allowance is allowance. Don't you get it, Zhu Qingyan? He wore an expression that said, how can someone your age still be this clueless? Since when did you become so polite anyway? You used to just call me Big Ping directly. Zhu Qingyan regretted having talked with him for so long. She was now beginning to miss the Su Guizhou she had first met. At least he had seemed human back then. Yes, I don't understand. I'll go complain about it later. Zhu Qingyan quickly found her car and rested her hand on the door handle. People change. Su Guizhou nodded with exaggerated seriousness. You're right. You used to recognize my footsteps and hide in the closet pretending to sleep, waiting for me to find you. The words came to an abrupt halt as a water bottle came flying straight at his face. How could you know? Zhu Qingyan exclaimed, his face flushing red. You've been pretending all along. Su Guizhou caught the mineral water bottle, laughing heartily. Of course I know, Qingqing. Of course he knew, how could he not know? I once raised you with my own hands. His gaze instantly softened, his pale face flushing with a faint rosy hue, the corners of his eyes shimmering under the light as if holding back a tear. Zhu Qingyan watched for a while, then silently got into the car without starting it immediately, instead gazing through the window at the person outside. The tinted window hid the outside from view, leaving the inside obscured as well. The dim world was left with nothing but the flow of breath. Knock, knock, knock. He bent down, each knock trembling his soul. Spit it out if you have something to say, or get lost if you don't, Zhu Qingyan said, rolling down the car window with a stern face. Be careful on the road, have a smooth journey. He leaned against the window frame with a smile, barging in alongside the sunlight with an unyielding determination. Also, when will Qingqing approve my application? The fuzzy shadow fell across her legs. Zhu Qingyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she subtly moved her hand to the edge, her fingertips gently rubbing. Depends on your performance, she said lightly. Could the examiner give some hints? He grinned. Even answering questions requires an exam paper and prompts. Don't you agree, Examiner Qingqing? Now you know you're wrong after begging and coaxing, so you start calling me darling. Zhu Qingyan reclined her chair back comfortably and said lazily, adding me as a friend isn't that easy, unless? He adopted an attentive attitude, ready to listen. Unless you beg me, Su Guizhou. She tilted her head and smiled at him, her eyes twinkling like scattered stars. Her voice was soft and gentle, deliberately drawn out with a slightly slurred enunciation, sounding like a lover's coquettish whisper. Su Guizhou rubbed his ear. Why does this sound like you're ordering a male escort? Zhu Qingyan immediately stopped smiling and pointed at him expressionlessly. Right now, immediately, get out of my car. Just kidding. Come on, don't be like that. Qingqing, you're the best. He shamelessly flashed a grin with his bright white teeth. Seeing her remain silent, Su Guizhou cleared his throat and said, I beg little Lord Zhu to approve this humble subject's friend request. Day and night, this lowly one thinks of nothing else, longing only to open my eyes and see your excellency appear in my contact list. A single day without this sight leaves me restless and disoriented, unable to eat or sleep. May heaven take pity and allow this unworthy soul to add such a celestial, breathtakingly beautiful MMPH. Alright, I'll accept. Stop talking. Zhu Qingyan hastily covered his mouth, grinding her teeth as she said, take back that disgusting eunuch voice of yours. Su Guizhou. He'd said it 180 times, this wasn't a eunuch's voice. He angrily stepped back. The slightly cool, somewhat dry softness slipped away from his palm. Zhu Qingyan instinctively reached out to grasp it,
then caught himself and nonchalantly withdrew his hand. Only the tips of his ears turned red in the dark, unnoticed by anyone. Suppressing the fluster in his chest, Zhu Qingyan casually asked, "What would you have done if I refused?" "Of course, I'd have whispered in the Empress Dowager's ear," Su Guizhou replied with a smirk, his eyes gleaming shrewdly. "With Her Majesty intervening, how could you dare disobey?" Zhu Qingyan, just knew this dog's mouth couldn't spit out ivory. "I'm leaving. You'd better hurry back to your beloved Malatang." She rolled the window halfway down before pausing, as if contemplating something. "What's wrong? You?" She hesitated, then spoke as if having made up her mind. "Have you met Miss Lu yet?" "Lu Yue?" Su Guizhou asked. "Not yet. What about her?" Zhu Qingyan fell silent for a moment. "I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but if you have time you could go." "No, never mind. Forget I said anything." Su Guizhou? Zhu Qingyan, "You know what?" he said with grave sincerity. "People who only say half of what they mean are most likely to get struck by lightning." "Getting struck by lightning is your problem, not mine. Deal with it yourself when the time comes." Zhu Qingyan gave up completely. "I'm going home to sleep, I'm dead tired." "Get out of my way. Who was it that claimed they weren't sleepy just a while ago?" Su Guizhou had no choice but to stand on the sidewalk, watching the black car with Doraemon stickers slowly reverse out. It even stalled once during the process. During that half-minute pause, he could almost hear the driver's curses from the front seat. When Doraemon finally emerged, Su Guizhou had no idea what Zhu Qingyan was thinking, insisting on brushing past him and getting a face full of exhaust fumes. "Seriously, why do all you car owners enjoy pulling such rotten stunts?" Su Guizhou angrily flipped off the retreating car with one hand while using the other to tattle to the Empress Dowager. But then again, his thoughts took an unexpected turn. Why was everyone urging him to go see Lu Yue? Had the pressure to marry driven her completely mad? Recalling the captions he'd seen on her social media, Su Guizhou shuddered. Would he even make it out of there in one piece? Chapter 36, The Early Bird Catches the Worm. The flickering green light swiftly turned yellow, and vehicles resigned to their fate hit the brakes, forming an endless queue. Zhu Qingyan was among them, but unlike others who idly chatted, listened to music, or checked messages, she stared like a fool into the rearview mirror. The line of cars reflected their stretch like an eternal dragon across time, boundless and endless, with only the neon lights of skyscrapers keeping it tireless company year after year. The person who had stood roadside watching her depart had long dissolved into particles smaller than dust, vanishing beyond sight. Zhu Qingyan thought sluggishly. She always watched Su Guizhou like this. Leaning on the windowsill, she watched Su Guizhou walk further and further away from the doorstep, growing smaller and smaller until he became a shooting star on the horizon. Sitting on the bus, she gazed past the window at Su Guizhou standing still, his face upturned toward her, his frail figure jolting with the bumpy ride until it turned into a black speck stuck to the glass, one that couldn't be wiped clean or picked off, requiring a sharp scraper to gouge away. Her body stiffened as memories drifted like smoke into the distance. Back then, she and Zhu Xiaomei rented a place in an old residential complex. There were only 2 buildings there, backed by a whole street of shops, with a highway nearby. The old complex had poor soundproofing. The roar of passing cars often startled her awake late at night. The couple upstairs frequently argued, smashing bowls and pots without end, and occasionally, someone on the street would lose their mind and start shouting, among other things. Old neighborhoods have many, many flaws, but since Mom comes home every day, those flaws stop being flaws, they become part of ordinary chats with Mom. She'd tell Mom what frequency car horns honk at. She'd tell Mom the uncle and aunt upstairs are 2 slightly fierce but kind-hearted tigers, because they always give her especially tasty snacks when they see her. She'd tell Mom that humans are actually little birds, as the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, so they start getting up to eat worms late at night. Hearing this, Mom would smile gently and say, "Sweetheart, you're such an adorable little dummy. When I have time, I'll take you to get your IQ checked." Oh, Mom's words are so profound, she doesn't understand them. Zhu Qingyan looked forward to holidays the most back then. Not only would Mom stay home for long periods, but her brother would also return. Her brother studied in another city and had to take care of their former father, so he could only come back once a month. But during holidays it was different. He'd visit frequently, sometimes every 2 or 3 weeks, sometimes coming again just 2 days after his last visit. To maintain her anticipation, her brother would tell her which day he'd arrive, but never the exact time. It could be morning or afternoon. Upon hearing that her brother would visit today, every passing minute and second filled her with immense joy. Even the speeding cars on the road seemed like beautifully decorated parade floats to her. Thanks to the poor soundproofing of the old apartment building, whenever someone walked up the stairwell, the hollow echoes would drift into the living room. She could tell whether it was her brother just by the rhythm and weight of each footstep. Her brother's footsteps were slow and somewhat heavy, because he always brought many things with him whenever he came. When those familiar sounds reached her ears, Zhu Qingyan would immediately put down her pen, then hide under the bed, behind the curtains, or inside the closet. Covering her mouth and holding her breath, she would quietly wait for the hunter to enter. With the click of the door opening, she heard the heavy rustle of plastic bags being set down,
followed by her brother's call, "Ching ching, ching ching, ching ching, are you here?" The person outside began pushing open doors one by one. "Ching ching, are you in here?" "No, then maybe here?" "Still not here either." She giggled quietly, thinking her mother was wrong, her brother was the real fool. He always took forever to figure out where she was hiding. Finally, the bedroom door swung open, and her brother's voice grew clear. "Ching ching, are you in here?" She immediately closed her eyes and buried herself in the clothes. Then the wardrobe door opened, and she heard her brother's abruptly cut-off voice, "Found." She felt the lean shadow bend down, then the faint scent of bitter orange dispersed the incense in the wardrobe as a pair of hands carefully lifted her into a steady embrace, carrying her away. Unconsciously, she nuzzled her head against his neck, quietly adjusting into a more comfortable position while secretly giggling to herself, thinking her brother was such a fool. Her brother gently patted her back, his laughter rolling into the corner. The past was like a sunflower, bright and radiant, but only through repeated recollections did Zhu Qingyan gradually grasp its deeper meaning. What seemed like just a child's whimsical game of hide-and-seek was actually conveying a message. That message was, "Please look at me." It was a plea, a lament, a desperate attempt to hold on. Begging you not to leave, begging you to stay. But she could never keep him. Su Guizhou was the wind, the kite, the one who lets go of the string. He is unbound, forever soaring, with heaven and earth merely as campfires for his rest. He will fly to greater heights. Zhu Qingyan is but a thread, a fragile strand connecting him to this world, one that could snap at any moment, incapable of taking him across mountains and seas or through hidden realms, waiting for his return and seeing him off. This is all she could do, past, present, and future, the one and only thing within her power. She couldn't keep him. Just like summer snow that won't stay, a snail abandoning its shell, or withering artificial flowers. She could never keep him. The red light faded, the green light lit up. Slender hands gripped the steering wheel with such force they nearly sank into it, better to crush it to pieces, if only to vent this overwhelming emotion. But in the end, she merely started the car slowly, just like the many silences before, letting the sobbing breaths dissolve into the roar of the engine, attempting to bury everything in the swirling dust. The rearview mirror clearly reflected the Lan River, with a black dot stuck right in the center. Chapter 37, Different. Zhou Shuoyun said, "It looks delicious." Zhou Shuoyun asked, "Would you like to grab a bite together next time you're free?" Zhou Shuoyun, kitty peeking. As Zhu Qingyan's car completely disappeared from sight, Su Guizhou pulled out his phone while walking back, only to see Zhou Shuoyun's reply sent 4 minutes after his own message. The second message took nearly 10 minutes to arrive, clearly revealing an inner turmoil more turbulent than a tornado. He was about to reply when the other person, seemingly frustrated by his prolonged silence, sent another message on their own. "If you're busy, that's fine, just take care of yourself first." Well, that sounds quite considerate, though you do seem a little aggrieved. The image of Zhou Shuoyun sitting upright at the dining table eating boiled vegetables while glancing at his phone flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but chuckle as he replied, "Something came up just now, didn't have time to check my phone." Zhou Shuoyun, Butter Bear rubs hands. Where on earth did she get so many emojis from? Kinda cute. Su Guizhou casually saved the file and continued, "Sure, but doesn't a big star like you need to watch your weight?" Zhou Shuoyun said, "Once a month is still acceptable." Zhou Shuoyun said, "Have some vegetables, without any seasoning or anything." Su Guizhou, ? Su Guizhou, is this supposed to be barbecue? It's just boiled vegetables dressed up differently. Zhou Shuoyun said, "It's not boiled vegetables, no water was used in the cooking." Is that the point? Su Guizhou, don't ruin your taste buds, they have organ rights too. Zhou Shuoyun said, sad face. He chuckled wryly, typing with his head lowered, only to be startled by a blob of slime at his feet the moment he stepped into the sleepless city. What the? The slime looked up at the sound, its fox-like eyes glistening with unshed tears, like a 1,000-year-old spirit abandoned by its scholar lover, curled in a corner nursing its broken heart. Good lord! What are you doing crouching here? Su Guizhou suppressed his leaping heartbeat and moved to squat beside her on the other side. Xia Wanning rested her head on her knees, turning slightly with him as she chuckled softly, "Brother, you're still such a coward." No, anyone would be scared if some unknown object suddenly popped up by their feet. Su Guizhou defended himself. "I'd actually love to catch it and dissect it to see what's inside," she said with a radiant smile. Su Guizhou said, "I told you to watch fewer of those violent and bloody movies." "I am listening, brother. And you're actually still watching them," he muttered, finally noticing what she was holding in her hand. "Is that a sachet? The gift you gave me when I was 7. Xia Wanning held it out for him to see. Her expression softened under the shop's lighting. "I've kept it well, haven't I? Aren't you going to praise me, brother?" Su Guizhou's gaze fell on the object in her palm, momentarily rendering him speechless. The outer garment was made of smooth, soft blue and white tie-dyed silk, embroidered with a half-moon smiling with closed eyes and clouds shaped like snacks and drinks. On lush green grass lay a pavilion, beside a clear spring where 2 white bears and sparrows lounged lazily in the water, stacks of towels balanced on their heads. The dreamlike artistic style constructed a corner of a childlike world. It was something he had painstakingly embroidered back then. Su Guizhou wasn't completely clueless about embroidery. As a child he'd often patched tattered clothes with needle and thread, but his skills were far from refined, let alone capable of creating pictorial embroidery on small fabric swatches. He wasted many pieces of silk and left several needle pricks on his fingers, bloody little holes like bullet wounds piercing through bone. The aromatic herbs were purchased from a traditional Chinese medicine shop, all soothing ingredients meant to calm the nerves. Yet the sachet in Xia Wanting's hand lay flat and empty, clearly devoid of any herbs. It slumped softly in her palm like a useless little cloth pouch. Silver-white tassels dangled from her fingertips, swaying in the wind like children playing on swings. "You're so careful with it, you're making me feel a bit embarrassed," he chuckled. "Why isn't there any incense inside?" Xia Wanting laughed at his words, her face pressed against her arm puffing out slightly, making her appear less gaunt. Her disheveled black hair fanned out, its edges gilded with a soft halo of light as she drawled in a sticky sweet voice, "After Big Brother left, nothing has ever been placed inside again." Su Guizhou froze momentarily, meeting her gaze. Xia Wanting's pupils were an unusually pure black, just like her sister's. No, to be precise, nearly all members of the Xie family had these pitch-black eyes, like bottomless wells, their depths impossible to discern. One could only see those dark, gaping holes smiling at you, everywhere exuding a sinister toxicity that clearly sought to drag others down into those lightless depths to share their eternal slumber. Her lips curved in a smile, but her eyes were cold. Su Guizhou wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He met her gaze directly, his restless fingers fiddling with the tassel as he spoke leisurely. "What's wrong? Did your germophobia flare up?" Under the clear, piercing weight of his stare, Xia Wanting held out for a moment before yielding, settling instead for watching the hand toying with the tassel. The prominent knuckles formed an elegant arc, the silver-white fringe weaving between fingers so pale it was hard to tell which was whiter. Xia Wanting recalled the hand she had held during the day. In the past, Su Guizhou's body was always warm, like a toasty furnace. When the weather turned cold, she loved curling up in his arms, listening to him read aloud. Sometimes it was fairy tales, sometimes novels, sometimes literary works. Su Guizhou loved reading whenever he had free time. They would spend entire afternoons curled up on the sofa reading together, until she fell asleep to the soothing sound of his voice. That's why she couldn't understand how his body could be so cold now. The day he left had been so brilliantly sunny. It was the most radiant moment of the sun. I don't want others touching me." Xia Wanting buried his face in his arms, his voice muffled. "That medicine wasn't prescribed by me either," Su Guizhou said. "I know." Xia Wanting squatted like a little mushroom. "But it's different, brother. It's not the same." "Yes, it's indeed different. Although the herbs were prescribed by the old Chinese doctor, I personally put them in." Su Guizhou gently tugged at the tassel. "When we have time, let's go to the herbal medicine shop together to refill it. What do you think?" Xia Wanting paused before responding. "Really? When have I ever lied? I mean, this time I'm not lying to you, really." Su Guizhou caught himself mid-sentence, remembering how the kid had brought up his past fibs just that morning. Still not looking up, Xia Wanting extended his pinky finger while clutching the sachet. "Pinky promise." All right. He hooked his finger with a smile, gently swaying their hands. "Pinky promise for 100 years, no changing allowed. Whoever breaks it is a little puppy." Xia Wanting finally smiled. Not the polite, perfunctory perfect smile, but one where petals fell into her eyes, stirring a spring breeze of joy. She lifted her face, tilting her head slightly as she looked over. Flowers of every hue covering the mountainside all burst into bloom with a sudden gust of wind. White light steamed through the petals blanketing the hills, while the merchants' impassioned music spurred them to dance skyward, transforming the entire world into a riot of blossoms in an instant. Su Guizhou thought to himself, now this is the kind of considerate little darling the Xie family would raise. Two half-grown children crouched in a corner, eavesdropping on the clamor of adults. Until the ringtone of a phone shattered this fleeting moment. Xia Wanting hung up without even looking, her smile fading as she resumed her usual cold demeanor. "Brother, I'm going home." "Then let me walk you?" Su Guizhou instinctively replied, immediately regretting it the moment the words left his mouth. "No need, brother. I'm not a child anymore." "Oh, alright. Remember to message me when you get home." They tacitly avoided mentioning it, covering it up with other topics. Xia Wanting straightened up but didn't hurry to leave, instead fixing her dark eyes on him. "What's wrong?" Su Guizhou asked. She hesitated, words caught in her throat. Su Guizhou seemed to have noticed and said with a smile, "Xia Wanting, I've never regretted it." I know, brother." Before he could finish, she couldn't wait to speak, murmuring with her eyes closed, her emotions slightly agitated. After a moment, she reopened her eyes, regaining her usual calm. "I have to go now, brother." Su Guizhou was completely baffled by her. "Oh, okay, take care then. See you tomorrow, brother," Xia Wanting said. He stood there, half his body bathed in light, appearing somewhat blurred like an overexposed old photograph where excessive brightness drowns out the details, leaving only tear-stained memories. "See you tomorrow," he said with a smile. Though soft, his voice struck Xia Wanting's heart with undeniable clarity. Barren land gradually took root as grass seeds sprouted. Chapter 38 First-Person Shooter Game. Su Guizhou suddenly found himself extremely busy. His top priority was matchmaking the male and female leads to enrich the novel's plot. After school, he had to tutor Ding Yuan, dine with Zhou Shuoyan, accompany Xia Wanting to gather spices, and occasionally return home to play with both the dog and Zhu Qing'an. As for studying, that was just a daily routine task, hardly worth counting. He suddenly felt the world was rather dull. Break time was already scarce enough, yet he still had to divide it here and there. It was like returning to those dark days of working around the clock, leaving him with a sense of hopelessness in this ghostly existence. But, thinking of their faces, he curled his lips and strode away with light steps. Those little rascals had better remember his kindness in their hearts, smile more often, and stop pulling long faces all day. Otherwise, he'd just fly straight to hell and never be seen again, leaving them to pine day and night, haunted by regret for the rest of their lives. Little did he know, before long, he'd wish to fly straight into hell. I know the surging waves of the Yellow River. I know the roaring tides of the Yangtze. Though the road ahead be arduous, so long as righteousness lives in our hearts, the day will come when clouds part to reveal the moon. Fight on! Ding Yuan stood on a stool with chopsticks raised high, his face flushed crimson as he shouted at the sky. And no, this really won't do, little sister. I know, I understand, our hearts beat as one, but this truly cannot be. Society would never permit it. Ren Qing, his face burning red, clung to Ding Yuan's leg. What? You say you? I understand now, little Xing. I'll treat you well, I'll love you forever. Su Guizhou returned to witness this utterly despairing scene. He rubbed his eyes, looking somewhat disbelieving, and was about to return to the entrance to re-enter when Shen Qiniao called out to stop him. Oh, you're finally back. Shen Qiniao's eyes were vacant. Su Guizhou had no choice but to walk over. He glanced at the two tangled together, hesitating before asking with a complicated expression, "What's wrong with them?" They ordered a plate of drunken duck. At first, nothing happened after eating it, but who knew they'd start acting up after a few minutes? Shen Qiniao said, "No, I just want to ask, why would these two idiots order drunken duck when they can't handle even a drop of alcohol? Where are their brains? Ha? Did dogs eat them?" Su Guizhou asked, "Then who is this little Xing he keeps mentioning?" "She's the female protagonist of a first-person shooter game," Shen Qiniao replied. Su Guizhou looked bewildered. What shooter game? Crossfire? Counter-Strike? Battlefield? Do those games even have such a character? Shen Qiniao wore an expression that said, "You really don't know? Are you pretending or genuinely unaware?" But still explained, "It's an eroge." Su Guizhou looked utterly confused. Butter? There's a game called that? Sounds kinda tasty. Seeing he genuinely didn't understand, Shen Qiniao's expression softened as she clarified, "Eroge means adult games, porn games." Su Guizhou said, "Oh, you mean wait, what? What did you say? What kind of games?" Shen Qiniao said patiently, "It's an adult game, an erotic game with her 18-rated romantic scenes between men and women. Xiaoxing is one of the female leads in it, the male protagonist's biological sister." Now she finally understood why Ren Qing was so obsessed with forbidden love. Turns out this was exactly his cup of tea. Sai otaku men are truly hopeless. Alright, I get it. Stop talking about this already. Su Guizhou finally snapped out of it. Covering his face for a long moment, he then looked at Ren Qing, who remained blissfully unaware that his secret hobby had been exposed, still clinging to Ding Yuan's leg while wailing dramatically. Su silently mourned for him in his heart. "You're done for. Shen Qiniao's going to tease you about this for ages." He then glanced over here. Sherwanong was nibbling on a seaweed knot, half in her mouth and half dangling out, her head bobbing uncontrollably like a lazy sheep munching on grass. He smiled and asked the only sober person present, "Had enough to eat?" "Long since full," Shen Qiniao said, resting her head against Sherwantong's while gesturing toward the two drunkards with her chin. "We'd better figure out how to get these two home." Su Guizhou went over to pull Ren Qing away, but the latter, lost in some fantasy again, puckered his lips for a kiss, only to be mercilessly held back by the neck. Ren Qing rasped, "Gah, little Xing, bro loves you." "Ding Yuan," Su Guizhou said. "Alas!" Ding Yuan cried out, then turned his head dazedly upon hearing his name and suddenly broke into a foolish grin. "Ah, it's Big Brother." Just as Su Guizhou was about to speak, he saw Ding Yuan obediently hop down from his chair and sit properly, as prim as when he was 5 or 6 years old, perched on a little stool by the shop entrance waiting with eager anticipation. "I've waited for you so long, why haven't you come to play with me?" he said, his slightly dazed eyes glimmering in the light. "Did I make you angry, Big Brother?" "No, it's my fault." Su Guizhou averted his gaze, feeling something heavy pressing against his chest. No, Big Brother is the best person in the world," Ding Yuan giggled drunkenly. "So many people miss you. Me, Da Peng, Aunt Kai, Aunt Ju, Sister Ju." He counted on his fingers, rattling off names like reciting a menu, but suddenly stopped just before saying that particular name. Raising his face, he asked, "Now that you're back, can you stay this time? Su Guizhou's lips trembled slightly, remaining silent for a long while. Big brother? He tilted his head and said, at your age, stop trying to act cute. It's kinda gross, Su Guizhou said. Ding Yuan widened his eyes and said indignantly, I'm only 6 years old. 6 my ass, you're almost 17. Su Guizhou extended 3 fingers. How many is this? 5 lollipops. Lollipops my foot. Wrong answer. According to the rules, you sit here facing the wall to reflect on your mistakes. Ding Yuan looked around and said pitifully, there isn't any wall. Then stare at the table and pretend it's a wall. Oh, Ding Yuan turned halfway and fell asleep on the desk shortly after. Impressive. Shen Xinyao, who had watched the entire scene, gave a thumbs up. Who would have thought Ren Chang was telling the truth? This transfer student really had some connection with the gang leader's deceased godfather. Gee, was he a godfather or godbrother? Shen Xinyao sank into reminiscence. Over here, Ren Chang seemed to be dreaming about eloping, giggling foolishly while murmuring, hee, Xiao Xing, I love you. Su Guizhou propped the two of them together, walked a bit further away, and called Ding Dapeng. The call was answered instantly. What's up, Xiaozhou? Calling me so late at night, what's the matter? Your son's drunk and already passed out. Come get him right now. Ding Dapeng froze. That kid drank alcohol? No, he ate some drunken duck and got drunk from it, Su Guizhou replied. Ding Dapeng? Ding Dapeng said, I don't have such a useless son. Just throw him away. Alright, get over here quick, it's at Nevernight City. Hurry up. Without waiting for a reply, he hung up and turned back to Ren Chang, nudging him. Ren Chang? Where do you live? I'll get someone to take you home. Ren Chang rolled over. Single dog, don't disturb my happy life with Xiao Xing. Su Guizhou. He knew drunk people were annoying. He decided to seek outside help. Shen Xinyao, ask your classmates if anyone knows his home address. Already asking, Shen Xinyao replied without looking up, her fingers flying across the screen. After a moment, she said, Shi lives in the same building as him and happens to be out for dinner right now. He's about to head home and says he can come pick him up. That's great, Su Guizhou sighed in relief. By the way, where's the young miss? Didn't she go looking for you? Shen Xinyao suddenly remembered someone had gone missing. Let's go home, Su Guizhou said. Oh, Shen Xinyao glanced around, then lowered her voice conspiratorially, Gee Su Guizhou. What is it? He leaned closer. Are you involved with the young mistress? Shen Xinyao's eyes sparkled with the fire of gossip. Nonsense, we've only met a few times. It's purely innocent classmate affection. Su Guizhou had thought it was something important, but it turned out to be this. Really? Then why is she so interested in you? Shen Xinyao asked suspiciously. After a moment of silence, he said, maybe I resemble her deceased older brother? Shen Xinyao? Shen Xinyao replied, so Ding Yuan's deceased godfather and the young lady's deceased brother are the same person? Su Guizhou smiled, who knows? But your face is truly the chosen white moonlight, Shen Xinyao observed carefully. How so? Please enlighten me, Master Shen, he said with a laugh. Sickly looking, exactly like the frail white moonlight in novels, Shen Xinyao clicked her tongue. Go see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor this Saturday, get some tonic medicine. You look far too weak. Su Guizhou forced a smile. Thanks for your concern, I'll go check it out when I'm on break. Just wait until he boosts his presence, then we'll see who dares call him weak. Chapter 39, Radiant Brilliance. That when I talk to you, oh Cupid walks right through, and shoots an arrow through my heart, and I sound like a loon. But don't you feel it too? In the chilly cabin, a foreign song began to play. Xia Wanning gazed expressionlessly at the city outside, its buildings draped in festive lights, as skyscrapers flashed past his window in rapid succession. Though not particularly distracted, he somehow failed to hear the ringing phone on his seat. The caller seemed remarkably patient, refusing to hang up. Until the moment the system prompt sounded, she finally answered the call. The cabin instantly fell silent again, leaving only the faint sound of breathing. Xia Wanting remained silent, and so did the person on the other end. Not even a breath came through from that person, like a ghost who had died centuries ago, playing mischievous tricks on the living from its lonely grave. After a long pause, Xia Wanting spoke, Sister. There was no response from the other side, only a cold remark, you went again. The voice was like red wine mixed with sand from an ice cellar poured down the throat. It could extinguish raging flames, yet grind the stomach until it bled. Is that not allowed? Xia Wanling slumped inelegantly onto the soft cushion, his empty gaze fixed on the raised partition shielding the driver's seat from view. Xia Wanling, you should remember your place, the other side said. How much more time are you going to waste on a dead dog? Xia Wanning tightened her grip on the phone. I just want to see them. After all, they once helped me. And you too, didn't they, sister? There was a brief silence on the other end before a cold voice replied, Go wash up at the apartment first, then come back. The call was abruptly hung up before any objection could be made. Xia Wanning slammed her phone onto the car seat with a sharp thud, watching coldly as it briefly hovered in the air before dropping. Hypocritical, arrogant lunatic.
Her breathing suddenly became rapid, like a drowning person trying to call for help but having their mouth and nose swallowed by the salty seawater. Just as she was about to suffocate, the phone that had fallen onto the cushion lit up its screen. Xia Wanting's body moved faster than her mind. Before she could even react, her knees had already hit the soft cushion as she crawled forward on all fours. Her dark eyes were deep and devoid of light, like a highly alert feral cat baring its teeth in hostility yet trembling with panic as she unlocked the phone. She stared blankly at the goofy pink avatar at the top of WeChat, a cartoon character giving a peace sign. It was as if a stray cat had finally found its owner. All the hostility in her body vanished in an instant. Pressing her forehead against the cold metal, she closed her eyes, her back slowly slumping as a single clear tear rolled down the screen. She just suddenly wanted to see him so badly. Tomorrow is too long. She can't wait. But it's impossible. He is independent. He needs freedom, needs selfhood, needs a complete life that belongs solely to himself, not subordinate to anyone else. So Su Guizhou could also laugh until his whole body shook uncontrollably. She stood on the covered walkway, watching the group emerge from the grove in a grand procession, thinking just that. Ransheng and Shen Qinya chased each other in circles around the periphery, while the Jiang family's young master led the way, though his steps had noticeably slowed. In the middle, Su Guizhou stood beside Shi Huanong, laughing so hard he nearly doubled over, his entire being like a radiant sunflower, petals trembling with mirth. He had never been like this before. At home, Su Guizhou had always been the picture of propriety, his behavior as meticulously calibrated as a precision-engineered robot. Sometimes she felt he was like a plastic mannequin in a display case, dressed to suit others' tastes, every detail perfectly arranged on the surface, yet hollow within. No, it wasn't like this at the beginning. That period was too distant, leaving behind not a single photograph, leaving her with nothing to recall. Only on sun-drenched afternoons would a gaunt figure occasionally flash before her eyes, smiling brilliantly as he approached, his entire being radiating warmth as if he'd just rolled through sun-baked grass, mingled with the scent of bitter orange, softly enveloping her. During the 3,779 days and nights when she couldn't dream of him, these fleeting glimpses became the solace that kept her moving forward. Apart from that, the day that most frequently appears before her eyes is April 1, 2014. The sunlight that day was truly wonderful, she remembers it to this day. The pale golden rays didn't sting when they fell on her skin, but instead brushed past like soft down, lazily rolling over her entire body. She had ordered an exceptionally beautiful pink princess dress many days in advance, because her brother said she looked especially lovely in such dresses, just like the beloved princesses in fairy tales. Being praised like that, of course she had to arrange everything perfectly, just like a princess who could both wield a pen and a sword, capable of anything. At noon, she would wear a beautiful dress and blow out candles with her brother at his favorite restaurant. This was her special celebration just for him. In the evening, a group of men in suits would come to school to pick up her brother. She had researched online, and the older brothers and sisters there said boys loved this kind of cool and mysterious display. When they said, "Young master, the Lord requests your presence," it would definitely make her brother feel incredibly proud. She would wait for him in the car wearing that especially gorgeous princess dress, ready to go with him to the cruise ship. She had invited so many people, his favorite celebrities, painters, calligraphers, soccer players, and in the evening, there would be a grand fireworks show, lighting up the entire night sky over Lanjiang in celebration of his birthday. She knew this was the only 18th birthday one gets in a lifetime, which was why she wanted to throw him the most splendid celebration. Little did she know the birthday banquet would become a farewell. Xia Wanting learned for the first time that human blood could never be wiped clean. No matter how hard she wiped, it never stopped, like tap water flowing endlessly, pooling again the moment she cleaned it up, or like a relentless downpour that drenched her in a sea of crimson, suffocating, stifling, drowning her. The person who always smiled at her could no longer open his eyes, lying limp on the ground, boneless, like the soaked tissue in her hand, like her drenched skirt, lifelessly sprawled on the road, crumpled into a heap of mud. Everything in sight was a crimson red, like the blooming mandala flowers by the Naiha Bridge, bewitchingly soul-stealing, scattering her very spirit. At that moment, the world was silent, her heartbeat had stopped, her body was cold. Everything was fading, dying, her very life visibly dissipating along with it. The days that followed were too hazy. Just like that, in a daze, unclear, unfeeling, she grew up. The sachet bag pressed against her heart slowly slipped from her breast pocket as she bent forward, dangling precariously for a long moment before finally landing on the screen with a crisp sound. She stared blankly at the faint, stubborn stain at the bottom, gazing at it for so long until a tear rolled down and completely obscured it. Xia Wanting, Gidge, brother, blank, what's up? You home yet? Xia Wanting, no. Xia Wanting, are you happy now? Blank, now? Blank, just finished watching a show so of course I'm happy, ha 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 ha. Xia Wanting, that's wonderful. Xia Wanting, brother, Xia Wanting, I wish you eternal happiness and joy. Heavens, oh heavens, I beg for your mercy. Let this price of death and rebirth fall upon me. I am willing to bear all his future sins and sufferings. Therefore, I sincerely pray and earnestly hope
that he may have a bright and glorious future. Chapter 40 Can't understand anymore. What are you looking at?
Su Guizhou snapped out of his thoughts, put away his phone and smiled. Nothing, just replying to a message.
We should get going. Is Xia Wanting getting emotional late at night? Why so sentimental?
He had just remembered he hadn't added Xia Wanting as a friend yet, never expecting the other party to send such a perfectly late-night appropriate message so soon after accepting the request.
Slightly melancholic. Where to?
Shi Wanhong, who had dozed off earlier, looked utterly exhausted as she asked drowsily. The other three had all gone their separate ways home, leaving only the two of them still wandering the sleepless city like lost little ghosts. Su Guizhou pulled her along the same way he had brought her here, his clear voice echoing across the sky. Of course we're going home. Should we take a taxi? He asked, looking at the person who kept dozing off after just a few steps. Shi Wanhong shook her head and pointed at the electric scooter, saying, bike. Then I'll ride the bike, and you take a taxi, he suggested. Shi Wanhong didn't respond, wobbling as she climbed onto the back seat and patted the front seat, saying, let's go.
Su Guizhou, what exactly is so appealing about this bike to you?
He sighed and resignedly took the school uniform off her, putting it back on himself only for her to immediately grab his sleeve and accuse, thief.
Su Guizhou, ? Resting one hand on the bike handlebars, he asked amusedly, I'm wearing my own clothes, how does that make me the thief?
Mine, Shi Wanhong insisted.
Fine, yours. Just let me borrow it for now, I'll give it back when we get home.
Too tired to argue with someone who wasn't fully conscious, he swung his leg over the bike.
Thief,
Shi Wanhong muttered, poking the back in front of her twice with her index finger. Su Guizhou silently resolved, though he didn't yet know her alcohol tolerance, he absolutely must never let her touch alcohol in the future. If she's this unreasonable just from being sleepy, he didn't dare imagine what outrageous remarks she might spout if drunk. She'd probably point at a foreign president on TV and say, this is my seat, get out. Hold on tight, he said, patting Shi Wanhong's arm. Then two snake-like hands whooshed into his pockets from around his waist.
Su Guizhou glanced sideways, thinking he remembered the incident, just not whose clothes these were.
A head pressed against his back, its face rolling from left to right before lifting with a mix of grievance and indignation. And you stole my shampoo too.
Su Guizhou said, Shi Wanhong, you'd better pray you forget everything when you wake up.
Otherwise, I'll see if you still have the nerve to show your face around me. Shi Wanhong turned a deaf ear, burying her face against him again, her voice muffled in a grieved, thief.
Su Guizhou,
there are times when a person truly feels helpless. It's about a 20-minute bike ride from Nevernight City to the residential area, not too long, but not too short either, yet enough to drive someone carrying a sleep-deprived ghost ready to collapse on the spot to utter despair.
You, wait here.
I'll go park the bike, Su Guizhou said with a numb expression. Shi Wanhong swayed unsteadily on her feet and reached out to him. Clothes. Here, take it all, princess, he grumbled as he shoved the school uniform jacket into her hands. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but when Shi Wanhong took the clothes, her usually calm eyes seemed like a pebble had been tossed into them, sending ripples across their surface. Then he watched as Shi Wanhong draped his jacket over herself with effortless grace and squatted under the streetlight like a little mushroom. The girl clutched the clothing over her head with both hands, tilting her face upward as she said, hurry back.
Su Guizhou raised an eyebrow, about to respond, when she added, thief.
He really wanted to pry open the female lead's head to see what kind of cells were working in her memory department. The things she should remember were forgotten, while the things she shouldn't remember were all retained.
Su Guizhou rode his bike for a few meters, then worriedly turned back. I'll be right back. Stay here and don't go with anyone else.
Okay. The mushroom-headed girl didn't even look up, busy digging in the dirt with a branch.
Su Guizhou kept glancing back every few meters.
Not that he was afraid the female lead would be kidnapped, mainly, he was worried this muddle-headed person might do something stupid. Sure enough, just as he rushed into the underground garage, he saw Shi Wanhong pulling weeds. Perhaps the roots of this particular weed were too deeply embedded. With a thud, she fell backward onto her bottom, staring blankly at the half-pulled weed in her hand. Then, she wrapped it in paper and brought it to her lips as if about to play a harmonica.
He couldn't help but laugh.
Just imagining Jiang Wang constantly cleaning up such messes for Shi Wanhong in the future amused him greatly.
Wait.
The cool air of the underground garage brushed against his face, and he sensed something amiss.
Was today's interaction between him and Shi Wanhong what a matchmaker and the female lead should have? Wasn't this the kind of interaction between a loser male supporting character and the female lead?
Su Guizhou parked the car, and in the unlit garage, his vision darkened further.
He hurriedly asked the system, there's no tradition of matchmakers stepping onto the scene in our setup, right? Sansan, what are you thinking about?
That kind of thing would never happen.
Su Guizhou, oh, that's good then.
He felt relieved. Back on the road, Shi Wanhong was sitting on the curbstone at some point, her head buried in her knees as if she had fallen asleep.
Shi Wanhong,
he approached and called out.
The mushroom lifted its cap, squinting at him without its glasses. Glancing at the spectacles in the breast pocket of the person opposite, he chuckled, "Time to go home." The mushroom nodded, slowly attempting to rise, but perhaps still unaccustomed to its human form, it fell back with a clunk. Ahem. Su Guizhou suppressed the corner of his mouth. "You're laughing at me," Shi Wanhong said. No, I was talking about helping you up." With a completely serious expression, he reached out his hand. Shi Wanhong looked at her own dust-covered hand, then at the pale hand before her. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out only for the other person to deftly avoid her grasp at the last second. Instead, he grabbed her arm and effortlessly completed her evolution from mushroom to human. The person in blue-green school uniform withdrew his hand after she steadied herself, his tie fluttering at his chest as a smile was teased onto his lips. "Let's go home." Shi Wanhong walked beside him, swaying slightly as they boarded the elevator. The faint scent of tobacco lingered inside. Frowning, she buried her nose in her school uniform, where the smell of laundry detergent mingled with bitter orange, dispelling the unpleasant smoke. Her brows gradually relaxed as she thought sluggishly, "I want to eat an orange." "Oranges?" Unexpectedly, the other person in the elevator spoke up. "Jiang Wang happened to give me some oranges among the fruits he sent. Want me to cut some when we get back?" "You're spying on me. You're the one who said it out loud. How can you blame me now?" Su Guizhou laughed helplessly. Shi Wanhong responded with an "oh," though it was unclear whether she believed him or not. It was almost 11 when he got home. Su Guizhou assumed Cherie had gone to bed early, so he tiptoed to the door like a thief. Just as he was about to turn on the light, a deep voice suddenly asked, "You're back?" He whipped his head around and saw a figure sitting in the pitch-black living room, its face eerily illuminated, grinning at him with a sinister smile. "Su Guizhou." Su Guizhou screamed, %% yuan %* and ghost. Shi Wanhong turned on the light without hesitation. "Keep it down, don't disturb the neighbors." The person in the living room rushed over and gave him a light smack. "Kid, you're way too timid." Su Guizhou clutched his pounding heart. No, even the bravest person couldn't handle being scared like this. "What were you doing sitting on the sofa in the dark at night?" "Scrolling through my phone." Cherie raised her screen slightly. "I was watching horror movie breakdowns." Turning off the light sets the mood. That does sound quite atmospheric. Su Guizhou's lips twitched. Cherie didn't respond. She looked them up and down, left and right, before angrily demanding, "Where are the fried skewers? I thought you'd go straight to sleep when you got back, so I didn't bring any." "What about the bonds between us?" Cherie lamented tragically. "Next time for sure," Su Guizhou said. "Doesn't next time for sure actually mean maybe next time? Didn't you say it would disturb the neighbors? Why are you shouting yourself?" Hearing this, Cherie angrily flopped back onto the sofa. Su Guizhou thought for a moment. "I'll cut some oranges later, would you like some? And wash some peaches too." "Got it." Su Guizhou casually tossed his school bag by his feet and was about to take the fruit from the bag when he heard Cherie say again, "Wait, no." "What?" He turned his head. "I'm not sitting here to watch a movie." "Then what for?" He picked through the oranges absent-mindedly. "I rented an apartment for you near the school. Go check it out during the break and see if you like it." The orange landed on the table with a thud. Su Guizhou turned his head stiffly. "A house?" "Yep," Cherie replied with a beaming smile. "Overjoyed, aren't you?" "Wait, what kind of plot development is this? How did things escalate to him having to live with the female lead?" Chapter 41, See Through But Don't Speak Out. Near number 2 high school stood a residential area where most residents were either students, faculty members, or parents accompanying their children for studies. Among Su Guizhou's former classmates, except those whose homes were nearby, almost all lived in that neighborhood. Those who failed to secure housing there settled for apartments near the pedestrian street instead, though requiring a few extra minutes of walking. It offered the convenience of grabbing late-night snacks whenever hunger struck. Sadly, he'd never experienced such mundane pleasures. It takes nearly half an hour to bike from the Xie family's house to school, and black-hearted Cotton won't allow a driver to chauffeur him. Every day, he either has to hail a cab or pedal his bike, rising earlier than roosters and sleeping later than dogs. This brutal routine has practically trained him into a special forces soldier. After picking out oranges, Su Guizhou leisurely moved to the fridge to select peaches, asking casually, why the sudden need to rent a place at this time? Due to the tight housing market and the large student population, most families secure rentals during the first or second year of high school. Who waits until senior year to start looking? We originally planned for Tongtong to move out in her second year, but back then, the only available places were on the pedestrian street, too noisy at night. I was worried it would disrupt her sleep, Cherie said with a yawn. "Isn't our neighborhood noisy too?" Su Guizhou asked. "Is it really not because you're jealous she can eat midnight snacks anytime? Have you heard this saying?" Cherie's fingers kept scrolling through her phone. "What? See through but don't expose. I shall heed your instruction." He raised his hand. "It wasn't exactly sudden, I'd already arranged the apartment over there beforehand. It's just that Tongtong insisted on waiting until classes officially started before moving. I was quite worried about her going alone, but now that you're here, I thought we could visit during the break and move in early. That way, she could sleep in a bit more in the mornings. Cherie spoke while scrolling through her phone. Her company and the school were in completely opposite directions. Between the frequent overtime and being on call 24/7, she felt that if she kept living there, it wouldn't be long before she could just hold her own funeral and celebrate her eternal slumber. Su Guizhou, ? Couldn't you be a little more concerned about something else? I don't think this is appropriate. What's inappropriate? Cherie glanced at him. It's improper, Su Guizhou finally managed to say after a long pause. A man and woman alone together in one room, what kind of? Halfway through his sentence, he met Cherie's astonished gaze and immediately realized something was wrong. Who told you it was one room? Even if I were completely brainless, I wouldn't do something like that. Of course it's 2 rooms, Cherie said, both amused and exasperated, teasing him. Xiaozhou, what on earth do you think about all day instead of studying? Su Guizhou. Damn romance novels. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have read them these past few days. Now he's made a fool of himself. Oh ha, so it was just a misunderstanding, ha, I knew it, ha, he finished lamely, then awkwardly scurried into the kitchen. You forgot your fruit. Oh right, silly me, ha. He dashed back out, arms overflowing with fruit as he hurried back to the kitchen. The crisp sound of chopping soon drifted into the living room. Cherie stared at the tall, slender figure in the kitchen, momentarily mistaking him for someone from her memories. That person loved wearing floral dresses, had long hair, and wielded a knife with practiced ease. Any ingredient touched by her rough hands would transform into delicious dishes. But Cherie hadn't tasted it in many years. Over the years, she had tried to recreate it, but perhaps she truly lacked talent in cooking. All attempts ended in failure. She thought she'd have to rely on memories for the rest of her life, like a paper airplane flown away in childhood, with neither destination nor landing spot. Yet the buns she had put in the fridge during the day were adorable in shape and exquisite in filling, indistinguishable from those of the past. Cherie mused inwardly, sis, your genes are truly powerful. Even culinary skills can be inherited. She amused herself, laughing until tears suddenly streamed down her face. Auntie, what's wrong? Su Guizhou emerged carrying 2 fruit platters only to find Cherie sitting on the sofa crying and laughing simultaneously, startling him. Nothing, just saw a dark humor joke. The punchline was wrestling with morality, don't mind me. Cherie grabbed some tissues to wipe her face. Su Guizhou hadn't encountered this meme yet, but he grasped the literal meaning. I see. Just leave it here. You can toss the plate in the sink after eating. Su Guizhou placed the fruit platter on the coffee table. I'll take this one to Shi Wandong. Go ahead. After a moment, Cherie called out, Little Zhou, your dumplings were really well made, especially delicious. Really? I'm glad you liked them. He turned back with a grin, flashing his white teeth, clearly pleased. It's just that you won't get to eat them anymore after this. Then come make some for me during your holidays? Cherie perked up after a brief moment of disappointment. Is this something a parent should say to a student about to take the college entrance exams? Su Guizhou was speechless. I'll make some dumplings when I have time. Wow, Xiaozhou, you're so kind. How about becoming my son? No way. You'd definitely make me make dumplings for the rest of my life. Busted. You're being too obvious. Su Guizhou knocked on the door irritably. Shi Wandong, I've cut the oranges. Should I bring them in for you? After a long pause, a somewhat muffled voice came from inside. Just leave them by the door. Oh ho. Su Guizhou raised an eyebrow, placed the plate against the wall where she'd see it the moment she opened the door, and said, Then I'll leave it here. I'm going to shower first, don't forget to eat later. I know. When Su Guizhou emerged from his room with his pajamas in hand, he saw Cherie still scrolling through videos on the couch. Unable to resist, he asked, Don't you have work tomorrow? I do, Cherie replied with a yawn, her tone cryptic. Some things aren't for kids to ask about, so don't pry. Oh, he was about to head into the bathroom when suddenly, a burst of loud music blared out. Hey, it's here already? Great. I'm coming right now. Cherie cheerfully pushed open the door and soon returned carrying fragrant barbecue skewers, her face glowing as she sat at the dining table and eagerly tore open the packaging. Su Guizhou. She'd ordered takeout herself, yet she had the nerve to blame him for not bringing fried skewers. Ha! Cherie, having happily devoured 5 lamb skewers, finally looked up as if noticing him for the first time. Why are you still here? Didn't you go to take a shower? Seeing him stare intently at her skewers, Cherie hesitated for a long moment before saying, You're still hungry? Fine, I'll share 1 skewer with you. 3, that's my final offer. Su Guizhou averted his gaze. You eat it, I'm not hungry. Why were all the adults around him such jokers? By the time he finished washing up, Cherie seemed too full to continue eating. She pushed the leftovers toward him before patting her satisfied belly and returning to her room. Su Guizhou hadn't eaten much at dinner, having been too busy chatting. Seeing this, he happily agreed and started gnawing on the pork trotters with relish. Halfway through, he suddenly slammed the table. Wait a minute, my spicy hot pot. It's obviously too late to go now. but he couldn't bear to part with his spicy hot pot either. After some deliberation, he called someone. The call was answered instantly. What's up now? Did another one of my boys get drunk eating drunken fragrant duck at your place? That's not it, Suguejo said. Mainly, your brother here bought a bowl of spicy hot pot from Uncle Hu and wants to treat you. Ding Dapeng chuckled. How long has it been? You definitely forgot, you bastard. See through but don't expose. Suguejo said earnestly. Dapeng, oh Dapeng, you're still not smooth enough. Ding Dapeng rolled his eyes, not going. Come on Dapeng, oh Dapeng, I already paid for it. Might as well eat since it's free. It's all soggy and mushy.
Ding Dapeng thought to himself, pausing for a moment before changing his tone. Alright, you're the most annoying one.
Remember to take photos for me. Hearing his chewing sounds, Ding Dapeng asked while putting on his clothes. What are you eating? Barbecue. Ding Dapeng. So you're telling him to eat that mushy malatang while you feast on barbecue, huh? He hung up the phone, rode out on his electric scooter, and soon arrived at the nightless city. Old Ding? What brings you here at this hour? Old Who had just finished a busy stretch and was taking a breather. The usual? No need, Ding Dapeng said. Do you remember? There was a kid from number 2 high school with a scar on his left eyebrow who bought spicy skewers from you. Old Who nodded. Yeah, I remember. I've been keeping it for him, but he never came back. I was planning to eat it myself if he didn't show up by closing time. That won't do. That kid said he'd give it to me. Old Who was taken aback. You know him? Yeah, Ding Dapeng said with a proud smile. That's my little brother. Chapter 42. I am a thief. That night, a briefly lucid sleep-deprived ghost lay down contentedly after eating an orange. Early the next morning, she woke up refreshed and full of energy. The clock showed 5:23, still over 20 minutes before her usual alarm would ring. Shirwantong stared at the oversized school uniform draped over her blanket, lost in thought. Why can't people stay awake when sleep-deprived? She'd rarely stayed up late, only to end up humiliating herself beyond redemption this time. What on earth had she said to Suguejo last night? Were those words even humanly possible? Under normal circumstances, she'd rather be minced into meatballs than utter such things. The worst part was, how could she have done so many stupid things? The crumpled school uniform carried the scent of her shampoo, like unripe green oranges drenched in rain, a damp bitterness wrapped in sourness, so astringent it left one speechless. The faint clatter of pots and pans drifted from the kitchen into the room. Shirwantong knew Suguejo was already up making breakfast. She wasn't ready to face him at all, but she had no choice. Only 2 minutes had passed in this whirlwind of thoughts. Clenching her slightly sour teeth, she hugged her clothes and headed out, only to run straight into Suguejo, who was taking vegetables from the fridge. The person across noticed her and peeked out half their face to say, "Morning." Morning. Shirwantong paused briefly before hurriedly slipping into the bathroom. Just before closing the door, she heard a feather-light chuckle behind her. Soft yet distinct, it gently brushed against her heartstrings. When she emerged fully dressed and fresh-faced, Suguejo was peeling an egg without even looking up. "Come eat before it gets cold," he said. Shirwantong acknowledged him with a sound and slowly took a seat at the edge of the table, glancing at the breakfast spread. Scrambled eggs, boiled eggs, vegetable and shredded pork congee, and sandwiches, simple fare. He finally looked up then, as if about to say something, but upon seeing her expressionless face, swallowed his words. The corners of his mouth, however, twitched upward. Go ahead and laugh, Shirwantong thought as she poked at the scrambled eggs. So she'd made a fool of herself, what could she do about it now? There were no magic pills for regret nor time machines in this world, no way to strangle the delirious version of herself from last night. She dawdled over her porridge, listening to the sounds of the person across from her getting up and carrying their bowl into the kitchen, followed by the rush of running water. She wanted to say they could just leave the dishes for her to wash, but the words never made it past her lips. She assumed Suguejo would leave after washing up, but to her surprise, he casually plopped down on the sofa and started scrolling through his phone. He seemed to be chatting with someone, fingers tapping rhythmically on the screen, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Shirwantong averted her gaze and mechanically chewed on the shredded meat, finding it as tasteless as wax. By the time she finished eating and washed the dishes, Suguejo was still lounging on the sofa, sprawled out this time, looking utterly at ease. She adjusted her backpack, hesitating before speaking. Why aren't you leaving? Suguejo slowly straightened up and reached out toward her. School uniform. Her face stiffened as she quickly turned back to fetch the uniform for him. Thanks. He grinned while putting on the crumpled jacket. Shirwantong suddenly realized this person had quite a mischievous streak. He'd had plenty of time earlier to ask her to fetch his clothes, yet he'd sat there for ages without saying a word. With a stiff expression, she walked ahead while Suguejo followed leisurely behind, carrying his bag with one hand as they descended the stairs. She'd initially wondered if he was simply accustomed to being late and had grown shamelessly thick-skinned, but then she remembered, as she watched him head toward the neighborhood gate, that he didn't even own a car. No wonder he was so unhurried. Shirwantong walked into the underground parking garage, thinking to herself that this time she was the only one running late.
Yet when she finally reached the top floor out of breath, she saw a line of people standing along the corridor, including that certain someone who'd supposedly left by taxi. Su Guizhou spotted her, nudged Rin Chang aside to make space in the middle of Jiang Wang's group, and waved her over saying, "Don't go in it, just stand here with us." Shi Wanong approached him with a questioning look, as if asking why. "Did you do your homework?" Su Guizhou asked. Shi Wanong froze, she had completely forgotten about that. In an instant, her backpack felt scorching hot against her back. Ren Chang popped his head out from behind Su with a cheeky grin. Old Lu probably fought with his wife again. He came in first thing this morning to check homework even throughout those eating breakfast. You can tell how pissed he is. Just stay here and finish your homework with us instead of going in to get scolded. She silently glanced around at the group. Su Guizhou said, Shen Xinyao wrote it, she's sitting in the classroom. She looked at him with slight shock, unable to comprehend how this person knew what she was reading. Ren Qing fumed, such betrayal. We were supposed to be fried skewer eating buddies, yet she secretly did her homework alone, utter treachery, completely unreasonable. Can you shut up? Jiang Wang snapped impatiently from the side. All I hear while doing homework is your endless yapping. If you don't want to work, just get lost inside, okay? Ren Chang hunched his shoulders and leaned close to Su Guizhou's ear, whispering, why's he so harmless now? Compared to before, it's like he's lost all his sting. Could it be you've awakened some new kink? Su Guizhou remarked. Go screw yourself, Ren Chang laughed and cursed. You finished writing yet? Let me take a look. You'd actually trust an out-of-towner like me? Your accuracy rate for out-of-province questions is even higher than mine, and I've been in Lanjiang for over a decade. Stop pretending. Shi Wanong watched them bicker for a while, then quietly placed her bag by her feet and pulled out a test paper to start working. Jiang Wang beside her reacted as if encountering some ferocious beast, clicking his tongue lightly as he scooted further away. Completely unfazed, Shi Wanong gripped her pen and focused on the questions. After the people around them finished chatting and Su Guizhou pulled out a new test paper, she slowly moved closer and whispered, I'm sorry about last night, and this morning too. I'm sorry. Su Guizhou was puzzled. I accepted your apology yesterday, but how did you wrong me this morning? She glanced at the school uniform on the person beside them and said after a moment of silence, I should have washed the dishes. Su Guizhou paused slightly, then laughed. They're just a few dishes, I washed them without thinking much of it. Besides, you washed your own, didn't you? But since you're apologizing so sincerely, I'll generously forgive you. Shi Wanong let out a sigh of relief. However, Shi Wantong's heart clenched again. I'm no thief, he said with a laugh, his face illuminated by the dazzling white light. You can't say that about me. The morning breeze lifted stray strands of hair, bringing an indistinct chill that scattered the elusive heat. Shi Wanong tightened her grip on the pen and said softly, I know, it won't happen again. I'm the thief, she repeated silently in her heart, feeling an intense gaze piercing through her. Turning around, she met Xia Waning's eyes across the classroom. Xia Waning wore her usual impeccable smile, just like every other day, but her eyes were cold, stripped of their gentle facade, as if concealing jealousy and unfathomable resentment. Shi Wanong withdrew her gaze and thought absent-mindedly while looking at the exam paper, a bit like Su Guizhou. Anyone wanna drop some free gifts to show me what you got? Chapter 43, Dawn Skies and Dust Clouds. Today's Lu convenience store was filled with the aroma of food. Ren Chang grabbed a big chopstickful of braised chicken with mushrooms and mumbled with his mouth full, so frickin' good. Can you finish chewing before talking? You almost spat food everywhere, Shen Xinyao complained before immediately turning with a beaming smile. Auntie Kai, your cooking is absolutely amazing. Even better than 5-star chefs. Auntie Kai grinned from ear to ear. As long as you like it, as long as you like it. Eat more, look how skinny you all are. Just tell me what you want to eat in the future. I'll cook it all for you. Whoa, you're just too good at cooking. Ren Chang happily devoured the meal with great relish. I told you to finish eating before speaking. Shen Xinyao snapped angrily. Average. Jiang Wang wiped his mouth with a cold expression. Barely edible. No one would mistake you for mute if you stayed quiet, Shen Xinyao retorted irritably. And you licked your bowl clean. Does this look average to you? Jiang Wang gave her a deliberately provocative eye roll. Didn't any teacher teach you not to waste food? TSK, muscle-brained brute. Who are you calling a brute? Whoever gets defensive first. The two immediately launched into a war of words, while Ren Chang carefully moved the dishes aside, afraid they'd become collateral damage in the crossfire. Aunt Kai said with satisfaction, what a wonderful relationship you two have. Su Guizhou, ? He had always thought Aunt Kai was peerless when it came to reading people, except while others raced forward, she sprinted in the opposite direction. His phone vibrated a few times on the table, someone was messaging him. He took a sip of pork rib soup before unlocking it to check. Zhou Shuiyun, video, kittens fighting. A 14-second video captured the fierce battle between a white cat and a calico, the scene utterly intense. Beyond that, he faintly heard the cheers of onlookers who were clearly enjoying the spectacle. This film crew sure knows how to enjoy life's little pleasures. Before he could send the words, quite adorable, another photo arrived from the other side, still the two cats fighting, except this time the white one was circled in red. Zhou Shuoyun, it kind of looks like you. Su Gue Zhou, question mark. Where exactly does he resemble this utterly outmatched rookie cat? Zhou Shuoyun, his eyes are as beautiful as yours. Su Gue Zhou, I'll take that as a compliment. This time, I'll forgive your insolence. A few seconds later, Zhou Shuoyun took another photo of the sky. This reminds me of you too. Su Gue Zhou examined the picture she sent carefully, but after staring at it for a long time, he could only barely make out a cloud that somewhat resembled a dog. Where does it look like one? Zhou Shuoyun, its face. Su Gue Zhou, question mark. Su Gue Zhou, clouds don't have faces, confused emoji. Zhou Shuoyun, not the cloud, the sky. What exactly does a sky-like appearance look like? Su Gue Zhou pondered endlessly but couldn't figure it out. After honestly replying thanks for the compliment, he took a photo of braised chicken wings and sent it over. These look like you. Zhou Shuoyun, question mark. Zhou Shuoyun, butter bear stamping feet in anger. Zhou Shuoyun said, I'm not dark at all, sad face. Su Gue Zhou smiled with narrowed eyes. Of course. You'll soon be Lanzhang's dazzling white and red beauty superstar famous across the land, definitely not dark, thumbs up. Zhou Shuoyun, sad face. Zhou Shuoyun, I'm going to film now. Good luck on your exam, butter bear cheering. Su Gue Zhou, alright, wish you a perfect score on every question. Zhou Shuoyun, okay. Just as Su Gue Zhou locked his phone screen, Ren Qing came over with a bowl in his arms and asked, we're off tomorrow, want a game together? What do you usually play? Haven't played much, he pointed in a direction. I'm going house hunting over there tomorrow, probably won't have time to play with you. Housing? You mean the one near the school? Seeing him nod, Ren Qing exclaimed in shock, holy shit, how did you manage to snag that? I've been trying since freshman year and never succeeded once. So, are you planning to live on campus? Su Gue Zhou asked. Ren Qing shook his head proudly. Even though I didn't get a place here, my dad managed to secure an apartment near the pedestrian street for me. Just waiting for the current tenants to move out, their lease ends on the 21st. Once they're gone, I can move in. We can grab late night snacks together then. Just don't order the drunken duck, he said with a laugh. Can we just move past this? I've never been this embarrassed in my life. Ren Qing covered his face. At least I didn't mention your little sister? Ren Qing, question mark. Aren't you mentioning her right now? Ren Chang looked utterly defeated. Mention her if you want. Shin Xinyao has already desensitized me to it. We only live once anyway, it'll all be over in the blink of an eye. He recalled how Shin Xinyao kept calling Ren Chang's sister and brother in that affected voice yesterday and chuckled twice. Stop laughing already. Ren Chang leaned in and whispered, speaking of which, since you're moving, will Sher Wanong move too? Su Gue Zhou glanced at the girl eating properly. She'll move when school starts. We can have a few days of alone time first. Sure thing, bro. We can game together at night then, Ren Qing said with a laugh. Anything you want to play? I can carry you. Su Gue Zhou thought for a moment. I came across a pixel-style farming game that looked pretty fun. Planning to buy a computer later to play it. Farming? You mean Stardew Valley? Yeah, I think that's the name. I have that game, though I haven't played it in years, been too busy with robbing and Valorant, Ren Qing said. We'll become farming tycoons together and make a killing. You focus on earning money, and I'll comfortably marry a wife. Get lost. You come be my slave while I lounge around at home. New China has no slaves, Ren Qing declared loudly. Do you need my help tomorrow? No need. Just checking out the place and doing some cleaning. I don't have much luggage, don't even need to call movers. Stay home and play your games. I'll show you my new place when it's all set up. Then remember to fix up the sofa nicely. I'll crash at your place so I don't have to wake up early, Ren Qing said with a grin. Sure, Su Gue Zhou drawled, 800 per night. Damn, you're such a ripoff. Sher Wanong didn't say a word throughout, keeping her head down as she ate. The noisy lunch break soon ended, and the group hurried back to their classroom to study. After all, as the saying goes, weekly exams arrive even sooner than holidays. The second affiliated high school's exam schedule was utterly merciless, 6 subjects in a single day, testing from 7 a.m. until past 10 p.m. By the time stars had fallen asleep, students were still burning the midnight oil. After a full day of torment, Su Gue Zhou collapsed into bed the moment he got home and slept until 9 a.m. When he finally emerged from his room, he saw Sher Wanong already dressed neatly and sipping kanji at the dining table. Morning, he said as he walked into the bathroom. Morning, Sher Wanong replied indifferently. After washing up, Su Gue Zhou went to the kitchen to scoop some kanji. Passing by Sher Wanong, he noticed the fluffy cat embroidered on the back of her canary yellow short sleeve, white except for its left ear and tail, which were yellow. Wearing sunglasses, it reclined lazily on a beach chair, casually shaking a cocktail glass with one paw. He hadn't expected the female lead's casual wear to be so cute. He'd assumed it would be covered in formulas and quotes like her pajamas. The cat's fluffy fur stood out too conspicuously,
making Su Guizhou suppress the urge to reach out and pet it. He quickly walked to the kitchen to scoop some porridge. After eating his fill and slumping lazily in his chair, Shi Huanong across from him also set down her chopsticks, stacking the bowls and plates before him and carrying them to the kitchen. He froze for a moment, watching her busy figure in the kitchen, then asked after some thought, "Are you going out today?" Her voice mingled with the sound of running water, carrying a muffled texture. To look at houses. Chapter 44, Unworthy. The intertwined plane trees let sunlight slip through their gaps like missing puzzle pieces, scattering sporadically across my body. The residential building across the street from the school was called Plane Tree Lane, where most residents were students, especially 12th graders. Whether local or from out of town, they all preferred renting apartments there because the dormitory lights went out at 10:30 p.m. Su Guizhou heard that this building remained brightly lit until 4 or 5 in the morning during the months leading up to exams. He couldn't help but hesitate, wondering if he should find another place to live. After all, it felt somewhat inappropriate to hole up in his room playing games while others were suffering through their academic struggles. "Why did you come before the official start of term?" Su Guizhou asked casually as he walked down the alley. The person beside him was silent for a moment before replying, "I wanted to sleep a little longer." "Humph, is that so?" he said in an affected tone. "But I think it's better to go to bed early rather than sleep in. Don't you agree?" Shi Huanong recalled herself from 3 days ago again, the tips of her ears beneath her long hair flushed red as she pressed her lips together and said, "They're all important." "You're right, they're all important," Su Guizhou repeated. "Don't laugh." Shi Huanong grew slightly annoyed by his chuckles, but her words came out somewhat muffled, sounding less like anger and more like coquetry. Su Guizhou instantly put on a serious expression. "Yes, madam." Shi Huanong glanced at him. Somehow, he seemed even more punchable like this. The two of them walked in silence the entire way, leaving only the cicadas' ceaseless and deafening chorus echoing in the corners, pulsing like the drumbeat of a heart. Shi had rented them 2 adjacent rooms on the second floor, located at the end of the corridor. Su Guizhou pushed open the door and glanced inside. The room was bathed in bright light, the air thick with dry heat, evidence that the landlord aired the place regularly. Yet a thin layer of dust coated every surface, making it clear Shi had rented this apartment long ago. After looking around, he didn't find any major issues. He planned to go to the nearby supermarket later to buy some pots, pans, and kitchenware, then hire someone in the afternoon to clean the place up. The landlord had recently accepted his friend's request. Su Guizhou drafted a message asking if he could replace the washing machine. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, he immediately began browsing the online store. He wasn't sure what the previous tenant had washed with it, better to be safe and replace it. After all, he had money now. After picking out the washing machine, Su Guizhou walked next door and knocked, saying, "It's me." "What is it?" Shi Huanong quickly opened the door. "I'm planning to get a new washing machine. Do you want one too?" He shook his phone. "If you do, we can buy them together." Shi Huanong thought for a moment and said, "All right. Have you made your choice?" "All set." He handed over his phone. Shi Huanong glanced at it. "Let's get the same one. I'll transfer you the money later." "Sure thing. I'm planning to call for a cleaning service. Want me to have them tidy up your place too while they're at it?" Shi Huanong widened her eyes slightly to look at him. "Then what are we here for today?" "To see what's missing, of course," Su Guizhou said innocently. "I'm going to the mall to buy some things. Want to come along?" She sighed softly. "Let's go." Neither of them was indecisive about shopping. They basically tossed whatever caught their eye straight into the cart, so they returned fully loaded in no time. After putting things away, Su Guizhou checked the time and said, "The cleaning company and the washing machine installers will arrive soon. Let's go eat. By the time we're done, they should be finished." "Where should we go?" "I don't know. I'm not familiar with this area. Do you have any restaurant recommendations?" "I do, actually." Shi Huanong pulled out her phone to send a message, then looked up after a moment. "Let's go." Su Guizhou followed her on his bike for nearly 10 minutes before pointing at a crowded little restaurant and saying, "We're here." "The place is packed, must be delicious," he remarked approvingly. "But do we actually have a spot?" "Only one way to find out," Shi Huanong said as she walked ahead. He followed her inside, where a woman bustling around the restaurant immediately beamed at them. "Tong Tong, you're here. Sit, your dishes are already ready. I'm still swamped, but I'll come check on you later." "You go ahead with your work, auntie, don't mind me." Shi Huanong responded and walked toward the table covered with a food cloche. "An acquaintance?" Su Guizhou pulled out a chair. "Yes, I used to eat here often." Shi Huanong removed the cloche. "See if this is enough, we can order more if not." The table was set with cumin lamb, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and dry pot cauliflower. Su Guizhou said, "It's enough. But why does it seem like the portions are different from the other tables?" The 4 dishes were just enough for the 2 of them to finish. "We can't finish it all, so I asked the auntie to pack some in a box to take home later," Shi Huanong explained. Su Guizhou was deeply impressed and gave a thumbs up. "As expected of class 2, your mind works fast." Shi Huanong didn't speak,
pouring herself a cup of lemon water. Her fingertips rubbed against the paper cup as the corners of her lips curved slightly upward. Neither of them were the type to initiate conversation during meals, but to give the staff more time to perform their duties, they both ate at a leisurely pace as if savoring gourmet delicacies. One kept his head down, focused on the food, while the other occasionally glanced up, his gaze wandering to some unknown point. The shop was crowded, and with the door constantly opening and closing, even the air conditioner blasting at full power couldn't keep the heat at bay. After finishing his meal, Su Guizhou went to the snack shop next door to buy something and enjoy their air conditioning. Meanwhile, Shi Wanhong stood at the counter, waiting for the owner to hand her the dishes. "Your boyfriend?" The shop owner approached with a plastic bag, smiling knowingly. Shi Wanhong paused for a moment. "No, just classmates." "Really not?" "Aunt Xiao, I'll be taking the college entrance exams next year," she said somewhat helplessly. "I don't have time to think about such things." Right, the exams are important, I was just joking," the shop owner said. "But that young man is quite handsome, isn't he? Does he have many girls who like him at school?" "I don't know." Shi Wanhong recalled the messages she'd seen in the school group chat and averted her gaze. "These good-looking young boys are always the most scheming and smooth-talking. You shouldn't get too close to him after all. You can know a person's face but not their heart," the shop owner said sternly. "He probably isn't that bad." "Oh, then what's his full name, how old is he, and where does he live?" The shop owner laughed. "I'll introduce him to my niece." "You only have a nephew, don't you?" the landlady declared confidently. "My niece is pregnant right now." Shi Wanhong. She remembered her sister-in-law was just 3 months pregnant, right? All right, no more joking," the shop owner said. "Go home early, and don't study too hard. Come visit us when you have time." Shi Wanhong smiled faintly. "Okay, take care," the shop owner waved. "Okay, goodbye," Shi Wanhong said as she lifted the door curtain. "Done already?" Su Guizhou pedaled his bicycle over. "Hand me the food." Shi Wanhong stared blankly at the outstretched hand for a second, thinking this person really resembled some pampered young master. He should be sitting in luxury cars and villas, not here arguing with her over takeout containers. "What are you spacing out for?" Su Guizhou waved his hand in front of her face. "No." Shi Wanhong placed the bag in his bicycle basket, then suddenly remarked, "It doesn't quite suit you." The moment the words left her lips, she seemed momentarily dazed. "What doesn't suit me?" Su Guizhou looked left and right but couldn't figure it out. After much deliberation, he widened his eyes and said, "You think a commoner like me isn't worthy of a takeout box? Isn't that a bit too discriminatory?" The young man, who looked every bit like a pampered young master, immediately clutched his chest in exaggerated distress. "Heaven and earth bear witness. When has your humble Su ever been looked down upon to such an extent? Truly, the morals of the world are declining and human hearts grow ever colder." Shi Wanhong said weakly, "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" Su Guizhou looked at her with tearful eyes. "Or do you think someone as common as me isn't worthy of your family's car?" "Well, that's not exactly it either." "Then which part exactly am I not good enough for?" "You're good enough." Shi Wanhong turned toward the parking area. "Let's go back. We still have things to do." "Wow, look at this person who just broke someone's heart and walked away." "I didn't." "How dare you still shamelessly claim there wasn't?" "What are we doing later?" "Oh right, the washing machine's already installed. We'll go by bedding later, today's sunlight is perfect, just an afternoon of drying will do." "Wait, you're not allowed to change the subject." Su Guizhou went out after hanging the freshly washed bedding outside. He said he would be back soon, but he never returned, even when dawn broke the next day. Chapter 45, The Transfer Student. Word has it that a mixed-race student recently transferred to the high school division. Zhou Shuiyan paid no heed to such matters, immersed as she was in her own purgatory, drowning daily in a sea of exam questions, battling one test paper mini-boss after another, all while trembling in anticipation of the ultimate boss battle looming on the horizon, the high school entrance exams. The stack of completed test papers from this period had grown nearly as tall as her desk. A few more piles, and she might just craft herself a test paper table. With a bit of polishing, she could probably sell it to some nouveau riche city dweller with more money than sense. Who knows, if someone actually took a fancy to it, she might strike it rich overnight and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Lost in these grandiose daydreams, she clutched her water bottle and slipped stealthily out of the classroom. The 30-minute mandatory nap time was strictly enforced at second affiliated high school, with teachers patrolling periodically. Getting caught defying the decree would earn you disciplinary action. Her homeroom teacher, however, was relatively lenient about such things. As long as you didn't do anything too outrageous, he'd turn a blind eye, but this leniency only held if no other teachers caught you. Otherwise, even if he wanted to pretend not to see, he'd have no choice. Zhou Shuiyun tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her throat parched as if smoking. When she finally managed to doze off, she dreamed of a mermaid being scorched to death on the beach, a horrifying sight that jolted her awake, prompting her to drink some hot water to soothe her frightened little heart. There was no hot water room on the 4th floor,
so Zhou Shuiyun scurried up to the 5th floor like a little mouse stealing cheese, tiptoeing quietly. As her water cup grew heavier in her hand, her heart gradually settled into calm. The entire Lingyun building was eerily silent. The usual clamoring noise had vanished completely in these 30 minutes, not even the sound of wind could be heard, only the rise and fall of breaths slipping into the passage of time. Her steps down the stairs slowed unconsciously. Standing by the corridor window, she gazed at the opposite Bushua building and suddenly grew curious. What was he doing right now? Su Guizhou never took afternoon naps, by his own admission. He merely pretended to sleep every day. Once the teacher left, he would either read comic books or tinker with new inventions, meticulously dedicating every second of those 30 minutes to his mischievous pursuits. If his devoted admirers at school knew their academic idol behaved like this in private, one could only imagine their reactions. Zhou Shuoyan chuckled, and then a dazzling golden hue caught his eye. Like sunlight dancing on rippling waves, shimmering flecks of light emerged endlessly, gently lapping ashore. Zhou Shuoyan remembered that the transfer student in their sophomore year also had such uniquely platinum blonde hair. This must be the person. Who would have thought they'd challenge school rules right after arriving? Pretty bold. Not that she had any right to say that now. The transfer student was accompanied by a tall, lanky figure. The two of them walked boldly down the street, so openly that it bordered on arrogance, as if they were afraid no one would notice them. The person beside her kept gesturing animatedly, looking like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. Zhou Shuoyan was about to leave when the boy suddenly turned his head and pointed at a shrub for the transfer student to see, revealing his face in full view and making her freeze in her tracks. She stared at that face partially obscured by slightly overgrown black hair, her thoughts abruptly cut short. The person who never cracked a smile at school now wore an unexpectedly gentle expression, bathed in the fervent spring sunlight as if enveloped by the entire sky's white clouds, so radiant she couldn't tear her eyes away. Zhou Shuoyan stared fixedly for a moment before shuffling away with stiff steps. An unbidden thought surfaced in her mind, so Su Guizhou could smile like that for others too. Zhou Shuoyan slowly opened her eyes, pressing a hand to her dizzy head as she sat upright. She felt as though she had dreamed of a distant past, but couldn't quite remember it. After pausing for a moment, she drew back the curtains. Sunlight dispelled the darkness in the room, and she closed her eyes briefly to adjust before checking her phone. 3:12 p.m., no wonder it was so hot. She had been working night shifts these past few days and was urgently trying to adjust her sleep schedule. After replying to a few work messages, Zhou Shuoyan opened the pin chat and couldn't help but smile at the string of messages inside. Su Guizhou, photo. Su Guizhou, this lamb place is amazing. Su Guizhou, they started delivery service, you should try it when you're free. Location, Su Guizhou, photo. Su Guizhou, new home, this entire building is full of students. Now I truly understand what it means to hang one's head from the beam and stab one's thigh with an awl, crying cat emoji. She replied to each message one by one. Zhou Shuoyan, looks delicious, I'll give it a try in a couple of days, shy butterbear emoji. Zhou Shuoyan, the environment seems pretty decent. Zhou Shuoyan said, if it's all students, the yang energy should be quite strong. You don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. The person on the other end, who seemed quite idle, immediately replied, ? Su Guizhou, let's not bring up the past. Su Guizhou, there's no strong yang energy at all. Every one of them looks like they've had their life force sucked out, feels like they could turn into zombies any second. Su Guizhou, I see stockpiling supplies for doomsday is trending these days. Should I hoard more just in case? Zhou Shuoyan, is your house even sturdy enough for that? Su Guizhou, speechless. Su Guizhou, fair point. Might as well give up then, lying flat. The words weren't even finished typing when the phone rang. Her brows furrowed slightly upon seeing the caller ID, immediately pressing answer. Hello, Yunjia, do you have time right now? The young girl on the other end whispered, someone broke President Lu's necklace. Though she didn't get angry, I can tell she's extremely upset. Could you come check on her? I understand. I'll head over right away. Zhou Shuoyan knew exactly how important that necklace was to Lu Tsangyue. Is she at Cloud Peak right now? Yes, the girl replied repeatedly, her voice trembling with barely concealed sobs. I'm really sorry to trouble you. It's fine, it's what I should do. I'll hang up now. Zhou Shuoyan climbed down from the bed and quickly dressed. As he put on his mask, he froze as if someone had hit pause, standing motionless for a long moment while staring at the phone tossed on the bed, lost in thought. Sunlight filled the bedroom, shimmering like the radiant glow that had flashed before his eyes 11 years ago. Chapter 46, I'm coming in. Uncle, please just let me in. I really am here to visit a friend. I've heard that line too many times, especially from pretty boys like you who look like a strong wind could knock you over. Instead of relying on your own abilities, all you know is climbing into rich people's beds to get ahead. Because of pests like you harassing our residents, do you have any idea how much of my bonus has been docked? Get lost now unless you want me to call the police. The security guard snorted coldly. If you say you're here to visit a friend, then have your friend call me. Once I confirm it, I'll let you in. Su Guizhou, He wanted to call, but Lu Yue might not even hear the ringtone. And where exactly did he resemble a pretty boy? He was clearly so mighty and robust. Su Guizhou angrily dialed the phone. Hey Zhou Shuiyan, I can't get in, he needs Lu Yue's permission first. Oh, right. Uncle, could you take this call? The security guard skeptically took the phone, instantly breaking into a smile upon hearing the voice on the other end. So you're Miss Zhou's friend. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Of course, no problem at all. Su Guizhou, ? Hey, isn't your attitude changing a bit too fast? After finishing the phone call, the security guard handed the phone back with slight reproach. Why didn't you say earlier that you're Miss Zhou's friend? Made yourself stand under this scorching sun for nothing. Here, this is the car pass, you can take the driverless car over there. Remember to return it when you leave. Okay, thank you. Su Guizhou took it, thinking to himself, I did say so, you just completely refused to believe me. He strode through the gate with an air of swaggering confidence, then immediately headed toward the row of autonomous vehicles parked by the roadside. Randomly selecting one, he inserted his card to activate it, input the destination, and reclined lazily in the seat, idly watching the scenery pass by. Rock gardens, pavilions, fountains, sculptures. The estate was a patchwork of diverse architectural styles. Su Guizhou saw a violin-shaped statue surrounded by water jets blooming like a floral basket, and also witnessed a rooster-shaped rock formation so hideous it could shock heaven and earth, move ghosts and gods, frozen mid-crow. Some residents had front yards bursting with flowers, while others cultivated thriving vegetable gardens, all standing tall and flourishing. Rich people sure are open-minded, huh? Su Guizhou mused, absent-mindedly spinning his phone. Despite the car's cool air conditioning, his palms still grew clammy with sweat. He could honestly say he knew absolutely nothing about the current Lu Yue. Zhou Shuiyan didn't elaborate much, only saying that her current condition wasn't good and hoping he could visit her. Just how bad could the situation be, to the point of being so desperate as to clutch at straws by needing a classmate who's been dead for 10 years to visit? By the way, Lu Yue probably didn't know he had come back to life yet, so wouldn't his sudden appearance seem like a vengeful ghost coming to claim her life? Wouldn't that make her condition even worse? Su Guizhou arrived at his destination with these chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. As he entered the passcode, he hesitated again. Was this considered illegal trespassing? Would Lu Yue beat him to death? He pushed open the door with trepidation. The villa was pitch black, as if every crack had been sealed shut, not allowing a single ray of light to penetrate. It felt like an entirely different world compared to the sunlit outdoors, making Su Guizhou almost suspect this was the entrance to another dimension. Lu Yue? He called out tentatively, pulling shoe covers bought on the way from his pocket and slipping them on. The deeper he ventured inside, the more his brows furrowed, tight enough to crush a fly. The air carried a sunless chill, eerily similar to the sensation he'd experienced at the Xie family ancestral home, equally agonizing and suffocating, like struggling for breath. Does Lu Yue live in this kind of environment? His heart sank as he climbed the stairs. Zhou Shuiyan said Lu Yue would usually be in the study at times like this, right behind that door at the end. Knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed through the corridor. Whether due to excellent soundproofing or the occupant's silence, the entire second floor remained eerily quiet, so still it sent chills crawling up one's feet. The darkness seemed to harbor some lurking specter, watching the uninvited intruder with predatory intensity. Lu Yue, I'm coming in, Su Guizhou announced loudly before twisting the doorknob and sweeping the flashlight beam inside. Books lay scattered across the floor, their multilingual spines sprawled in disarray like casualties of some violent outburst. He froze mid-step. The figure bathed in a faint halo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, the luxurious suit impeccably fitted as if welded to their frame. Su Guizhou couldn't detect a single thread out of place. Relieved slightly, he continued, Lu Yue, I'm Su Guizhou. I don't know if Zhou Shuiyan mentioned me to you, though I suspect she hasn't, probably waiting for me to introduce myself? Actually, to be honest, His words cut off abruptly as realization struck. Throughout his lengthy monologue, Lu Yue had remained utterly unresponsive, a statue weathering storms without flinching, their gaze fixed beyond the glass. The turmoil within seemed to seep through their skin, threatening to rupture that fragile vessel of flesh. Pitch black all over, darker even than Siebusai's eyes, cold and merciless, as if severed from all connection to the world. His heart inexplicably fluttered with panic as he hurried over and placed a hand on her shoulder. Lu Tsang. The moment he touched her, the figure by the window reacted like a triggered mechanism, flipping him over and slamming him to the ground. Su Guizhou? Completely caught off guard, Su Guizhou lay dazed on the floor, thinking, how did I actually get beaten up? Until a warm droplet falling on his face snapped him back to reality. He looked at the person kneeling beside him, that vacant face silently, slowly streaked with crystal tears illuminated by countless city lights, the wetness obscuring the entire unrecognizable countenance. Lu Yue? He waved his hand. Can you hear me? Lu Yue remained completely motionless. She gazed at him quietly, yet seemed not to be looking at him at all, hesitantly extending her hand, only to pause midair like a trembling leaf withering in late autumn until death. Su Guizhou grasped that slender wrist. The hand trembled violently, its thin flesh barely covering the protruding bones. Then the person beside him began shaking slightly throughout their entire body, whether from fear or disbelief, before gradually calming after a prolonged silence. He pressed that hand against his face. The icy palm met an equally cold cheek, like two pieces of ice colliding, incapable of conducting even a hint of warmth. Shared body warmth, yet devoid of any real heat. He sighed softly, gesturing with one hand, "Look at me, Lu." Just like countless times before, he stood before her, calling her name with his hands. "Lu, please look at me." During the countless times she refused to listen to the voice. Chapter 47, It's a Real Person. Beams of light spread across the ceiling like flowers, their edges resembling bubbles in water, softly enveloping the entire study. In the chillingly empty space, Su Guizhou could hear only his own panting and heartbeat. Were it not for the faint pulse transmitted through the wrist he held in his palm, he might have mistaken Lu Sanyue for the one who had returned from death, a living corpse. He couldn't hear her breathing or heartbeat. It was too quiet, just like the world she perceived. Silent, mute, devoid of anything. The hand pressed against his face was cold. The thumb and index finger rubbed and circled on his skin, while the remaining three fingers framed his ear, tracing its contours lightly, softly, as if touching a fleeting treasure, evoking a faint itch and shiver within him. Two cold bodies rubbed against each other in the lightless dark, generating a vague warmth. He couldn't tell whether the heat came from his ear or her hand, perhaps both. He dared neither to let go nor push away, struggling to gesture with one hand. "Lu, are you sober now?" The person beside him showed no reaction. Her black hair effectively blocked any probing light, leaving Su Guizhou unable to see her face, let alone discern her expression. After much deliberation, he pulled out a piece of paper and tentatively reached out with it. His movements were slow, carrying an unspoken message, "The slightest hint of reluctance from you, and I'll stop immediately." But Lu Sanyue didn't refuse, so he brushed aside her soft long hair and placed the paper over her face, the moisture immediately soaking through his fingertips. Su Guizhou sighed inwardly. He'd just taken a glance in the dim light. Sure enough, she wasn't wearing her hearing aid. As he pondered what to do next, another hand grasped his, pressing coolly against his wrist. The hand he had been holding now turned and seized him in return. Su Guizhou thought to himself, "Well damn, now the bridge of communication is completely severed." The person beside him murmured softly, "Su Guizhou?" That's me," he replied instinctively. Could modern medicine have already cured her hearing? But from how she looked earlier, that didn't seem to be the case. Could she be so lost in her own world that she couldn't extricate herself? Is this some kind of mental illness? As he was lost in these wild thoughts, the person beside him spoke again. "Are you talking? I don't have my hearing aid on, so I can't hear. I'm sorry." Su Guizhou waved his hand, wanting to tell her that since she couldn't hear, she should let go so he could communicate through sign language. But whether Lu Sanyue misunderstood something or not, the moment he waved his hand, she immediately tightened her grip, as if wanting to keep him firmly by her side. Yet afraid of hurting him, she didn't use too much force, but it was still hard to break free. "Are you here to blame me today?" Lu Sanyue said. "Before, whenever I called you, you never turned back to look at me." Even though she couldn't hear, she could still control her tone to speak clearly. Su Guizhou inwardly cried injustice. When had he ever done such beastly things? He'd already said not to pin fake Su Guizhou's mistakes on the real Su Guizhou. This was utterly unreasonable. "I want to hear you speak, but if I let go, you'll surely leave again," she murmured. "I didn't mean to break the necklace, please don't scold me, okay?" Necklace? When had he ever given Lu Sanyue a necklace? Before he could dig through his memories for clues, the person beside him suddenly buried her head in the crook of his neck. Her fine, soft hair slipped into his collar, grazing his skin and amplifying the ticklish sensation at his ear. "Don't leave too soon. Could you stay with me a little longer?" she said. "Just a little while, okay?" Though pressed so close, her words seemed muffled as if coming from a tightly sealed can, fragmented like crops ravaged by autumn locusts, or like scattered papers strewn chaotically across the ground. "How cold you are, Lu Sanyue," he thought. Even her breath was cold. Su Guizhou could no longer tell whether this temperature imbalance stemmed from his own lack of presence or if her breath was inherently frigid. Exhaling cold air from a low-temperature body didn't seem entirely implausible, but it was too cold, nearly merging with his own being. Then he felt a damp warmth against his neck. The head buried there trembled faintly, voicelessly speaking. Outside the window stretched clear skies, while inside the room a fine rain fell. Who would have thought someone so cold could shed such scalding tears? The faint scent of cedarwood lingered around his nose, and Su Guizhou could also detect a subtle hint of bitter orange. He couldn't tell anymore whether it was coming from himself or Lu Sanyue. Perhaps both carried it, or maybe he'd simply picked it up from her. He couldn't tell. He desperately wanted to do something, but Lu Sanyue held his wrist firmly. Not daring to struggle too forcefully, he settled for gently patting her hand in reassurance.
Lu Sanyue's body seemed to harbor a raging fire, an entire wilderness ablaze with thick smoke, bearing down on him with an intensity that threatened to consume everything in its path, gnawing at his already battered form. After an unknown length of time, the heavy rain ceased and the raging flames burned out. The person on his shoulder gradually stopped trembling and instead began nuzzling against his neck like a kitten, as if trying to burrow deep into him in search of a safe haven. Seizing the moment when her emotions had stabilized, Su Guizhou swiftly broke free from her grasp. While she stood stunned, he picked up the phone lying on the floor and frantically searched for the hearing aid. He eventually found it on the desk buried under toppled books. Hastily putting it on for her, he worried she might not hear clearly, so he cupped his hand behind her ear like a makeshift amplifier. Ahem, greetings Comrade Lu Sanyue. Can Comrade Lu Sanyue hear me? Her pale blue eyes, shimmering with moisture, now held the depth of an ocean as she gazed blankly at the person before her, faint starlight flickering across the water's surface. She nodded slowly. I can hear you. Comrade Lu Sanyue, long time no see. I'm Su Guizhou, wonder if you still recognize me, he chuckled, the genuine article. If you don't believe me, you can pinch yourself. Seeing her actually reach to pinch her own thigh, Su Guizhou hurriedly stopped her, both amused and exasperated. No, I was joking, why would you actually pinch yourself? You've been holding on to me for so long already, still think I'm not real? Lu Sanyue gazed at him, poking his cheek with her finger. A real person? A real person indeed, he said with a smile. A real person who feels cold and heat, who needs to eat, drink, and bask in the sun. The faint blush at the corners of his eyes reflected against his porcelain white face. Lu Sanyue studied him for a long while, and just as Su Guizhou was about to lose his composure, she laughed. Like petals falling into a pond, the ripples they stirred enticed the koi beneath the surface to leap. She leaned in slowly, gauging his expression. If Su Guizhou showed even the slightest hint of refusal, she would immediately halt this transgressive act. She wasn't sure whether this person would tolerate her. Su Guizhou remained smiling as always. His clothes were crumpled from her tears, yet he knelt there with serene composure, utterly unbothered. His amber eyes gazed straight at her, becoming the only light in that dim room. The distance between them was merely an arm's length, yet Lu Sanyue crawled slowly, her knees inching across the floor. Just as Su Guizhou thought to move closer himself, she buried her face against his chest. In that moment, two hearts danced fervently together. You've lost weight, Lu Sanyue said. There's no helping it, I have to go to school. Who wouldn't lose weight thinking every day? Su Guizhou said. Your hair got shorter. Yeah, what do you think? Does it reveal all the handsomeness I can't hide anymore? Long time no see, Lu Sanyue. Aren't you going to welcome me back? Considering you've cried all over my clothes, how about giving me a smile? Welcome back, Lu Sanyue said. She breathed these words against his heart. Chapter 48, Butterfly Rose. The room's sole light source had been extinguished at some unknown moment. Just as Su Guizhou felt his legs going numb from kneeling, he lightly tapped the person in front of him twice on the shoulder and said, Lu Sanyue, shouldn't we get up now? The head resting against his chest slowly lifted away. In the pitch-black room, her features were indistinguishable, only the soft, nasal voice could be heard asking, does your knee hurt? Su Guizhou thought to himself, girl, was that question absolutely necessary? It did hurt, genuinely so, and the numbness was real too. But how could he possibly admit it? With righteous dignity, he declared, how could that be? As if to prove his point, he scrambled up swiftly, only to collapse back into a deep bow before Lu Sanyue within seconds. The sound of his knees hitting the solid wood floor was crisp and almost musical, if not for the fact that it was absolutely wrecking his legs. Gritting his teeth in the darkness, he refused to let out even a whimper of pain. The cold sweat poured down his face. Forcing a laugh, he managed, ha, my legs are just not cooperating today. Does it hurt? The dark silhouette before him immediately crouched down, hands sliding beneath his knees, warmth seeping through the thin fabric. I'll go get the medicine. Don't bow your head. Both sentences escaped their lips simultaneously, leaving the figures in darkness momentarily stunned. It's fine, no need. Su Guizhou gritted his teeth against the pain as he stood up. Right now, he couldn't care less about the romantic progress between the male and female leads. The most urgent matter was his own sense of existence. If he didn't speed things up, this wretched body of his would completely humiliate him. You should still put some on. Lu Sanyue pulled a chair over. Sit here and wait for me. Really not necessary. Su Guizhou, her voice turned cold. Stop being so stubborn. Lu Sanyue's voice resembled candy wrapped in soft skin. The outer layer was glutinous while the core was delicately sweet, making her anger utterly devoid of intimidation. Just as Su Guizhou had dismissed the words in her social media posts as nonsense, he now felt no real fear either. Leisurely seated in his chair, he smiled and said, what are you going to do to me if I keep being stubborn? Lu Sanyue was momentarily speechless. She couldn't bring herself to utter harsh threats, nor did she even possess the means to threaten him. Hearing him speak in that same teasing tone as before only made her want to cry again. She had no power over him, from beginning to end. It was always him who held sway over her, while she remained utterly defenseless.
After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "Wait here." Su Guizhou slumped over the chair back, laughing so hard he couldn't lift his head. Lu Tsangyue pretended not to hear and turned to walk toward the door. She was grateful the study was dark at that moment, this way Su Guizhou couldn't see her expression or notice how flustered each of her steps appeared. "Gee, wait a moment." Just as she stepped into the corridor, the laughter-exhausted person behind her spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Would Miss Lu mind turning on the light for me? How strange, why does this person always talk like a madam hustling customers?" Lu Tsangyue flipped the switch and said coldly, "You're still so afraid of the dark." "Can't help it. That's how it is when you're timid. Please bear with me." The only response he got was the sound of rapid footsteps tapping away. The room instantly became as bright as daylight. Su Guizhou shielded his eyes to adjust for a moment, but when he looked again, all that remained was a tightly shut door and a floor littered with disorderly books and papers. This place resembled an artist's wellspring of inspiration more than a study. He had no intention of peeking at the handwriting on the scattered pages. Turning back to the desk, he spotted half of a silver chain where he'd previously found the hearing aid. Su Guizhou's heart skipped a beat as he hastily lifted the paper covering it, revealing a broken necklace lying beneath. A butterfly born within a rose. Its hind wings were entangled by thorny vines, dripping a single drop of ruby-like blood. The forewings struggled valiantly to spread, climbing upward against all obstacles. Every distinct vein shimmered under the light, while the black opal composing its body seemed to contain an entire brilliant galaxy. But now it lay scattered, as if its vitality had been punctured. Su Guizhou stood paralyzed. He slowly blinked his dry eyes, his sluggish mind recalling a phrase spoken by someone who had left not long ago. "I didn't mean to break the necklace." He had never given Lu Tsangyue a necklace. This necklace was one he had given to Xie Buzi. It was a necklace he had painstakingly designed at 15, revising the draft over and over again with utmost care. A one-of-a-kind necklace in the world. Back then, he had presented it with hopeful anticipation, longing to catch even the faintest glimmer of delight on that person's face. Yet, after waiting and waiting, what finally came at the end of the birthday celebration was the sight of it being tossed into the trash. So why was the discarded necklace now in Lu Tsangyue's possession? He stared intently, carefully pinching the clasp between his fingers, where he spotted an English inscription, X is private. Ha! The corner of his mouth twitched as if smiling, but his eyes remained icy. With a gesture both mocking and absurd, he pressed a hand against his forehead. The heartbeat in his chest felt sluggish, like a slow-motion scene stretched infinitely in a film, each heavy, dull, violent thump reverberating against his eardrums. After a long pause, a sigh escaped his throat and dissolved into the air. Knock knock. The person outside called, "I'm coming in." Su Guizhou put the paper back and turned around nonchalantly. "Come in." Lu Tsangyue pushed open the door and immediately saw the person leaning on the chair, smiling as they looked over. Their hair was jet black, their eyes clear and bright, their pale face contrasting sharply with their crimson lips. For 10 long years, this person had existed only in memories and films. Even now, with them standing right before her eyes, it still felt like a fleeting dream, as if blinking would make them vanish into thin air, lost forever in the crowd, leaving her only with the golden-lettered name on a low grave atop the mountain. She froze in place, not daring to blink, afraid any movement might startle him, afraid she might never see him again. "What are you standing there dumbfounded for?" He smiled, his dark hair swaying. "Has Miss Lu become such a big shot now? What must I say to earn your presence?" "Not necessary," she murmured. "What?" Su Guizhou didn't catch it, only seeing her lips part and close. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Lu Tsangyue walked over, placing the first aid kit by his feet. Just as she was about to say something, her gaze slid over the crumpled, damp-stained fabric of his clothes, and suddenly her palms burned as if scalded by fire. "What's wrong?" Su Guizhou asked. "I'll leave it here. The medicines inside are all sorted, just use whatever you need." She hurriedly stood up. "I'll wait for you outside." Su Guizhou was the type who felt awkward when no one else did, but the moment someone around him became more flustered, he'd perk up. Hearing her words, he couldn't resist teasing. "So this is the hospitality of the Lu family? Making guests dig through a pile of medicine themselves? Here, take it all." Lu Tsangyue scooped up a handful of ointments from the kit and shoved them into his arms before hastily shutting the door behind her. Su Guizhou held the ointment, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up, tears even welling up at the corners of his eyes. Chapter 49, You did say that. Did you turn on the AC in your room? Su Guizhou rummaged through the first aid kit for ointment, applying it to the bruise on his knee as he spoke toward the door crack. "It's been hot lately," came the muffled reply from outside. "Don't you think it's a bit too cold in here?" Su Guizhou said with amusement. "When I first came in, I thought I'd arrived at the underworld, no lights on and the AC cranked up so high it nearly scared me to death. I've turned it off already. It'll warm up soon," Lu Tsangyue muttered gloomily. After applying the ointment, Su Guizhou put it back in its place and picked up the first aid kit, walking over to pull open the door. "Even I can barely stand it. Aren't you freezing with the temperature set so low?" Lu Sanyue stole a glance at him before quickly looking away, reaching somewhat awkwardly for the first aid kit only for Su Guizhou to deftly evade his grasp. I'm used to it. Used to it? He glanced at her hand hanging by her side with a faint smile. Just used to it. Lu Sanyue calmly placed her hands behind her back without changing expression. Where's the first aid kit? In the rightmost cabinet of the TV stand. Su Guizhou did as she said and walked back after finishing, glancing at the time. I have to go. He still remembered his quilt was airing outside. Can't you stay a little longer? Lu Sanyue blurted out. The moment she spoke, she regretted it slightly, but seeing him standing there so composed, she couldn't help feeling a faint, barely perceptible hope. What reason should I use to stay? Su Guizhou said casually. Lu Sanyue's mind raced as she struggled to reply. It's getting late. How about having dinner before you leave? Su Guizhou held up his phone. You mean having dinner at 5:02 p.m.? I eat very early, she said guiltily. But I'm not used to eating this early. As soon as Su Guizhou finished speaking, he saw her take off her hearing aid and sighing. Can't hear. Su Guizhou, why pretend you can't hear me after I've already finished speaking? He gestured. I'm leaving. Lu Sanyue closed her eyes. Can't see. Su Guizhou was barely holding it together. Since when did Lu Sanyue become so shameless? He walked over, pinched her sleeve, and gently tapped her clenched hand until her fist naturally loosened. Reattaching the hearing aid to her left ear, he said, alright. I happen to be a little hungry, wonder how our host plans to entertain their guest? I want dumplings, she said softly. Su Guizhou fell silent for a moment before pointing at himself. You expect me to make them? Why not? She retorted matter-of-factly. No, I mean, since when do hosts make their guests cook? What kind of logic is that? Mine. Su Guizhou. He crossed his arms, watching as she put on the other hearing aid. Fine, but you can't expect me to do all the work alone, can you? Lu Sanyue's eyes sparkled for a moment before she calmly stated, I'll do it with you. Then she made a phone call, instructing someone to immediately purchase and deliver the necessary ingredients. Su Guizhou glanced at her but remained silent. The assistant quickly delivered the items. Sitting on the sofa, Su Guizhou watched her return with the bags, enthusiastically holding up the newly purchased apron and declaring, let's begin. Alright, he chuckled as he walked over. But he had clearly celebrated too soon. Just as Lu Sanyue molded her 13th bizarre-looking creature, he couldn't help but ask, may I ask what these things are supposed to be? They're little animals. Lu Sanyue introduced them one by one. This one's a rabbit, this one's a turtle, this one's a bear, and this one's Su Guizhou, ? You're telling me these fat-headed, tailless lumps with either missing limbs or extra appendages are animals? He struggled for a long moment before finally managing to say under her slightly expectant gaze, they're lovely. You do have good taste. Lu Sanyue nodded, the corners of her lips curling up as she casually asked, so what's your situation now? Just consider it a miracle. Su Guizhou gave a brief explanation before declaring passionately, do you know the pain of a high school senior about to graduate suddenly having to repeat their final year? It's like when you're about to clear a game and suddenly encounter a bug that won't close, forcing you to restart only to find yourself back at the beginner village with all your equipment and levels reset to 0. Lu Sanyue watched him quietly. The pale-skinned youth's face gradually flushed with faint color as he spoke these impassioned words, as if suddenly painted with vitality by an artist's brush, making one itch to poke those rosy cheeks. She thought so, and indeed acted accordingly. The chatterbox stopped mid-sentence, tilting his head to ask, what are you doing? Drawing a face for you. Lu Sanyue's gaze swept over the speck of white powder on his face before returning to her animal creation. You're so childish, Lu Sanyue. More mature than you. Su Guizhou changed the subject. By the way, why did you suddenly dye your hair? Her movements paused slightly as she replied casually, doesn't it look good? It does look good, but I just thought your original hair color was already very beautiful. Is that really what you think? Yes. Didn't you say back then that my hair looked awful, and that black was the best color? Lu Sanyue said. What? How could you slander me like this? I never said anything of the sort. Su Guizhou widened his eyes in disbelief. What I actually said was that your hair shimmered like golden wheat fields, exceptionally beautiful. Yes, you did say that. Lu Sanyue looked at the half-formed clay horse in her hands, her creative urge suddenly vanishing. Really? Then perhaps I remembered wrong. That's one hell of a mistake to make. You basically molded me into a complete bastard, Su Guizhou muttered. Wait, now I'm starting to suspect you've completely fabricated everything from the past. How could that be? It's just this one thing. Then dare to play rapid-fire questions with me. Lu Sanyue leisurely washed her hands and removed her hearing aid. Su Guizhou. Hey, is the hearing aid like a mute button for you? Just ignoring whatever you don't want to hear? That's way too much. Su Guizhou channeled his indignation into productivity, the dumpling wrappers flying between his fingers. Soon rows upon rows of exquisitely round dumplings appeared on the table, their pleats resembling endless staircases, one fold after another. Lu Sanyue lowered her eyes and smiled silently. Su Guizhou, are you happy at school? He thought for a moment before replying. Although studying is troublesome, with loads of homework every day, exams at school, and people who have foul mouths or rotten brains, I suppose you could say I'm happy? He rarely showed his emotions outwardly. What Lu Sanyue saw most often was him sitting expressionless at his desk, or wearing a flawless, impeccable smile while following that person. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking or whether his mood was high or low at any given moment, like a puppet being pulled on stage. Every inch of him reeked of performance. This is fine. She looked at the animated expression of the person beside her and thought this. Even now, what I truly wished for was still your happiness. Are you really not staying? No, someone's waiting for me at home. Su Guizhou waved with a contented smile after eating his fill, opening the door as he spoke. I'm off. I'll come visit again next. Before he could finish, a torrential downpour drenched him to the bone from outside. Su Guizhou immediately stepped back, wiping his dripping face. What the, since when did it start raining this hard? He stared at the clear blue sky and white clouds, utterly baffled. Yeah, the weather forecast didn't mention this at all. Lu Sanyue said in surprise. Gee, hurry up and come inside. Wait until the rain lets up before leaving. Go take a shower and change your clothes first. Be careful not to catch a cold. Chapter 50, Belated Blessings. Su Guizhou took the change of clothes and dashed into the bathroom, leaving a trail of water droplets in his wake. As the door closed behind him, the surroundings instantly fell into silence. The spacious living room felt overwhelmingly empty, and the chill in the air seemed to coil around his body in delicate threads. Lu Sanyue gazed at the watery footprints stretching from the doorway, the scattered droplets resembling dazzling fireworks bursting across the sky, or perhaps mandala flowers seeping into the asphalt road. She still felt a surreal, dreamlike sensation of being top-heavy. When her gaze swept over the soggy sneakers at the entrance and the neatly arranged, exquisitely beautiful dumplings in the fridge mixed with oddly shaped animal dumplings, she suddenly laughed. Her heart seemed submerged in orange soda, the dense tang of sweetness and sourness bubbling up to engulf her, so overwhelming that not even the thought of calling for help arose. She only wanted to drown in these waves. She controlled her breathing, her trembling back pressed against the cold, unyielding wall. Her vision blurred as she tried to steady herself, holding on for a long while until a single drop of water fell from above, shattering her fragile balance. Lu Sanyue covered her face, but she couldn't stop her hands from being slowly soaked. Tears spilled through her fingers, crashing onto the floor and shattering like broken flowers. Her body slid downward as if weightless. She crouched in the corner, face buried in her knees, a sob rolling in her throat before daring to escape. Her ears rang, her chest tight and breath short, she could barely breathe, just like 10 years ago when she first heard the news of his death. Su Guizhou had just finished blow-drying his hair when he saw Lu Sanyue lazily sinking into the sofa. Her coat lay draped over the armrest, and the fitted white shirt she wore had its top 2 buttons undone, revealing prominent collarbones and luminous fair skin. The black-haired, blue-eyed woman smiled as she looked over, shaking the game controller in her hand and asking softly, "Want to play some games?" Su Guizhou plopped down unceremoniously beside her, so abruptly that the person next to him visibly jolted twice. "Are you playing trampoline or something?" Lu Sanyue teased with amusement. "He's only 8 this year, cut him some slack." With a shameless grin, he grabbed the controller from the coffee table. "President Lu not working today? Day off. Besides, I'm not a workaholic, why push so hard?" Lu Sanyue tapped a few times and selected a chubby penguin as his character. "Well, I'm not a study freak either, why should I push so hard with studying?" Su Guizhou browsed through the options and picked a dinosaur. "What kind of game is this? Looks like cooking." "It is cooking," Lu Sanyue said. "Study hard, and how about coming to work at my company later?" "No way. I feel like my whole life has been either working or studying. Now that my mom's finally made it big, can't I just be a spoiled rich kid who lounges around?" Su Guizhou wailed. You. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not starting any businesses or developing expensive hobbies, I'm practically the model rich kid, okay? "I wasn't criticizing you," Lu Sanyue chuckled. "You said you're currently attending second affiliated high school?" "Yeah, same class as Xia Wanting." No sooner had Su Guizhou finished speaking than he saw the penguin on screen toss the freshly cooked dish, plate and all, into the water. Disbelieving, he exclaimed, "Lu Sanyue, what the hell? Trying to ruin our shop's reputation?" "Slipped my hand. I'll recut it," Lu Sanyue said casually. "So Xia Wanting recognized you?" "Yeah, you'd have to try pretty hard not to recognize me at this point." Lu Sanyue fell silent, her hands moving mechanically as she stared at the screen, appearing wholly absorbed in the game. "She won't tell Seibusai," Su Guizhou said calmly, "and I have no intention of seeing her either." After a moment of silence, she asked, "You trust her that much?" "Rather than trust, I'd call it intuition." He grinned, sounding both sincere and teasing. "You women have sharp intuition, but us men aren't bad either." "GGG fire. Fire. Lu Sanyue, where's our fire extinguisher?" "GGG it's burning. It's burning. Here, Ji-ron dish. Su-gue-zhou, stop bumping into me. Oh no, where's the fire extinguisher? Where is it? Wow, 0 stars. The crackling game sound effects accompanied by frenzied shouts made the curtain-draped villa lose all sense of time. The pause screen had been displayed for a long while. Su-gue-zhou put away his phone and tilted his head to look at the person sleeping against his shoulder. Fluffy black hair obscured the face. The scent of cedar mixed with bitter orange wafted over. He could finally distinguish them now, but felt no joy of solving a puzzle, only an overwhelming bitterness filling his chest. Su-gue-zhou carefully cradled the person in his arms, tiptoed up to the second floor, and pushed open the door next to the study. He knew this was Lu Sanyue's bedroom. A small bear dangled from the keychain on the doorknob. Lu Sanyue adored fluffy trinkets, and her frequently used items were always adorned with them. He didn't turn on the light, fearing it might wake the sleeping figure. Fortunately, the young mistress's bedroom was neat and tidy. Su-gue-zhou smoothly laid her down on the bed, but just as he was about to leave, something warm suddenly grasped his wrist. He stopped in his tracks and said softly, Lu Sanyue, did I wake you? Can you not go? She tugged loosely, her words half murmur, half plea. Su-gue-zhou leaned over the bedside. Lu Sanyue? In the darkness, the indistinct figure drew closer, pressing soft cheeks against his slightly cool hand like a food-guarding kitten, as if encircling this hand alone could make him stay. Don't go. Her buried face rubbed against him, leaving a damp trace, her black hair spreading like spider silk. Whether to ensnare prey or willingly surrender to manipulation remained unclear. Su-gue-zhou watched her in silence, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to that midsummer years ago. Back then, he was newly arrived, terrified of making even the slightest mistake that might displease the Xie family. Yet no matter how careful he was, he still managed to anger the young mistress, earning himself punishment weeding the courtyard. At that time, he huddled in the haystack wearing ill-fitting new clothes, baking under the scorching sun while wondering when he'd finally finish weeding the entire yard. Until sweat stung his eyes, Su-gue-zhou glanced desolately at the endless expanse of yard before collapsing in exhaustion. Thinking that today next year would probably be his death anniversary, he hoped Su Ming would remember their 12 years of father-son relationship enough to burn some paper money for him. Not being able to afford a house was one thing, but at the very least, he shouldn't have to starve in the underworld. To be a starving ghost before death and still a starving ghost after, this life was simply too miserable. As he gazed at the blue sky envisioning his imminent ghostly existence, a glimmer of brilliant gold caught his peripheral vision. Following it, he spotted a golden head poking out from the third-floor window of the Xie residence, wide-eyed and staring straight at him. The breeze kissed her long hair, making it shimmer under the azure sky, stirring up a bustling commotion of bees and butterflies. At that moment, Su-gue-zhou had only one thought in his mind, so fairy tales were telling the truth after all. A princess was trapped in the tower above. But unfortunately, the princess was far from helpless, and he was no knight who had crossed mountains and valleys, just a homeless little beggar sold here. He couldn't save the princess, nor did the princess need his saving. The princess from his memories now dyed her hair black, all her radiance dissolved into lingering thoughts within the thick night. Su-gue-zhou lifted her long hair and sighed. Lu Sanyue, why? The sleeping figure wouldn't answer, only nestling closer with unconscious affection. He lay by the bedside for a long time, his eyes slowly closing. After an unknown length of time, the person on the bed opened their eyes. The blackout curtains worked perfectly, plunging the room into darkness when drawn. Lu Sanyue slowly propped herself up, tracing the outline of the person beside her in the dim light. The boy was fast asleep, breathing steadily. Lu Sanyue reached out to check his breathing, the faint warmth against her fingertips making it hard to distinguish reality from illusion. Her gaze slid over the broken arch of his left eyebrow before she rested her head beside him, her heartbeat rising in sync with his breath. She closed her eyes. The faded, yellowed photograph had quietly taken on vibrant hues at some unknown moment. Time unraveled and rewound itself, the scenery shifting unpredictably until she stood once more at the beginning of early spring, watching the figure before her flash a radiant smile beneath the dappled tree shadows. Happy birthday, Su-gue-zhou. Lu Sanyue's whisper nearly dissolved into the night. And welcome back. A sentence turned over and over, stuck in the throat, clumping into mud only to crumble into fine sand. Over the years, it clung stubbornly to the soft flesh, unable to be spat out or swallowed down, forming a slow execution beneath clear skies, where flesh was scraped raw into mottled patches, grinding endlessly in the agony. Life is reborn in the rainy season, so the cicadas sing long, and early summer approaches. Not feeling well today, we'll try to make it up to everyone tomorrow. Ask the wind, you don't sleep. I ask the wind, you don't sleep. Even if you don't sleep, you've got to let everyone enjoy the show. By the way, it's truly a sweet story, full of sugar and no knives. Chapter 51, You Spent the Night with a Woman? As daylight broke, Lu Sanyue had just woken up and was walking with light steps towards the guest room. The door was wide open, and she leaned against the doorframe to peer inside. The guest room was clean and tidy, with every item placed exactly as she remembered. The open window let in a breeze that lifted the sheer curtains, and the bed was made without a single wrinkle, looking as if no one had lived there for a long time. She gazed at the neatly folded sky blue pajamas on the bed, the white seagulls embroidered on the collar dazzlingly bright under the sunlight. Lu Tsangyue stood still for a moment before walking over, her hand brushing against the smooth fabric as if trying to grasp the lingering warmth from last night, but all that reached her was a faint coolness and the fresh scent of laundry detergent. She tugged at the corner of her lips, smiling faintly without emotion before heading downstairs. The scene downstairs was as orderly as ever, everything arranged with meticulous precision. Just as she began to doubt whether everything that happened last night was merely an overly vivid dream, she caught sight of a sticky note on the dining table, its words scrawled in bold, flowing script. There's porridge in the pot, don't forget to eat. I'm off to school now, keep in touch when you're free. _. Below was a string of numbers. Lu Tsangyue unconsciously curled a smile, his sky blue eyes reflecting the gently rippling river. Su Guizhou often felt that with such a kind-hearted guest like him existing, all hosts worldwide should be moved to tears. Who else could possibly erase every single trace of their presence from someone else's home, completely, utterly, as if they'd never been there at all? Wouldn't that move Lu Tsangyue to tears of gratitude? He reclined smugly in his seat while the driver up front blasted energizing music, probably trying to clear his head. Outside the window, a flock of birds took flight from the branches, shaking loose a few green leaves. He recalled the pajamas he had changed into yesterday and smiled silently. Lu Tsangyue's lying skills could practically rival Shi Wanton's. Rather than being an unopened new garment left behind by her cousin, it was more accurate to say she had bought this outfit because she liked its style. Lu Tsangyue didn't have any male cousins around his age, even if one had been born after his death. There was no way they could have grown this big. Or was there? Su Guizhou fell into deep thought. After all, people nowadays are all sorts of strange. He'd already seen plenty of examples online. But that had nothing to do with him. His only concern was washing the clothes until they were spotless and fragrant. As for how Lu Tsangyue handled them afterward, that was outside his jurisdiction. Besides, those clothes fit him a little too well. If he weren't so free of narcissism, he might have suspected they were tailor-made to his measurements. Su Guizhou yawned as he arrived at his destination amidst the driver's booming rendition of The Great River Flows East. Brother Zhou, Brother Zhou. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he spotted two lounge chairs placed in front of the convenience store, with their occupants sprawled out like guardian deities flanking the entrance. What are you two doing lying around here? Su Guizhou asked. Such refined leisure, sunbathing first thing in the morning? I just wanted you to see me the moment you arrived, Ding Yuan said with a grin, leaning closer as he pointed disdainfully at the person on the neighboring chair. But the old man found out you were coming and made such a fuss about lying here too. He fell asleep almost immediately and has been snoring away, couldn't wake him up no matter how hard I tried. Su Guizhou leaned in closer and indeed heard earth-shaking snores emanating from beneath the magazine. He shook his head and said to Ding Yuan, leave him be. Where are the clothes? It's upstairs. I even ironed it this morning. Ding Yuan followed beside him. Where did you go last night, brother? Late at night, he received a message from Zhou Ji asking if the other school uniform had been washed. He immediately replied, washed, just washed it yesterday. Right after, Su Guizhou said he'd bring it over for him to wear tomorrow. Ding Yuan thought both his school uniforms were ruined, but then this guy walked over in casual clothes without even carrying a backpack, giving off an unusual vibe. Slept at a friend's place, Su Guizhou said while climbing the stairs. Alright, if anyone asks later, just say I came to tutor you and stayed overnight at your place. Ding Yuan exclaimed in shock, Bro Zhou, did you spend the night with a girl last night? Su Guizhou nearly tripped upon hearing this, his chin almost hitting the steps. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't go around tarnishing people's reputations. He spoke with such righteous indignation. He did indeed spend the night with a girl, but they were in separate rooms. It was a completely innocent and proper overnight stay, alright? You're feeling guilty. How am I feeling guilty? Ding Yuan said gloomily, bro, you're picking at your face. Su Guizhou abruptly dropped his hand, inwardly cursing, why are you feeling guilty? The master isn't feeling guilty, so why are you? Also, you smell like a woman. What the hell does a woman smell even smell like? Su Guizhou finally snapped. What exactly do you do with your nose all day long? He smells like nothing but shampoo and body wash. Where exactly is this supposed woman sent? Did I misjudge you? Ding Yuan said suspiciously. But you only have a handful of friends. Who could you possibly have spent the night with? Su Guizhou. Su Guizhou replied, I went to see Lu Tsangyue. It suddenly started raining in the evening, so I stayed over. And what's wrong with having few friends? Quality matters more than quantity. Raining? It didn't rain yesterday. Su Guizhou paused before replying, localized rainfall, remember? Like that rain when you were little? It poured on the pedestrian street but stayed dry on Gongnon Road right across, just a short distance apart, one side sunny, the other overcast. You're right, Ding Yuan checked the time. It's still early. Have you had breakfast yet, bro? If not, let's grab something later? Sure, I'll go get some jianbing after changing. Su Guizhou gathered his clothes. Though he'd made kanji for Lu Sanyue, he hadn't eaten any himself.
The early meeting was precisely so he could buy some jianbing guozi from the street vendors.
Bye, I'll buy you 10 of them, Ding Yuan said. Are you trying to fatten me up like a pig? He laughed and ducked into the room, emerging shortly after. As the two reached the doorway, Ding Dapeng was still fast asleep with a book covering his face. Dapeng, oh Dapeng. Su Guizhou gently nudged him. Ha, who stole my money?
Ding Dapeng groggily removed the book from his face, squinting at the figure before him for a long moment.
Brat, when did you get here? Holy Empress Nanganya.
Just one touch and you revived this old geezer, Ding Yuan exclaimed dramatically.
You little bastard, did you steal my money?
The moment Ding Dapeng heard that voice, he snapped wide awake, grabbing a slipper to hurl. Old man, stop mixing up your dreams with reality.
Ding Yuan quickly ducked behind Su Guizhou, sticking half his head out to make a face. Alright.
Su Guizhou laughed as he stopped the man's hand.
Ding Yuan and I are heading to school.
If you want to sleep, go back upstairs, it's too noisy out here. Yeah, especially your snoring, it's like a gong scaring customers away, Ding Yuan chimed in.
Shut your damn mouth.
Ding Dapeng angrily jumped off the recliner and chased after him. The two of them began running circles around Su Guizhou in a playful chase.
Su Guizhou, forced to be a bystander. Does anyone care that there's a poor soul here starving to death? Am I just a prop in your father-son roleplay?
In the end, it was Su Guizhou who couldn't take it anymore and gave each of them a knock on the head, finally putting an end to this farce.
When you move to Hanging Bell Lane, we'll call Auntie Kai out for midnight snacks together.
Ding Dapeng shouted at the top of his lungs.
Got it.
You just keep tormenting that poor old lady every single day.
Su Guizhou yelled back from the electric bike's rear seat. I'm the same age as her, damn it. Ding Dapeng roared. Who's old here? She's not old. You are. Happy now. Su Guizhou, you. Ding Dapeng's shout dissipated into the morning wind whistling past their ears.
Su Guizhou chuckled a few times and asked, Gee, why didn't you go to Aunt Kai's for lunch at noon?
If I went, I'd have to bring a whole group of people along.
That'd be too much trouble for Aunt Kai, Ding Yuan replied. Besides, if I don't want to eat at the cafeteria, I can just ask Aunt Kai to prepare something in advance and pick it up during the long break.
You're actually being considerate for once, Su Guizhou exclaimed in surprise. Ding Yuan, ? Ding Yuan continued, but Brother Zhou, you often take your friends there, don't you? Aunt Kai gets quite lonely, she'll be really happy when you visit.
In fact, before Su Guizhou returned, it had always been Ding Yuan who brought people to Xiaolu's place to keep Aunt Kai company during meals. But ever since Su Guizhou came back, he'd stopped bringing anyone there at noon.
He understood one thing very clearly, Su Guizhou would graduate next year, and after that, Aunt Kai wouldn't be able to have meals with him so often anymore.
What's more, he didn't even know how long Su Guizhou could stay here. Ding Yuan was no fool, he knew perfectly well that Su Guizhou was dodging the question back then. Yet he didn't dare dwell on it, could only keep praying and hoping he'd stay a little longer. Most importantly, he wished Su Guizhou would make more friends, that during this journey with no known end date, he might befriend different flowers along the way.
Don't worry, I'll keep you company enough for both of us, Su Guizhou patted his shoulder with a grin. Speaking of which, how's Su Ming doing? Ding Yuan was silent for a moment. He's dead. How did he die? He jumped off a building. The year after you left. He owed too much gambling debt, couldn't pay it back. So he jumped.
Ding Yuan gripped the handlebars tightly, his face stinging from the wind. He held his breath, waiting for the reaction from the person behind him.
After a long while, or perhaps just a few seconds, the wind carried that faint, unreadable voice. Is that so? Bro, you. Let's not talk about him anymore, Su Guizhou said. I'm hungry. I really want a pancake. When will we reach the stall? Hearing this, Ding Yuan swallowed whatever else he had to say. We're almost there. Got it.
Su Guizhou gazed blankly at the roadside, thinking to himself, Su Ming, you're truly fortunate,
both blessed and lucky.
You enjoyed your share of happiness without enduring much suffering, dying swiftly and painlessly, a clean, effortless release. Just as the two of them arrived at the school gate with breakfast, they spotted a familiar face. Holy shit dude, cover your face quick, don't let her family's driver see you. The moment Ding Yuan spotted Xia Wanning gracefully approaching from the luxury car in the distance, he practically wanted to stuff Su Guizhou into a burlap sack. Su Guizhou, MMPH? If you're gonna cover my face, then cover my face, what's the point of covering my mouth? As he struggled, an aloof voice sounded beside his ear, morning.
Chapter 52, Conditioned Reflex. Morning, good morning to you both.
Little bro just remembered there's a dictation quiz this morning, so I'll be taking my leave instead of chatting with you two. Ding Yuan scratched his head with an awkward laugh before pushing his bicycle away in a cloud of dust.
Left behind Su Guizhou, ? Ha, why are you running? I'm not even running, why are you running? Morning, Su Guizhou cheerfully fished his backpack out of the bike basket. What did you have for breakfast today? Steamed buns. Sure Wanong averted her gaze from his face. Did you sleep at his place last night? Yeah, didn't I send you photos as proof? Still don't believe me? Su Guizhou wore an expression of amused exasperation while secretly patting himself on the back for his thoroughness. He glanced at Xia Wanting walking calmly behind them. The other boy wasn't looking their way, just moving forward with his backpack slung over his shoulder. I know. Sure Wantong paused briefly. The scent drifting from beside her carried not just the usual laundry detergent, but also faint traces of cedarwood. I had jianbing for breakfast this morning. The one from Walking Street is amazing. I'll take you to try it someday. Su Guizhou walked cheerfully by her side. All right. Sure Wanong pushed her bike toward the parking shed, gazing at the endless stream of people ahead as she asked, when are you planning to move in? Su Guizhou thought for a moment. The place is pretty much ready, and I don't have much stuff. I could move in tonight. What about you? Tonight, she said casually. I've pretty much packed everything, and my mom will be staying at the company apartment from tonight onward. Ha, since when? How come I didn't know? Last night, when you were sleeping at Ding Yuan's place. Su Guizhou couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt like she had emphasized the words Ding Yuan a little too strongly. That sounds great. We can go eat jianbing tomorrow morning. Gee, what toppings do you want? Sausage, grilled sausage, pork belly. Su Guizhou listed off a string of options, and garlic, eggplant, pig head meat, braised duck and such. Sure Wantong? She understood the first part, but what were those last things? Were they supposed to be in jianbing? She was silent for a moment. I'll go see when we get there. That's true, they have quite a lot of stuff there, just hearing about it is confusing, Su Guizhou said. Let's wake up early tomorrow, there's gonna be a line. Sure Wantong responded, and just before entering the class bike shed, she turned back and asked, did you finish your homework? Su Guizhou's expression instantly shifted from a smile to shock. It's old Lu's class this morning, Sure Wantong said leisurely, watching him. What are you going to do? What else can I do? Stand outside as punishment. I can only pray he didn't argue with his wife today. Maybe he'll spare me if he sees me obediently standing outside finishing my homework? Su Guizhou replied, on the verge of tears. He had completely forgotten about this matter. His mind was solely occupied with placating Lu Tsangyue. No, I must demand compensation from her later for wasting my time. Still so carefree, aren't you in a hurry? Sure Wanong parked the car and walked over with her bag. What's the difference between dying early and dying late? It's all death anyway. Su Guizhou pulled his face downward with both hands, mumbling indistinctly, let me enjoy the sound of this clear sky and gentle breeze a little longer. I'll be scolded soon enough. A light chuckle from Sure Wanong reached his ears, so faint it felt like a feathery brush. While you were busy teaching Ding Yuan, how come you forgot about your own unfinished homework? Sure Wantong remarked casually. Su Guizhou scratched his face awkwardly. Ahem, I just got too absorbed in teaching him, okay? Was so focused on showing him how to do it that I forgot about my own assignments. So classmate Su was such a warm-hearted person. She mimicked Su Guizhou's deadpan tone, her words laced with faint mockery. Of course. I grew up listening to Lei Feng's stories, Su Guizhou declared righteously. My dream is to be an ordinary citizen who does good deeds without leaving my name. Why not say good person then? Obviously to leave room for my future misdeeds, he asserted shamelessly. I'm an ordinary citizen who's both good and bad, so please don't confine me with labels like good person, classmate Sure Wantong readily conceded. My wording was inappropriate, please forgive me. Everyone makes minor mistakes while living in this world, it's nothing serious. You're forgiven. But speaking of which, Sure Wantong glanced at her watch. There are 7 minutes left before morning self-study. Has our good yet bad ordinary citizen thought of an excuse for old Lu yet? Su Guizhou paused. You call teachers that too? Sure Wantong choked, as if unable to comprehend why this person's train of thought had jumped there, but still explained, it's just something I call him privately. I thought you'd always respectfully call him teacher no matter the occasion. Am I really that formal? Su Guizhou reconsidered and realized that was indeed the case. The female lead would occasionally crack jokes that weren't particularly funny in private, though she usually maintained a rather serious demeanor. Even when she'd slipped up before, he'd never paid it much mind. Ha, Su Guizhou let out a yawn. Didn't sleep well? Yeah, stayed up half the night gaming. He caught himself mid-sentence and hastily covered with a cough. Ahem, played educational games with Ding Yuan half the night. Didn't get quite enough sleep. That sounds quite exhausting. Sure Wanong appeared to take his words at face value. Moving in tonight means you can sleep in a bit more. Su Guizhou nodded vigorously. Exactly, finally get to sleep more. Su Guizhou, are you a broken record? No, I'm a broken duck, he retorted instinctively. Sure Wantong? Sure Wantong stared at him in astonishment. What are you talking about? Forgot he's not for sale anymore. He realized his mistake the moment the words left his mouth, but the damage was done. He could only awkwardly backtrack. Well, okay, the character I chose in last night's game was a duck, Ding Yuan was a chicken, and we quacked and clucked at each other half the night. Still feeling some after effects. Sure Wantong paused, I see. I won't hang out with Ding Yuan anymore, he always makes me lose control. Su Guizhou raised his finger. From now on I'll turn over a new leaf, reform myself, study hard, and make progress every day. I'll never touch games again. You're holding up 3 fingers, she reminded him. Really? Su Guizhou said in surprise. But making the same vow twice in one day loses its effectiveness. I'll renew it properly in a couple days when my spiritual energy's replenished. For now this'll have to do. Sure Wantong. You didn't say anything about swearing an oath? But she merely cast him a fleeting glance without speaking, her thoughts drifting far away on their own. Rather than calling it after effects from gaming, it would be more accurate to describe it as conditioned reflex. It was as if someone had repeatedly mentioned this term in front of him so often that it became engraved in his consciousness, even to the point of triggering automatic self-rebuttal. She suddenly felt a faint, almost imperceptible curiosity about his past. By the time the two individuals, each lost in their own thoughts, arrived at the classroom, the preparatory bell had just rung, with old Lu standing at the podium. Su Guizhou didn't join the crowd to receive scolding. Instead, he placed his backpack by his feet, pulled out his test papers, and leaned against the wall to write. Before long, a group of students was chased out of the classroom. He didn't bother to see who they were, fully engrossed in solving the problems, when suddenly he heard a commotion behind him. Those walking out turned their heads, and he too glanced over curiously. There, amidst the crowd, Xia Wanting emerged holding her test papers, her graceful figure moving as if she were attending a banquet rather than making up for unfinished homework. She walked over naturally, spreading the exam paper on the wall with a smile like the first bloom of a crabapple flower, her voice drowned in whispers. Did brother go see sister Lu yesterday? Su Guizhou drew a black line across the exam paper. Chapter 53, as if hearing celestial music, my ears are briefly cleansed. Taking advantage of old Lu's patrol break, Shen Xinyao leaned down and whispered to her friend, this is the first time I've seen the young lady not do her homework. In her memory, Xia Wanting was practically the embodiment of perfection. Shen Xinyao sometimes wondered if these extraordinary individuals were born with a male/female god cultivation system. How else could they all be blessed with looks, wealth, and talent? Oh, of course, Jiang Wang, that playboy, was the exception. Shi Wanong, spared by old Lu, pulled out her test paper and twirled her pen cap while glancing at the questions. Now you see, she said. Shen Xinyao, ? I suspect you're brushing me off, but I have no proof. Old Lu approached silently. The two exchanged glances, and Shen Xinyao grinned sheepishly before lowering her head to focus on the test paper, putting on an air of I'm very serious, please don't disturb. Old Lu leisurely settled onto the lectern. The pen twirled between fingers as Shi Wanong stared at the exam question for a long moment before lifting her gaze with detached indifference toward the window. The morning sunlight, gentler than noon's harsh glare, cast an almost tender glow upon the two figures leaning against the railing wall, their silhouettes wrapped in such ethereal radiance they resembled masterpieces being feverishly bid upon at an auction. Whether intentionally or not, their classmates maintained careful distance, creating an invisible barrier that isolated the pair from the crowd, leaving them clinging to each other like castaways in their own private world. A vision surfaced in his mind, a peach blossom pretty girl leaning close to a boy's ear, her face blurred under the harsh white light, looking as if she were gently kissing his earlobe. Shi Wanong withdrew his gaze and halted his thoughts, the pen pausing between his fingers for a long moment. Who Su Guizhou had known before, or what connections and entanglements he'd had, none of that concerned her. It meant nothing at all. Yeah, what about it? Su Guizhou responded absent-mindedly while continuing to answer the test questions. Nothing much, Xia Wanting said softly. I haven't seen Sister Lu in a long time. I wonder how she's been lately. Is that so? She's been doing quite well, he chuckled, lowering his voice. I thought Tingting was following me. Xia Wanting's ears twitched slightly as he calmly continued writing on the exam paper, his handwriting elegant and refined. How could that be? Brother, I would never do such a thing. Really? Su Guizhou responded non-committally, lazily resting his head on the test paper. How would you know? Brother, can't you smell it? You have Sister Lu's perfume on you. Xia Wanting tapped his pen but didn't look up, his voice as gentle as ever. Su Guizhou blurted out without thinking, is it my nose that committed the crime? Xia Wanting froze for a moment, then covered his mouth and lowered his head, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably though no sound escaped. Bystanding classmates, ? What exactly did you two talk about? Speak up and don't be so mysterious, let everyone hear. We're all classmates here, no need to be so secretive. They were curious but too embarrassed to approach, so they scratched their heads while working on their problems, utterly baffled by what those two were whispering about. Is this transfer student really that impressive? He's only been here a week and already won over Xia Wanting? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Su Guizhou, unaware of his classmates' wild speculations, said unhappily, why are you laughing like that? Xia Wanting stopped trembling her shoulders upon hearing this, her raised face still wearing a fading smile. With a voice softened by laughter, she said, "You still sing so, caviar to the general." Su Gue Zhou. If you want to say he sings terribly and ridiculously, just say it outright. Must you drag in an idiom? Does that make you feel better or lessen your mockery of him? He turned his head away, no longer wanting to engage with this annoying child who had grown up. Yet the child couldn't read the room and lightly poked him with a pen, asking cheerfully, "Are you angry, big brother?" Su Guizhou cast her a dignified glance. "I am magnanimous by nature and never stoop to arguing with children." In Xia Wanting's slightly frozen expression, her smile faded somewhat as she said, "Brother, I've already grown up, I'm not a child anymore." "Is that so?" Su Guizhou remarked leisurely. "Mature adults practice duplicity rather than behaving like emotionally unstable brats who casually criticize others' singing. I understand." Xia Wanting nodded gently and lightly clapped her hands twice. "Today, hearing your song is like listening to celestial music, my ears are momentarily enlightened." Su Guizhou. "I told you it'd be better to just scold him directly. Why is this person speaking with such a sarcastic tone now?" Su Guizhou glanced over expressionlessly, just in time to see her blinking her innocent doe eyes at him. "Still not okay? All right, little grown-up." His feigned anger completely dissipated as he tapped the test paper with his pen. "No more chatting, second Mississippi time to finish your homework." "Oh." Xia Wanting reluctantly turned her head back, wrote for a little while before asking again, "Brother, what did you and Sister Lu do together?" "What do you mean, what did we do? Don't make it sound like I did something bad." Su Guizhou yawned, "We just played some games." "Gee, let me tell you, that game really tests your skills and teamwork. One wrong move and you're done for." "I see." Xia Wanting said, "I heard you moved, brother." "Girl, did you really just hear about this?" Su Guizhou twirled his pen. "What, Tingting wants to move here too? Though I'd love to, my family won't allow it." She propped her head on one hand. "Do you want me to come, brother?" Xia Wanting's features weren't as striking as her sister's, appearing much softer instead. Yet her eyes always evoked visions of a forest viper, chilling whispers of venom accompanying every flicker of her gaze. "If your family doesn't permit it, you'd better stay put. You might not adapt well to living here anyway." "Really? I'm not some pampered young lady either," she said with a laugh. Su Guizhou was about to retort when he suddenly remembered Ren Cheng's words. After a moment of silence, he asked, "You?" The words had barely left his mouth when the classroom door swung open. Old Lu stood there with a cold expression, saying, "Your class is the noisiest in the whole building. You all love chatting, don't you? Well then, chat away, take your time. Finish these test papers first, and don't come back in until you're done." The students outside immediately wailed in protest, "New, Teacher Lu. Now you know to call me teacher? Why not Baldy anymore?" Old Lu said coldly, his round head gleaming, "Shi, come here and hand out the test papers." The most talkative boy hung his head as he took the stack of papers and began distributing them to the groaning students. As the saying goes, good deeds stay indoors, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. By the end of morning self-study, the entire grade knew that the handsome new transfer student and the prettiest girl from class 2 had been kicked out of the classroom. Standing among a row of a dozen students, these two stood out like evergreen trees, lush, vibrant, and strikingly attractive, a feast for the eyes. The usually lifeless top floor of Mingda building came alive with bustling energy as the morning break began. Not only did students from the top floor classes come out to watch, but people from all 4 floors below came scrambling up. Su Guizhou could even spot Ding Yuan's head poking out from a second-floor window across the way, the audacious kid shamelessly pointing his phone camera straight at him. Su Guizhou had never been a zoo monkey in his life and initially felt quite awkward, but seeing others pretending to be composed while actually blushing crimson made him feel less embarrassed. He even grew somewhat comfortable with the attention, casually greeting onlookers with a friendly hi when they glanced his way. Girls passing by in giggling clusters turned red-faced, while boys jostling past each other also flushed crimson. The whole spectacle left him rather numb, momentarily unable to tell who was actually shy of whom. He leaned against the wall, and across from him, a head popped up in the window. Su Guizhou waved with a smile. Sherwan, resting her chin on one hand, turned her face back coldly, not sparing him a single glance. Chapter 54, You won't even look at me when you speak. Barely managing to finish the test before the end of second period, Su Guizhou handed his paper to old Lu under the collective "you must be cheating" stares of his classmates, flashing a provocative grin at the door before taking his seat. "Xia Wanting, ? She froze momentarily before letting out a helpless chuckle. The cold intensity in her dark eyes softened under the warm light falling upon her, leaving only a drowsy amusement. Old Lu was explaining problems at the podium. Having experienced his eloquence firsthand, Su Guizhou didn't dare act openly and could only secretly poke his deskmate with a pen. Jiang Wang was drowsy. Poke poke. Jiang Wang glared fiercely. Poke poke. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Wang swiftly scribbled a line in his draft notebook and shoved it over. "Spit it out if you've got something to say, damn it." Who would have thought that even the thick-browed, domineering Jiang Wang didn't dare whisper under old Lu's watchful eye? This discovery made Su Guizhou look at old Lu with newfound respect. This teacher must be quite capable to actually keep the male lead in check. Su Guizhou quickly scribbled beside him, "When are you going to accept my friend request?" He had sent Jiang Wang a request when joining the class group chat, but it was never approved. With all the chaos of those days, dealing with weekly exams and other matters, he had completely forgotten about it until now. Jiang Wang glanced at it. "Why should I? It's perfectly normal for friends to have each other's contact information, isn't it?" he wrote matter-of-factly. Jiang Wang, ? Su Guizhou, ? Jiang Wang, when the hell did I say we were friends, followed by an angry hashtag. Su Guizhou was horrified. "We've shared so many meals together. As the saying goes, nothing brings people together like sharing a meal. Shouldn't he and Jiang Wang be the best of friends in the entire universe by now? Could all those online tutorial posts be complete nonsense? Weren't they supposed to be compiled from collective wisdom? And didn't countless commenters swear by their effectiveness? Does making friends with the male lead require eating even more meals together?" Jiang Wang responded with a derisive snort through his nose before cutting off the conversation. Su Guizhou didn't understand, so he decided to activate his thick-skin skill. "When will you accept my friend request QAQ? When will you accept my friend request QAQ? When will you accept my friend request QAQ?" Just as he finished writing the 17th sentence, Jiang Wang couldn't take it anymore and snatched his draft notebook back. Frowning at the messy scribbles left by the person beside him, he flipped to a fresh page and wrote forcefully, "Got it, stop bothering me." The pen pressed so hard it pierced through the paper. Su Guizhou was satisfied. "Remember to add it after class .. Jiang Wang rolled his eyes and didn't reply. After a while, Su Guizhou wrote again, "I've moved to Hanging Bell Lane. I'll invite you over once I'm settled in." Jiang Wang snatched the notebook back, unwilling to let him ruin it further. Feeling the chill beside him dissipate considerably, Su Guizhou sighed in relief only to realize that no sooner had he placated the male lead than another problem arose. What did I do today? He couldn't for the life of him figure it out. Shi Wantong pulled her suitcase and stepped into the elevator, feeling uneasy under his scorching gaze. After a long pause, she said expressionlessly, "Why would you say that? Are you being too cold to me?" Su Guizhou slapped his suitcase abruptly. "Aren't we good friends? Why are you treating me like this?" He keenly noticed that Shi Wantong had been somewhat indifferent to him ever since he returned to his seat today. Her words and the way she looked at him were colder than the heart of a fishmonger who'd been slaughtering fish at Walmart for 10 years. Moreover, the system only said that increasing presence involved showing up more in front of the male and female leads, but it didn't mention whether making them angry would decrease it. "Is there?" "Yes. You don't even look at me when you talk," Su Guizhou lamented with deep distress. Shi Wantong turned her head at his words, her emotionless dark eyes separated by glasses frames, giving her the eerie appearance of a serial killer in the chilly elevator space. After a moment of silence, Su Guizhou spoke. "Could we look at people with at least some emotion, like when reading a text aloud?" Shi Wantong's eyes widened slightly. Su Guizhou said, "Sorry, let me take back what I just said. You can do whatever you want to me, just don't look at me like that anymore. I'm a bit of a coward." Seeing him exaggeratedly hug his shoulders and tremble non-stop, Shi Wantong curved the corners of her lips slightly. Walking out of the elevator, she said indifferently, "Is it really that bad? Didn't I say before that your deadpan joke delivery makes you look like a serial killer? I think that might be true," Shi Wantong said indifferently. "Now I'll add one more thing, when you stare at people expressionlessly, you also look like a serial killer." "Is that so?" Shi Wantong stopped walking. The sound of cartwheels faded into the silent night as insects buzzed incessantly under the dim streetlights. Half closing her bright eyes with a lazy, amused expression, she looked over and asked, "Am I really that terrifying?" Su Guizhou cleared his throat awkwardly. No, it's just that I'm easily frightened." He was indeed a bit nervous. Compared to Xia Wanting, Shi Wantong's eyes resembled Xia Bufu's more, especially when glaring coldly, utterly inscrutable as to what mischief might be brewing in his mind. Though Shi Wantong probably just had a natural tendency to keep a cold expression, genuinely thinking nothing at all, Xia Bufu, that black-hearted schemer, truly had a belly full of wicked ideas and wouldn't hesitate to unleash them on others. Su Guizhou. A cool voice reached his ears, snapping him out of his thoughts. "What's wrong? What were you thinking about?" Shi Wantong's face remained expressionless, but the warm light softened its edges. "You look terrible." "Oh, I remember that Chainsaw Killer movie I watched before," Su Guizhou said. "That film started right off by chopping someone's head off, which gave me a bit of psychological trauma. So that's why you're so afraid of the dark?" The rumbling of wheels echoed through the night again, insects still chirping tirelessly, cicadas disturbing dreams from the grass, while two elongated shadows under the streetlight stretched endlessly, nearly merging into one. "Yeah," he chuckled lightly, showing no trace of fear. "Just that, nothing more. That's all there is to it." Shi Wantong thought for a moment. "I was also afraid of the dark when I was little." "Why?" "When I lived with my grandparents as a child, the rural streets had no lights. My grandfather liked hiding behind trees to scare me. Su Guizhou was silent for a while. Your grandfather, well, was quite childlike at heart. Then I ran home crying, and when Grandma heard me crying, she knew Grandpa had scared me again, so she came out with a feather duster to beat him up. Su Guizhou gave a thumbs up. Our grandma is truly wise and mighty. Shi Huanong smiled, thinking, Su Guizhou, you're absolutely terrible at lying. Absolutely terrible. Chapter 55, Your sleeping posture is terrible. Shi Huanong was wearing headphones, listening to a woman's voice reciting vocabulary in a steady tone. Bored, she idly scrolled through her phone when a freshly posted confession wall update from second affiliated high school caught her eye, making her pause. Does anyone have the contact info for that hot senior with the broken eyebrow who got punished during break today? He's so handsome it's almost illegal. I fell in love at first sight. Blushing emoji. Detention, senior year, broken eyebrow. With these three descriptors, it was impossible not to guess who it was. Shi Huanong glanced at the person who had just gotten into the car and immediately started snoring loudly, noticing the faint dark circles beneath their eyes. She clicked into the comments section. Having learned his lesson in the cornfield, squat. I'm off to kindergarten for further studies, squat. Riding a pig on the highway, lurking. Scrolling through dozens of comments, all of them just said waiting for updates. Shi Huanong was about to quit out of boredom when she spotted a different reply. Why are you staring at my username? Stop lurking, the handsome guy is from class 2. Just transferred last week. He's the one Ding Yuan hugged while crying. Sleeping duck, damn, I was wondering why I hadn't seen this before. Turns out it's imported goods, not homemade. Flirting is overrated, handsome and top of the class, damn it, I'll go all out against these born winners. Don't believe in fate, let's scatter, sisters. In class 2 where love is forbidden, none of us stand a chance. Those study maniacs only care about exams and textbooks, they don't even treat people as human beings. What are you staring at my username for? Even if you're not in class 2, there's no chance XWT seems to have already claimed her. The young couple is chatting while doing test papers together, a perfect match radiating sweetness. What business do you demons and monsters have interfering? I'm here to charm ladies, a married man? Even better, I'll devour him sitting, jumping, spinning, feasting with abandon. Heartless one, just fell in love and already got dumped. I need to do 5 sets of math problems to soothe my wounded soul. Caribbean kelp, dude upstairs, you got a death wish or what? Kindergarten boss, dude upstairs, you got a death wish or what? It must be said that the students of number 2 high school are incredibly driven. The conversation quickly deviated into debates over which study guides were more effective. Some even took the opportunity to hype up the newly opened breakfast stall in the school cafeteria, raving about how delicious it was, while others complained about the broken bathroom door that still hadn't been fixed after 2 weeks. Shi Huanong was about to exit when a message from Shen Qinyao popped up at the top. Clicking in, she saw the other party had emotionally sent a screenshot with the caption, I told you they were for real. The image showed the string of words posted by Why Are You Staring At My Username, with phrases like locked it down and perfect match sweet as honey underlined in red. Shi Huanong's hand hovered midair as she pondered how to respond when the sender suddenly recalled the message, replacing it with a prostrate sticker, wrong chat. Meant to send this to Rin Qing. After a brief silence, Shi Huanong replied, recalled fast enough, didn't see anything. Yao Yao, hee hee. Yao Yao, you're still on the way now, right? Shi Huanong sent a photo of the view outside the window. Yeah, almost there. Yao Yao, cheering, yay. Tomorrow I'll move in with just my bag. Mom won't have to worry about me not getting enough sleep anymore. Shi Huanong, single bed. Looks like you'll have to sleep on the sofa. Yao Yao, we could always squeeze together, Rose. Shi Huanong, no way. Your sleeping posture is terrible. She still remembered that summer vacation when she stayed at Shen Qinyao place for a few days. Thinking Shen Qinyao 2-meter double bed would be more than enough for 2 young girls, she was shocked when Shen Qinyao wrapped around her like an octopus in the middle of the night, squeezing her awake and making her sweat profusely despite the perfectly cool air-conditioned room. After that night, she'd rather sleep on the floor or the couch than share a bed with Shen Qinyao again. Yao Yao, playing Chopin in the rain, fine, sleep on the couch then. Yao Yao, if only I hadn't missed the chance, we could have been neighbors QAQ. Yao Yao, but in a way, every cloud has a silver lining. Once the person in my place moves out, my dear concubine, just say the word and your emperor will ride an e-bike straight to your door with takeout. Heart, Shi Huanong, it's fine, Ren Chang will be your neighbor. Yao Yao, ha, Yao Yao, gotta do homework, crying. I'll come bother you at your place tomorrow, wink. Shi Huanong, bring your own blanket. Shi Huanong, go for it. She exited QQ and suddenly realized she could no longer follow the audiobook playing through her earbuds. Just as she reopened the listening app, the driver slammed on the brakes. Her upper body lurched forward with the momentum, and when she settled back against the seat, something pressed against her left shoulder. Soft black hair brushed against her cheek, carrying the scent of bitter orange. Her finger, swiping to adjust the progress bar, accidentally hit pause amid the jostling. The soothing cabin music drifted into her ears. Maybe I'm the one to blame, have a tendency, for always ignoring my brain when it says to me that someone's been manipulating my empathy. My empathy?
Shirwantong paused, expressionlessly dragging the progress bar to the corresponding point in her memory. She slowly raised her shoulders, standing as motionless as a century-old statue. The driver took advantage of the red light to remark, "Ah, youth." She felt she ought to say something, but the driver fell silent after his sigh. If she spoke now, it would seem like she was trying to cover something up, so after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately said nothing. The person leaning on her shoulder trembled slightly with each breath, clutching their school bag tightly. Unlike Shin Xinyao, who talked in her sleep and fidgeted, this one was absurdly well behaved. Shirwanong stared at the English sentence on the screen for a few seconds before switching to the chat page. "You really have terrible sleeping posture."
Shin Xinyao, who was buried in writing test papers at home. "Yao Yao, why are you suddenly criticizing me? Yao Yao, who exactly are you comparing me to? Some wild woman out there." Shirwanton, not human. Yao Yao, Shirwanton, a flower. Yao Yao, Yao Yao, did moving houses scramble your brain? What sleeping position can flowers possibly have? Yao Yao, wait, are you talking about little tabby cats? Check out this kitten, limited time offer. Shirwanton, never mind. Shirwanton, if you're so curious, why don't you ask the person in question? Yao Yao, question mark. Half a minute later, the other side reacted. Didn't you say you didn't see it? Tong Tong, how could you lie? Who corrupted you? Shirwanton, we're almost there, no more chatting. Focus on your homework.
After sending this, she ignored Shin Xinyao's message bombardment, kept her eyes forward, deliberately avoiding the black hair in her peripheral vision, thinking to herself that she hadn't lied at all.
The one that attracts the most bees and butterflies is none other than the flower itself, isn't it?
Sugue Zhou was in the midst of a dream where he was surrounded by freshly baked, fragrant, and soft bread when he suddenly felt an invisible warmth nudging his shoulder. Watching the delicious bread drift further and further away, he immediately sat up in fury, shouting, "Who dares?" His words came to an abrupt halt. The girl in front of him lifted her eyes calmly to meet his gaze. A faint, unripe lime scent wafted clearly toward him, further muddling his already hazy mind.
You, me?
He staggered backward in shock, pointing at her then at himself.
Awake now?
Shirwantong said indifferently, pushing the car door open.
We've arrived. Let's go.
Seeing him still frozen in place, Shirwantong simply walked around to the other side, pulled open the door and asked, "What's wrong? Am I dreaming?" He turned around clutching his backpack, murmuring in confusion. Shirwantong found it somewhat amusing but kept a straight face, tilting her head as she looked at him. "You might have been dreaming just now, but that's over." Oh. He stumbled out of the car, feeling like he needed to memorize the Matchmaker's handbook at least 10 times over.
He actually dreamed of resting his head on the female lead's shoulder, utterly disqualifying behavior for a matchmaker.
"Ah, youth." The driver came over pulling 2 suitcases and patted his shoulder. "Young man, at your age, I too once had a sincere love placed before me, but I didn't cherish it."
"You must hold on to yours tightly. Of course, don't neglect your studies either." Sugue Zhou, question mark. What love? What cherish? What happened while he was just sleeping? What are you standing there for?
Shirwanong pulled her suitcase, her gaze sweeping over his messy hair.
Time to go home. Chapter 56, this is your 2D husband. Why are you asking about this?
When Zhao first saw Zhu Qing'an's call, she thought something major had happened, since this person would rather type than send voice messages, let alone make phone calls. Because of this, she even paused the TV show she was watching, sitting up straight to listen carefully to every word on the other end, and was already checking which flights could get her to Lanjiang immediately. Here she was, sweating with anxiety, and what does this person say? This person asks worriedly, "Do you know what legal things you can do in high school?" What the hell? Asking such a suspicious question and acting all worried, what about her? Shouldn't she, the fool who was needlessly panicking, be the one crying her eyes out? She replayed the TV drama, watching the sweet interactions between the male and female leads while asking, as material. After a moment of silence, the other person replied, "Zhao question mark. Zhao paused the show again and asked with genuine concern in her voice, "Did you not attend high school? Then who was Zhu Qing'an who went to high school with me? Is she your parallel universe counterpart? Have you considered going to the hospital for laser interstitial thermal therapy?" Zhu Qing'an coughed awkwardly twice. "You know exactly what kind of person I was back in school." This left Zhao speechless. During high school, Zhu Qing'an spent every day either studying or painting, appearing gloomy as if she were the tragic heroine from a melodramatic novel, unloved by parents and tormented by awful relatives. Her deep brown eyes always sent chills down people's spines, and Zhao had once ranked her firmly in first place on both that never approach and absolutely do not provoke lists. Zhao had always believed that those who seemed fragile on the surface could actually be ruthlessly vicious. If someone provoked her the wrong way, there was no telling whether her dear parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and all 7 of her father's sisters and 8 of her mother's might see her name featured on the evening news.
What ill intentions could she possibly have? She's just a timid little girl who cherishes her life dearly. After they got closer, she realized Zhu Qingyan wasn't some sinister murderous demoness, quite the opposite. In fact, Zhu Qingyan was actually an ultra-high school level beauty with an exceptionally rich inner world who just didn't like to talk much. Even when provoked repeatedly, she would only shoot a resentful glare with those aggrieved eyes before turning her fluffy back in silent protest. Zhu Qingyan's anger held little intimidation, usually all it took was offering her an out, and she'd automatically step down from her huff to resume speaking in that same fluffy manner. Compared to the current Zhu Qingyan who could insult someone without uttering a single profanity, only she knew the sharp-tongued battles that had transpired between them. At that time, Zhao Yidong loved flipping through Zhu Qingyan's comics. The worlds Zhu Qingyan created were magnificent, vast, and wildly imaginative, brimming with adventurous spirit. Each character was vividly distinct, making Zhao both adore and resent them, yet one thing puzzled her deeply. Why does every protagonist in your comics have the same face? It wasn't that Zhu Qingyan couldn't draw faces, she excelled at capturing distinctive features, sketching entirely new characters with just a few strokes. This only deepened Zhao Yidong's bewilderment. Most importantly, in a world obsessed with beautiful, strong, and tragic protagonists, Zhu Qingyan stands out like a refreshing stream of happiness. Academic success, a harmonious family, smooth paths in all directions, and friends across the land, he's never suffered hardships or tasted bitterness. A hero surrounded by admirers, his radiant and untroubled life is the stuff of envy. Is that not allowed? Zhu Qingyan replied. Zhao Yidong pondered for a long while before suddenly clapping his hands in realization. I've got it, this must be your 2D husband. Zhu Qingyan gave her a speechless look before turning away. No. I get it now, this must be the handsome guy you secretly like. Zhao Yidong had another epiphany. Who knew Zhu Qingyan could be such a closet romantic? Zhu Qingyan laughed in exasperation and abruptly stood up. When we're on break, go get an MRI. My treat. With that, she walked off without another word. Zhao Yidong hurried after him. Gg, don't leave. Magna what imaging? Zhao Yidong remained curious about that one and only protagonist Zhu Qingyan, but since the creator always spoke vaguely about it, she gradually gave up and stopped digging deeper. Until one day, while passing by the school's honor wall, she accidentally caught sight of a photo in the corner and froze on the spot. Holy shit Zhu Qingyan, I saw your 2D husband. Zhao Yidong excitedly pointed at the photo. Don't tell me, it looks exactly like how you drew him. Damn, the beauty next to him is also super pretty. How come I've never seen her on the confession wall? Gee wait, these two are from class 11? No way, why are class 11 students still up here? Zhao Yidong's expression instantly shifted to confusion. The honor roll was entirely filled with students from the 18th to 20th grades, while these two 11th graders stood out like top-tier whales in a game. One could only wonder what monumental contributions they had made to the school to earn their place here. She scrutinized the two photos carefully. The girl's features weren't particularly striking, her face carried the soft elegance of inkwash painting, yet her gaze was sharp and aggressive. With pale lips pressed into a faint smile, she looked at the viewer like a forest python disdainfully eyeing a feeble insect. An insect not even worthy of being considered prey. Zhao Yidong couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if she'd been targeted by some man-eating monster. The person beside the girl wore a gloomy expression, with unkempt long hair covering part of his face. His amber eyes stared heavily at the camera, though he appeared extremely aloof. It didn't inspire fear. Zhao Yidong studied him for a while, feeling an odd familiarity in his gaze. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she turned excitedly. Gee Zhu Qingyan, this handsome guy's eyes look just like yours. The word seems never made it past her lips, her mouth hung open, unable to produce a single sound. It was the first time she had ever seen Zhu Qingyan like this. Someone who rarely showed emotional fluctuations now stood quietly, face upturned toward the photograph at the top. She appeared calm, no, more accurately, her expression was completely blank. She made no sound, no exaggerated gestures. Her breathing was silent, her heartbeat inaudible. She simply maintained her standing posture, gazing at that photograph in prolonged silence, like a lifeless doll. Zhu Qingyan? Zhao Yidong whispered, are you okay? She snapped out of her daze and withdrew her gaze. What's wrong? Do you know this person? Zhao Yidong asked hesitantly. I do. He was my brother, she said lightly, her eyes calmer than lake water, but he passed away in 2014. Zhao Yidong wished she could slap herself twice right then and there. Stupid mouth. Had to ask, didn't you? Couldn't ask earlier or later, during or after class. No, you had to ask right at this moment. I am sorry, Zhao Yidong's mind went completely blank, stammering for ages without managing a complete sentence. Nothing to apologize for, it's all in the past. Zhu Qingyan smiled faintly. I just think he was pretty stupid, willing to trade his life for money. Come on, the bell's about to ring. You want to get scolded by Teacher Yao? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Each step on the flat ground felt like trudging along a rugged mountain path, staggering, arduous, as if the slightest gust of wind could send her tumbling off the cliff. Zhao Yidong hurried after her, but after just a few steps, he couldn't resist glancing back. The two old photographs hanging in the corner looked eerily like wedding portraits of lonely ghosts. Chapter 57, alright, there are plenty of legal things to do. Zhao Yidong unpaused the video, tearing open a bag of barbecue-flavored chips while chewing. Like studying, for example. On the other end of the phone, Zhu Qingyan, ? According to Article 44, Section 3 of the Education Law, students should study diligently and complete assigned learning tasks. Stop, Zhu Qingyan interrupted. Did I call you to get a legal lecture? After all, if we're really talking about legality, hardly anyone can avoid breaking the law. Zhao Yidong grinned like a doting aunt, thoroughly charmed by the sweet interactions between the drama's leads. You said you wanted material, what? Planning to find a sister-in-law for your male lead? Zhu Qingyan was about to retort when the image surfacing in her mind made her breath hitch slightly. The tall, straight-backed boy let the girl tug at his clothes as he pushed the cart, moving several times slower than everyone else. They drifted along the fringes of the bustling crowd, their outlines softened by the warm yellow light, their figures shrouded in an indistinct haze, like a twilight journey with no return date. The young man's gentle brows and eyes sparkled as he chatted with those beside him, the full brilliance of summer blooming unreservedly upon him where starlit seas coexisted with radiant skies. She stood in the distance, hidden in the shadows, peering through the surging crowd at his fervent, vibrant 18-year-old self. In that instant, the suffocating black sludge of emotions that had enveloped her entire being dissipated without a trace. Everything dissolved into a passing wind, and she wept in a world gone blank. Su Guizhou. I'd rather see your radiant smile in the sunlight than your tearful eyes. Isn't that a bit too radiant? She glanced at a group of people on the bicycle lane. The girl buried her face in the back of the person in front, her head constantly shifting about like a kitten begging for affection. Her hands were tucked into the boy's pockets, making it look like they were locked in an inseparable embrace. Through the car window, she could vaguely make out the helpless yet smiling eyes of that person. Zhu Qingyan gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling her heart pounding in her chest. She let out a cold laugh. No wonder there had been no response after sending that friend request. Turns out he was busy being lovey-dovey with his new live-in little sister. She, this uninvited monster, deserved nothing less than being struck by lightning and blasted by heavenly thunder. She saw her resurrected brother gently pat the hand hidden in his pocket, just like many years ago when she drowsily clung to his waist in the backseat of the car. Back then, he would also pat her like this, then shake her arm and say, hold on a little longer, okay? Wait till we get home before you sleep, okay? Since her brother said so, her answer could only be okay. She buried her entire face into that broad back, effortlessly enveloped by the fresh scent of laundry detergent mingled with bitter orange. Back then, she always believed this prolonged separation had an expiration date. Just like perishable food, seasonal fruits, adults clocking out from work, or children returning from school, everything had its limit. She thought Su Guizhou would return to their side once the separation expired. But things taken too much for granted often end poorly. "An?" The voice from the phone snapped her back to reality. "Are you okay?" "Nothing. Just now, you stuck your head out of the phone while chewing a grasshopper and asked me if you looked beautiful." I was stunned, Zhu Qingyan replied offhandedly. "Zhao Yidong, ? Zhao Yidong said, "Oh great artist, when will this habit of yours ever wish me well?" Just what grievance did Zhu Qingyan hold against her? Why in her stories was she always either a scheming tree demon or a treacherous rat spirit, never once a human being? This time she finally got to be human, only to end up eating grasshoppers. It was so revolting she couldn't even stomach her potato chips anymore, kept imagining she was snacking on barbecue-flavored locusts. Zhao Yidong said gloomily, "Zhu Qingyan, if you dislike me, you can just say it directly. There's no need to hurt me like this." "How could that be? I love you just as you love me, heaven and earth bear witness," Zhu Qingyan recited flatly. "Ha, I'm truly moved to tears," Zhao Yidong replied sarcastically before adding, "So, you're planning to draw a school setting? I thought I'd never see you depict modern life in this lifetime." Modern life seemed like some kind of monstrous taboo to Zhu Qingyan. Her creations were always otherworldly adventure stories, even her doodles and what-if scenarios were filled with xianxia, sci-fi, and Western fantasy settings, with not a trace of modernity to be seen. Zhao Yidong roughly understood some of the reasons behind it, so her question carried more of this implication: have you let go now? Have you truly moved on and freed yourself, or have you merely grown accustomed to it, resigned to wither away on your own? Zhu Qingyan leaned back in her chair, a soft cushion supporting her waist. The only light in the room came from the desk lamp, the glowing screen, and the phone by her ear. Gazing at the dim ceiling, she said, "Just asking, that's all." Whether she had truly let go or simply grown used to it, even she wasn't entirely sure. That person had truly returned. His fingertips were icy cold, his breath warm, she could feel it all. The shadows beneath his feet were hazy, as were hers. Standing beneath the street lamp, those two dark silhouettes intertwined and merged, just like the elongated shadows cast by the setting sun in days past. They had embraced passing pedestrians, concealed the upright grass, and reflected upon the dusty concrete ground, leaving invisible imprints day after day. All Su Guizhou left her were these imprints.
But imprints have an expiration date buried within memories, quietly awaiting the day the wind scatters the clouds.
What about coming back? Was his return temporary? If the deadline arrived, what should she do? What could she do? She had no choice.
Xu Qingyan gazed at the face on the screen. That face she had traced countless times, that face she deliberately memorized and could never forget, that face that accompanied her life and was bound to her forever. Words she dared not speak aloud could only echo silently in her heart.
If you found the happiness you've been searching for, Su Guizhou, would you be willing to stay here a little longer for that happiness?
Xu Qingyan watched for a while, then got up from the chair. I'm going to get some water.
Sure. Zhao Yidong didn't press the topic further, trying to lighten the mood instead. The dream of a floating life is absolutely amazing. I really have to recommend it to you this time.
When I first started watching, I thought it was just some crazy production by a deranged crew, but the more I watched, the more addicted I got. Ha.
That Xiao Chui's acting is absolutely hilarious. I think she's going to be famous. Ha. Xu Qingyan said while pouring water. Oh really? I'll check it out when I have time.
Your free time clearly means no time at all.
That novel I recommended 2 years ago, you still haven't read it. Zhao Yidong fumed. Don't be so absolute, Xu Qingyan said. They're just waiting in line.
She trailed off, turning toward the sound of the ringing doorbell.
What's wrong? Someone's ringing my doorbell. Holy shit. Zhao Yidong immediately sat up straight.
Quick, check the surveillance footage to see who it is. The doorbell kept ringing persistently. Whoever was outside clearly wasn't going to leave until they got what they wanted. Xu Qingyan frowned, pulling out pepper spray from under the coffee table while flipping through the surveillance app on her phone.
Zhao Yidong's anxious voice still crackled through the speaker.
A grayscale image of the visitor appeared on the screen. She froze momentarily, then opened the door without a second thought.
Surprise!
The stagnant air from the hallway flooded into the room as she stared blankly at the figure before her. The clamor in her ears faded away, leaving only that bright voice echoing.
Su Guizhou stood holding an armful of blooming flowers and a heavy bag of snacks, his radiant smile spreading as he said, "Good evening, Qingqing, I came to see you."
The warm glow of the hallway lights washed away all pretense from him.
Why is everyone criticizing my book title and cover? Hashtag.
I exhausted all my ideas and carefully considered every word. They perfectly reflect this story.
Are they really that awful? Omega? Chapter 58. How do you still remember me?
In the silent stare between them, a hoarse voice erupted in astonishment.
Xu Qingyan, did you order a male escort? No.
Xu Qingyan replied quickly, with a somewhat gritted teeth tone, it's someone I know.
Anyway, gotta go now. I'll call you later.
Without waiting for Zhao Yidong to unleash any earth-shattering remarks, she immediately hung up the phone. She stepped aside to make half a path, crossing her arms casually as she asked, "What brings you here so suddenly?"
"Missed you, that's all." Su Guizhou grinned shamelessly. "Where are the slippers? Hurry up and get your big brother some slippers."
Xu Qingyan gave him a glance, then pulled out a brand new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. As she unwrapped the packaging, she asked, "Missed me, or missed it?"
"I want all of it, but what I want most is you."
He said it with shameless confidence, closing the door before slipping into brand new blue shark slippers.
With practiced ease, he set his haul on the table. "I snagged some snacks from Da Peng's place. I'll put this cake in the fridge for you, don't forget to eat it later." Xu Qingyan said gloomily, "You want me to eat cake in the middle of the night?"
"You can have it when you wake up tomorrow morning," Su Guizhou replied, blinking innocently.
"Then why did you cut it now?"
She tilted her chin up pointedly. Su Guizhou's hands didn't stop unwrapping the package as he flashed a radiant smile. "Of course it's because I want to eat it. Otherwise I would have just had it delivered."
"Do you really need to ask something so obvious? Are you an idiot, Xu Qingyan?" "Xu Qingyan."
She actually spoke up to ask that. What a miscalculation. Ignoring her frequently lighting up screen, Xu Qingyan casually stuffed her phone into her pocket and stood beside him like a supervisor checking homework, commanding, "Cut me 3 petal-shaped pieces." "Alright, take a good look." He swiftly made a clean cut.
The sunflower-shaped ice cream cake split into pieces under his knife.
He even deliberately scooped out 2 bees and placed them on her slice. Who knows what was going through his mind?
Xu Qingyan glanced at the label. "The one from Gongnong Road?"
"Yep. I looked it up, they have pretty good reviews.
My classmates also said this place was decent, so I thought I'd give it a try."
Su Guizhou didn't forget to arrange the slices neatly before presenting it like a treasure.
"Here, his family is quite nice."
Xu Qingyan took it and scooped a spoonful, her gaze shifting to the dazzling bouquet beside her, where vibrant hues intermingled like a feast of vitality. Su Guizhou always brought her a beautiful bouquet every time he came to see her, because she loved them.
But she hadn't received flowers in many years.
Those flowers were like vines covered in poisonous thorns, and whenever she saw them, her heart would twist in pain. She had no idea what was happening to her, how all her affection and love had turned into disgust and hatred overnight. It wasn't until years later that she slowly realized she had never truly loved the flowers. It was Su Guizhou, the one surrounded by them. The colors on this person were as muted and gentle as his temperament, faint, barely there. He was gray and dull, out of place in a vibrant world. Only when encircled by those passionate blooms could he be barely anchored by their brightness, tethered to the world. She plucked a pale pink petal. Su Guizhou, what are you doing? He turned his head, his lips glistening. Shu Qingyan placed this petal into his breast pocket. What's this for? Su Guizhou asked, utterly confused. Have you gone blind from studying too much? Shu Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Can't you tell? I'm giving you flowers. Do you really need to ask, you idiot Su Guizhou? Hey, how dare you steal my lines? I'm reporting you and demanding copyright fees. Su Guizhou feigned anger. And you're giving me flowers I paid for as a gift, not even a whole flower, just a petal. Shu Qingyan, how can you be so stingy? Don't you know this behavior is called returning property to its rightful owner? Offering borrowed flowers to Buddha? Self-produced and self-sold. Shu Qingyan, ? Shu Qingyan said, is that last idiom even correct? I produced it with my own money, and you sold it back to me. Isn't that self-produced and self-sold? He declared triumphantly. Shu Qingyan rolled her eyes. Never seen someone spout nonsense with such righteous indignation. By the way, where's my dear ugly flower? Su Guizhou tossed the empty paper plate into the trash while wiping his mouth and looking around. It's been so long, and it still hasn't come out to greet me. I told you it's 11 years old now. Shu Qingyan pointed to a door. It's sleeping in the room. Wow. Our family's really doing well now. Even Ugly Flower has her own room. Let me go check it out right away. He smoothed his clothes, took a few steps, then turned back. How do I look now? Stylish enough for her to recognize me at first glance? Shu Qingyan, ? Could you spare some of that effort you put into Ugly Flower for others? Go ahead, fashion icon. You're so trendy, she'll definitely recognize you, Shu Qingyan said with a fake smile. Su Guizhou rubbed his chin. Why do I feel like you're being sarcastic with me? Could you not phrase it as a question? I am indeed being sarcastic. Shu Qingyan, you're getting worse by the day. I'll report you to mom later and have her dock your allowance. Su Guizhou fumed. My apologies, but I'm already financially independent over here and don't need her support anymore. Shu Qingyan continued with a fake smile. Can't even select it. Su Guizhou, who frequently receives transfers from Zhu Xiaomei, was momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, he snorted arrogantly through his nose and strode with an air of superiority toward the door bearing the sign Ugly Flower's Cozy Nest. Shu Qingyan held the cake, silently watching his retreating figure. Had it been too long since they last met? Su Guizhou's liveliness always struck her as somewhat unreal. She held the spoon in her mouth for a long time, only snapping back to reality when the melted ice cream touched her fingertips. By then, the person before her had already pushed open the door and walked in, leaving her alone in the vast living room. Su Guizhou didn't turn on the light. Using the glow from the living room, he surveyed the dazzling array of treasures in Ugly Flower's room. Damn, this Ugly Flower's life has really taken a turn for the better. With so many things to play with, it must be living the high life. As he was admiring the scene, he suddenly locked eyes with a pair of pale yellow light bulbs. The light still shone brilliantly, yet tinged with turbidity, appearing somewhat like a lamp burning its last oil. Su Guizhou froze for a moment before crouching down and calling out with a smile, Ugly Flower, do you still remember me? He heard faint breathing sounds ahead, followed by the scraping of paws against the floor. The animal opposite was approaching at an extremely slow pace, as if testing the waters or hesitating. He remained patiently crouched there, time stretching with each breath. Just as his legs were about to go numb from crouching, a medium-sized golden retriever finally emerged into the halo of light, its pitch-black eyes fixed intently on him. It cautiously and carefully moved toward him, sniffing the scent of this person, then paused for a few seconds before lifting its head to gently nuzzle his cheek. Su Guizhou instantly relaxed, lunging forward to loosely wrap his arms around it. How had the little dog that hid in the alley on that rainy night, so scrawny it could be lifted with one hand, grown into a size that now required both his arms to hold? He still remembered the words spoken before their parting that day. Hey Ugly Flower, I'm leaving now. You stay here and keep our Ching company. I bought you a chew toy, stop gnawing on the sofa, or I won't bring you treats next time. Oh, and even though I don't come back often, if you forget me again, I'll never bring you delicious snacks. He grinned, sniffled, and slowly rubbed its face while saying, Ugly Flower, how do you still remember me? You terribly forgetful dog, how do you still remember me? Starting tomorrow, I'll turn over a new leaf. No more being a single chapter dog, or else may I get 5 stars in a 10 pull. Just to reiterate, this story is genuinely sweet with a guaranteed happy ending. After all, if it were bitter from start to finish, there'd be no point in writing it. Also, there's no cross-dressing trope here. I just wanted to portray Jian Wine's tsundere personality, but might have overdone it, please bear with me, Omega, and no BL content either. Finally, this work has multiple female-led tags. I just noticed the small tomato tag was removed. Those who stumbled in by mistake can exit now. Apologies for wasting your time.
Surprisingly, this story has gotten decent feedback. I thought it would flop like my last one. Chapter 59, Who have you ever been worthy of in this life? After clearing the mess on the table, Zhu Qingyan sat absent-mindedly on the sofa replying to messages. Winter celestial lord, how come? I didn't know you had such a cheerful, puppy-like, male friend. Winter celestial lord, and since when would you let male friends into your home? Winter celestial lord, where on earth did you meet her? Winter celestial lord, and she calls you Qingqing so intimately. Winter celestial lord, you won't even let me call you that. Winter celestial lord, confess and be lenient, resist and face severity. Winter heavenly sovereign, Zhu Qingyan, stop pretending to be dead. Say something, Zhu Qingyan. Zhu Qingyan didn't want to pretend to be dead either, but she didn't know what to say. She couldn't very well blurt out, actually that person just now was my brother who died 10 years ago, but now he's resurrected. Isn't that amazing? If she really said that, Zhao Yidong would probably drag her off to a mental hospital before she even finished speaking. She should have known better than to call Zhao Yidong. Why did she have to ask that extra question? Zhu Qingyan sighed and typed, Heavenly Sovereign, spare my life. That person was my childhood friend. He transferred schools in elementary school and just returned these past few days. Zhu Qingyan, kowtows. Dongdong Heavenly Sovereign was the nickname Zhao Yidong insisted she change it to, claiming it made her feel like a dominant overlord in the cultivation world. Not only that, Zhao Yidong's profile picture was also an ethereal female cultivator in red robes. Dongdong Heavenly Sovereign, I see. Winter Celestial Lord, so you two haven't seen each other for over 10 years? What kind of late-night visit is this? He's definitely up to no good. Winter Celestial Lord, you didn't actually let him in, did you? Zhu Qingyan glanced at the slightly ajar door and replied guiltily, How could I? Do I look that stupid to you? Winter Celestial Lord, then why did you hang up on me so guiltily? What's with Zhao Yidong being so sharp? Staying there is such a waste of talent. I should have persuaded her to join the police academy. Zhu Qingyan, people need their privacy, Zhao Yidong. Zhu Qingyan, enough talk, I'm off to sketch, heart. Zhu Qingyan, sleep early, kiss. Lord Winter, kitten glare. Lord Winter, no use acting cute. Zhu Qingyan decided ignorance was bliss. She turned off the screen and tossed the device aside, lying supine on the sofa while staring blankly at the chandelier on the ceiling. A faint sound came from behind the door, too indistinct to make out clearly. It resembled either the whispers of malevolent spirits or the murmurs of living creatures. She listened intently, afraid the faint noise might fade away completely. If Su Guizhou could appear suddenly, couldn't he disappear just as abruptly? The thought gripped his heart like a vice. Zhu Qingyan stared unblinking at the lamplight until his vision blurred, a stinging pain creeping up and clinging stubbornly to his nerves. Su Guizhou was Schrodinger's cat. As long as no one asked, looked, or wondered, his life would remain eternal. He'd eat hot pot with new friends, have snowball fights, run through rainy nights and soar through high skies, living each day to the fullest until the very end. He lives at the tip of a pen, within stories, in every corner of the world. She just couldn't see it. She just couldn't see it, that's all. After prolonged dryness, her eyes secreted tears. The pain, sharp as a blade and scorching as fire, enveloped her. Zhu Qingyan endured it like self-inflicted torture, making no attempt to remedy it. With a soft creak, she quickly covered her face with her arm. The person who had just emerged muttered, Ugh, this silly little flower sure loves to throw tantrums. Took me forever to coax it to sleep, tsk, and now I'm covered in its fur. Zhu Qingyan, what's wrong? Are your eyes bothering you? No, she replied flatly. It's just comfortable lying like this. Oh, Su Guizhou sounded completely unsuspecting. By the way, where's my room? What do you want to do? What else would I be doing? Of course I'm checking if anything's missing. Remember to help me pick up my packages later. I want to decorate my little room properly. His tone suddenly shifted mid-sentence. Wait, this house doesn't actually lack a room for me, does it? Don't tell me my status isn't equal to ugly flowers but actually lower? Zhu Qingyan, when you said you'd let me live here, you weren't planning to make me sleep on the couch, were you? How can someone spontaneously combust like this? Don't assume the worst of people, okay? Zhu Qingyan took a deep breath. Your room is upstairs. Su Guizhou waited a moment, but seeing the other person still sprawled motionless on the sofa, he couldn't help asking, if you're not going to show me the way, could you at least tell me where it is? It's not like I wouldn't recognize him. Zhu Qingyan rolled over, hugging the pillow tightly as she muttered, why don't you go see for yourself? Is that so? Su Guizhou climbed the stairs with half belief. Her face finally emerged from the pillow. Zhu Qingyan watched his ascending figure with glistening eyes, a voice circling in her heart, if I asked you to stay now, would you be willing to this time? Just as the words were about to escape her lips, she remembered the notarized will, swallowing all speech into suffocating silence. She smiled silently, with a desolate sorrow. When Su Guizhou reached the second floor, his eyes immediately landed on a door bearing the audacious sign, Do Not Disturb. Without a second thought, he knew it had to be Zhu Qingyan's room.
After wandering around for a while, he stopped before a door and finally understood why Zhu Qing'an had said he wouldn't fail to recognize it.
His gaze fixed on the sign above. Ships sailed through splashing waves, their vibrant colors tugging at heartstrings.
Su Guizhou slowly pushed open the door and turned on the light. His eyes met sky-blue wallpaper and a pale ceiling, momentarily making it hard to discern whether he was gliding high in the sky or submerged deep underwater. He glanced around. Every furnishing in every corner was arranged exactly to his liking, each item perfectly matching his preferences. He stood at the doorway for a while before gradually shifting his steps toward the desk. The desktop was pristine, holding only a desk lamp, a glass jar filled with folded paper stars, and 2 photo frames. He looked at one of the photos. It was a group photo, also the profile picture of Zhu Xiaomei. Zhu Xiaomei, wearing light makeup, crouched on the right side with a fluffy red flower headband on her head, showing a peculiar smile. Su Guizhou, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, half-crouched on the left, also wearing a red flower headband, cheerfully making a peace sign. And between them was the 4-year-old Zhu Qing'an. The little girl wore the princess dress her brother bought for her, its skirt blooming like a flower. A vermilion beauty mark adorned her forehead, while a crown sprinkled with glimmering light sat perfectly atop her head. Her chubby cheeks flushed pink, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. Old photographs always seem veiled in a misty haze, where every face in the dim setting appears overexposed, bright like flickering candle flames, waxing and waning, yet warm enough to heat one's palms. He watched calmly until the city lights outside the window illuminated a glistening tear on the photo. Only then did he cover his eyes, bracing his weakened body against the table with one hand. A self-mocking laugh dissipated in the room, bright as daylight. Su Guizhou, you truly are a walking disaster. A menace in life, a scourge in death. Who in this world have you ever treated right? Chapter 60, the child wishes to care, but the parents wait not. The room had no air conditioning, and the stifling heat clung like a shadow. Su Guizhou leaned back in his chair, his face expressionless. Thanks to his naturally downturned, non-threatening eyes, his cold demeanor wasn't intimidating, just difficult to approach. He stared at the group photo in his hand for a long moment before finally putting it back in place. Then he reclined fully against the chair back, gazing unblinking at the glaring light bulb on the ceiling until something jumped out of his pocket, prompting him to look up. Sansan maneuvered the phone to hop onto his lap, then curled its body to gather momentum before springing onto the desk with a tap-tap as it typed. Won't you look at the other photo 0.0? He said in a flat tone, you seem quite eager for me to read it? Communicating with the system didn't require typing only, but talking gibberish to a phone in front of others would make him look utterly insane. Plus, living under someone else's roof demanded extra caution, so he mostly relied on text exchanges. Sansan, how could that be? I'm just showing friendly concern carrot. He chuckled without emotion. Might I suggest putting friendly in quotation marks? Sansan readily complied. How could that be? I was just showing some friendly concern carrot. This system is really asking for it. Su Guizhou fell silent again. He leaned back into his chair, staring at the fluorescent light for a long while before slowly shifting his clouded gaze toward the photo frame propped on the corner of the desk. He'd noticed it the moment he entered, but had deliberately avoided looking. The woman in the photo wore a bright red suit with a vivid crimson rose pinned to her chest. She held a large bouquet of roses, her radiant smile brimming with unrestrained joy, her entire being exuding a happiness more intense than the blazing midday summer sun. Beside her stood a boy dressed in maple red school uniform, his features unusually unobscured by his long black hair. With a bright smile, he tilted slightly toward the camera, flashing a peace sign. Both faces bore a striking resemblance, each equally brimming with elation. Resemblance. The nose is similar, the mouth is similar, even the smile is the same, only the eyes are different. Su Guizhou sat quietly, momentarily unsure what expression to wear. Never in his life had he imagined there would come a day when he'd have a group photo with Xiao Yuqin. Wow, what a beauty 0.0. Sansan hopped over to the photo frame. Who is this? By the way, this photo looks photoshopped. Su Guizhou glanced at it. You don't know? His tone carried a hint of mockery. Sansan flew into a rage. I'm just a system. I'm not an all-knowing god. I only know the novel's plot. Of course I don't understand your personal affairs. Hashtag. Su Guizhou sneered. Heh, you're clueless about the novel too. Sansan? Sansan, be more tolerant with interns, dear? Tell me honestly, did you not study properly? Su Guizhou took a deep breath, struggling to hold back tears. Actually, this system never went to school? Su Guizhou, ? Su Guizhou took another deep breath. No, is your department's courage a bit too great? How dare they hire you? Sansan, where there's a will, there's a way. Su Guizhou, if only finding a job could be this easy. Are you still hiring people with sincerity? He said offhandedly. What are you trying to do? Sansan said warily. The job market is terrible right now, don't even think about stealing our system's positions. Su Guizhou thought to himself, with an uneducated person like you in your department, isn't that the real case of stealing someone else's spot?
So who is this person anyway? Don't change the subject. By now, Su Guizhou had completely regained his composure. He replied calmly, "It's my mom." San, question mark. San, just how many mothers do you have? He laughed in exasperation, flicking the phone lightly with his fingers.
San cooperatively fell backward in response.
Shu Xiaomei is my stepmother, well, ex-stepmother now, Su Guizhou explained before pausing briefly. Then he added, "She's my birth mother, my real mom."
Half of the blood flowing in his body was hers. Sansan inexplicably began wriggling nearby, squirming her way behind the photo frame until **** she knocked it over.
Su Guizhou swiftly caught it and said exasperatedly, "What are you doing? I've seen so many videos online recently." Sansan typed excitedly,
"They all say there are letters hidden behind photo frames. Do you want to take it apart and check? Those are all love letters, aren't they? Clearly my mom and the others put them there. No need to pretend they're real letters," Su Guizhou said dismissively, having seen similar videos online.
"Why aren't you telling me to open the other one too? Should I go ahead and unpack that jar of paper stars as well?"
"Sure, go ahead,"
Sansan said eagerly. "Like hell I will," he sighed, reluctantly prying open the back panel under the system's nagging.
A flash of yellow appeared in his vision. The craft paper envelope bore the words to Jojo written in vigorous, slender strokes. He stared at these 4 characters, his eyes unreadable.
"Wow, there really is a letter." Sansan twisted its mechanical body. "Who wrote this? Open it quickly." "No," he replied coldly, stuffing the envelope back inside. Sansan jumped up anxiously. "Why? Aren't you curious about who wrote it?" "Not curious." Of course he wasn't curious.
He had spent entire nights staring at that letter, to the point where he could perfectly recreate it with his eyes closed. He knew exactly who had written it, yet he'd never once read its contents. Or perhaps, he didn't dare to look. Zhao Yuqin used to tease him for being a coward, and even now Su Guizhou agrees with her. He was a coward, through and through, too afraid to accept many things, too afraid to admit many truths. Just like how he often wondered if Zhao Yuqin hated him for not choosing her, for not following her. He still remembers Zhao Yuqin's expression when he told her he would follow Su Ming. There was no anger, no disappointment, only thick sorrow and pain enveloping her, emotions so palpable they nearly drowned him too. He hoped Zhao Yuqin would hate him, that way, at least she would remember she had once had a child. Yet he also didn't want Zhao Yuqin to hate him. He didn't want her to be weighed down by such negative emotions. He was Zhao Yuqin's stain, and it would be best if she forgot him, forgot both him and Su Ming, then started a new life in a new place, living happily ever after. As for him, he would work diligently for the Xia family, saving money with all his might. Once he achieved success, he'd pull up to Zhao Yuqin's doorstep in a luxury car, flash a few black cards, and knock on her door with all the swagger in the world. Then, with a smug grin at her stunned face, he'd declare arrogantly, "Your son's now insanely rich and successful. He's here to take care of you and give you the good life you deserve, so you better be thrilled." That was how it was supposed to go, in his imagination. But not only did the saying "plans can't keep up with changes" define his entire life, even his very birth had been one grand cosmic joke. April Fool's Day, a traditional foreign holiday, seems to have inspired even the heavens of China to join in the festivities, as they always play a joke on children born on this day. He was no exception. At the peak of his lofty ambitions, Zhao Yuqin died. She died in the summer when he was 14, a summer of his utter helplessness. To save a drowning child. The child was saved, but Zhao Yuqin died. When Su Guizhou heard this news, he had no idea what to do. He should have been furious, but who should this rage be directed at? The child who accidentally fell into the water? Or Zhao Yuqin, who acted bravely? Or perhaps this blind and unjust heaven, demanding why this had to happen at night, when everyone was deep asleep, when no one could hear the cries for help? The burning rage turned into hatred, and the hatred circled back, landing squarely on himself. He hated himself for not assigning more people to follow Zhao Yuqin, hated himself for focusing solely on improving her quality of life, hated his own carelessness for anticipating only human-caused misfortunes while neglecting accidents of fate. But above all, he hated that during all those years by Zhao Yuqin's side, he had never once told her "I love you." Words once too shy to speak had now become foolish utterances with no one left to hear them. Did Zhao Yuqin hate him? He thought she must, since he had betrayed her, since he resembled Su Ming so much. Did Zhao Yuqin love him? He thought she did, but whether it was loves or loved, he didn't know anymore, and didn't dare to know. Zhao Yuqin's thoughts were all concealed within this small letter. Unless he opened it, he would never know what she truly felt. If Zhao Yuqin hated him, everything would be simple. But what if she said she loved him? What should he do then? Originally planned to update twice for free gifts, but since it's only one update now, I'll shamelessly ask for free gifts anyway. Big smiley face. Chapter 61. I thought you hated her. Oh, okay TT. Sansan drooped dejectedly before quickly straightening up proudly. Susu, I found what you asked me to check. ***. Really? Let me see. Su Guizhou perked up slightly, moving his chair forward. These past few days he'd been scouring the internet for information about that car accident from 10 years ago, but all leads turned up vague or disappeared without trace, as if someone had deliberately erased all records. He didn't dare ask anyone around him either. He felt the mere mention of car accident would make everyone start acting strange again. Just as he was tangled in hesitation, San-san proactively volunteered to help. Adhering to the principle of trust those you employ none you distrust, Su Guizhou gladly entrusted this important task to the useless system. After many days without any news, he had assumed the system was utterly incompetent, never expecting it would surprise him like this. He remembered the car owner was a young man, probably someone who had just gotten his license before buying the car, only to encounter such an incident. He didn't want an innocent person to be traumatized because of him. After all, he could have dodged it back then. But he hesitated. That momentary hesitation led to a disaster, causing many people to live in misery. So was his resurrection meant to complete a mission or to make amends for others? Was the merging of two worlds truly just an operational error? Su Guizhou reined in his thoughts and looked at the text appearing on the screen. Since the forest store failed to detect the factory defect in the braking system before delivery, the car owner was found not at fault. The court ruled that the automaker bore primary responsibility, with the forest store liable for joint compensation. However, the owner suffered severe psychological trauma, which was later fully treated by a professional psychological team arranged by Xie. The owner now works at Xie Corporation and is set to marry his fiancée next month, living a very happy and fulfilling life. Su Guizhou breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyelids twitched heavily when he caught sight of a certain name. What's going on? Since when did Xie Bosai become so understanding? Noticing his prolonged silence, Sansan wriggled and asked, "What's wrong? Do you hate Xie Bosai so much that just seeing her name makes you fantasize about beating her up? Su Guizhou flicked it with amusement. If I really hated her, I would have thrown you out the moment you typed her name. Rather, he watched Sansan wriggling on the tabletop and smiled, though the warmth didn't reach his eyes. I'm actually quite grateful to her. Though coming to the Xie family wasn't his choice, he felt fortunate that Xie Buzi had selected him. After all, his fate had truly been altered. Xie Buzi was like a generous corporate boss. Not only did she offer high salaries with frequent bonuses, she'd occasionally help with your troubles depending on her mood. She was an excellent employer, but she had one flaw: she particularly enjoyed tormenting people. She'd occasionally make things difficult for you, finding every possible way to make you suffer. But the pay was truly excellent, too good to walk away from, so you could only curse this inhuman boss inwardly while obediently complying with her demands outwardly. Besides, even without Xie Buzi, there would have been Zhao Buzi, Li Buzi. As long as there was money to be made, Su Ming would have sold himself to any Buzi at all. In fact, Xie Busai was actually one of the better options. After all, if it were any other Busai, forget about saving up money to treat Zhu Xiumei's illness, they probably wouldn't even be able to protect themselves. I thought you hated her. How could I? I'm truly grateful to her. Without her, many things wouldn't be as wonderful as they are now. Without her, Zhu Xiumei wouldn't have survived this long, Ding Dapeng wouldn't have opened his shop so early, Zhou Shuiyan would have lost her only remaining family, and he wouldn't have had the capacity to help those impoverished children in the mountains. For such a small price, to gain so much in return, why wouldn't he take the deal? Money, oh money, what a wonderful thing! It can save all things and cure all ills, lift people to the heavens in a single step, or shatter them to pieces. To have achieved financial freedom at such a young age already made him luckier than the vast majority of people. If he were to wallow in melancholy over this, it would only make him seem overly sentimental, ungrateful, and hypocritical. Su Guizhou stood up, pushed in his chair, and extended his hand. "Let's go," he said. "It's getting late." Sansan stared at him with invisible eyes for a long moment before wobbling its body and jumping into his palm. "Got it." Su Guizhou took one last look at Zhao Yuqin in the photo before closing the door. In his memory, he had never seen Zhao Yuqin so full of youthful vitality. The woman who had been tortured beyond recognition always wore a blank expression, only showing a faint smile when she saw him. "Goodbye." After a long silence, he mentally added the address. "Goodbye, Mom." As he went downstairs, he saw Zhu Qingyan still lying on the sofa, curled up into a small ball just like when she was little, warming his heart. He walked over and gently nudged her. "Xing." Zhu Qingyan lifted her head drowsily. "It's getting late, I should go now." He crouched down and said with a smile, "You should go back to your room and sleep." "You're leaving?" Zhu Qingyan instinctively tightened her grip on the wrist of the person before her. "Yeah, I'm heading back to Hanging Bell Alley." He seemed oblivious to the tight grip on his hand, still wearing that gentle smile, though with a hint of bitterness. "Ah, I really envy you college students. Not like us high school seniors, treated as both humans and beasts, still have to drag ourselves to a 7 a.m. class tomorrow." As her consciousness gradually returned, Zhu Qingyan loosened her grip and slowly released his wrist. Her fingertips absently brushed over the slightly reddened skin she had squeezed, and she said flatly, "Then go ahead. Don't forget to take the trash with you." Su Guizhou exclaimed in shock, "In your eyes, am I really that inconsiderate and socially oblivious?" Oh, then I'd appreciate it if this very considerate, very socially aware high school senior could kindly take the trash out for me, Zhu Qingyan replied politely. Su Guizhou. He angrily got up and gathered all the nearly full trash bags, not even sparing the one in the bathroom. Then I'll be off. He placed his hand on the doorknob, the trash bag in his hand blooming like a nine-tailed fox's tail. Zhu Qingyan stared at him steadily and suddenly called out, Su Guizhou. What is it? He smiled knowingly, as if aware of what she was about to say. No matter what Zhu Qingyan said, he wouldn't refuse, even if it meant asking him to stay. He was certain Zhu Qingyan knew this, so he had already prepared his response. Be careful on your way. But Zhu Qingyan only said these 4 words. You. He froze for a moment, meeting her calm eyes that shimmered with unshed tears. Suddenly finding himself at a loss for words, he pressed his lips into a straight line and said, alright, get some rest early, and don't strain your eyes. You're so naggy. Zhu Qingyan laughed. See you next time, Su Guizhou. Wrong. He turned the doorknob, his eyes bright. It's see you tomorrow, Xing. Chapter 62. Have you ever regretted it? The streetlights in the neighborhood flickered on one by one. After tossing out the trash, Su Guizhou stared at the elongated shadow at his feet for a long while before finally moving. He called a ride and glanced at the progress bar out of habit. The red bar remained depressingly at 2, while the blue bar had inexplicably skyrocketed to 14.43. Su Guizhou, ? He muttered in confusion, have I been bouncing around that energetically these past few days? 33 chimed in at the perfect moment to lighten the mood. Congratulations, host. We finally have a progress bar breaking past 10. I bet the plot bar will soon follow suit. 0. The mere sight of the words plot bar gave Su Guizhou a headache. No wonder they're the male and female leads, these two are oddly similar. Jiang Wang usually either slept or played on his phone, only flipping through books occasionally when Su's gaze annoyed him. Shi Wanong, on the other hand, seemed to have her but welded to the chair, barely moving at all. Apart from lunchtime when these two could be brought together, normally they were completely poles apart. No matter how he tried to steer the conversation, either one would answer briefly or the other would respond tersely. He'd never seen them actually talk to each other. Wait, actually they had spoken before. Homework. Shi Wanong stood expressionless by the desk when assigned by the class representative to collect assignments. I didn't write it. Jiang Wang turned his head away, presenting the back of his skull to her. Shi Wanong uttered an "oh" and left. After recalling this, Su Guizhou felt like he needed an oxygen tank to breathe. These two were practically stains on his professional record. They'd had more conversations with Ren Cheng than they'd ever had with each other. Su Guizhou felt the likelihood of completing his mission was quite slim. It's okay, Su. It's only the second week, and school hasn't even officially started yet. Our presence points have already broken 10, so a mere plot progress bar should be no problem at all, San reassured him. Let's take it slow, no need to rush. You're right. Where there's a will, there's a way. Su Guizhou felt a bit better, then casually added, by the way, do I only have this one mission? San replied innocently, what else? Do you really think I can handle 2 missions at the same time? Su Guizhou. This left him speechless. But isn't this too much of a coincidence? The worlds just merged like that? And exactly 10 years later? Su Guizhou questioned skeptically. Everything follows logic. What appears as coincidence from your perspective is inevitability from ours, Sanson said gloomily. After all, those good-for-nothing bastards who only know how to play and indulge themselves are capable of any ridiculous thing you can imagine. Such profound resentment, he almost felt too guilty to press further. Just as they reached the neighborhood entrance, the taxi arrived. Su Guizhou muttered is that so before getting in the car, leaving it unclear whether he believed it or not. After staying in his pocket for a while, Sansan suddenly vibrated repeatedly. He thought it was alerting him to a new message, but when he checked, it was still Sansan. This isn't the way back to Hanging Bell Lane. Where are you going? Can't you guess? He typed with a laugh. After a long silence, Sansan finally replied, can't guess. You'll know when we get there. Su Guizhou tucked his phone back into his pocket after sending the message. Gazing out the window at the rapidly passing lights and crowds, he held his phone lightly in his hand. By the time they reached their destination, it hadn't vibrated even once. There were no streetlights illuminating the area, just complete darkness. Su Guizhou seemed to have shed his fear of darkness at this moment, leisurely stepping into the silent place with his flashlight on. The beam swept across clusters of flowers as he meandered through, eventually coming to a stop at a particular spot. What are you doing here? Sanson asked. What else? He chuckled, illuminating the words on the tombstone with his flashlight. Of course I came to see Su Ming. Can't you tell? Sanson, you're not very bright, huh? He had asked Ding Yuan where Su Ming was buried. Ding Yuan told him, but hesitated when it came to who had erected the tombstone. One look at Ding Yuan's expression told him exactly who it was. Who else could it be but Xie Busai? But why would Xie Busai do such things? Could it be she feared he'd return as a vengeful spirit to claim her life?
and was trying to reform herself into a virtuous person?
Su Guizhou gave a wry smile, coldly eyeing the name on the tombstone as he casually plucked a wildflower from the roadside and placed it on the grave.
With a mocking grin, he said, "Hey, Su Ming, I came to see you. Don't get too emotional, after all. We were father and son once upon a time, weren't we?
Look at you, you lived most of your life without earning much, sold off your son, drove away your wife, and ended up with nothing.
Did your life even mean anything, Su Ming? Do you regret it, Su Ming? Did you ever regret it, Su Ming?"
He gritted his teeth and spat out these words.
Many years ago,
in that small apartment of just a few dozen square meters, the man sat on the floor with the boy, matching numbers while assembling a puzzle. The white walls were covered with colorful, oddly shaped doodles. The woman lay on the sofa, complaining as she told the father and son to move aside, saying they were blocking her view of the TV.
Su Guizhou remembered how KFC used to release various flavored egg tarts back then. Though the family wasn't exactly wealthy, Su Ming would occasionally take him to try the new flavors.
Those fruit-flavored egg tarts were so sweet, he could still remember their taste to this day. Su Ming would sit across from him with a grin, saying, "Let me have a bite, son."
But when he actually offered it,
Su Ming would put on a stern face and say, "I don't eat kid stuff.
Eat slowly, and order more if it's not enough. But don't tell mom and betray dad, understand?"
Zhao Yuqin loves being beautiful, dressing herself up like a princess from a fairy tale every day.
She would often preen and ask Su Guizhou if his mommy was pretty, and Su Guizhou, who believed his mother was the most beautiful person in the world, never hesitated to praise her as the prettiest in the entire world, even more beautiful than the princesses and queens in stories. Hearing this, Zhao Yuqin would giggle and press her lipstick-stained lips against his cheek like a stamp. These scenes played like footage on a glitching television, the faces blurred, the details obscured, leaving only the crackling static distorting the voices. Su Guizhou took a few deep breaths, finding it hard to muster a smile now. Back then, their family had been the happiest, so why? Why had it all turned out like this?
If everyone had just followed the predetermined path, no one would have shed tears, everyone would have remained happy, and their three hands would never have let go.
So why, Su Ming? Why did you choose that other path of no return halfway through?
A shattered family is like a puzzle missing a piece, a discontinued KFC menu item, or cracked makeup fragments Su Guizhou could never reassemble, left clutching them helplessly as the edges cut into his palms. All those hesitant words buried in his heart flew away with Su Ming's death. Love without origin, hatred without foothold.
No one let him see them one last time.
In the end, at the final outcome, he could only stare blankly at two graves.
Nothing could be said. There are actually 2 chapters. Doesn't such a hard-working author deserve some free gifts as encouragement? .. I used to love KFC's mushroom chicken rice and curry pork chop rice, but they're both gone now. So sad. Chapter 63 The Unlucky One.
Under a bright moon and sparse stars, every household in Hanging Bell Alley burned their midnight oil. "I am weary," Shen Xinyao flung down her pen and sprawled across her open homework, chanting the words like a spell. "My beloved concubine, shall we take a merry jaunt to the imperial kitchens?" Opposite her, Shi Wanhong adjusted her glasses without looking up. "I fear this imperial kitchen is not what your majesty imagines. Whether the emperor truly wishes to visit the imperial kitchens or take a swim in the banquet wine, this humble consort cannot say." Shen Xinyao studied the figure illuminated under the stark white light, the face half hidden in the shadows of dark hair, revealing only glimpses, the tone flat and unreadable, betraying neither emotion nor intent. After a silence, she said, "The way you speak makes it sound like you'd plunge a dagger into my heart while I slept at midnight, then overthrow me to become an ambitious, resourceful career empress."
Shi Wanhong, ? Did she really have to kill someone?
Shi Wanhong finally deigned to look up. "If your majesty doesn't want to die unknowingly in his sleep, he should continue reviewing memorials."
Oh.
Shen Xinyao listlessly straightened up and resumed writing furiously, only to start whining again moments later. "Wah, Tongtong, let's go to the nightless city for a stroll. I'm so hungry."
"I knew you couldn't stay focused." Shi Wanhong sighed. "Let's go." "Yay! My beloved Tong concubine still loves me. This emperor is greatly pleased and hereby confers upon you the title of empress."
Shen Xinyao immediately perked up and jumped down from her chair. Shi Wanhong remained expressionless. "So in your heart, I wasn't the only one after all."
"How could that be? You're my only concubine, my only empress, my only wife," Shen Xinyao declared in an exaggerated tone before suddenly remembering something.
Wide-eyed, she asked, "Speaking of which, where's your neighbor?
Hasn't he been gone for quite a while?"
Though she didn't finish her sentence, Shi Wanhong could read the blazing flames of gossip in her eyes. "Has he gone out for a romantic rendezvous?"
"He's wearing Ding Yuan's school uniform today, must be returning it." "Ha," Shen Xinyao said blankly.
"But I saw him leave wearing his uniform, and he wasn't carrying any bag."
"Is he planning to come back shirtless? Or maybe he's wearing a tank top underneath? Isn't it kinda gross to return clothes without washing them first?"
Recalling that faint scent of cedarwood with a hint of sweet orange, Shi Wanhong paused before saying, "Not sure."
"You can ask him when he gets back."
Never mind, I'm not actually that curious." Shen Xinyao hastily waved her hands.
She'd already dredged up his painful memories last time. If her nosy romantic curiosity now unearthed more of his hidden past, she might as well bash her head against tofu and reincarnate again. If that dead mouth of yours is so sharp, go rinse it with some mangpa soup to rust it shut. Sure, Wantong didn't press further. The two simply pocketed their phones and left. Shin Xinyao's appetite always skyrockets at night. She craves everything she lays eyes on, yet her stomach can't keep up with her desires. After circling around indecisively, she sheepishly returns to Little Who's skewers. Sure, Wantong casually snapped a photo and sent it to Su Guizhou, asking if he wanted her to bring some back for him. Shin Xinyiao swallowed hard at the tantalizing aroma. Tell me, how come theirs tastes so much better even though the steps are the same? Did they sprinkle some addictive powder in there or what? Seeing no response from the other end, Shirwanong turned off her screen and replied, or maybe it's just your inner glutton acting up again? Shin Xinyiao flew into a rage. What do you mean, pig addiction? That's called the craving of the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. This is imperial addiction. Can't you phrase it better? Does this youthful and beautiful high school girl not deserve some dignity? Sure, Wantong. You've really gotten addicted to playing emperor, haven't you? Fingertips brushing against her phone, she didn't spoil the mood and calmly replied, Your Majesty, please forgive my offense. You're not going to secretly stab me tonight, are you? Shin Xinyiao asked suspiciously, rubbing her chin. Sure, Wantong curled her lips in a forced smile. If your Majesty says another word, this concubine will immediately offer you a cup of poison wine. Shin Xinyiao pretended not to hear. When the skewers were served, she took a photo and posted it in the class group chat without teachers, captioning, Whose lifetime of hard work is this again? The moment these words were spoken, they stirred up a storm. Ren Qing, finished your homework yet? Qi Yi, finished your homework? Sensei, finished your homework? The whole group that got startled out was having a blast copy-pasting the same message. Shin Xinyiao typed furiously, You bunch of party-pooping jerks. Chen Fengting, psycho. Ren Qing, psycho. Helan, psycho. Shin Xinyiao's mind shifted from have you finished your homework, to seeing nothing but psycho everywhere. She chuckled and typed out a line. How ugly jealousy makes you look. She had just sent it when someone posted a picture of late-night snacks below. Yummy. Ren Qing, gimme some. Dong An Yue, gimme some. Qi Yi, gimme some. Shin Xinyiao, question mark. Shin Xinyiao, why are the repeaters playing favorites? Hello? Anyone care? Degree. Ren Qing, lol. Chen Fengting, lol. Wang Ken, joy. Shin Xinyiao was busy trading barbs with the beasts she'd been dealing with for nearly 3 years when she suddenly heard the sound of someone abruptly standing up across from her. Looking up while speaking, she asked, What's wrong? Did a mosquito bite you? Shin Xinyiao blinked. The girl's delicate brows furrowed slightly as waves stirred across the calm sea of her dark eyes. Her lips pressed into a straight line as she said in a low voice, Su Guizhou has been hospitalized. Shin Xinyiao was so shocked that the meat in her mouth trembled like a sieve before falling onto the table. What's going on? Just a stroke of bad luck. The stray cat upstairs was playing with a flower pot, only it didn't control its strength well, and the ceramic pot was pushed a bit too far right onto Su Guizhou walking below. Absolutely rotten luck. Shuri was working overtime and couldn't make it, so she called her daughter to have her pick the person up. When the two hurried to the hospital, they happened to see Su Guizhou sitting on a chair, gently comforting a young man beside him who kept bowing and apologizing, nearly in tears. My friends are here, he said softly, pointing at the two figures running toward them. Please don't worry, I'm really fine. Didn't the doctor say so? It's just a minor issue, it'll heal with some rest. You can go back now. I'm so sorry. The young man looked as if he wanted to kneel and kowtow an apology. God knows how thrilled he was when he suddenly heard someone downstairs shouting murder while he was busy cooking in the kitchen. He was about to dial the emergency number, only to poke his head out and discover that his flower pot had assassinated a passerby. The young man lay motionless on the ground, blood pooling everywhere. Not only did it scare the eyewitness auntie into nearly fainting, but it also frightened him so much that he'd already drafted the letter he'd write to his parents from prison. Su Guizhou forced a weak smile. The young man finally showed some tact. Noticing the victim's exhausted expression, he suppressed his panic, lowered his head, and said, I'll take my leave now. If you have any further issues, just contact me, I'll take full responsibility. Okay. Su Guizhou's voice trembled. Take it slow on the road, be careful. The young man's clothes were still stained with blood as he stumbled away, bumping into the glass door on his way out. The crisp sound echoed through the silent hospital. Hi. Su Guizhou waved his hand. Holy shit dude, forgive me. I'm kinda squeamish about blood. Shin Xinyiao covered her eyes and said, Are you okay? Are you okay? What did the doctor say? Is it serious? Besides your brain, where else are you hurt? Xinyiao-shin, keep it down. Sure Wantong walked over, giving the person before her a thorough once-over. The boy sat weakly in his chair, his head wrapped up like a mummy from the pyramids. Whatever vitality he'd managed to regain over the past few days had evaporated with this latest blow. His lips were pale, his face ashen, and the gaze he lifted was weary and heavy, like a taut string on the verge of snapping. "Mild concussion," he murmured. "Not serious." Sure Wonton didn't reply. She stared at the blood on the boy's clothes. The crimson stains hadn't dried yet, clinging damply to the fabric, dyeing the school uniform into a horrifying sight as if its wearer had been gutted, or like a dead person transformed into some half-demon, half-ghost creature now obediently explaining its condition to a former friend. Sure Wantong noticed the creature's fingertips rubbing something. Seeing her gaze, Su Guizhou opened his palm to reveal its contents. "These are petals from forget-me-nots." Petals. The crumpled petals resembled footless birds with broken wings, struggling in agony and exhaustion until death. The monster slowly stood up. He seemed to have forgotten the phone still resting on his lap. With a loud clatter that made everyone's hearts tremble, it fell to the floor. Dazed and flustered, he was about to pick it up when Sher Wanong bent down first. The screen still emitted a white glow, where two transparent data bars appeared against the eye-protecting background color. One marked 2, the other marked 0.02. Chapter 64, How Strange. "Whoa there, young man, what happened to your head? You're as bald as a hard-boiled egg," the driver exclaimed in surprise when he saw the person getting into the front passenger seat. He discreetly glanced at the two female students in the back seat, instantly constructing a dramatic love triangle scenario in his mind, his tone becoming noticeably more ingratiating. "Youth is wonderful. Even at night they still have the energy to bicker and fight, unlike us old folks who just want to go home and sleep after a long day. This young man's quite capable though, managing to get these two kids to leave together in one car." Su Guizhou didn't understand why the driver's expression suddenly shifted from surprise to a mix of disdain and admiration. He smiled and said, "Got hit by a flower pot while walking." "Ha?" The driver was shocked, chastising himself for his dirty thoughts before asking with concern, "What did the doctor say? Is it serious?" "It's nothing, just..." The two people in the front row chattered away, while Shen Qinyao in the back glanced at her headphone-wearing friend beside her and played with her phone alone. For sure Wanton, wearing headphones had another meaning besides studying. She didn't want to be disturbed. To her, the headphones were like a protective shield that isolated her from the outside world. Behind this invisible barrier, she could freely enjoy her own time without interference from others. Shen Qinyao was discussing with Ren Xing whether they should sneak out at noon tomorrow or wait until after school to visit Su Guizhou, completely unaware that her friend, just 2 fists away, wasn't listening to anything through those headphones. Sure Wanton's ears were filled neither with music nor the sound of recitation, only the intermittent chatter of the two people in front of her. She lowered her gaze to her palm and unconsciously clenched it. Was it her imagination? The moment she picked up Su Guizhou's phone, it seemed to vibrate faintly. So subtle, like a taut string brushed by a gentle breeze. She forcibly suppressed the absurd thought, yet her mind involuntarily drifted back to the day she first met him. The rain-soaked man sat beneath the withered tree, arms wrapped around himself, murmuring to the muddy ground. With a gentle push of his outstretched hand, something seemed to topple over. The rain was too heavy that night, the darkness too thick, she couldn't see clearly. At the time, she thought his soliloquy stemmed from the crushing blow of tragic news. But now, upon reflection, that startled gaze seemed to conceal something else entirely. Those eyes held no sorrow, no pain or confusion, only profound astonishment and panic. An expression as if some secret had been discovered. And yet, Sher Wantong unconsciously twisted the headphone cord in her hands. Could someone who'd been comatose for a full year, someone who'd be half dead from just catching a cold, really travel from Guanpei to Laochuan and climb a mountain within mere days of regaining consciousness? Guanpei is a city within Ningjiang province, located about 3 hours' drive from Lanjiang. Shuri felt that the academic pressure during high school was too intense, and the round trip would be too time-consuming, so she never mentioned taking Sher Wanong to Guanpei People's Hospital to visit this unfortunate soul who had suddenly met with misfortune. Shuri claimed she had been close friends with Su Guizhou's mother for many years, yet Sher Wantong had never met this family, not even attending the funeral. Everything was relayed through Shuri. Moreover, Su Guizhou's previous school was an ordinary high school in another province. His name never appeared in the honor roll on the school's official website. Given his academic performance, he should have been placed in a regular class, not an advanced one. It's worth noting that number 2 high school ranks among Ningjiang's top academic institutions, with students from classes 1 and 2 dominating the top 100 positions in the grade. Yet Su Guizhou consistently maintained a ranking around 30th in his class, clearly not someone who should have gone unnoticed at his original school. Why pretend to be weak when studying? This isn't some novel. Most importantly, he seemed to have countless connections with Lanjiang. Some people recognized him, while others saw another person when looking at this face. But, does he merely resemble this so-called other person, or is he actually this other person himself? Su Guizhou seemed like a character who had leaped straight out of a fairy tale. He was shrouded in too many mysteries, yet like a damaged but still functional gear, he bizarrely managed to blend everything together without revealing any flaws. How strange. Su Guizhou's origins were peculiar, but what about her mother? What role did Cherie play in this story? Would she tell her if she asked? Cherie would never say. Just like all the previous times when she'd grown curious about the good sister Cherie mentioned, Cherie would always say in that nostalgic yet sorrowful tone, "You'll know someday." Someday? Just how far away is this someday supposed to be? Yet she couldn't possibly ask Su Guizhou outright, "Hey, can you tell me who you are and who your mother is?" Though there were too many things she didn't understand, Su Guizhou was truly alone in this world with no relatives left. Asking about his family affairs would be like twisting a knife in his heart. Forget it. No matter how much she thought about it, she wouldn't get any answers. Perhaps her perspective wasn't comprehensive enough, leading to these doubts. After all, no matter what, ghosts and gods don't exist in this world. These feudal superstitions are merely wishful thinking people use to seek comfort. Praying to become wealthy, praying for lasting love, praying for family members to live worry-free lives to 100 years. Then what about Su Guizhou? When Su Guizhou was in the hospital, who was he praying would come see him? The person sitting on the chair gazed down the corridor with hopeful anticipation, but his expression turned to disappointment upon seeing who had arrived, as if the person he'd been waiting for hadn't come to meet him after all. Sure, Wantong recognized that look all too well. Back in the village, she'd often seen groups of children sitting on stools by their doorsteps, waiting with eager eyes for their safe harbor to return home bearing gifts. Are you thinking about your mother, Su Guizhou? Sure, Wantong's thoughts twisted and turned before circling back to the 2 data entries on that phone. She pondered until her mind grew weary, on the verge of giving up, when suddenly she heard a sigh escape the person beside her. What's wrong? Sure, Wantong asked casually. Holy shit! Shin Xinyao excitedly thrust her phone forward. Look who this is. When Sure Wantong's dark pupils met the person in the photo on the screen, her gaze momentarily froze. Chapter 65, Kind words sow good karma, harsh words wound the heart. Su Guizhou really wanted to curse this damned world's ancestors 18 generations over. He felt like the universe had it out for him. What had this poor little ghost done wrong? Was it just because he ate some ridiculously delicious ice cream cake? That flower pot falling from the 2nd floor had only grazed his head. How could it have knocked him out cold? And he distinctly remembered his presence value had recently skyrocketed to 14.43, so why did he feel as fragile and unlucky as when the system first dug him out of his grave? What the hell did this lousy world have against him? Fuming, Su Guizhou tapped open the app and demanded, "Let me see the terms." San, sweetie, the system is currently under maintenance and can't be accessed right now. Su Guizhou, ? Refusing to believe it, he decided to pull up the interface himself. After fiddling with it for ages, the screen remained completely unresponsive, like a broken touchscreen phone. He caught on. You got a problem with me? San, how could that be? I love you the most? How could maintenance just suddenly happen out of the blue? Su Guizhou found it highly suspicious. Are you secretly tweaking the stats? Why have I become so fragile all of a sudden? San, how could that be? I would never harm you. It must be a bug that appeared during maintenance, causing your presence to drop. It'll be fixed once maintenance is over. Su Guizhou, ? Su Guizhou, then who's going to take responsibility for my injuries and all the blood I've shed? Smile. San, moi, don't be angry. Su Guizhou, rolling eyes. Su Guizhou, what exactly do you want? Sanson, I want you to be happy. Anyone can say nice words. Su Guizhou, sorry, but we're different species. Even if you say that, I won't agree to your pursuit. San, seems a bit too narcissistic there, buddy. Su Guizhou knew he couldn't pry anything useful from its mouth, so he gave up with a deep sigh. The life of a workhorse is truly miserable. Working hard while alive was bad enough, but who'd have thought you'd get dug up to work after death too? Just unbearably wretched luck. Actually, both he and 995993 had pretty miserable fates. One had to keep working even after death, while the other was an uneducated intern pushed out to patch up holes. The pair were like exploited bottom-rung employees of a shady company, ordered around without question, forced to swallow their grievances. But on second thought, his status seemed even lower than this unqualified system's. Su Guizhou, you're really such an annoying system. San, don't hate me. Su Guizhou, oh, I don't hate you. San, oh, you're so cold. There's no emotion in your words. Su Guizhou, I roll, you're being ridiculous. He couldn't be bothered wasting more time with this useless system. Just as he was about to turn off the screen, a message suddenly popped up at the top. Are you asleep? Remembering he'd been chatting with Zhu Xiumei right before getting knocked out, he quickly tapped to reply. Got sleepy doing homework. Took a little nap. AAA caretaker, transfer, 13,140 yuan. AAA caretaker, transfer, 5,200 yuan. Su Guizhou's eyes instantly lit up.
his headache vanished and his anger dissipated in an instant. With a cheerful chuckle, he replied, "So sorry to make you spend money," then swiftly clicked to accept the transfer. His laughter was so uproarious that it tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace and chatter away with Zhu Xiaomei. The driver waiting at the traffic light beside them watched in alarm, convinced the young man had been knocked senseless by the accident and fearing he might suddenly lunge for the steering wheel. Su Guizhou remained oblivious to the driver's suspicions. To him, the darkening sky had never looked more beautiful, the entire world seemed radiant. After a while, Zhu Xiaomei sent him a photo of roses arranged in a vase. "AAA Zookeeper, how is it?" Su Guizhou, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Su Guizhou, wait, aren't you on a business trip? Are you just going to leave my flowers there? AAA Zookeeper, question mark. AAA Zookeeper, didn't they say high schoolers have the most flexible minds? Why are you acting like an idiot? Did someone smash your brain? Well, it did get smashed. Su Guizhou, what's the big deal QAQ? AAA Zookeeper, can't you buy it for me after I return? Besides, can't I just transport it back myself? AAA Keeper, did I raise a pig? AAA Keeper, later I'll have an and take you for an IQ test, smile. AAA Keeper, never mind, you two should get checked together. I've always suspected her IQ got warped by you. Su Guizhou, question mark. Su Guizhou, kind words nurture good karma, harsh words wound hearts, mom. Su Guizhou, I'm hurt, I don't want to talk to you anymore. AAA Breeder, LOL. AAA Breeder, the pig went foraging. Su Guizhou, smile, middle finger. AAA Zookeeper, go to bed early. Su Guizhou, your humble servant shall take his leave. AAA Zookeeper, weirdo. Seeing these two words instantly made him feel physically refreshed. After admiring his account balance for a while longer, he thought to himself that life was truly becoming more hopeful day by day. Before he could enjoy his amusement for long, he saw Renqing send 2 messages. Renqing, image. Renqing, holy shit, bro, I found your long-lost brother from another mother and father, thumbs up. Su Guizhou was thoroughly puzzled when Shen Qiniao suddenly shouted from the back row, startling him into accidentally opening the private chat, 2 faces abruptly bursting into view without warning. His breath caught in his throat. The person who had only existed in his hallucinations these days now revealed their face completely, with a gloomy, malevolent aura lingering between their brows like the resentful ghost of someone who had died unjustly for millennia, a soul beyond the redemption of enlightened monks, a sin that even Taoist priests could not exorcise. Those pitch-black pupils, coldly staring straight into the camera, seemed to leap into his flesh, slowly and methodically tearing at his heart. Su Guizhou struggled to avert his gaze and typed, "Where did this photo come from?" Ren Cheng replied instantly, "It's from the school's honor board." Ren Xing, someone posted about you on the confession wall. I was reading the comments when someone posted this picture. Ren Xing, honestly, you looked familiar when you first arrived, but I couldn't place it. Then I saw this photo and it clicked. Ren Xing, the honor roll is basically dominated by classes 1, 2, and 3, all familiar faces. Nobody really checks it anymore. The last time I looked was back in freshman year. Ren Xing, gotta say, you look exactly like this senior. If the ages didn't line up, I'd think he was your dad. Ren Xing, gee, you two even have the same name. What a crazy coincidence, shocked. Ren Xing, heard this dude used to dominate the top spot year after year. Damn, not only is he ridiculously handsome, but his grades are killer too. What's even the point of me living? Might as well jump off a bridge. Ren Xing, no joke though, the young miss looks both alike and not alike her sister at the same time. Ren Xing, seriously though, what kind of massive contribution did they make to the school? Photos from 2011 still hanging around in 2024? Ren Xing, I know a little about this president's but I can't find any information about this guy who shares your exact name. Ren Xing, holy shit, could he be involved in, that kind of stuff? But if that were the case, shouldn't the school have taken down his photo? Ren Xing, just can't figure it out, can't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out either. Ren Xingfa's lengthy message barely registered in his mind, as only one thought kept circling. Why would Xia Buzi do this? Why keep these 2 photos? Was it to preserve some memento now that he was dead? No, how could that black-hearted cotton possibly show such kindness? Or was it to flaunt her compassion? He wasn't some important figure, and what could she possibly gain by showing them to these children? Just to stir up speculation year after year? What was the point? What's the point, Xia Buzi? Dazedly, he turned his head, catching a blurred reflection of his face in the car window. But it wasn't his face. The girl tilted her head to look at him, peach blossom eyes curving into a beautiful arc as if gazing upon a long-lost lover, her tender affection surging like towering waves. Yet the smile at the corner of her lips was cold and detached, like skin stretched taut over flesh, devoid of emotion. The pallid-faced person parted bloodless lips in a ghost of a smile and said, "Su Guizhou." He suddenly snapped back to reality, gripping the handrail as he turned to see Shen Qingyao holding her phone screen toward him. The two red background portrait photos were placed side by side, looking quite like wedding photos from a distance. Shen Qingyao carefully compared them several times before exclaiming in delight, "Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen two complete strangers who look exactly alike in real life and they even share the same name." "Is that so? What a coincidence." He forced a smile while stealing a glance at Shi Wantong standing nearby. The car interior was unlit, with only sparse light sources. Shi Wantong hid in the shadows, as if trying to merge with the darkness. The dark eyes behind the glasses remained calm, like a lake surface in the dead of night, a leaf-obscured lake surface that admitted no light and showed no ripples. Neither emotion nor thought could be discerned. Chapter 66, just average, but world-class. Su Guizhou had learned his lesson this time. The moment he shut the car door, he immediately scrambled to the side yet still got a face full of exhaust courtesy of the decade-seasoned taxi driver. Su Guizhou. Seriously, did taxis have some personal vendetta against him? Why did they keep pulling this crap? Did they think a tiger who didn't show its claws was just some sickly kitten? In a fit of rage, he raged for precisely 1 moment before storming off only to freeze mid-stride when his gaze accidentally caught something in the corner. He nearly face-planted right then and there. Shen Qingyao gasped, "Dude, I know you're running on empty right now, but we really shouldn't be hitting clumsy female lead levels of weakness yet. Here, use this to steady yourself." Su Guizhou looked at the bamboo skewer she extended, still flecked with bits of meat, and after a moment of silence said, "Many thanks for your chivalrous assistance, but you'd better keep this bamboo pole as your hidden weapon." "Oh." Shen Qingyao withdrew it and offered a meat skewer instead. "Want some?" Su Guizhou currently had little energy and felt slightly nauseous, but he didn't refuse, accepting it with a smile, "Thank you." Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, the fried skewers had remained warm despite their long journey. He chewed slowly, swallowing before remarking, "So you were eating skewers back then?" Yeah. I only realized what I was holding after getting on the bus. It was so ridiculous I couldn't help but laugh." Shen Qingyao's voice brimmed with self-satisfaction. "I take back what I said about you being too weak. Getting smashed into that state and still bouncing back like nothing happened? You're something else." She lowered her head and gave a thumbs up. "Just average, the best in the world," Su Guizhou replied modestly. Given his presence was so low that he was practically in a state of living death, fortunately, the system knew to cover for him otherwise, forget completing the mission, he'd be dragged off for experiments immediately. Only at times like this does one realize that 995,993 isn't just a simple chat app, it does have at least some usefulness after all. His phone vibrated wildly. With practiced calm, he pulled it out to see Sanson had sent a flood of emoticons. "QAQ, you're mocking me again." "Su Guizhou, you really weren't eavesdropping?" "Sanson, I was just testing you, never thought you'd actually been talking about me." Angry, Su Guizhou chose to escape, exiting the matchmaking app and instead burying himself in WeChat. Just as he was about to put away his phone after sending 2 messages, he abruptly collided with the gaunt figure of Ku Shan in front of him. Sorry. He quickly stepped back, instinctively apologizing. "It's fine." Shi Wantong noticed small specks of blood staining her clothes and frowned slightly. Su Guizhou assumed she was upset about her clothes being dirted and lowered his head even further. "I'm really sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going and accidentally stained your clothes." "I'm not blaming you." Shi Wantong pressed her lips together. "Are you really okay?" The doctor said it was just a mild concussion, and he'd recover after resting for a few days. But Su Guizhou looked nothing like the doctor's breezy assessment. He was as fragile as shattered glass, barely held together, as if the slightest touch would make him completely fall apart. "Really, I'm fine. Didn't the doctor say so? Just a minor injury, it'll heal in a few days." He chuckled. "What, you trust me more than the doctor?" The pale-faced man still wore his usual unserious expression. Shi Wantong's lips moved twice before she finally just said, "Get some good rest." Right, get some good rest," Shen Qingyao chimed in after standing there for ages. "We're right next door if you need anything, just call. Tanyao Express delivers on its mission." Su Guizhou couldn't help but chuckle, clasping his hands in salute. "Then this Su fellow offers his advance gratitude for the righteous assistance of you two heroines." "No trouble at all," Shen Qingyao returned the salute, the bag hanging from her wrist swaying back and forth. "All right." Shi Wantong opened the door. "We're going back to do homework. You should rest early." Su Guizhou's brow twitched as he met her clear black eyes. "I know. Thank you both for your concern. MHM. Shi Wantong withdrew her gaze and stepped inside, with Shen Qingyao following behind. After waving, she closed the door. Leaning against the wall, Su Guizhou waited for the wave of nausea to subside before entering his room. Soon after, he emerged having changed his clothes. Perhaps it was intended from the project's inception to turn this place into a cozy haven for high school students, but in any case, the soundproofing in Xianling Alley was exceptionally well done. Maybe it was Shi Wantong's remark of "get some rest early" that made him feel guilty, lending a furtive air to his every movement from closing the door to descending the stairs.
Su Guizhou took a deep breath and suddenly realized something was amiss. It wasn't like he was sneaking off for an affair, why was he being so cautious? With this thought, he straightened his back with righteous confidence and strode toward the alley entrance not far away. Once standing still, Su Guizhou smiled and said, "Good evening, what brings you here at this hour? I thought you were on night shift these days. Did the director give you time off?" The person before him remained silent. The moonlight was dim, and neither the streetlights nor the glow from the buildings reached the alley. Amidst the brightly lit Zhuangling Lane, this place seemed like an abandoned, deep and shadowy cave. Unable to make out the expression of the person before him, Su Guizhou leaned in a little closer. When he caught sight of those light brown eyes illuminated by watery reflections, he paused, then pulled out a tissue from his pocket. Tentatively, he reached out his hand. Seeing that she showed no intention of taking it, he hesitated for a moment before carefully pressing the tissue against her cheek. "It's dinner time now, everyone's resting. I just came out to buy some things." Her voice was calm, but Su Guizhou could detect a hidden tremor. "Su Guizhou," she murmured softly, pressing her head against his palm as if to make it easier for him to wipe her tears, or perhaps unconsciously seeking closeness. "Does it hurt very much?" "It doesn't hurt at all." She smiled, her lips crimson like blood. "Liar." It seemed like a similar scene had happened several years ago. A still young girl sat on the edge of a flower bed, while a boy crouched before her, applying iodine-soaked cotton swabs to her badly bruised knees. The girl was clearly adept at enduring pain. No matter how horrifying her wounds appeared to onlookers, she didn't make a single sound, like a doll devoid of sensation. Yet Su Guizhou noticed her hands clenched tightly at her sides, turning nearly white from the pressure. Su Guizhou clicked his tongue. "Doesn't that hurt? You're really good at holding it in." "It doesn't hurt," the girl muttered sullenly. Su Guizhou snorted with laughter. "Zhou Shuiyun, you little liar. You don't even bother drafting your lies." They hid in a small alleyway away from the bustling crowd, one radiant and polished, the other travel-worn and weary. Though clearly from different worlds, they now mingled together in an oddly fitting way. Back then, the night sky was always studded with stars, unlike now when artificial lights drown out nearly every trace of celestial glow. Su Guizhou also smiled. "Then you're a liar too, Zhou Shuiyun." Two homeless little liars met across time, one dazzlingly radiant, the other utterly disheveled. Their shoulders pressed close, breaths mingling in the salty, humid air as they examined each other's scars in that sunless alleyway, as if those vanished 10 years had never slipped away. Zhou Shuiyun said, "I didn't come to buy anything. I came to see you." Chapter 67, Don't know you, but know of you. "Then if I cut into your rest time, it won't affect your performance and get you scolded by the director, will it?" Su Guizhou made an exaggerated expression, accidentally pulling at his wound, but he gritted his teeth and didn't let it show at all. "No." Zhou Shuiyun raised her hand halfway before lowering it again. As her gaze swept past the person in front of her, she caught a glimpse of a dark shadow flickering past a high-rise window. She withdrew her line of sight and said indifferently, "If I get scolded, it just means my professional skills aren't up to par. It has nothing to do with you." "I see." Su Guizhou didn't see a trash can nearby, so he crumpled the tissue in his hand and asked casually, "Did you need something from me so late at night?" "Just came to see you." "Is that all?" He felt slightly dizzy, leaning his shoulder against the wall, the rough texture of the concrete scraping his skin. Summoning his strength, he stared at the fully armored figure before him. The film crew's setting spray had worked remarkably well. Zhou Shuiyun's sweat streamed down his temples, soaking through his mask, yet the makeup remained firmly in place. His trembling lashes reflected watery hues, shimmering like moonlight on rippling waves. In his memories, Zhou Shuiyun was a scrawny blade of dogtail grass. The malnourished child was so thin that even his hair had taken on a withered yellow hue, his spine perpetually hunched, his gaze timid, daring only to look at people's necks when speaking, forcing himself to adopt an aloof demeanor to ward off any potential malice. After finally developing some cheek plumpness under his diligent feeding, Zhou Shuiyun inexplicably decided to dive into the entertainment industry's melting pot. Now forced to maintain a camera-ready figure, she's become as slender as a pretty foxtail grass again. Su Guizhou pondered aloud, "If we were to arm wrestle, do you think I might snap your wrist?" "Zhou Shuiyun, ? Zhou Shuiyun glanced at the mummified face across from her. "I've been consistently working out." "Do you really think you?" She mid-sentence changed her phrasing. "I believe there's currently no comparison between us." Su Guizhou, ? "Girl, you might as well have your weak as cotton stamped on your forehead at this point. Don't bother sugarcoating it, your tactful correction just makes it hurt worse, okay?" Su Guizhou let out an "oh," inwardly cursing the system for choosing this exact moment to undergo maintenance, otherwise he wouldn't be so fragile and unlucky. "My assistant saw you at the hospital and took a photo of you," Zhou Shuiyun said. It took Su Guizhou a moment to realize she was explaining why she'd suddenly shown up. "Your assistant knows me?" he asked. Zhou Shuiyun paused. "Not personally, but aware of you." "I don't know him, but I know of him." Su Guizhou lowered his head, the wall's shadow obscuring his expression. These 6 words carried an astonishing amount of information. Under what circumstances would someone not know him personally, yet be aware of his existence?
He chuckled silently, suddenly feeling the pain from his wound intensifying endlessly, stabbing at his nerves until it nearly took his breath away. After a moment, he slowly raised his head and met a pair of eyes. Light brown pupils stared unblinkingly at him, flickering with faint light in the pitch-black alley. It reminded him of the ugly flower he'd recently picked up, a timid little dog in an unfamiliar place, frightened whether people were around or not, finding solace only when hiding in the shadows and watching with those dark, round eyes. Zhou Shuiyan, he gazed at his own reflection in her eyes, as if trying to see through the crystal-clear lake surface to perceive the turbidity beneath. Why did you choose to become an actress?
Why abandon a stable career? Didn't you always want to be a teacher? You got into the nation's top normal university, why plunge into the entertainment industry? Were you bullied at school? Or did something upset you at work? Zhou Shuiyun, why on earth? Zhou Shuiyun quietly watched him. In truth, she rarely took the time to scrutinize Su Guizhou closely. The boy's features were always indistinct, blurred by halos of light, obscured by crowds, swallowed by the vastness of heaven and earth. In a world where everyone else stood sharp and clear, only he remained hazy. The recordings came with an inborn filter, specks of dust Zhou Shuiyan could never quite wipe away, forcing her to rely on fading memories to sketch his silhouette. Why? How should she answer?
The sight of teenagers chasing each other around school is truly unrestrained. The warm sunlight drapes over them like a cape riding the wind in waves. They pick themselves up after countless falls, brushing it off with friends before locking eyes and bursting into laughter so hard they nearly topple over.
Such scenes always make her think of Su Guizhou. If Su Guizhou had been born into an ordinary family, would he have lived as brightly as this? She had seen Su Guizhou smile before too. Occasionally, the one who lurked in shadows would shed his gloom and laugh in some unseen corner, yet something always felt off. It wasn't until later, upon reflection, that she realized his smile resembled a doll in a display case, every part of it meticulously crafted by its arranger. A soulless puppet cannot show a brilliant smile.
They met too early and too late. When she was at her most powerless, when he had already been eroded, two wounded people couldn't lick each other's wounds. The beginning was a mess, and the ending was far from peaceful. This caused her pain.
Every time she saw those children, she would think of Su Guizhou.
She couldn't help but imagine another life for him, and these fantasies and emotions tormented her day after day, pushing her every second to see the person whose face she was beginning to forget. The lifeless soul propelled the numb body. In her second year on the job, she finally couldn't bear it any longer and submitted her resignation. Zhou Shuiyun thought she could finally rest, but she had forgotten one thing. Their story didn't just begin in those youthful years. Their meeting originated by Lan River, the source of her pain, the beginning of her happiness, an existence she could never sever. The Lan River she couldn't leave behind was like the blurred figures in her memories. Zhou Shuiyun lowered her head, the brim of her hat cutting off prying eyes as she spoke calmly. I want to experience different lives.
What? Su Guizhou froze momentarily. The most important thing is that I want to make money.
Her words carried a hint of laughter, making her meaning unclear.
I want to be famous. I want to earn lots and lots of money. Su Guizhou. A perfectly normal thought.
It's a perfectly normal, even expected, desire for a child from a poor background to want to earn a lot of money and live the life they dreamed of as a child. Well, you'll have to work hard then, Zhou Shuiyan. Su Guizhou looked at her, his smile light but unreadable. I'll be waiting for the big star to treat me to the good life.
Okay, Zhou Shuiyun said, I will.
Experiencing others' lives allows her to temporarily escape her own emotions, giving her a moment to breathe under immense pressure. But most importantly, as she said, she wants fame, wants money, wants to earn lots and lots of money.
I want to earn lots and lots of money, then make a movie for you.
I can't bear the thought of your existence going unknown. I want your name to be remembered for generations. Su Guizhou, you were meant to live surrounded by crowds, enveloped in so much love.
You were meant to have the happiest of endings.
Zhou Shuiyan chuckled softly, a single clear tear falling onto the dust-covered footboard.
Chapter 68, Good deeds meet with good rewards, evil deeds with evil retribution. Zhou Shuiyun. What time do you get off work tomorrow morning? Around 8, why? I'm really craving Xiaoyang soup dumplings, Su Guizhou lamented. I wonder if some kind soul would be willing to buy me some from Donyuan tomorrow?
It'd be even better if they could keep this poor, lonely injured company during breakfast time.
Are you inviting me? Zhou Shuiyun asked quietly. I thought that was obvious, Su Guizhou said.
So may I ask if the big star Zhou Shuiyan would be willing to help this humble Su buy some soup dumplings at Donyuan tomorrow, and perhaps keep a lonely, sick Su company for a meal?
Oh, got it.
Zhou Shuiyan lowered his cap brim and kicked up the bike stand.
I need to get back to work.
You should rest early.
Don't rush off, you haven't answered me yet. Su Guizhou stood in front of the bike, one hand on the handlebars. Will you or won't you, Zhou Shuiyun?
You're so childish, he said with a grin, freshly 18 and full of youth. What's wrong with being a little childish?
Hearing the unrelenting determination in his tone, Zhou Shuiyun sniffled and muttered sullenly, Fine, I'm willing, I agree. Happy now? barely passable. Su Guizhou stepped aside. My stomach's counting on you tomorrow, big star. I know. Zhou Shuyan slowly drove out of the alley and turned back to look. The person stood in the shadows, their face indistinct, as if melting into the darkness. What's wrong? He took a few steps forward, illuminated by the streetlights of Xianling Alley, his features softening as he said, "See you tomorrow, Zhou Shuyan. Work hard at acting and earn lots of money." Okay. Zhou Shuyan nodded, gave him one last glance, and rode off on her electric scooter. Su Guizhou watched her go, never expecting her to suddenly turn around halfway and come chugging back. What's wrong? Su Guizhou asked in confusion. We're running out of time. Zhou Shuyan hurriedly handed the bike to him. Leave the bike with you first. I'll take a taxi. He held the bike with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Why didn't you think of taking a taxi when you came here? Too rushed. Didn't occur to me. Zhou Shuyan's voice echoed through the dark night as he ran off while pulling out his phone. Her clothes fluttered under the streetlights. Su Guizhou watched for a long time until her figure completely disappeared from view before pushing his bike to the parking spot. Just as he was about to pull out the key, he noticed the pendant attached to it. It was an acrylic Shiba Inu missing one corner. It looked vaguely familiar. He searched his memory for a long time before finally retrieving the clue from its depths. He stood frozen in place for a long moment, suddenly unsure what expression he should make. This pendant was something he casually bought from Ding Dapeng's shop to give to Zhou Shuyan. Back then, Zhou Shuyan was still young and hadn't mastered the art of masking her emotions, so he could easily see the longing in her eyes. A trinket worth just a few bucks, a cheap little thing he gave on a whim, yet she had kept it all this time. He sighed deeply, carefully holding the key, feeling somewhat at a loss. After a long while, he opened his phone and sent a message to Zhu Xiaomei. Mom, do you have any connections in the entertainment industry? AAA keeper? Are you trying to break into showbiz? Or are you planning to sugar some young celeb? Fresh-faced models? Male models? Su Guizhou's melancholy instantly vanished without a trace. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. No, could you not imagine your son being so sleazy? AAA keeper. Oh, then what do you want? Are you going public with Xiaoyun? Su Guizhou? Su Guizhou, no, I'm having dinner with Zhou Shuyan. Help me deal with the paparazzi, don't let us end up trending. AAA zookeeper, don't flatter yourself. What's there to expose about a nobody like you? Su Guizhou, smile, I'm worried she might become famous later, and these things could affect her future if they come out. AAA zookeeper, smile, do you think I'm as stupid as you? Of course that's already taken care of, did I need your reminder? AAA zookeeper, you actually raised a pig. Su Guizhou, oink oink, if I'm a pig then what does that make you, Mom, a mother pig? Shy. AAA zookeeper, get lost. Su Guizhou, QAQ. Su Guizhou rolled away smoothly. He put away his phone with relief, humming a tune as he climbed the stairs with his keys in hand. Just as he turned onto the corridor, he suddenly spotted a dark figure standing not far away, startling him so much that he jumped back. About to scream, he remembered this was the resentment-filled territory of high school seniors and repeat students, so he quickly covered his mouth, muffling his curses with a series of MMPH. Back already? The shadow's tone was completely flat. Recognizing the familiar voice, Su Guizhou waited for his heart to settle before walking forward, exasperated. Dude, can we not stand around scaring people in the middle of the night? At least turn on a small light or something, yeah? Shi Wanong pulled the phone pressed against her face away and waved it. It's on, just making a call. Su Guizhou, ? What's the point of that tiny screen light? At least turn on the flashlight. Su Guizhou said, so it's my fault for having bad eyesight then? Shockingly, Shi Wanong had the audacity to nod in agreement. Why did you come outside to make a call? Shen Xinyao can't solve her homework and is wailing inside. Shi Wanong cracked the door open slightly, and sure enough, someone's heart-wrenching screams could be heard from the room, sounding like an evil sorcerer casting spells. Su Guizhou couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'll head back first then. He opened the door. There are too many mosquitoes out here. Hurry back inside after your call. Got it. Shi Wanong watched him close the door, and for a moment the corridor fell so quiet that only her breathing and the sound from the phone remained. Has Xiaozhou gone back? The person on the phone asked. Yes, he's gone back, Shi Wanong replied. Do you think he's acting strange? Shi Wanong was silent for a moment. No, I was just asking casually. You don't need to overthink it, Shuri smiled. Xiaozhou is just a child, a very ordinary child. There's nothing particularly special about him. After speaking, Shuri pondered and added, though he is quite good-looking. Does that count as special? Probably not. Shi Wanong leaned against the wall, staring at the tips of her shoes in the darkness. What are you worried about, Tong? Are you afraid Xiaozhou might try something with you? That's understandable, after all. It's hard to know what's in someone's heart. But with your skills, you could easily overpower him, right? Should Mom install a camera in his house in a couple of days? Keep a close eye on him? Shuri said with a wicked laugh. That won't be necessary, Sure Wantong replied. I was just asking casually. It's nothing serious. I'll hang up now, I still have homework to finish. Alright. If anything happens, remember to tell me, especially if Xiaozhou does anything disrespectful. I'll teach him a harsh lesson. Sure Wantong said softly, I know, Mom. Get some rest early. I'm hanging up now. Alright, Shuri chuckled. Won't Mommy's precious give her a goodbye kiss? Only the cold, indifferent beeping of a hung-up call responded. That little brat, Shuri muttered under her breath, feeling somewhat melancholic. He used to be a toddler who'd cry his eyes out the moment she was out of sight. How did he grow up to be so icy? Who on earth did he take after? She truly couldn't understand. Shuri sat at her desk, picked up a glass of water that had already gone cold, took a sip, and glared at the gloomy sky outside the window, scolding, blind heavens, give me back my darling Tong Tong. She slammed the water glass down heavily and cursed angrily, damn you, heavens, how can you be so blind? Shuri ranted and raved for a long while until her throat felt parched and she wanted to drink some water to soothe it. When she saw the ripples in the glass, she froze for a moment, then suddenly slumped forward as if her bones had melted. Covering her face with her hands, her arms braced against the desk, muffled sobs began to echo through the room. Tong Tong definitely hadn't believed her, but she really hadn't lied. Xiaozhou was just an ordinary person. He had no outstanding talents or remarkable qualities, merely one among countless common folk living in this vast world. Just a very ordinary child. Her sister was just an ordinary person too. What kind of extraordinary child could ordinary people possibly produce? An impossibility, isn't it? So why, you damned heavens, must you torment ordinary people like this? Why punish those who've done no wrong instead of dealing with the truly wicked? Sis, that saying good begets good, evil begets evil is just a lie. Only someone as naive as you would believe it. If it were true, why do so many good people suffer while countless scoundrels roam free? Chapter 69, You're the Most Diligent. Su Guizhou leaned on the balcony to dry off after his shower, letting the evening breeze wash over him. He often thought the night winds over Lanjiang carried a briny bitterness mixed with suffocating melancholy. Stripped of their daytime glamour, men in crisp suits and tattered clothes alike vented their emotions amid neon lights and revelry. So much sorrow and resentment swept away by the wind, delivered to another crowd waiting on the opposite shore of the great river. In his youth, he never understood why people would suddenly shed tears mid-laughter at dinner tables. Later, standing before those elderly and children who gazed at him with hopeful eyes, all he wished was that they could carry a little less sorrow. Xie Busai called him an overly compassionate do-gooder, but Su Guizhou never considered himself worthy of the title good man. He was quite easy to keep alive. As the saying goes, it's hard to go from luxury to frugality, yet despite being pampered with jewels and riches for 6 years, he could still survive on steamed buns and pickles. The money he earned would be enough to live on for a lifetime just by leaving it in the bank and collecting interest as long as he didn't start a business. He was merely diverting a fraction of his vast wealth to others, at best acting out of self-interest, hardly deserving the label of kindness. Zhao Yuqin often said, good people get good rewards, but in all his years, he had never seen a single good person meet a kind end. Meanwhile, those heartless scoundrels, regardless of their final fate, had at least enjoyed a stretch of happiness beyond ordinary imagination. He once placed the blue roses Zhao Yuqin loved so much before her grave, intending to cruelly shatter all her illusions. There are no real blue roses in this world, they're all artificially dyed. Good people get good rewards is also a lie, only the wicked need happy endings. Zhao Yuqin, your whole life was truly pathetic. Everything you loved was fake, everything you believed in was fake, your entire existence was one colossal lie. Tell me, Zhao Yuqin, isn't that laughable? Isn't that pitiful? These words circled round and round in his heart, yet he couldn't bring himself to speak them. He stared at the cold, carved words on the stone slab and finally realized one thing: Zhao Yuqin would never respond to him again. Zhao Yuqin would no longer feel anger or joy because of his words. Zhao Yuqin would no longer smile at him or hold him tightly. Zhao Yuqin would no longer pinch his cheeks and say, "Sweetie, sweetie, mommy loves you so much." He had lost Zhao Yuqin forever. Su Guizhou had never believed in gods or Buddhas. He firmly believed that relying on oneself was better than praying to deities. Placing bets on others would only lead to utter defeat. But at 14, he climbed thousands of steps to the reputedly most efficacious temple, knelt before the clay Buddha statue amidst curling incense smoke, and bowed his head devoutly. May the Buddha bless Zhao Yuqin, the birth mother of this wretched Su Guizhou, to have a smooth and fulfilled next life, where all her wishes come true. If those prayers could be answered, I would devote my whole life to good deeds and dedicate all my merits. Even if it meant my next life would be lonely and destitute, I would still beg for your happiness and well-being in the life to come. I don't ask for your wealth or prosperity, only for your peace and safety. Amidst the wafting sandalwood incense, Xie Busai sat in his wheelchair in the periphery, his expression blank and indifferent, showing no reverence. Upon closer inspection, one might even discern a hint of mockery. The incense in the burner was slowly consuming itself. Su Guizhou watched as the ash stubbornly clung, refusing to fall. The blackened remains forming a barrier between flame and air. He couldn't hear the incense's quiet suicide, but he did hear a muffled sound from somewhere deeper. At the time he didn't understand its origin, but later he realized it was the sound of a soul shattering. His soul had followed Zhao Yuqin into departure. Su Guizhou smiled silently, letting the pain wash over his nerves. When his blurred vision caught sight of an ordinary sedan parked downstairs, his smile widened further, and the throbbing in his forehead grew sharper. He gripped the railing tightly, his face paling from the agony. After what felt like an eternity, as if the pain had finally subsided, he stepped away from the balcony. The window remained open, allowing lamplight and the chirping of cicadas to spill through the screen, casting the room in a dim glow and filling it with noise. He shut the bedroom door, cutting off the outside world, leaving only silence behind. Su Guizhou slept in for once, a rare occurrence. He woke up once in between, instinctively reaching for his phone to check the time. Seeing it was already past 6:30, his drowsiness vanished instantly. Swearing under his breath for forgetting to set an alarm, he frantically changed clothes, only to freeze upon spotting blood-stained garments in the bathroom trash bin. Then he remembered, he'd been injured. Sure, he had gotten him a few days' leave. Eyeing his school uniform, Su Guizhou decisively changed back into pajamas and flopped onto the bed. Damn Chinese education system, it's ruining people's lives. He cursed inwardly as drowsiness gradually enveloped him. The nap didn't last long. He remembered he had breakfast plans with Zhou Zhuoyan and needed to go to the hospital for a dressing change afterward. With about 10 minutes left before the alarm, he sat on the bed gathering himself before washing up. By the time he emerged, he was fully dressed and sitting at his desk replying to messages. He wasn't planning to tell the elders. After all, it was just a minor injury, not worth making a bunch of 40 or 50-year-olds worry over him. Besides, having already died once, he couldn't even imagine the kind of wailing and howling they'd unleash. He decided to wait until evening to come up with an excuse for Ding Yuan, say he accidentally ruined his school uniform, then transfer some money for Ding Yuan to buy a new set himself. If he mentioned it now, that kid would definitely skip class and rush over. It was supposed to be morning self-study time, yet for some reason, his message got an instant reply. Run Qing asked if he had any dietary restrictions, saying he'd buy some fruit to visit him after school. Su Guizhou said it wasn't necessary, but Run Qing immediately rattled off a long list of dishes without hesitation, utterly unafraid of having his phone confiscated, completely audacious. Seeing he couldn't win the argument, he simply replied, "Whatever you say," while Run Qing responded with a sly grinning emoji rubbing its hands together. Su Guizhou rubbed his nose and chuckled for some unknown reason. He glanced around the room and suddenly found everything displeasing and unclean. He rearranged the desk and chairs, tidied items on the tea table, swept here and wiped there. Only when the doorbell rang did he realize the alarm had been sounding for quite some time. Su Guizhou hurriedly turned off the alarm and rushed to open the door in a fluster. Fully armed, Zhou Shuiyan tilted her head up to look at him, her eyes behind the sunglasses scanning him from top to bottom before she spoke. "Are you spring cleaning?" Su Guizhou also glanced at the broom in his hand and stepped aside to make way. What's wrong with sweeping the floor early in the morning? I'm being diligent." You're the most diligent." Zhou Shuiyan closed the door behind her and stood on the doormat while removing her disguise. "Got any shoe covers? I forgot to bring mine." Her face looked weary, with faint dark circles under her eyes. "Yes." Su Guizhou took out shoe covers from the cabinet and handed them over, casually accepting the breakfast. Just as he placed it on the dining table, he suddenly heard several more knocks at the door. The room fell into a silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. The two stared at each other wordlessly, both seeing confusion and panic written on the other's face. Su Guizhou's heart pounded thump-thump in his chest, his mind already conjuring images of him and Zhou Shuiyan being torn apart limb by rabid fans. Was his mission really going to end like this? It was as speechless an ending as being randomly killed by a falling flower pot while walking down the street. Feigning composure, he peered through the peephole, his thumb already hovering over the emergency call button, ready to decide whether to dial based on whether the person outside was just at the wrong door or some obsessive fan. Instead of the expected drunken brute or knife-wielding stalker, his eyes met a delivery guy in yellow, busy photographing the takeout order. Su Guizhou, ? When had he even ordered food? What's wrong? Zhou Shuiyan asked, probably noticing his strange expression. Looks like takeout? Did you order takeout? Su Guizhou said. Zhou Shuiyan glanced at him. Why would I need to buy more? Makes sense. He nodded in agreement, switching his phone screen to the messaging app, determined to find the kind-hearted classmate who had ordered him the takeout. Before I could start scrolling, Shi Wantong's chat window was pinned at the top, her profile picture dotted with a red notification beside the final message. Are you asleep? His eyebrow twitched as he tapped in, 3 white message bubbles greeting his eyes. Shi Wantong, ordered kanji, arriving around 8:42. Shi Wantong, image. Probably seeing that he hadn't replied, the other person asked a few minutes later, asleep? Shi Wantong hadn't sent him any messages in the morning, so he didn't report that he was awake either. It seemed this information must have come from Run Cheng. Su Guizhou thought for a moment and replied, was busy earlier and didn't check my phone. Already received it, thanks for the sponsorship, boss sure. Thumbs up. There was no reply from the other side. He put away his phone and met Zhou Shuoyun's probing gaze. Figured out who it is? Zhou Shuoyun said calmly. Just asked. It's a classmate, he smiled. A male classmate. Zhou Shuoyun raised an eyebrow and smiled ambiguously. Oh? Then this male classmate of yours seems quite concerned about you. Chapter 70. Isn't this quite nice too? Of course, little Su Zhou is beloved by all. Flowers bloom at his sight. Su Guizhou brought the takeout inside and hurried excitedly toward the dining table. Let's eat quickly. I'm starving to death. Zhou Shuoyun followed behind him. She had noticed since yesterday that Su Guizhou's frame had grown even gaunter than when they first reunited, like a monster with skin stretched over bones, barely holding together a withered willow of a body. Su Guizhou. What's wrong? He stopped and turned back. When speaking, he would look directly into the other's eyes, those amber pupils faithfully reflecting a person's image while he himself maintained an attitude of wholehearted listening. Now his eyes resembled half-dusted mirrors, their faint glimmers flickering uncertainly. Zhou Shuoyun paused for a moment, then changed what he was about to say. Are you happy now? Why is everyone asking if I'm happy? He was both amused and exasperated. I'm a little happy, I guess. I'd be happier if I didn't have to go to school. Many people wish they could go back to school, Zhou Shuoyun said. Ha, let those people actually try repeating their senior year of high school, Su Guizhou said gloomily. Would those who don't even dare to retake the college entrance exams really come to school? If you were given the chance to repeat senior year, would you take it? If only I could be with you. Zhou Shuoyun smiled. I finally graduated, I don't want to keep suffering. See, even you say so. Some people won't even entertain the thought. Imagine how painful it must be for those actually going through it. Su Guizhou dramatically clutched his chest, passionately lamenting his hardships. Zhou Shuoyun watched him silently. The wounded man seemed fragile enough to scatter with the next breeze, yet when he animatedly described his classmates as a bunch of nerds who loved telling corny jokes, those fleeting smiles of his were impossible to ignore. As she watched, she couldn't help but laugh again, feeling a bittersweet ache gradually envelop her heart. Just as Su Guizhou paused to catch his breath from talking, Zhou Shuoyun suddenly remarked, isn't this actually quite nice? His eyes widened in response. What part of this is nice at all? Zhou Shuoyun didn't respond but instead opened the paper bag, saying, eat quickly before it gets cold. You're right. He my dear soup bun. Su Guizhou's attention was immediately captured as he happily rubbed his chopsticks together, waiting for her to finish unpacking. Zhou Shuoyun pushed the takeout box toward him while retrieving her own vegetable porridge from the bag. She scooped a spoonful but didn't drink, her gaze lingering on the person beside her. This is nice, she thought. She didn't know what price Su Guizhou had paid for his resurrection, but if the cost was merely going to school, then that wasn't so bad. To start over in a world 10 years later, where everyone was moving forward toward better days, he no longer needed to struggle for survival, nor labor for others' happiness. He could make up for lost regrets, revisit familiar landscapes, and run beneath the sun with his spirited friends. Su Guizhou, you can finally live entirely for yourself. Can all that pain and hardship stay far away from you this time? She lowered her head, unaware that the other person in the room had also stopped moving. Su Guizhou called out, Zhou Shuoyun. What is it? She whispered, not looking up. Her black hair concealed her expression, but her trembling voice betrayed her emotions. Have you had your cheat meal this month? Cheat meal? Hearing the confusion in her trembling voice, he explained, I saw it online. Nowadays people call high-calorie foods eaten during weight loss periods cheat meals, right? That is indeed the term people use. With a chuckle, he asked, didn't you tell me last time that indulging once a month is fine? So I wanted to ask, have you used up your cheat opportunity this month? Zhou Shuoyun seemed to realize something, slowly lifting half his face to peer cautiously through the scattered black strands of hair at the person before him, murmuring softly, not yet. Are you still on night shift this Saturday? He asked. Zhou Shuoyun shook his head. My scenes in this drama are almost finished. I have to rush to another crew on Friday, the timing isn't settled yet. Su Guizhou fell silent. No rest at all? No. Su Guizhou was nearly moved to tears by her resolute two-word response. How could she not be popular yet? He decided he'd go online later and make a post urging everyone to follow her. With an actress so dedicated to acting and free of bad habits, fans wouldn't have to worry about any scandals, right? Did you need something? Zhou Shuoyun asked. Su Guizhou said candidly, yeah, I was thinking if you're free on Saturday, I could come to your place and cook you a feast to satisfy your cravings. No way, she refused immediately. You're injured. It's really nothing. Just a big gash that'll heal in a few days. As if to ease her concerns, Su Guizhou leaned back in his chair, his expression calm, showing no trace of discomfort. Let me know once it's scheduled, and don't try to hide it on purpose. You wouldn't want me to pull some strings, would you? Zhou Shuoyun paused for a moment before letting out a helpless chuckle. Where did you even pick that up from? Modern slang keeps popping up one after another, I can barely keep up, Su Guizhou grumbled a little gloomily. You, Zhou Shuoyun said. I'll tell you when the time comes. Me, he replied with a grin. Zhou Shuoyun, don't worry. There's plenty of time ahead. You'll become wildly popular someday, and I'll graduate from high school too. It sounded almost like a promise. We'll walk through the long years together. Thanks for your kind words. Zhou Shuoyun lowered his eyes. But Su Guizhou, why do you seem so urgent when you say there will be plenty of time? Chapter 71, A Small Mountain Throwing a Tantrum. The breakfast lasted an exceptionally long time. Zhou Shuoyun chewed slowly to aid digestion and prevent weight gain, while Su Guizhou chewed even more meticulously purely because he was afraid of pain. His eyes had lit up the moment he tasted the food, only for his face to contort in pain when he bit down too hard, a sight that made Zhou Shuoyun both amused and sympathetic. Her emotions rose and fell several times, as if she were watching a satirical skit dissecting societal issues. She wanted to say something but didn't know where to begin. It wasn't until they were heading downstairs that she finally spoke up. Are you going to the hospital? Yeah, go get your dressing changed. Su Guizhou walked in a bizarre manner, his heels and toes aligned in a straight line, shoulders rising and falling like roller coaster tracks. Zhou Shuoyun watched his retreating figure, biting her lip before asking, do you want me to come with you? The dark-haired figure ahead swayed slightly with movement as he chuckled lightly. No need, I've called a cab. You've worked all day, better go home and rest early. Hail a ride? Su Guizhou had barely glanced at his phone since she entered. When could he have possibly booked a ride? Was it a scheduled pickup? Zhou Shuoyun was utterly perplexed until Su Guizhou casually approached a parked sedan and knocked on its window. As the glass slowly rolled down to reveal the driver inside, all her confusion suddenly crystallized into clarity. Morning, uncle. Need a lift to the hospital? Would be even kinder if you could drop my friend home too. Su Guizhou leaned down with a grin. By the way, does your company do towing? Mind hauling my friend's car back as well? The man in the plaid shirt was about to get out of the car when Su Guizhou stopped him. Smiling from the driver's seat, he said, of course, as you wish. Someone will take your friend's car later. Please, both of you, get in first. Su Guizhou raised an eyebrow, straightened up, and let the man roll up the window. Turning to Zhou Shuoyun behind him, he said, let's go. I'll take you home first. Someone will move your car over later. Zhou Shuoyun acknowledged with a sound, saying nothing more. As soon as he settled into the back seat, he caught the scent of bitter orange wafting in with the warm breeze, followed by the slight dip of the cushion beside him. The man closed the door lazily and asked, mind if we put on some music? Su Guizhou's hand tightened slightly. Of course. The man turned on the stereo, and melodious music soon filled the car. The air conditioning had been running for who knows how long. The moment the door opened, the cold air rushed out, nearly chilling her to the bone. Su Guizhou tilted her head and looked at the person beside her. The boy slumped bonelessly against the backrest, his head tilted toward the window. Lanjiang streets were already bustling with noise in the morning. Zhou Shuoyun saw office workers riding electric scooters and children walking shoulder to shoulder to buy breakfast, shops rolling up their shutters, street vendors chatting with fellow traders. People and scenery flashed by in an instant, the street stretching endlessly ahead, while Su Guizhou stood motionless in her vision like an unshakable mountain. A mountain currently throwing a tantrum. Zhou Shuoyun averted her gaze. The man drove the car steadily, with almost no bumps felt, braking and accelerating with exceptional precision. This was only to be expected. After all, he was a driver meticulously chosen by Lu Tsangyue. Lu Tsangyue had hired several drivers, but the one most frequently by his side was this Mr. Lu Yu, not only an excellent driver but also a military veteran, meticulous in his work, able to hold his liquor, taciturn yet considerate. Rumor had it many employers had tried to poach him. Zhou Shuoyun. A clear voice sounded beside her ear. She snapped back to reality and noticed the partition had risen at some point, with faint strains of music drifting in. What's wrong? She clenched her hands, feeling slightly flustered. Su Guizhou looked at her with his usual gentle smile. Was it only your assistant who told you about my injury? Zhou Shuoyun abruptly raised her head and met his gaze. His tone was flat, his gaze equally so, as if he already knew the definitive answer. This was just like him. Some things he clearly understood yet insisted on digging out from others' mouths, while other things people wanted to tell him, he would cover his ears and pretend not to know. No, Zhou Shuoyun said, it's more than that. If anything, Lu Tsangyue's news had arrived even earlier than the assistant's. During her break, she picked up her phone and opened WeChat. Aside from the endlessly buzzing group chats, her assistant's message was at the top, but she first tapped on Lu Tsangyue's conversation buried beneath. The two of them rarely exchanged casual messages unless there was something important to discuss. Lu, he's injured. Zhou Shuoyun experienced another heart-stopping moment at that instant. Lu Tsangyue's explanation was vague and unclear. She wanted to ask Su Guizhou what injuries he had suffered, where he got hurt, and how serious they were. But no matter how tightly she gripped her phone, she couldn't type out the words, just like when she heard the news of Su Guizhou's death 10 years ago.
Back then, she had been fetching water while people around her chattered away. She listened absent-mindedly until someone suddenly mentioned that the top student from class 1 of grade 12 had died the day before. Someone nearby quickly asked who it was. The speaker replied, who else could it be but the genius from class 1, the one obsessed with Siabusai. Apparently, it was his birthday yesterday. He took leave to celebrate, but then got hit by a car. They tried to save him, but it was too late. The cake delivered to the teachers yesterday was the one he ordered. Remember when you asked me why Sister Chio was crying looking at the cake? I bet that's why. Jo Shuoyun couldn't hear anything after that. She wanted to curse this person for spreading rumors, but her throat felt as if it had been pierced by molten lava, rendering her utterly voiceless. Frozen in place, her ears buzzed as though 10,000 insects were attempting to burrow into her brain and devour her. She struggled to breathe, as if bugs were clogging her mouth and nose, so revolting it made her want to vomit. Ah! A scream snapped her out of the hallucination. The break room descended into chaos. Some fled outside in panic to call for a teacher, while others grabbed her shoulders, asking if she was alright. Jo Shuoyun only then realized her water cup had fallen to the ground, shattering into pieces, while her hands were drenched in hot water, covered in dense clusters of blisters on the reddened skin. She stood beside the fragments like a decaying corpse. She heard herself ask calmly, who died? The current Jo Shuoyun was even more wretched than she had been 10 years ago. She couldn't even hold her phone steady, dropping it repeatedly until fine cracks spiderwebbed across the screen. In her panic, she accidentally tapped into her assistant's message box. Yu Meng, holy shit sis, guess who I just saw at the hospital? Yu Meng, photo. Yu Meng, damn, this hottie looks freakishly similar to your old classmate. Yu Meng, does he happen to have any unrelated younger brothers? 5 minutes passed. Yu Meng, seems like he was walking down the street when a flower pot knocked over by a stray cat hit him. Yu Meng, what an unlucky hottie. 17 minutes passed. Yu Meng, damn, 2 sisters visiting at once, this guy's got some game. Yu Meng, why didn't my high school have such eye candy? Angry. Jo Shuoyun didn't reply. She opened the photo, her trembling hand gently brushing over the bloodstained face in the image before staggering toward the director. The director had just popped a piece of braised pork into his mouth when the sudden appearance of a deathly pale face startled him. What's wrong, Xiao Zhou, he stammered. I'm going out to buy something, I'll be right back, said Jo Shuoyun. Oh, got it. Go ahead, remember to. Before the director could finish speaking, the gust of wind from Joe's fluttering clothes slapped him in the face. The director stared at the spot where the figure had already vanished, ? What could be so important? The important thing smiled upon hearing this, said I see and turned back around, as the lift platform retracted and the music gradually began pulsing against their eardrums. Facing the vast sea of stars, we're as insignificant as dust. Sugue Zhou gazed out the window, his eyes devoid of emotion.